Chapter 1. Selling One's Body. In the impoverished district of the imperial capital during the Great Xua dynasty, Ni stood before a dilapidated wooden bed, anxiously observing her scorched younger siblings. Glancing outside with mounting worry. Why hasn't father returned yet? Could it be that he failed to borrow money? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she heard some commotion outside and rushed out. Father, did you manage to borrow the money? What happened to your face? It was swollen to an alarming degree, as though he had been assaulted. Indeed, father, how did you end up like this? Zhao Shi, her mother, also emerged from the house, astonished at his injured visage. I couldn't secure any funds, so I thought I'd find some work instead. Little did I know that Zhang San and his brothers would be such ruffians. Yi Dingyou was seething with frustration. After fruitlessly seeking loans, he had hoped to earn some money through labor, only to find that Zhang San and his brothers monopolized all the jobs, refusing to share even a morsel. When he dared to utter a few words, they had beaten him to this state. Damn it, I shall confront them. And I, incensed, made to rush outside, only to be pulled back by Yi Dingyou. Come back. You are just a girl. How could you possibly contend with 3 grown men? I could take them down. I retorted through gritted teeth, her anger boiling over. Did they truly believe no one could hold them accountable? Absolutely not. With Xuanyi and Heir Ni in such dire health, he was already on edge. If something were to happen to Ni as well, how would they survive? Yes, Ni, please calm down. Zhao Shi wiped away her tears. With Xuanyi and Heir Ni so gravely ill, if Ni were to encounter trouble, what hope would they have left? Frustrated, Ni plopped down onto the ground. She would settle the score with them another time. Noticing some leaves on the ground, she picked up 3 and muttered a few incantations before casting them aside. A change was coming. If she headed right upon leaving the courtyard, there might be a turn of fortune. This meant there was still hope for her brother and sister's survival. Bursting out of the courtyard, she headed right. She had learned this divination technique from a fortune teller in the imperial city, initially aspiring to become a fortune teller herself one day, to earn a living and alleviate her family's struggles. Little did she realize that before she could master her skills, her mentor had passed away, shattering her dreams entirely. Upon exiting the impoverished district, she spotted a throng gathered before the gate of the Guangling prince's residence. Surely, the opportunity lay there. She dashed forward, weaving through the tattered crowd to reach the front, where a middle-aged man stood at the entrance. Listen carefully. We do not accept anyone under 10 or over 15 years of age. This is a binding contract. 10 taels of silver, with a monthly wage of 500 coins. If you perform well, there may be additional compensation. Lu Guanjia, I am willing. A frail little girl raised her hand. I am willing too. Another girl stepped forward. We both are. 2 similarly featured girls joined in. One by one, hands shot up, revealing the small, malnourished arms and legs of children who had clearly endured prolonged hunger. As more and more stepped forward, I hastily raised her hand. I am willing 2.10 taels of silver, accompanied by a monthly allowance of 500 coins. Along with provision, such a rare opportunity is indeed hard to come by. As for the issue of servitude, such considerations must be set aside. The immediate concern lies with the ailments of Xuanyi and Ernie. Now, come forth and press your fingerprints here, and once you have done so, you shall receive your 10 taels. Return tomorrow to commence work, instructed Steward Liu, beckoning those who raised their hands to step aside. That a gathering of over 20 young maidens approached, complying with Steward Liu's request to mark their impressions and subsequently receiving their 10 taels of silver. Clutching the weighty ingots, Dani wasted no time and dashed towards the apothecary. She sought out the physician who had previously tended to her younger siblings, and based on their conditions, he prescribed 5 sets of medicine for each, costing a total of 601. With the heavy bundle of medicine in hand, she rushed out of the apothecary without a moment's pause, heading straight home. Mother, hurry and prepare the medicine. Dani, where did you acquire this medicine? Zhao was taken aback by the sight of the bundle in Dani's grasp. The family had been left with not a single coin, and she was curious about how her daughter had come by the funds. Mother, let's not linger on that. We must focus on preparing the medicine. Dani gasped for breath. The urgent task of preparing medicine for Xuanyi and Ernie took precedence over all else. Very well. I shall kindle the fire at once. Zhao nodded in agreement. Hastily exiting the room, Dani followed her mother, and together they busied themselves. Once the concoction was simmering over the flames, Danny finally sank into a chair. Danny, where did you procure the money for the medicine? Danny approached curiously. Indeed, Danny, where did you find the funds? Zhao's gaze fixed intently on her daughter. Meeting the concerned eyes of her parents, Danny took a deep breath. Father, mother, I sold myself. What? Danny sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with tears. Although life had been difficult, he had never contemplated selling a child. The realization that his daughter had done so was devastating. Danny, why would you do something so foolish? Zhao wept. Once sold, freedom would be lost, and life would be irrevocably altered. Father, mother, I was sold to the Wang family of Guangling. It is not as dire as you imagine. Steward Liu assured us that we would receive 500 coins each month. But that means you are a servant. Danny's eyes reddened further. Once bound to another, their whims would dictate her fate. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Zhao's sobs grew louder. Father, mother, do you think our family has any other recourse? Danny pointed toward the pot of medicinal broth that, if she had not sold herself, Xuanyi and Ernie would not survive. Hearing her words, Danny struck his own face in despair. It is my inadequacy, my failure. I cannot even provide for my wife and children. Had he been capable, his daughter would never have resorted to such a desperate measure. Father, please don't do this. What are you doing? Zhao and Danny grasped Danny, and the three of them succumbed to a collective grief. After a prolonged period of weeping, Danny finally retrieved the remaining silver from her pocket. Father, mother, this is the money from my sale. I will keep these 400 coins for myself, and the rest is for Xuanyi and Ernie's medicine. As Zhao gazed at the 9 taels of silver in her hand, she struggled to contain her emotions. That is far too much. Perhaps you should keep some for yourself. I have more than enough, replied Danai, pushing the silver back. Even though Xuanyi and Ernie would not require such an exorbitant sum for medical treatment, their household's grain supply had been depleted. Danai, have you heard any news from Guangling Prefecture regarding the tasks you are to undertake? Zhao's expression was laden with concern. The masters of prominent families are notoriously difficult to please. I have not received any word yet. Danai shook her head. Rumor had it that the heir of the Guangling Wangfu had returned from the battlefield 2 years prior, having sustained a grievous injury that had rendered him irritable and volatile. Many had already perished at his hands. As long as she did not have to serve that living hell, enduring a life of hardship and toil was bearable. At that moment, the living hell itself, Xuanyi, glared darkly at a plate of osmanthus cake on the table. Has anything been uncovered? The audacity to tamper with even the items sent by his mother was astonishing. It seemed there was a fervent desire for his demise. Replying to the heir, the maid who delivered the osmanthus cake is drowned in the pond. Oin clenched his jaw. He had arrived too late by the time he got there. The girl had already drawn her last breath. You may leave. Xuanyi pinched the bridge of his nose. The recent attempts on his life suggested that there were those who were eager for him to meet his end. Chapter 2. I'm determined to have her early the next morning. Danai was busy packing her belongings when Zhao Shi entered with a bowl of rice porridge. Danai, please drink this porridge. With you leaving, who knows when you will return? You mustn't depart on an empty stomach. Looking at the thick corn porridge in the bowl, Danai felt a pang of discomfort. All right, she replied, accepting the bowl and starting to sip. It had been ages since she had tasted such a rich porridge. It seemed her mother had used up all the rice in the house. Although it was called a bowl, it was more like a bowl and a half, and she quickly consumed several mouthfuls. Mother, could you help me trim my hair? Danai set down the bowl. She loosened her hair and placed a small basin atop her head. Danai, what are you doing? Zhao Shi looked at her daughter, perplexed. Mother, I do not wish to become a concubine. I only want to serve my master well, Danai said, handing over the scissors. She had often heard that many who served their masters ended up being taken as concubines, enduring the constant torment of the legitimate wife. Their lives were worse than that of servants, and if they bore a son, they were likely to meet a tragic fate. With her looks, she did not want to attract her masteress' attention and be taken as a concubine. She simply wished to live a long life. She yearned to earn more silver, so that her father and mother could enjoy a better existence. Understanding her daughter's intentions, Zhao Shi said nothing further. All right, she replied. picking up the scissors and cutting along the edge of the basin. In the blink of an eye, the NIS long hair, which reached her waist, transformed into a short, bob style, leaving Zhao Shi with teary eyes. If our daughter hadn't been sold, in 2 years she would have been ready for marriage. With her looks, finding a diligent and earnest young man would surely not be a problem. Mother, please stop crying. You'll ruin your eyes, Xuanyi said, wiping her mother's tears. During this time, her brother Xuanyi and sister Erinai had been ill, and her mother had shed many tears. She then pulled out a black ball and a green sprig from her pocket. Breaking the sprig, a thick, white liquid quickly oozed out, which she applied to the black ball, pressing it on her face to create a conspicuous large blemish. Now everything is fine, she said, satisfied as she admired her reflection in the mirror. How hideous! Surely no one will find me appealing now. Mother, I shall take my leave now. I will return to visit you when I can. Zhao Shi and Yi Dinyo fought back their tears. Watching their daughter step out of the courtyard, they could no longer contain themselves and burst into tears. My poor daughter, oh, woe is me. Then I turned back. Hearing her parents' cries, she sniffed and quickened her pace. By the time she arrived at Guangling Prefecture, many had already gathered. After waiting a while longer and seeing that everyone had arrived, Steward Lu finally picked up the list. I will now assign you your tasks. Just as he was about to call names, concubine 1 approached. Are these the newcomers? Each one looks as thin as a monkey. Not a single one is pleasing to the eye. When her gaze fell upon Xuanyi, her brows furrowed in discontent. She truly wondered how Steward Lu could have accepted such unattractive individuals. Yes, these are all the ones we have recruited this time. Steward Lu nodded. Madam has commanded that they be taken to the young master as courtyard to see if any of them catch his eye. After much persuasion, she managed to convince Madam to send them over, hoping to obtain leverage against his impotence. However, none of the candidates appeared appealing, not even to her. It was likely that the young master would find them equally unworthy. Nevertheless, the words had been spoken, and a trial must be made. Yes, Steward Lu nodded, gesturing to the group. Come forth, all of you. Yes, they replied in unison, their heads bowed in submission as they followed behind, each feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Rumor had it that the young master had a volatile temper capable of violence, and they were reluctant to serve such a master. After navigating through winding paths, they arrived at an exceedingly grand courtyard. Upon entering, they were immediately halted by a strikingly handsome man. Steward Lu, what is this? Montak Uyen in Kvilet. Casting a glance at the young women trailing behind Steward Lu, who has sent so many here. Oh, these are the new arrivals for today. Madam instructed that the young master take a look and see if any please him. Steward Lu replied, indicating the young women with a smile. The last batch was far more appealing, yet none caught the young master's attention. I suspect this group stands even less chance. Steward Lu, you should be aware, Mo Een began, but before he could finish, a figure clad in dark, ornate robes emerged from within. What are you doing? He inquired, fanning himself with a folding fan. Your Highness, these are the new entries to the estate, as instructed by Madam, for you to peruse and select any that please you. Steward Lu explained, pointing to the group. Oh, the young master, Xuanyi, replied with a charming smile. It seems someone has been speaking favorably of them before my mother. He approached, scrutinizing them closely, causing the young women to lower their heads in fear. Even Xuanyi, the eldest among them, felt intense anxiety, attempting to diminish her presence by bowing her head lower. Xuanyi made a symbolic round, ready to dismiss them, when his gaze fell upon Xuanyi, who was nervously picking at her fingers. In a moment of levity, he lifted her chin with his fan, revealing a large, unsightly mole. What is your name? He asked. While your appearance may be unfortunate, your choice of hairstyle is equally dreadful, obscuring both your eyes and brows, a true testament to unattractiveness. Replying to your Highness, I am called Xuanyi, she stammered, her voice trembling. She dared not meet his gaze, fearing that any perceived slight might lead to her demise. Xuanyi, Xuanyi smirked, his lips curling. What an unpleasant name. He then turned his attention back to Steward Lu. I shall keep her. Having sent so many candidates previously, it would be unreasonable not to retain at least one. Your Highness, you wish to keep her? Steward Lu exclaimed, pointing incredulously at Xuanyi. She is the least attractive among them. Had I noticed, I would never have permitted her entry. The young master's choice was utterly beyond his expectations. What? Is it not permissible? The old servant did not mean it that way. As long as the young master is pleased, he would take others away. Steward Lu quickly shook his head, although he could not comprehend the young master's sentiments. As long as the young master was satisfied, it was undoubtedly acceptable. Upon hearing that the one remaining was not herself, the young ladies felt a collective sigh of relief and hurriedly followed behind Steward Lu. However, when she saw that Steward Lu had taken everyone away, a sense of despair enveloped Denise's heart. Why was she, the most unattractive one, left behind? As such thoughts occupied her mind, a deep voice resonated above her. What? Do you not wish to stay? Lu Xuanyi looked at Denise's tightly clasped fingers with amusement. It seemed that his fearsome reputation had indeed spread, frightening this girl to such a state. And no, Xuanyi quickly shook her head. If she were to speak the truth, she would surely meet her demise at the hands of the young master. Chapter 3. The wealth of Guangling Prefecture, observing the timid girl who dared not lift her head. Lu Xuanyi glanced at Mo-yin with a cheerful demeanor. Please have Chongping arrange for her, he instructed. Certainly, Mo-yin acknowledged, then turned to the girl. Come along with me. Yes, the girl hurriedly followed Mo-yin, moving swiftly as if pursued by hounds. They eventually arrived at a spacious chamber, and upon losing sight of Lu Xuanyi, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the rumors outside were indeed true. The young master was a veritable demon. His mere presence instilled a sense of impending doom without uttering a single word. Noticing the girl's expression of relief, Mo-yin smiled and gestured towards Chongping. This is Chongping. Henceforth, you shall work under him. Oh, what will I be doing? The girl stared blankly at Chongping. Are you even listening? Mo-yin shot a glare at Chongping, who appeared dazed. Chongping snapped back to attention. Oh, from now on, you will be at his beck and call, performing various tasks. He cast another glance at the girl. She is rather unattractive, isn't she? I truly wonder what the young master was thinking in selecting someone so unappealing. Even if he had no intentions, he could have at least chosen someone more pleasant to behold. It is unsettling to think he chose someone so homely. I have never seen hair styled like hers. It obscures her brows and eyes. I cannot fathom how she walks without tripping. With that large mole on her face and that hair, it is likely her features are equally lackluster, otherwise they would not be hidden. Ah, the girl nodded, turning back to Mo-yin. Are you the master of this estate? His attire, crafted from fine materials, suggested he was likely of high standing in the household. Perhaps a young master born of a concubine. No, I am Mo-yin, serving the young master just like you. Then why are your clothes different from his? The girl pointed at their garments. Since we both serve the young master, why do our outfits differ? Mo-yin's attire was evidently more elegant than Chongping's. The tasks within this estate vary, hence the difference in attire. I am the young master's personal attendant, frequently accompanying him on errands, while he manages the household chores. Oh, I see. You are the young master's aide, and you are the young master's housekeeper. It's not quite accurate to say that. I oversee all the household affairs. In essence, the management of this estate falls to me. Chongping puffed out his chest. After all, he was the chief steward and could not be reduced to merely being called a housekeeper. Oh, I understand now. You're the head housekeeper. The girl nodded once more. Forget it. Why bother explaining this to someone so uneducated? Chongping thought. Can I wear clothing like yours? The girl inquired, pointing to Chongping's attire. Though not as refined as Mo-yin's, it was still made of quality fabric. If they were to perform the same tasks, could she not don similar garments? It would surely be an improvement over her patched clothing. As a young girl, she ought to wear a dress. How could she dare to don the same attire as I? Chongping wore a stern expression, for he was the steward, the sole individual entitled to such garments. And this girl audaciously harbored such aspirations. What? I can wear a dress? Denise exclaimed in astonishment. Throughout her life, she had never once donned a skirt. What are you shouting about? Chongping glared at her. You unruly child, daring to create such a ruckus here. I apologize. And I immediately bowed her head in contrition. She was simply overwhelmed with joy. Enough. Just ensure she is properly arranged. Mu'in said with a smile, casting a glance at Chongping. This fellow was clearly displeased at being likened to a meddlesome old woman. He turned and exited, making his way to Lu Xianyi's study. Young master, everything has been arranged. Lu Xian, he set down the scroll he had been reading. You should personally investigate. I hadn't given it much thought before, but the more I ponder, the more peculiar it seems. When did our household take in such an unattractive maid, delivered right to my presence? Could it be that certain individuals have resorted to new tactics? Young master, I believe you are being overly cautious. Muing glanced outside, setting aside the maid's extreme plainness. Even in conversation, she struck him as rather simple-minded. She appeared innocent, almost a bit foolish, clearly lacking guile. Hence it was improbable that she was sent by anyone. Therefore, he deemed the young master's concerns entirely unwarranted. Go as I instructed. Lu Xian, he shot him a disapproving look. After all these years by his side, what sort of matters had they not encountered? How could he be so careless? Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, to ensure the young master's convenience. Chongping arranged for the NIS chamber to be adjacent to Lu Xianyi's room, as she was the only girl in the courtyard. She enjoyed the privilege of a single room. Gazing at the spacious quarters that dwarfed her own home, Ni was filled with delight. This Guangling residence was truly affluent. Even the servants' quarters were so expansive and well-appointed. The wealthiest families in her humble district could not afford such luxurious accommodations. She ran her fingers over the quilt, which was not only new but filled with cotton as well. She picked up a cloth and began to tidy the room, wiping every surface until it gleamed. The space felt significantly brighter and more inviting. Dunny, Chongping's voice called from outside. I'm coming. Then I opened the door. These 2 dresses are for you. Do not wear your current attire any longer. Chongping observed the patched clothing she wore, realizing her family must be struggling. As she gazed at the pale, pink dresses, Denise's fingers brushed over the fabric with reverence. Wouldn't wearing this be a waste? She reached out again, feeling the soft, smooth material. It was evident that it was of fine quality, suitable for the daughters of wealthy landlords. How could a mere servant wear such fine garments and still manage to work? This is what our household maids wear. Hurry and change. Initially, the intention had been to provide her with the most basic servant's attire, but upon reflection, it would reflect poorly on the young master if she appeared too shabby. She had only received 2 sets of clothing for the maidservant, and being the sole maid in this courtyard, it was a fortunate arrangement for her. All right, I shall change into them, she exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Hurry and put them on. Chongping cast a glance at her tattered garments. If anyone from the other courtyard would see her, they would undoubtedly mock her. Once he departed, the maid eagerly closed the door and hastily removed her old attire. Adorned in the new dress, she delightedly caressed the smooth fabric, her smile widening with happiness. I never imagined I would one day wear such a beautiful gown. The exquisite material felt utterly comfortable against her skin. Observing the servants bustling about in the courtyard, she took a cloth and stepped outside. It was imperative to make a good impression. She must not anger the young master, or her days of comfort would be over. As Chongping watched everyone laboring in the courtyard, he was taken aback when the maid, clad in a pale, pink dress, emerged from the house. He paused for a moment, then turned his head away. What a pity for such a lovely gown. Chapter 4. Window cleaning. As Chongping observed the outfit worn by Danny, he could not suppress his disdain. The dress seemed wasted on her. It barely accentuated any beauty and instead resembled a piece of fabric draped over a mere stick. The girl was exceedingly thin, and with that watermelon-shaped head, she appeared far less appealing than when clad in her patched garments. If she were to step outside, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. However, now that she was dressed, there was little point in voicing discontent. He would have to endure it. With time, perhaps the sight would become less jarring. What should I do? Danny cheerfully approached him, her fingers gliding over the smooth fabric of her dress. Though she and T looked in a mirror, she felt undeniably attractive. What should you do? Chongping was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely could not think of any task suitable for her. Given her petite stature, she was incapable of performing heavy labor. Moreover, with so many people in the courtyard, any strenuous work would not fall to her. Yet, since she had been brought in, it would be unwise to let her idle away. After glancing around, He pointed towards the doors and windows on the left side of the yard. Today, why don't you start by cleaning these doors and windows? This would also serve as an opportunity to gauge her diligence. All right, Danny replied decisively. She dashed back inside to fetch a cloth, then inquired about water and returned with a basin. With cloth in hand, she began to wipe the doors and windows, buoyed by newfound energy, perhaps inspired by her new attire. In no time at all, she finished cleaning one wooden door, prompting a nod of approval from Chongping. Although the girl's appearance was somewhat unappealing, her swift and industrious manner revealed a commendable work ethic. As the heat of the day intensified, Chongping glanced up and decided to retreat to his own room for a refreshing pot of iced tea. Danny, upon turning around, noticed that Chongping had vanished from sight but paid it no mind. She had no intention of slacking off. Her diligence remained unwavering. One could not afford to be lazy here. Being caught would spell disaster. In a short while, she had completed the cleaning of the doors and windows in the side rooms and proceeded to the main house to continue her task. Xuanyi sat at the table, and through the window, he observed a shadow flitting about outside. With a glance at the slight frame and watermelon-shaped head, he instantly recognized it to be her. He returned his gaze to the book before him, yet found his attention irresistibly drawn back outside. The shadow danced between the doors, reminiscent of a phantom gliding to and fro. With a furrowed brow, he set his book aside. He wondered how Chongping could possibly allow this girl to disturb him at such an inopportune moment. Just then, he noticed the shadow ascend, scaling the window above. To his astonishment, the girl was capable of climbing so high. Watching her traverse the window, one might mistakenly think a large mantis had taken residence there. Unbeknownst to Danny, who was diligently performing her tasks, Xuanyi was observing her every move. With one hand gripping the window frame and the other wielding the cloth, she scrubbed vigorously, determined to ensure every inch sparkled, exerting herself to the utmost. As the hair atop her head quivered, she was vigorously cleaning when Chongping emerged from the room. Upon spotting the young lady perched like a gecko on the window, his lips twitched in exasperation. Good heavens! How did you end up there? The heir is inside engrossed in his studies. If you provoke him, we shall all face the consequences. The young lady turned her head. Before she could inquire about Chongping's distress, she lost her footing, and Lao Xuanyi watched in horror as the large mantis tumbled from the window. Oh dear! She landed squarely on the ground. Little ancestor, how did you come to this place? Chongping approached, stomping his foot in frustration. In just a moment of inattention, she had managed to climb up to the heir's window. Wasn't it you who asked me to clean the windows? The young lady, clutching her backside, rose to her feet. He had indeed instructed her to tidy up the windows and doors of the courtyard. You, Chongping stammered, at a loss for words in his irritation. Observing her skirt tucked into her waist, he found a new outlet for his frustration. What are you doing? Since when does a young lady tuck her skirt like that? I did it for convenience. This way, my skirt won't get dirty. The young lady pulled her skirt down. When undertaking such a messy task, it would be foolish not to keep the skirt tucked away. With so many men in the courtyard, what a disgrace. Did your mother not teach you the importance of modesty between the genders? I'm not exposing anything. The young lady tugged at the hem of her undergarments, which reached her ankles, longer than the trousers she had worn previously. How could that be considered improper? You be quiet. Chongping's head buzzed with anger. No one in this courtyard dared to speak back to him, and he couldn't fathom how such a fool had caught the heir's attention. With her around, he would surely be driven to madness. Chongping, don't be upset. I'm new here and don't understand anything. The young lady quickly apologized. Although she found him rather disagreeable, he had been there longer, and if he spoke ill of her to the heir, her days would be far from pleasant. Upon hearing her words, Chongping's mood lightened somewhat. You may return to your quarters and do not come out again. If she remained any longer, he might truly explode with frustration. Oh, very well. The young lady nodded, limping back to her room. As Mo-in returned, he found Chongping's face as dark as a pot's bottom. Who has angered our esteemed Chief Chong? Having worked alongside him for so long, he had never witnessed such fury. He wondered who could have provoked him. So I do not mention it. Chongping waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish to speak of it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Noting that Chongping had no intention of elaborating, Mo-in entered the room and saw the air stifling a laugh. How goes the investigation? Lauer Xuanyi restored his serious demeanor. Reporting to the heir, it appears she is quite innocent, apart from her father and mother. She has a gravely ill brother and sister. This time, the sacrifice was made to afford medical treatment for her younger siblings, and I have already inquired about their family situation. They are quite honest people, frequently subjected to bullying. However, this girl possesses a resilient spirit and often engages in fights. Moen relayed the gathered information to Lu Xian in detail, which somewhat eased his concerns. Since the girl is innocent, it would not be entirely unreasonable to keep her around. Just as he contemplated this, Chongping approached. "My lord, even if the girl is indeed innocent, we should still send her away," he whispered, gesturing towards the adjacent room. Despite her innocence, he wished to avoid seeing her, hoping that the lord would dismiss her soon. Otherwise, it might drive him to the brink of frustration. Observing the sour expression on Chongping's face inexplicably lifted Lu Xianyi's spirits. How could that be? It is rare to encounter someone so pure. We must keep her. Retaining the girl would also spare them from the gossip of others. Moreover, witnessing Chongping's vexation brought him a sense of amusement. Chapter 5. Forgetting her upon returning to her abode, and I initially sat quietly, awaiting the summons of her assigned duties. However, after an extended period of waiting in vain for Chongping to seek her out, fatigue from her earlier task of cleaning the windows overtook her. Leaning against her bed, she soon fell into a deep slumber, inadvertently missing lunch. When she finally opened her eyes, a jolt of realization struck her. "Oh dear, have I actually fallen asleep? I hope I wasn't discovered." She cracked the door open slightly and peered into the courtyard, finding it deserted, suggesting that there were no pressing chores at hand. Turning back, she resumed her position, still anticipating the call for her duties, but the hours slipped by, and she found herself waiting well into the afternoon. It was only during the evening, as Lu Xian lifted his bowl of rice, that he remembered her existence. What has that girl been up to? Ever since she cleaned the windows, there had been no word from her, and he was left in the dark about what additional tasks he had assigned. That girl! Chongping suddenly jolted, smacking his forehead. "Oh no, I completely forgot about her." After instructing her to return indoors, she had slipped from his mind entirely. Noticing the prince's glare directed at him, he instinctively shrank back. "I will go find her at once," he exclaimed, hastily making his way to the Ni's door. "Denai, are you in there?" "I'm here." The Ni promptly opened the door. "Chongping, is there more work to be done?" Not exactly. I'm here to take you to dinner." Chongping paused momentarily, struck by her earnestness. "Dinner?" The Ni's eyes sparkled with excitement. His words had stirred a genuine hunger within her. "Yes, come with me," he urged. With a cheerful heart, the Ni followed closely behind Chongping, her thoughts racing with the notion that in such a wealthy household as Guangling's, the porridge they served must surely be thick and hearty. "I will take you to the kitchen. From now on, you can go there yourself for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Chongping gestured towards the kitchen ahead. "What? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Are you saying I can eat 3 meals a day?" The Ni stared at him in disbelief, uncertain if she had truly understood his words. Her exclamation startled Chongping, causing him to flinch. "Why are you shouting? What is so astonishing about this?" He found her reaction puzzling. After all, it wasn't he, as if he had mentioned something terrifying. "Oh, I apologize, Brother Chongping. I just found it hard to believe that I could have 3 meals a day." Then I quickly offered her apologies. "What is unbelievable about that? He merely stated 3 meals, not 3 murders," he mused, quickly realizing the gravity of his oversight. "Don't you eat 3 meals at home? How could that be?" Then I replied, her voice tinged with sadness. "In my family, we only eat once a day, and that is usually watery porridge. Even during the new year, we don't have a proper meal." A look of undeniable disappointment clouded Ni's eyes. She had never tasted a proper bowl of rice in her entire life. Even the thin porridge often left her unsatisfied, which was why she tirelessly sought ways to earn money, hoping to fill her family's stomachs and spare them from hunger. "Just 1 meal?" Chongping was taken aback. No wonder this girl can remain so obediently indoors. It turns out her family only has 1 meal a day, and it's merely a thin broth. Lu Xuanyi, sitting inside, also paused his chopsticks, feeling a sense of discomfort as he gazed at the 6 dishes and a soup before him. If the citizens of the imperial city live like this, one can only imagine the plight of those in impoverished regions. Indeed, there is no guarantee of regular meals when the pantry runs dry. They must venture outside the city to forage for wild vegetables. The girl spoke in a calm tone, revealing that her family situation was not unique. The entire impoverished district faced similar hardships. When food ran out, foraging for wild greens became the only option. "Shall we head to the kitchen?" Chongping suggested. His tone noticeably softened compared to before, even regarding the girl with less disdain. Unaware of the change in his expression, the girl followed him into the kitchen. Upon entering, she was awestruck by the opulence before her. This kitchen was enormous. It was many times larger than her own dwelling, filled with an abundance of supplies. There were at least a dozen large woks for cooking and numerous stoves, with tables adorned with fresh vegetables and meats. One might mistake it for the kitchen of a grand restaurant. "Is there any rice and vegetables left?" Chongping inquired of the kitchen staff. "This is all that remains." The cook replied, presenting a basin that contained roughly a small bowl of rice mixed with remnants of various dishes, leftovers from the evening meal. It was initially intended for the chickens and ducks. "You can make do with this tonight. Come early tomorrow to avoid missing your meal." Chongping indicated the basin of vegetable broth and leftover rice. "You'll have to bear with it for today." The girl's eyes brightened at the thought. Even if it was just a makeshift meal, she had never had plain rice in her life. She hastily accepted the basin, transferring the contents to a plate, and grabbed a pair of chopsticks to dig in, marveling at the delectable aroma of the broth. Watching her devour the food ravenously stirred a sense of discomfort within Chongping. He even felt a twinge of regret for his earlier outburst. Given the meager portion of rice, combined with the girl's evident hunger, she polished off every last grain in mere moments, nearly licking the plate clean. But upon noticing Chongping's unwavering gaze, she hesitated to set it down. "Go fetch a basin of water. The young master needs to wash up," Chongping instructed, pointing to the kettle on the stove. Since she couldn't manage heavy tasks, he decided to assign her a lighter chore. "Oh," she replied eagerly, rushing over. She filled half a basin with water, adding some hot water, tested the temperature, and then brought it back. "Good," Chongping nodded. Although the girl was somewhat plain, she possessed a keen attention to detail as he led her to Xuanyi's quarters. Observing the servants carrying out the dishes, the girl couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. How wealthy the Guangling mansion truly was. The young lord consumed an excessive amount of dishes, seemingly untouched, which felt quite wasteful. As I pondered this, I noticed Chongping beckoning to her. "Bring over the water." "Yes," replied Xuanyi, lowering her gaze obediently as she approached. Upon reaching the man, she dared not lift her eyes, carefully placing the basin on the ground. "My lord, please wash your feet." "Hemei, Xuanyi nodded, directly raising his left foot, yet Xuanyi appeared oblivious. Observing her stillness, Chongping's brow furrowed. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and remove the young lord's shoes." She remained motionless, not noticing that the young lord was growing displeased. "Xuanyi, for someone of your stature, must you have assistance to wash your feet?" However, recalling the noble status of a young lord, she hastily moved closer, grasping Xuanyi's shoe. After a futile tug, she found it quite secure. Without a second thought, she stepped onto the footstool beside the bed, gritting her teeth as she began to exert her strength. Before he could comprehend her intentions, she inadvertently pulled him off the bed, resulting in him landing squarely in the basin, leaving Chongping utterly astonished. "Heavens, what on earth are you doing?" Chapter 6. The feast was exquisite. Observing the young master seated in the foot bath, Chongping gritted his teeth and pointed a finger at Xuanyi. "Release him at once." "Ode," and I finally let go of Xuanyi's foot. "Young master, are you enscathed?" Chongping hastily assisted him in standing. Glaring at the trembling Xuanyi, Xuanyi seethed with anger. "Prepare water." He glanced at the wetness on his backside, astonished that this girl possessed such strength to have yanked him off the bed. "Hurry, someone bring water for the young master," Chongping called out urgently. As Xuanyi headed to the bathroom, he jabbed Xuanyi on the forehead. "If you seek a long life, do not involve me in your folly. If you provoke the young master, we shall all suffer the consequences." Brother Chongping, I truly did not mean to, the Ni exclaimed, equally terrified. Who could have anticipated that she would topple the young master, causing him to land in the water basin? Her heart raced with fear, dreading that in a fit of rage, he might take her life. Witnessing her body tremble uncontrollably, Chongping felt his anger boiling over. What are you still doing here? Quickly, wipe up the water on the floor. Having previously felt pity for her, his sentiments had now transformed into resentment. Oh, Dunni nodded, not daring to hesitate, as she hurriedly took a cloth and knelt to wipe the floor. When Lu Xian emerged from the shower, he found Ni with her backside raised, scrubbing the floor. Fearing the young master's wrath, Chongping swiftly restrained her. Hurry and retreat. Yes, Ni replied, scrambling to her feet and dashing out with the basin. Young master, are you all right? It's all that girl's fault. Chongping began, but was abruptly cut off by Lu Xian. Get lost. The sight of him incensed Lu Xian further. Turning around, he noticed Mo-in stifling his anger, and he kicked him as well. You two, get out. One by one. Are you all trying to drive me to madness? Yes. Mo-in grinned as he retreated, with Chongping closely following. Lu Xian sat down at the table, his thoughts consumed with anger at the rude girl. I've never encountered someone so foolish. Meanwhile, Denai rushed back to her room, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh no, this is a disaster. She had heard tales that the young master would kill when displeased, and now, having angered him, she had no idea what her fate would be. Peeking outside and hearing no commotion, she quickly pulled 3 copper coins from her pocket. Muttering a prayer, she tossed the coins onto the ground and hurried to inspect them. The hexagram indicated caution in dealings, advising prudence. Her heart sank further. Muttering again, she cast the coins once more, only to receive the same ominous result. This didn't provide any solutions. She picked up the coins and threw them again, and once again, the outcome was unchanged. Her anxiety deepened. 3 times she had received the same warning, clearly signaling that this time, she was truly in peril. With hands clasped together, she began to fervently pray within her room. Divine beings, grant me the fortune to evade this calamity. Lu Xuanyi sat at his desk, listening to the incessant murmurs of the girl next door, his brow furrowing once more. He was hardly a bloodthirsty fiend. Was it truly necessary to end her life over such trivial matters? Unbeknownst to him, the girl believed she was on the brink of being dragged away to her doom. Her heart racing in her throat as she paced anxiously within the confines of her room, muttering incessantly. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, when no one came for her, she finally climbed into bed, still riddled with unease. The following day, she rose early, reflecting on the events of the previous night, and allowed a long sigh of relief. It seemed she had successfully dodged this trial. Peeking outside, she discerned it was nearly mealtime and stealthily made her way to the kitchen. Upon entering, she found a line of people already gathered. Old Lu, what do you plan to revel tomorrow on your day off? A young man inquired, grinning at the middle-aged man beside him. Where else? Of course, to seek out a companion for merriment. Another young man chimed in. The room erupted in hearty laughter. The girl stood there, astonished that working here permitted such leisure. She contemplated asking a question, but, upon realizing she was surrounded by strangers, swallowed her words. Observing the plates and bowls in their hands, she took one for herself and positioned herself at the back of the line. When her turn arrived, she was taken aback by the offerings before her. A thick, glutinous millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and 2 fluffy white buns. This was an extraordinary feast. Next, the middle-aged man called, glancing at the girl. In this courtyard filled solely with men, the arrival of a woman was quite a rarity, and he found her appearance rather unseemly. He couldn't fathom what the young master was thinking. Reading his expression, the girl felt indifferent, joyfully clutching her plate and bowl as she left the kitchen. Just outside, she spotted Chongping and dashed over. Brother Chongping, do we still have a day off? Upon seeing her, Chongping recalled the previous night's events, and his expression darkened. We issue monthly wages at the end of each month. With 1 day off, will I receive any wages? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Tomorrow marked the end of the month, and she was uncertain if she would be compensated for her 2 days of work. I cannot address that matter. You should inquire with Steward Lu. Chongping replied curtly before strolling away. He had never encountered anyone so naive, yet the girl remained unperturbed, her spirits soaring. Even if she received no payment for these 2 days, she would at least have a day of rest tomorrow, just in time to return home and check on Xuanyi and Ernie's health. Delighted, she carried her breakfast back to her room, gazing at the soft, yellow millet porridge and the pristine white buns, unable to suppress her laughter. This was an exquisite meal. Those who lived well in her hometown never spoke of enjoying white buns. Surely, Guangling Prefecture was affluent indeed. As she reached for a bun to take a bite, she suddenly paused. They have never tasted this steamed bun. If I were to bring it back for them, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. After setting down the bun, she picked up the millet porridge and began to drink it happily. The porridge was quite thick, and with the small pickles, it was more than sufficient for her. Once she finished the porridge, she wrapped up the steamed bun and took the bowl and plate to the kitchen. Noticing Chongping still standing in the courtyard, she recalled last night's events and immediately rushed over. "Brother Chongping, may I ask you for a favor?" she inquired. "What is it?" Chongping replied, casting a disapproving glance in her direction. The sight of her made his head ache, and he wished to keep his distance. Danier was aware of the reason for Chongping's disdain, but paid it no mind, tugging him toward her room. "Brother Chongping, come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Chongping wanted to refuse, but he could not withstand Danier's persistent pulling, and he was forcibly dragged inside. As soon as they entered the room, Danier quickly shut the door, causing alarm bells to ring in Chongping's mind. "What are you planning to do?" Chapter 7. Teach me. Please. As soon as Danier closed the door, Chongping became alert. Could this girl possibly be thinking of getting too close to him? How naive. Not only did he have no such intentions, but even if he did, he would never consider someone as foolish and unattractive as her. Unbeknownst to Danier, Chongping harbored these thoughts as she pressed him down onto a chair. "Brother Chongping, could you teach me how to take off the young master's shoes?" Although they had narrowly escaped trouble the previous night, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't happen again. She needed to learn how to remove the young master's shoes properly to avoid causing any more chaos. "Is that the reason you sought me out?" "Yes, precisely. We usually wear straw sandals and cloth shoes at home and have never seen shoes like the young master's. I have no idea how to take them off, so I thought I would learn from you to prevent further mishaps." Danier's sincerity was evident. Seeing her wear cloth shoes that revealed her toes softened Chongping's heart. "All right, listen closely. I will teach you just this once." Danier nodded vigorously. To serve a master, one must be genuinely respectful. Standing like that won't do. "Is that so?" Without hesitation, Danier knelt down on both knees. "That is not necessary. Kneeling on one knee will suffice." "Oh." Danier adjusted her posture to a single knee kneel. "You must gently lift the master's shoe." "Oh." Danier carefully lifted Chongping's foot, testing the shoe but finding it unyielding. "Brother Chongping, your shoes are rather tight." She tried again, puzzled as to how men manage to wear such snug footwear. "Stop tugging. Isn't there a strap? You need to unfasten it first." Chongping grasped the chair's armrest, fearing that another pull would send him tumbling to the floor. "Huh?" Danier paused and peered closer. "There's indeed a strap. No wonder the young master's shoes couldn't be removed last night." Once she unfastened the strap, the shoe slid off effortlessly. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. "Oh my, how foul!" She quickly covered her nose. The odor from his feet was far worse than her father's, making her head spin. "Whose fault is it that you removed them?" Chongping's expression darkened, snatching the shoe from her hands and slipping it back on. Just as he was about to rise and leave, Danier tugged him back. "Brother Chongping, please don't be angry. I made a mistake. Isn't that enough? Just don't speak the truth." "What now?" Chongping shook off her grip. Every time he felt pity for this girl, she managed to infuriate him instead. Such a brainless creature. "Brother Chongping, I just arrived and know nothing. Could you please guide me a bit more? I want to avoid causing any more trouble." Danier gazed earnestly at Chongping, acknowledging that while he could be rather bothersome, she was unfamiliar with anyone else and had no choice but to inquire with him. Upon hearing her words, Chongping hesitated for a moment. He resolved to speak less and work more, observing quietly from the sidelines without the recklessness displayed the previous night. "Understood. Is there anything else I should be mindful of?" Danier nodded vigorously. Observing her earnest demeanor, Chongping felt considerably more at ease. "There are many matters to be cautious of. Take your time to learn, But there is one crucial point you must remember. What is it? Deni's eyes widened in curiosity. Those improper thoughts that should not arise, you must set them aside at once. Improper thoughts? Deni appeared utterly bewildered, clearly not comprehending. You must not climb into the young master's bed, or else the consequences will be dire. Ever since the young master returned from the battlefield, there had been numerous instances of individuals attempting such acts, and much had already been dealt with. Climb in a bed? Why would one do that with the young master? Is there no place to stay? Danya remained perplexed. Noticing her confusion, Chongping patiently explained, climbing in a bed means to snuggle under the young master's covers, desiring to be with him. Before he could finish, Deni interrupted, I understand, Brother Chongping. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She had previously heard from friends that many aspiring concubines often resorted to such tactics. Rest assured, Brother Chongping, I would never entertain such thoughts. You can see my appearance. Even if I attempted to climb in a bed, the young master would surely kick me out. Deni touched her prominent birthmark, aware that even the cook found her unappealing. The young master would certainly not take notice of her. She had confidence in this regard. Well, as long as you understand. Chongping nodded in satisfaction. This girl possessed an awareness of her own limitations. Just as he was about to leave, Deni called out to him, Brother Chongping, could you assign me tasks that keep me away from the young master? I wouldn't want to cause trouble and have you suffer the consequences. With her heart racing at the thought of being near him, she sought work that would distance her from him to avoid any mishaps. Chongping appreciated Deni's request and pondered for a moment. Then today, you shall go to the back courtyard and turn over the soil. The flower seedlings will return in a couple of days. Although this was typically men's work, he could not think of any other suitable task for her. All right, I shall go at once. Deni was about to leave when Chongping stopped her. Quickly put down that skirt. He gestured disdainfully at the skirt tucked at her waist. You hardly resemble a young lady. Those unaware might mistake you for the leader of mountain bandits. But I fear I might soil the skirt. Deni protested, reluctant to remove it. It is made of satin. How regrettable it would be to get it dirty. Nevertheless, it cannot be tucked at your waist. Chongping shot her another glare before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Xuanyi smiled, his mood uplifted. This girl truly is amusing. When Danny arrived in the backyard, she was astonished once more. The expanse of this yard was truly immense. It appeared even larger than the patch of land they traversed outside the city to forage for wild vegetables. If one were to cultivate grains here, the harvest would undoubtedly be bountiful. It seemed such a pity that only flowers were planted. Nevertheless, as this was someone else's arrangement, she felt compelled to refrain from expressing her thoughts. She retrieved an iron hoe from the greenhouse, steeling herself to begin her toil on the land before her. However, scarcely had she begun when Chongping approached her. Danny, come here, he called out. With urgency, she set down the hoe and hurried over. These clothes and shoes are for you. Change into them at once. You needn't wear that dress any longer. Chongping gestured disdainfully at the dress Danny was wearing, lamenting her impoverished state. He had intended to provide her with something beautiful to wear, but it appeared more like a costume on her, and she often had to tuck the skirt up around her waist. Thus, he had procured 2 sets of more practical attire for her, which would not require such adjustments. Upon seeing the new clothes and shoes in his hands, Danny's eyes sparkled with delight. These are all for me. Chapter 8. Where's the pickaxe? Upon catching sight of the new garments held by Chongping, Danny immediately discarded the iron pickaxe from her hands, eagerly wiping her palms before receiving the precious attire. Thank you, Brother Chongping. I shall change into it at once. You need not wear that old outfit again. Chongping gestured towards her current attire. It's quite unappealing, lacking any sense of beauty. Very well, I shall change right away. Danny exclaimed with uncontainable joy, clutching the clothing tightly as she dashed toward the front yard. Once inside, she hastily closed the door behind her. Unlacing her dress, she donned the new garments, feeling the softness of the fabric against her skin and grinning with delight. It's made of fine cotton. Although it seemed a bit extravagant for work, it was certainly an improvement over her former attire, affording her greater ease while laboring. Carefully folding her discarded clothes, she placed them in the cupboard, intending to return them to her mother and sister the next day, thus improving their wardrobe as well. Stepping out of her room, she strode confidently forward, reveling in the comfort of her new trousers, which were utterly unobtrusive. Just as she was basking in her delight, she abruptly halted, bending at the waist and lowering her head. "Your Grace." It seemed she could hardly avoid encountering him. Indeed, Xuanyi suppressed a smirk, observing her transformation. "You must admit, this attire suits her far better than that dress." Chongping nodded in agreement, clearly pleased. "Get back to work. Had I known, I would have given her this outfit sooner. At least she now resembles a proper person." "Yes," Danny replied, her head bowed as she made her way to the backyard. Upon arriving, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Goodness, why is the young master so intimidating? Just standing near him sends my heart racing." She resolved to cultivate a better rapport with Chongping, hoping he would arrange for her to do tasks far from the young master. Otherwise, she feared that one day she might provoke him, and her life would be in jeopardy. Grasping the pickaxe once more, she returned to the garden, summoning all her strength as she drove the tool into the earth. Perhaps it was the allure of her new clothes, but she felt an inexhaustible energy within her. Before long, she had turned over a substantial patch of soil, and noticing that lunchtime approached, her spirits soared even higher. With her mood lifted, she found herself humming a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Xuanyi, seated in the parlor sipping tea, heard the melodic humming from the backyard. After a moment's hesitation, he rose and approached the window, observing Danny wielding the pickaxe with vigor. He turned his gaze to Chongping beside him. "Is this yet another task you have assigned her? It is rather strenuous for a girl to be doing such labor alone. It seems she has truly vexed you." "Your Grace, I only did so to spare her from inciting your ire," Chongping replied with a grimace. With each glance at the girl, his heart ached, and he wished to keep her at a distance. Thus, he had sent her to work in the backyard. He couldn't be blamed. If she were more sensible, he would not have assigned her such demanding tasks. "By the way, what news has circulated in the manor these past 2 days?" Xuanyi inquired, observing Danny laboring earnestly. Once more, he lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. The household had acquired a maid, and one could only imagine the rumors swirling outside. "My lord, it has spread far and wide that your recent seclusion is due to this maid," Chongping remarked, gesturing towards the young woman outside the window. The news of the young lord retaining this maid had already circulated throughout the estate, with tales growing increasingly absurd. The notion that he had secluded himself for 2 days solely because of her was nothing short of ludicrous. Given her appearance, not even the young lord would find her appealing. "Humph," Xuanyi scoffed. This was hardly unexpected, as many had yet to see the maid's visage. Just as he prepared to savor another sip of tea, he noticed the pickaxe in the young woman's hand hurtling towards him. "Watch out!" Moin and Xuanyi swiftly leaped aside. However, Chongping found himself in a predicament, preoccupied with thoughts of how to please the young lord, when suddenly he witnessed their abrupt departure. Before he could comprehend the situation, a pickaxe came soaring towards him. It struck him squarely on the forehead. Instantly, his eyelids fluttered, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chongping, Moin rushed over. He knelt beside him and checked for signs of breath. He was still alive. "Quickly, summon the physician," he shouted towards the outside. He cast a glance at the pickaxe nearby. The blow had been quite severe. The young woman was equally bewildered. Where was the pickaxe? No wonder it felt so light. It had vanished. Looking around and not spotting the tool, she hesitated before heading towards the ruckus inside. Approaching the window, she attempted to see if her pickaxe had landed within. The window was too high, and after several futile attempts to peek over, she decided to enter the room. She placed her hands on the window ledge and began to climb. Xuanyi and Moin watched intently as she struggled. The foundation of the room was elevated, at least 2 meters above ground. Surely, she couldn't scale it. Just then, her head appeared at the window, and she swung her leg over, landing squarely in Xuanyi's piercing gaze, causing her heart to race. Oh my! This was indeed the young lord's chamber. With all eyes upon her, her heart raced as she pondered whether to enter or to flee. "Get down!" Xuanyi glared at her. To his surprise, she was quite agile, having scaled such a high window. "Oh right." The young woman promptly jumped down. She edged closer to Moin, only to turn around and spot the pickaxe clutched tightly in Chongping's hands. So it was right there. No wonder she couldn't find it. It had indeed flown into the room. She rushed over to retrieve it, but Chongping held it firmly, fearing further harm might come to her. Mo-in quickly restrained her. He's already hurt. You shouldn't tug at it. Oh, the Ni nodded, finally releasing her grip. How is he? Xuanyi inquired, directing his gaze towards the physician. Your Highness, the steward merely experienced a brief spell of unconsciousness due to a heavy object striking him. His life is not in danger. The physician replied, retracting the last silver needle. A heavy object struck him? Then I was taken aback. She glanced at the pickaxe clutched in Chongping's hand and then uncertainly looked towards Mo-in. Is it possible that Changgu was knocked unconscious by this pickaxe? It didn't seem like it was used with much force, and besides, I was standing so far away, it should be impossible. What do you think? Mo-in shot her a disapproving look. It was no wonder Chongping avoided her like the plague. This girl certainly had a knack for attracting trouble. Ada and I. It truly was her pickaxe that had caused the mishap. This was a disaster. She had stirred up trouble once again. Observing Chongping slowly opening his eyes, she hurried over. Changgu, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Who would have thought the pickaxe could fly into the room? As she looked at Dai, the expression on Chongping's face was one of unprecedented kindness. It's all right. You should go rest now. Chapter 9. Unbearable Dai had expected Chongping to lash out at her as he usually did, but she was taken aback by his unexpected words, which only deepened her feelings of guilt. Let me help you up, she offered. No, it's unnecessary. There are so many people around. You should hurry and have lunch before it runs out, he insisted, waving his hands. He certainly could not afford to provoke this ancestor. Then, I shall take my leave. If you require anything, just call for me. Ni stood up and exited the room. Previously, she had looked down upon him, deeming him rather incompetent. However, upon reflection, he appeared to possess some merit. As she stepped out, Lu Xian raised a teasing eyebrow. How extraordinary! Could it be that the sun has risen from the west? Every day, this fellow seemed ready to gnash his teeth at that girl, and yet here he was speaking in a surprisingly gentle tone. Indeed, have you been possessed by a spirit? Mo-in chimed in with a laugh. Given this man's temperament, after enduring such hardship, it would have been expected for him to unleash a torrent of curses upon her. It was truly puzzling how his mood had suddenly improved. With someone like her, could I ever hope to argue right from wrong? Chongping shot Mo-in a fierce glare. That girl's dense mind. No matter how long you debate with her, you'll never reach clarity. In the end, all you'll gain is a belly full of anger. It's better to remain silent. Though my heart feels heavy, it's still preferable to letting my frustration boil over. He glared at the pickaxe in his hand and angrily handed it to the person beside him. Throw this thing far away and forge a sturdy tool at the blacksmith's specifically for that girl. In a past life, he must have been her sworn enemy. Otherwise, how could she wreak such havoc on him? He needed to quickly prepare a robust tool, lest this pickaxe turn against him once more. He touched his forehead, relieved to find no wound. It must have been struck from behind. Had it been from the front, he would surely have been grievously injured. He resolved to send some paper money to his parents. Surely, it was their blessings that had kept him safe, or else he would not have survived such trials. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Lu Xian shaking with laughter, his eyes sparkling with delight. The young master was smiling, and so joyously at that. Having served him since childhood, Dai had never witnessed such genuine mirth. Once back at her room, her heart still ached with guilt. If only Chongping had berated her fiercely, it would have been easier to bear. But now, with him not uttering a single word of reproach, her conscience weighed heavily. Yet, she had no money to cover his medical expenses, so she could only endure her remorse silently, resolving to obey and work diligently moving forward. Noticing it was nearly mealtime, she turned and left the room, drawn to the kitchen by the aroma of a sumptuous lunch. White rice. They were serving white rice to the servants. The Guangling residence was indeed affluent. Imitating others, she took 2 bowls and joined the queue. When it was her turn, not only did they provide her with a generous bowl of rice, but they also filled her bowl with a hearty serving of vegetables, leaving Dai utterly elated as she hurried back to her room with her bowl. With 2 dishes and plenty of oil, the fragrance was simply irresistible. Eagerly, she grasped the chopsticks and began to devour her meal, having never tasted plain rice throughout her life. No wonder people extolled its exquisite fragrance. She stuffed her mouth with 2 generous bites of vegetables. The rich flavors left her lips slick and satisfied, truly a delightful feast. This meal could be deemed the most delectable and fulfilling she had ever experienced. Not only was there no rice left, but even the vegetable broth was entirely consumed. Upon returning the dishes to the kitchen, she noticed that Chongping was absent. After a moment's hesitation, she made her way to his room. "Brother Chongping." She knocked gently on the door. "Is there anything you need?" came his languid reply. "Brother Chongping, how are you feeling?" Daniel stepped inside. "I'm not dead. What do you want?" Chongping shot her a disdainful glance. Once, her presence had caused him a headache. Now, the mere sight of her quickened his heart, fearing the worst. "Brother Chongping, I apologize. I truly did not mean to," she said earnestly. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. What brings you here?" He was well aware that she had not acted with malice, yet his heart felt heavy, reluctant to see her. "Brother Chongping, I would like to know where you placed the pickaxe. I intend to fix it as I still have more ground to till this afternoon." The pickaxe had been firmly in his grasp before, but now its whereabouts remained a mystery. It was imperative to retrieve it, for there was much land yet to be turned. "The pickaxe is broken. I've already ordered a new one. You need tea work this afternoon. Stay indoors and await its arrival before resuming your tasks." Chongping was determined not to let her return to work, fearing that the pickaxe might fly out of her hands and inadvertently harm the young master. "Broken? Very well. Just let me know when you have it," Daniel replied as she stood up. Just as she was about to leave, something seemed to spark her memory, and she paused in her steps. "Brother Chongping, you have no one to tend to you. Shall I stay and look after you?" After all, it was her fault he was injured, so offering to assist seemed only right. "No need. I require no care. You should return to your room. I need to sleep," he said, lying down swiftly. He closed his eyes quickly, feeling unsettled at the mere thought of her tending to him. Then, "Very well. If you need anything, just call for me," Daniel said as she turned to leave. Previously, she had never noticed how genuinely kind he could be. Once she departed, Chongping exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, that troublesome ancestor has left. He could not fathom why his master insisted on having her around when there were surely more competent individuals available. After returning to her own room, Daniel adhered to Chongping's advice and refrained from venturing out, primarily due to her apprehension of encountering Xuanyi. She remained dutifully indoors until evening, only venturing into the kitchen during mealtime, where she was served rice with 2 vegetable dishes. Although devoid of meat, this was for her the finest delicacy imaginable. After indulging in a satisfying meal, she filled a basin with water, washed up, and climbed into bed. It wasn't long before she drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, she rose early to fetch her breakfast, which consisted of millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and 2 steamed buns, just like the day before. Once again, she neatly wrapped the white steamed buns, consumed the millet porridge and pickled vegetables, and took hold of her prepared bundle. Within it were 2 sets of new dresses, alongside her own 2 patched-up old garments. Adorned in her new embroidered shoes and carrying the bundle, she joyfully exited the courtyard. After inquiring for quite some time, she finally located the accounting office. Observing the comings and goings of individuals, it was evident that they were there to collect their monthly wages. "Steward Liu, do I have money to collect?" She had noticed several young ladies who had entered alongside her, all of whom exited with cheerful expressions, presumably having received their payments. Upon glancing at the plain girl before him, Steward Liu was momentarily taken aback, then pointed toward the accounting clerk. "Can you collect for 2 days?" "Oh, splendid." The young lady nodded enthusiastically. She promptly dashed towards the tent, stated her name, and soon received 34 copper coins, nearly leaping with joy at the sight of such a sum. So much money. Chapter 10. A day of rest and return home, gazing at the 34 copper coins in her hand. Xuanyi was overjoyed. Having earned such a sum in merely 2 days, more than her father could make. With a smile, she tucked the coins into her pocket and merrily left the house. As she passed through the commercial street, she spent 2 coins on 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, a treat that Xuanyi and I had long desired, and then purchased 10 pieces of malt sugar for 10 coins. Thinking of them sipping their medicinal soup, she imagined they would relish the sweetness. So she stuffed the malt sugar into her bundle. Just as she was about to depart, a girl dressed in a satin gown intercepted her path. "Stop right there," she commanded. "What do you want?" Xuanyi replied, her demeanor cautious as she scrutinized the girl, whom she did not recognize and who appeared rather presumptuous. "Come with me. I have a few questions for you." The girl beckoned to Xuanyi as if she were summoning a servant. "I don't know you. Why should I listen?" Xuanyi turned to leave, but the girl blocked her again. "I am the head maidservant to Madame Qin. I need to ask you something." "Come with me." "Madame Qin?" Xuanyi was taken aback, having no knowledge of this individual. "Our Madame Qin is the primary concubine in Guangling Prefecture." "Hurry up." The mention of Guangling Prefecture made Xuanyi scrutinize the girl. The audacity to stop her midway suggested that the inquiry pertained to something clandestine, and she had only recently arrived in Guangling. Even if she were aware of anything, she had no intention of divulging it, not wanting to attract trouble. "You've mistaken me. I don't know anything." She attempted to sidestep the girl, but was seized once more. "What kind of attitude is that? Aren't you afraid of Madame's displeasure?" The girl clutched at Xuanyi tightly, her earlier arrogance now replaced by fury. She invoked Madame's name, but Xuanyi remained unfazed. "I'm not here to serve you, Madame. So why should I be afraid?" Xuanyi retorted, "Her temper fluttering." With a fierce motion, she shook off the girl's grip. After all, she served in the young master's courtyard and had no obligation to fear her. Moreover, this girl's sudden appearance could only signal ill intentions. "Don't push your luck." The girl's anger surged as she pursued Xuanyi once more, grasping her arm to prevent her from leaving. Xuanyi was determined to return home and attempted to push past, but the girl seized her bundle. With a sudden tug, the bundle burst open, scattering not only her clothes, but also the candied hawthorn she held. As the white buns and malt sugar fell to the ground, a few nearby beggar children snatched them away. Witnessing her treats being taken, Denise's fury ignited. "I'll have it out with you," she shouted, charging forward. Her head collided with the girl's face, knocking her down and causing blood to stream from her nose. Nonetheless, Xuanyi was undeterred. She leapt on a girl, unleashing a flurry of slaps. "How dare you steal from me?" In her neighborhood, no one had ever dared to take anything from her, and the thought of those delectable treats being snatched away by beggars only fueled her rage. Her heart swelled with anger as she struck fiercely, leaving the girl beneath her utterly defenseless. "Stop hitting me. I can compensate you," the girl cried, shielding her face. Little did she expect that this unattractive figure would be so formidable. Had she known, she would have brought an ally. "Of course, you must pay." Xuanyi paused, swiftly snatching the purse from the girl's waist, counting out 16 copper coins, and tossing them back at her. "Let this serve as a lesson for your future arrogance." She kicked her once more before gathering her clothes, neatly repacking them, and turning to leave. She purchased 2 strings of candied hawthorn, 10 pieces of maltose, and 4 steamed buns, carefully tucking them in her bundle while holding the candied hawthorn aloft as she made her way home. In the carriage at the alley's entrance, Xuanyi observed the world outside, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "That girl is quite impressive. My lord, what do you suppose Qinglian wants with Xuanyi?" Mo-yin leaned forward to catch a glimpse. The girl was Qinglian, the head maid from Qin Yinyang's courtyard, who had deliberately intercepted Xuanyi along the way, clearly to inquire about something. "Is that even question?" Xuanyi lowered the carriage curtain. "Which servant in my household hasn't been coveted by them? They must be attempting to bribe her for information about me. I never anticipated that she would be so fierce, leaving Qinglian in such a state. My lord, it seems that Qin Yinyang will not let this matter rest easily," Mo-yin remarked, gesturing towards the bruised Qinglian. "She is a favored maid of Qin Yinyang, and given her temperament, she is unlikely to take this lightly." "And what of it?" Xuanyi smirked, a mocking curl of his lips. "One cannot blame others for the incompetence of those one employs." At that moment, Xuanyi had arrived in the impoverished district, and before even reaching her doorstep, she joyfully exclaimed, "Father, mother, I'm back." Zhao and Yi Dainiu, who were brewing medicine in the courtyard, perked up at the sound of their daughter's voice and peered outside. Upon seeing their daughter burst in, their faces lit up with delight. "Xuanyi, why are you back?" "Father, mother, I have a day off today, and I even received my wages." And I cheerfully pulled out the remaining 24 copper coins from her pocket, happily placing them into Zhao's hands. This is what I have left from today. Please take it. My goodness, so much. Zhao exclaimed, her joy palpable. Before she could say more, 10-year-old Xuanyi and 8-year-old and I rushed out from the house. Eldest sister, Xuanyi, and I, are you both well? And I fondly ruffled their hair. Though their complexions were still somewhat pale, the fever had subsided, indicating that the medicine had indeed worked. Eldest sister, I'm so sorry, Xuanyi said, his eyes glistening with tears. If it weren't for our sickness, you wouldn't have had to sell yourself. Let's not dwell on that. Look what I brought for you. And I offered them the candied hawthorn and retrieved the maltose from her bundle. This is for you to enjoy while taking your medicine, to counteract the bitterness. She took out the 4 steamed buns from her bundle and handed them to Zhao. Mother, these buns are for you as well, along with these garments. Upon seeing the items her daughter had presented, Zhao was taken aback, exclaiming, my goodness, what splendid treasures. The 4 large white buns were impressive enough, but those 2 satin skirts were truly invaluable. Mother, these are all from the household, and even my attire is included. Aside from this outfit, I possess another new one as well. The eldest daughter eagerly recounted the events of the past few days to her family in detail. Zhao and Yi Daniu, who had initially harbored concerns, felt their worries dissipate upon learning that their daughter was faring well. The eldest daughter was brimming with joy, speaking incessantly like a torrent of beans. She stayed at home until evening before departing. Just as she stepped through the gate, she was confronted by a girl whose face resembled a swollen pig's head, baring her teeth as she pointed accusingly at her. It was her. She bound me. Chapter 11. The raccoon slave, upon seeing the severely swollen face of Qinglian, who had lost all semblance of her former self, Daniu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly recognized her. What do you intend to do? She inquired, glancing at the 2 matronly figures advancing towards her, as if preparing for a brawl. You little wretch, let us see how Our Lady will deal with you. Qinglian seethed, her teeth clenched in fury. After years of servitude in this Guangling prefecture, this was the first time she had suffered such humiliation. With her face so disfigured, she could only wonder if her beauty could ever be restored. If not, how could she ever hope to marry? Once she managed to drag this wretched girl back, she vowed to torment her mercilessly. As the 2 burly matrons closed in, Daniu retreated, waiting for the opportune moment. With a swift motion, she struck the left one on the neck and kicked the right one before bolting towards the courtyard. Incompetent fools! Hurry and pursue her! Qinglian glared at the 2 robust women, her teeth gritted in frustration. You're all just a mass of blubber. Unable to catch even a mere girl, the 2 women hastily gave chase, but how could they match Daniu's speed? She had already dashed into the courtyard, spotting Chongping squatting by the pond and rushing towards him like a gust of wind. Chongping, brother. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyi sat at a stone table, listening to Mo's report while observing Chongping feeding the koi. Hearing the shout, their eyes turned towards the commotion, only to see Daniu hurtling towards them. However, just as she reached him, she tripped over a brick, sending her flying through the air. Chongping, just rising from his squat, was startled to see Daniu hurtling towards him like a cannonball. He had no time to evade. With a splash, she collided with him, sending both into the pond. Hundreds of koi, each weighing several pounds, swarmed around them, nibbling at him, causing him to scream in terror. Help me! Chongping, brother! Daniu was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated knocking him into the pond and wanted to dive in to rescue him, but being unable to swim herself, she anxiously turned to Moin. Moin, you must save him. It was one thing for the young master to refrain from helping, but now he merely stood there, quietly amused. Moin remained silent, slowly approaching the pond and observing Chongping, now surrounded by koi. Aren't you capable of swimming? He remarked, knowing full well that Chongping could swim. With that reminder, Chongping finally regained his composure, frantically paddling his way to the shore. Chongping, brother, quickly give me your hand. Daniu extended her hand towards him. However, Chongping decisively evaded her grasp. Get away from me. If it weren't for your status as a servant girl, I would have dragged your ancestors into this. Chongping, brother. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Daniu rushed towards him once more. Who could have predicted that a mere brick would cause her to stumble and inadvertently knock him into the pond. As she approached again, Chongping could no longer tolerate her presence. "Keep her distance from me. Did you not hear?" Chongping's fiery gaze shot daggers. She avoided Ni like a plague and approached Lu Xuanyi. "Young master, I shall change into another garment." Lu Xuanyi suppressed his emotions and glanced back at Ni. "What is you in such a fluster?" Having observed her hurried retreat, he surmised that she must be entangled in a serious matter. Upon hearing the young master's inquiry, Ni fell to her knees with a thud. "I beseech you, young master, save me. Someone is plotting to end my life." Lu Xuanyi furrowed his brow, perplexed by her words. "Elaborate further." Mo-in interjected from the side. "Oh, young master, as it happens, today while I was on my way home during my day off, I encountered a young lady." She recounted in detail her encounter with Qing Lian on the road and the events that transpired at the gate. Only then did Lu Xuanyi grasp the situation. "Are you frightened?" "Indeed." Ni nodded. "Upon witnessing the ferocity of those two hefty women, I feared what would become of me if they seized me." "If you are afraid of her, why did you engage in a fight with her previously?" Lu Xuanyi asked with a bemused expression. "When I saw her bullying Qing Lian on the street, I had no hint of fear. They had already pushed me to my limits. If I did not retaliate, I would have seemed utterly spineless," Ni retorted, her neck held high. "After years of brawling in the northern part of the city, I have learned that if one submits on the first encounter, the ensuing bullying would be relentless. Thus, I had to stand my ground, but I never anticipated that the girl had such formidable backing. Now, I regret not having simply inquired about her intentions. A few evasive remarks would have sufficed." Lu Xuanyi found her cowardly demeanor delightful. "Your name is Ni, is it not?" "Yes." Ni nodded. "Such an unappealing name. Allow me to bestow upon you a new one." Then I was taken aback. "Did we not just discuss the matter of being beaten? Why now name?" She wished to raise her gaze for confirmation, but hesitated. "What? Are you unwilling?" "No, I shall heed the young master's wishes." Having sold herself, she no longer cared about her name. "Very well." Lu Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction. "From this day forth, you shall be called Li Nu." Observing her fierce spirit in battle, she resembled a frenzied kitten. Li Nu. Why does that name sound familiar? Yet, she could not place it at that moment. "Do you dislike it?" "No, I thank the young master for the bestowed name." Ni quickly bowed her head. Could it not be something flowery and pretty instead? But if it must be so, then so be it. After all, I am indeed a servant. "Well, then you." Before Lu Xuanyi could finish, a servant approached. "Young master, the princess wishes to see you and has requested that you bring Ni along. From today, she shall be known as Li Nu." Lu Xuanyi sai cheerfully, gesturing towards Ni. "Yes, sir." The servant bowed respectfully. "Young master, it is likely that the princess seeks you because of her." Mo-in cast a glance at the kneeling Tan Nu, clearly aware that someone had brought the matter before the princess. If that were the case, he had no choice but to make an appearance. Lu Xuanyi tugged at the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze back to Tan Nu. "You shall accompany me." Noticing her stillness, Mo-in urged her once more. "Tan Nu, the young master is calling for you." Oh. Only then did the young woman rise from the ground, having forgotten her name change. "Young master, I truly bear no blame for that incident. You must stand up for me." Although this young master had a reputation as a ruthless killer, having him was certainly better than having no one, especially since she was unfamiliar with anyone else who could assist her. "Show your fighting spirit. This young master will surely protect you." Lu Xuanyi pressed his lips together, disinclined to witness such timidity in his companion. Tan Nu paused, clearly perplexed, and cast a questioning glance towards Mo-in. "Be resolute. Do not bring shame upon the young master. Rest assured, he will ensure your safety." "Is that truly feasible?" Tan Nu pondered. Chapter 12. A serious fabrication. When Lu Xuanyi arrived at the princess's courtyard, he discovered it was filled with onlookers. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what his mother sought from him. He greeted Lin with a nod. "Aunt Qin mentioned that the new maid you brought into the household assaulted Qing Lian. Is that true?" Lin glanced at Qing Lian, whose face resembled that of a swollen pig, unable to comprehend how someone Xuanyi had chosen could exhibit such brutality. "Oh, is that so? I was entirely unaware," Lu Xuanyi replied, raising an eyebrow as he settled into a chair. It was then that the crowd noticed the maid, Linu, standing beside him. Whispers circulated about her unseemly appearance, and indeed, she was as unattractive as they claimed, even without discernible features. Her disheveled hair and the prominent mole on her face rendered her exceedingly unpleasant to behold. People in the young master's courtyard are quite audacious, disregarding us entirely, Aunt Qin remarked, glaring at Linu. She had intended for Qing Lian to win Linu over, yet the latter had been beaten to such a state, clearly dismissing her. If this matter were allowed to slide, would her dignity lie in this household henceforth? Aunt Qin's words carried weight. Xuanyi smirked slightly, turning his gaze to Linu. Linu, you were the one who struck Qing Lian, he indicated, gesturing towards Qing Lian's battered visage. Yes, my lord, it was I who did, Linu replied. And why did you strike her? Xuanyi inquired, his tone even, devoid of reproach, yet subtly laced with amusement. Responding to my lord. Today I was on leave and headed home when I was accosted by her. She insisted on inquiring about your preferences and the places you frequented. As I had only recently arrived and was unaware of anything, I declined. Yet, she was relentless, refusing to let me go, and began to wrestle with me, tearing my belongings apart. In my anger, we ended up in a scuffle. In prominent households like Guangling's, it was taboo for servants to pry into their master's affairs. This revelation, Linu believed, would surely displease the young master, potentially allowing her to plead her case. Moreover, her words were not entirely fabricated. Perhaps Qing Lian had indeed been asking such questions. Xuanyi remained silent. He had not heard Qing Lian pose such inquiries. This girl certainly had a knack for spinning tales, yet he found it amusing. You lie. I did not ask those questions, Qing Lian exclaimed, her pig-like face contorted in anger as she glared at Linu. You insolent maid. Speaking such nonsense. Aunt Qin, infuriated, turned to the nearby rough servant women. Why are you not silencing her? Two burly women approached with menacing intent. But before they could seize Linu, two piercing screams echoed through the air. Ah, with the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The two women collapsed at the entrance, their necks twisted, lifeless. Astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. The young master had just killed them. Linu, too, was left in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. He truly killed them. It is not without reason that people refer to the heir as a ruthless killer. Such claims hold a kernel of truth. I might as well be dead. Xuanyi scowled. How dare anyone act against him in his presence? Upon regaining her composure, Aunt Qin rushed to Lin's side, lamenting, Your Highness, the heir indulges this wretched maid far too much. I implore you to seek justice for me. With that, she clutched her handkerchief and began to weep melodramatically. Her intention was to use this incident to curtail the heir's arrogance. But she never anticipated he would take a life in front of so many witnesses. Even Lin, despite her dissatisfaction, found it difficult to chastise him openly in such a public setting. After all, Xuanyi was the heir to the Duke of Guangling, destined to inherit his father's position. It would not do to allow him to lose face before others. Yet, she could not simply pretend to be oblivious. She fixed a stern gaze upon him. Xuanyi, your actions are far too reckless. Anger surged within her. It was inappropriate to kill a man in front of so many, putting her in a difficult position as his mother. Mother, you saw it too. Aunt Qin disregarded my dignity, and yours as well. Before your very eyes, she sought to punish those in my courtyard, overstepping her boundaries as a mere concubine. I could not bear to witness such insolence. Your Highness, I am wronged. I acted out of sheer desperation. Aunt Qin quickly knelt before Lin, realizing she had inadvertently exposed herself to the heir's wrath and needed to make amends to avoid giving him further leverage against her. Rise, Lin replied, casting a disapproving glance at Aunt Qin before turning her attention to Linu. What is your name? Replying to your Highness, I am called Linu. The name seemed rather difficult to articulate. Linu? Lin was taken aback, glancing at her son, who wore a smile that seemed to suggest he found her amusing. She shot him a reproachful look, as if he had taken this girl for a pet. Did you send Qing Lian to inquire about the heir's preferences? Indeed, your Highness. Linu replied, honestly. Qing Lian sought information about the heir and claimed that Aunt Qin would be the future mistress of the manor. If I were to heed their words, I would surely enjoy boundless wealth and prosperity in the future. Li Nu spun her tale with a serious expression, for the matter had been instigated by them. If she did not fare well, neither would they. Moine, she mused. How adept this girl was at spinning tales. Her fabrications delivered with such conviction that even Lu Xianyi was momentarily taken aback. How outrageous! I did not say such things, Qing Lian retorted, flustered. She hurried to kneel before Lin, exclaiming, Your Highness, I assure you, I never uttered those words. It was that wretched maid who concocted them. You claim I fabricated it? Then tell me, why did you attempt to stop me? Li Nu countered, emboldened. Although she was unsure what the question would entail, it was likely related to the heir, given that she had never encountered Qing Lian before. You, Qing Lian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, for she indeed wished to inquire about the heir. Seeing that Qing Lian was left speechless, Aunt Qing grew anxious. Your Highness, do not heed the words of that vile woman. Qi Lian could never. Enough. Lady Lin interrupted Aunt Qing. At this juncture, what remains unclear. Qi Lian must be attempting to bribe that deceitful servant to glean news about Xuanyi. However, it is unfortunate that this girl is so uncooperative. The thought of them fixating on her son fills her with discontent. Bring her forth and administer 20 severe strikes. Should there be any further intentions of impurity, let them be sold off without hesitation. She cast a glance at Qi Lian, a gesture meant for Aunt Qing's ears. Aware that they sought to uncover evidence of Xuanyi's inability to bear heirs, aiming to render him unfit for his title, thus granting their own son a glimmer of hope. As long as she remains his mother, their ambitions shall come to naught. Your Highness, spare me. I truly never uttered such words. Qi Lian pleaded desperately, yet her entreaties were in vain, as she was swiftly dragged away by the servants. In the courtyard, she was forced onto a bench, receiving blows from left and right. Listening to Qi Lian's agonizing cries, Aunt Qing seethed with resentment. The princess is merely putting on a show for herself. Chapter 13. What are you doing again? When Qing Lian was carried away, she was already battered and bruised. Upon her return to the courtyard, Madame Qing erupted in fury. How outrageous! The princess did this deliberately for my sake. Even when beating a dog, one must regard its master. Before so many witnesses, she struck her own maid, clearly intending to send a message to me. After all, she bore a son for the prince, yet she shows me such disdain. There is no need for such anger, madam. Lu Xianming entered the room. He is the third son of Madame Qing. How can I not be furious? Madame Qing sank down onto a chair in exasperation. The princess openly favored the heir in front of so many people. How could that not anger her? The heir is clearly incapacitated, yet still occupies his position. It is utterly intolerable. Madam, do not let your health suffer. Although this time it did not come to fruition, the truth will inevitably come to light. Such matters of infertility, though they may be concealed for a time, cannot remain hidden indefinitely. His reluctance to take a wife or concubines will not be approved by our father or the matriarch. While that may be true, one cannot predict when that day will come. Madame Qing sighed, although Xianming spoke wisely. As long as the heir remains unmarried, his inability to bear children will stay concealed. One wonders how long this will persist. Madam, there is no need for us to worry. Our father and the matriarch are at the helm. Not to mention the daughter of Elder Shun is also involved. She has always held a fondness for our heir. The daughter of Elder Shun, Shun Yanran, has reached the age for engagement and harbors feelings for Lu Xuanyi. There is no need for us to fret. We can simply await the unfolding drama. Hearing her son's words, Madame Qing felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, when we host the 100 Flowers banquet, we must invite the young lady from the Shun family. The entire royal city knows of her affections for the heir. With such a suitable match, I cannot believe the prince and princess would oppose it. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyi had already returned to the courtyard with Li Nu. She performed quite admirably earlier. Who would have thought that this timid girl could fabricate a tale with such audacity? Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave now, Li Nu said, not daring to lift her head as she departed. At this moment, her heart raced. Although the grand household appeared splendid, the underlying complexities were unexpected. She recalled the earlier events with trepidation, nearly losing her life. Seeing her timid demeanor, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but smile. Ah, quite the actress. He turned and entered the room, and just as he settled down, Chongping walked in and knelt before him. "Young master, I beseech you to send Li Nu away. She has only been here for 2 days and has already caused so much trouble. If she remains, who knows how much more chaos she might incite. My very life feels threatened, and I wish to urge you to dismiss her promptly. I truly wish to see her no more. Every time I lay eyes on her, my heart races as if disaster were imminent." "That won't do. I still find her useful," Xuanyi replied with a slight smirk. At long last, a pure and intriguing individual had arrived, and he certainly could not bear to see him driven away. "Huh?" Chongping was taken aback, casting an inquiring glance towards Moyin. What does the young master mean by this? It seems something had transpired during their earlier outing. Encountering his bewildered expression, Moyin chuckled and rubbed his nose. Today, the raccoon girl had certainly brought honor to the young master. Moyin recounted the events that had unfolded in the princess's courtyard, watching as Chongping's expression shifted from confusion to surprise. That girl appeared timid beyond measure, yet unexpectedly, she was quite the storyteller. The following morning, after having breakfast, the raccoon girl sought out Chongping. "Elder brother Chongping, has the pickaxe been purchased?" "Indeed, it has, and it is right here from now on. This shall be your personal tool." Chongping gestured towards the pickaxe nearby. "This was specially crafted by the blacksmith. You need not worry about the head flying off this time." "This must have been quite expensive," the raccoon girl remarked as she accepted the pickaxe. "It is brand new. Surely it cost a pretty penny. Need it even be mentioned? This was made just for you. Now go and get to work." "Rest assured, elder brother Chongping, I will work diligently," the raccoon girl nodded. With the pickaxe held high, she strode proudly towards the backyard, determined to fulfill her tasks. Observing her spirited demeanor, Chongping sighed. Whether she works well or not is of little consequence, as long as she does not cause any trouble. The raccoon girl arrived at the spot she had left unfinished the previous day, raised her pickaxe, and began to dig. This new tool was indeed remarkable. Not only was it powerful, but it also made the labor feel effortless, and before long, she had turned over a considerable patch of earth. However, as time progressed, the heat intensified, and beads of sweat began to soak through her clothes. "I must take a break, or I shall surely faint from the heat." Glancing around, she noticed that the pavilion was too far away. So she hurriedly made her way to the front of the house. Settling beneath the eaves, she found it quite cool there. Gazing at the vast expanse of garden before her, she lamented the missed opportunity of planting flowers. If grains were sown instead, there would be enough to feed over 20 people. Shifting slightly, she attempted to lean against the wall, but when her hand pressed upon the green brick below, she was startled. Why is this brick so loose?" She extended her hand to probe the others, which were firmly embedded in the earth as if they had grown there. Only this particular brick was not only movable, but also quite loose, almost as if it had been installed later. Turning around to crouch down, she began to pry it up, and to her astonishment, it came free easily. Feeling beneath the soil, it seemed soft, almost as though it had been recently disturbed. Sensing something peculiar, she proceeded to remove a few adjacent flagstones. The earth beneath them was compacted tightly, starkly contrasting with the loose soil of the brick she had just uncovered. Growing increasingly suspicious of the abnormality beneath, she stood up, grasped her pickaxe, and resumed her digging. At that moment, Xuanyi was seated in the living room, assigning tasks to Chang'an and Moyin when he heard commotion from the back. The three turned in unison to see a pickaxe occasionally appearing at the rear window. Gazing at the brand new yet familiar pickaxe, Chongping's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lina, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "I instructed you to till the soil, yet you've come to dig at the base of the wall." She hurriedly rushed over and peered out of the window, only to discover a deep pit, over 1/2 meter in depth, excavated beneath the window. Infuriated, she shouted, "What on earth are you doing here? Digging such a massive hole at the foundation? Are you attempting to demolish the house?" Lucien and Moyin soon joined her, their brows furrowing as they surveyed the large pit beneath the window. "This girl truly lacks restraint," Chongping remarked. "I feel as though there is something within this pit." Linu pointed to the excavation. Initially skeptical, she now felt certain, for she had spotted a box nestled within. What could possibly be inside? You seem to be merely idling. Chongping's words trailed off as she caught sight of the box, partially concealed in the depths of the pit, leaving her momentarily speechless. What is that? Chapter 14. The ink-collecting spirit Chongping fixed his gaze intently on a corner of the chest buried in the pit. It resembled a box, but its contents were unknown. Who would bury something here? Even Lu Xuanyi and Mo noticed it and leapt down from the window. Chongping too swung his leg over the window ledge, but upon seeing the height below, he hesitated and withdrew. He dashed out of the house, making a wide detour before arriving at the backyard. Lu Xuanyi pointed toward the box in the pit. A sense of foreboding washed over him, which Mo also sensed as he crouched down. He reached out to retrieve the box, but it was buried rather deep. Taking the iron pick from the hands of the raccoon servant, he toiled for a while before finally revealing the entire box, a glaring red wooden chest of considerable size. He quickly crouched down, lifted the box carefully, and opened it, revealing a horrifying doll within. It stood a full foot tall, its visage grotesque, adorned with a yellow talisman inscribed in red. The ink-collecting spirit. The raccoon servant exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. He had not anticipated that the box contained such a creature. Do you recognize this? Lu Xuanyi inquired, glancing at the raccoon servant. Yes, I have heard from fortune tellers in the capital that this is called an ink-collecting spirit, specifically designed to siphon off a man's vitality. My master once mentioned that it is a form of dark sorcery used to deal with enemies. And what are the consequences of having one's vitality drained? Chongping also turned to the raccoon servant, eyeing the ominous object. That depends on how much vitality is absorbed. In mild cases, one may suffer ill health, but in severe instances, it could be fatal. After saying this, the raccoon servant squatted down again, inspecting the doll closely and pointing to the birth date inscribed on its back. It appears to be targeting the vitality of this individual. Both Mo and Chongping leaned closer, their eyes widening in shock upon recognizing the birth date. This belongs to the young master, they exclaimed in unison, realizing the spirit was preying on the vitality of the young master. Lu Xuanyi furrowed his brow. He too leaned in for a closer look, confirming that the birth date indeed matched his own. Is it truly the young masteress? The raccoon servant looked at Lu Xuanyi in astonishment, though he quickly composed himself. Given the young master's numerous enemies, it was not surprising that someone would wish him harm. He examined the clothing of the spirit and the somewhat faded box. This has been buried for at least a few years. Has the young master felt unwell or experienced any unusual occurrences? This is clearly not a recent creation. One would expect some sort of reaction from the young master. How many years has it been? Mo asked, turning to Lu Xuanyi. Could this be the reason for that incident? 2 years prior, during a battle against the northern tribes, the young master had suddenly coughed up blood. Fortunately, the prince had intervened in time. Otherwise, he would not have survived. It was on that occasion that the prince ordered the young master to return. Yet despite consultations with numerous physicians, no cause was ever determined. Could have been because of this? Lu Xuanyi remained silent. However, deep down he acknowledged the truth, and since his return 2 years prior, he had distinctly sensed something amiss within his body. Yet, even the imperial physicians could not discern the issue, so he did not dwell on it too much. Now, upon reflection, he surmised that the problem lay therein. How outrageous! Should I catch the culprit, I shall ensure they are utterly incapacitated. Chongping gritted his teeth in anger. How dare they employ such despicable means against the heir? Hesitating for a moment, he turned his gaze toward Linu. Linu, do you understand how to deal with this matter? It seems this object possesses a certain malevolence. It cannot simply be discarded. I am aware, but I cannot handle it. Managing this is not difficult. Yet the crux lies in the necessity of compensation. If such matters are not rewarded with silver, it would adversely affect one's fortune. However, she could not request payment from the heir, thus she refrained from proceeding. Perceiving her thoughts, Lu Xuanyi extended his hand before Chongping. Chongping was taken aback. Seeing the heir's outstretched hand, he immediately comprehended. He reached into his bosom, but before he could retrieve the banknote, he met the heir's disapproving gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he retracted the banknote and instead produced a handful of small silver coins from his sleeve. Lu Xuanyi selected a small silver ingot weighing 5 taels and presented it to Linu. Should you manage to resolve this issue, this shall be yours. This girl cherished even a mere copper coin. Thus, this small ingot would surely be regarded as a substantial sum by her. Linu caught sight of the gleaming silver ingot through the strands of her hair, her eyes brightening instantly. Very well, I shall take care of this. She promptly grasped the ingot in her hand. This is 5 taels, far more than the dozen or so copper coins her master earns each time. Mo Yin's lips twitched. The heir was indeed quite stingy. For such a significant matter, offering merely 5 taels of silver. How could that possibly suffice? Glancing again at Linu, he noted her restless demeanor. If she were to raise her head, she would undoubtedly witness the collusion between the heir and Chongping. Nevertheless, Xuanyi was in good spirits. Having correctly guessed, he had successfully dispatched her with 5 taels of silver. Observing the heir's smug expression, Chongping felt a twinge of guilt. Merely 5 taels. The heir was rather miserly. Yet this was the master's decision, leaving him with little room for objection. Linu, how shall we proceed with this object? Quite easily. I shall shortly use the heir's blood to draw a counter-hex, affixing it to this malevolent spirit. Then we shall incinerate it, and those who conspired against the heir shall face retribution. What would be the outcome? Xuanyi regarded Linu, eager to comprehend the nature of retribution. Just as you experience certain symptoms at the onset, he shall endure the same. Linu pointed to the yellow talisman affixed to the malevolent spirit. The characters inscribed upon this talisman were likely drawn in that person's blood. Thus, they would undoubtedly suffer from the backlash. Xuanyi's expression turned frigid. So, it follows that should anyone fall ill and vomit blood, that individual must surely be the one who conspired against me. Observing Chongping with his hands on his hips, glaring at him, Linu shrank her neck in response. I apologize, Brother Chongping. I've caused trouble once again. The discontented glare he directed at her was unmistakable. Chongping regained his composure. Casting a glance at the little ghost in Linu's hands, he broke into a smile. It's all right this time. It doesn't count as your fault. One must admit, the trouble this girl stirred up was rather fortuitous, and fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, as time dragged on, the young lord could have faced unforeseen calamities. Even Mo Yin shared this sentiment. Indeed, not only have you avoided trouble this time, but you have also earned a significant merit, thanks to this girl, or else this matter would surely remain undiscovered. Hearing their praise, Linu grinned broadly. As long as you're not angry, that's what matters. There's no need for merit. Just don't cast her aside with disdain. She pinched the small silver ingot in her hand, feeling quite pleased. Now I've struck gold. Chapter 15. Retaliation. Xuanyi and Linu returned to their chamber, instructing Chongping to fetch yellow paper. With a dagger, he made a swift incision on his wrist. Vivid crimson droplets cascaded into a bowl, causing Linu's lips to twitch in shock. How ruthless! He was so harsh upon himself, inflicting such a deep gash. What are you staring at? Xuanyi shot her a glance. The mere cut had rendered her speechless. Oh, Linu nodded, hastily seizing a brush and dipping it into the bright blood, poised to inscribe a talisman on the yellow paper. However, as the brush descended, she found herself dumbfounded. Goodness, she had intended to draw a delicate curve, yet it transformed into a sprawling blotch. Too intimidated to meet the prince's gaze, she retrieved another sheet of yellow paper. This one is incorrect. I shall redraw it. After preparing the yellow paper anew and carefully re-dipping the brush in the blood, she attempted once more, mindful of every movement. Yet, as the brush touched the paper again, she failed, leaving a large red dot upon the talisman. At this, even Chongping could no longer contain his exasperation. Do you even know how to draw? You've wasted so much of the prince's blood in such a short time. I can draw, but I am unaccustomed to using a brush. You cannot write? Xuanyi inquired, eyeing her. Did she not claim to be literate? How could she be incapable of wielding a brush? I can write, but only with a stick on the ground. I have never used a brush like this. When she had learned to write from her master, it was always with a stick, not this soft brush. Why not practice over there for a bit? Mo Yin suggested, pointing to the inkstone nearby. Observing her struggle, it seemed she would not produce anything worthwhile soon, and it was best not to waste the prince's blood. Yes, indeed, practice for a while. Chomping nodded in agreement. You draw on that paper, and I shall draw here, Xuanyi declared, picking up the brush. Assessing her skill, it appeared she would take some time to improve. Thus he decided to mimic her strokes. That sounds good. Linu readily agreed. Relieved to have the prince assist, she quickly took up a brush and began her drawing. Here, it should have an upward curve. To prevent any mistakes on the prince's part, she explained her process as she sketched. As Xuanyi listened to her instructions, he mirrored her strokes, occasionally posing questions. By the time they completed the talisman, his palms were slick with sweat, anxious not to err, especially given her rather subpar drawing skills. However, upon seeing his completed talisman, Lina beamed. Your drawing is truly remarkable. I never imagined you possessed such talent. It resembles my master's work perfectly. Do you think everyone could draw like you? Resembling a gathering of earthworms? Chongping remarked disdainfully, gesturing at Linu's talisman, which was uneven and reminiscent of large worms. I fail to understand how it produced so many little spikes. Has the worm frozen and begun to shiver? I have never used a brush before, Linu said, slightly embarrassed as she scratched her face. This was her first time wielding a brush, and her hand trembled a bit, causing the strokes to appear a touch uneven. All right, what should we do next? Xuanyi passed the yellow talisman over. Simply affix this to the doll. Linu tore down Xuanyi's birth characters from the effigy and placed the talisman upon it. Mo-in lit a fire starter and ignited the doll, which quickly turned to ashes under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. A profound sense of relief washed over Xuanyi, a sensation unprecedented in his body, as if his very spirit had been unburdened. Young master, how do you feel? Are you feeling invigorated? Linu asked, her head bowed. The master had indicated that once the little ghost was dealt with, there would be a noticeable change in the cursed body. Hearing this, Chongping turned his gaze toward Xuanyi. Young master, are you feeling, well, more comfortable now? He shot a disapproving glance at Linu, irritated by her clumsy wording that had led him astray. Indeed, Xuanyi nodded, genuinely feeling an unprecedented lightness. That is good to hear. Thankfully, the young master is blessed. Had it been someone else, they would have encountered trouble long ago. Chongping exhaled, relieved. It must be said that the young master is indeed a person of great fortune. Otherwise, having this thing buried for so long would have spelled disaster. Linu began to speak but abruptly fell silent, lowering her head and nervously picking at her fingers. I spoke out of turn. How could I say such things in front of him? Yet, it was true that Xuanyi's condition had transformed misfortune into fortune. His lack of lust preserved his vitality. Otherwise, it was improbable he could have survived so long. Xuanyi's expression darkened. Despite having released this information himself, hearing it spoken by others before him was disconcerting. To alleviate the awkwardness, Mo-in suppressed a smile and diverted the conversation. So, does this mean that those plotting against the young master have suffered retribution? Yes, that seems to be the case. Linu nodded swiftly. The retribution talisman and the little ghost have both been burned, so that person should certainly be experiencing repercussions. Xuanyi's gaze turned icy. The ability to bury such a thing in his courtyard without detection likely pointed to someone within the estate. If what the girl said was true, that person must be showing symptoms. Yes, I shall investigate this immediately, Chongping replied, his expression grave. With that, he exited, determined to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this act and ensure they did not escape unscathed. Well done with this matter. You may return. Xuanyi instructed Linu. Yes, I shall take my leave, she replied respectfully before withdrawing. Observing her departing figure, Xuanyi turned to Mo-in. Look into this girl further. Although I believe her chance of deceit is minimal, I am curious about how she came to possess such knowledge. Unterstot, Montag nodded. Also turning to leave. I had presumed that this time we would certainly apprehend the mastermind behind the scheme. Yet after waiting patiently, no word from Chongping ever arrived. It was not until dusk that Chongping returned, appearing utterly despondent. Your Highness, we have thoroughly searched every servant in the manor, but none have shown signs of distress. We had anticipated uncovering the true culprit behind this conspiracy, yet despite a day of relentless effort, we have uncovered not a single clue. Xuanyi, could it be that the one who plotted against him is not within this estate? Otherwise, How could we have found no traces? Meanwhile, far on the battlefield in the northern frontier, Luo Xuanyi's twin brother, Luo Xuanguang, the second young master of the Wang family of Guangling, was leading 5,000 cavalry, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the enemy from behind. If this ambush were to succeed, it would be a monumental achievement, and upon his return, the title of heir would undoubtedly be his. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Gazing at the enemy, now merely a breath away, he raised his right hand to issue commands when suddenly a violent upheaval surged within his chest, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. Chapter 16. Anger gazing upon the glaring pool of bright crimson blood before him, Lu Xuanguang found himself momentarily stunned. His health had always been robust. How could he suddenly succumb to such a bout of hemoptysis? Was it conceivable that he had been the victim of foul play, perhaps poisoned? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a violent upheaval surged within his chest, and another spurt of blood erupted forth. Second young master. The vice commander rushed forward in alarm. Lu Xuanguang's words remained unspoken as his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Second young master. The vice commander quickly caught him and signaled urgently to the others. Withdraw. Half an hour later, Prince Guangling hastened back to the military camp, dismounting with fervor as he darted into the tent. How is Xuanguang? He had been horrified to hear the news during his patrol. 2 years prior, Xuanyi had exhibited the same symptoms, and he feared that his younger brother might share a similar fate. Your Highness, I am inept and have been unable to determine the cause of the second young master's ailment, the physician lamented, his expression one of deep remorse. After years of practice, no ailment had ever eluded him, except for the time 2 years ago when the heir had coughed blood without a discernible cause. Now, the same affliction plagued the second young master, leaving him feeling profoundly defeated and guilty before the prince. Is there truly no other recourse? Prince Guangling's anxiety was palpable. The lingering uncertainty from Xuanyi's case had always weighed heavily on his heart, and now, with Xuanguang's condition mirroring that, his unease deepened. He dreaded the thought of any misfortune befalling the two brothers. Prepare a carriage at once. We must return the second young master to the capital. Since the cause of the illness remained elusive, it seemed prudent to seek the expertise of the imperial physicians, for the conditions in the capital would undoubtedly surpass those here. Father, I will not leave. Lu Xuanguang struggled to sit up, his aspirations of returning in triumph to claim the title of heir now hanging in the balance. To return under such circumstances would render his efforts futile. In your current state, it would be wise to, Prince Guangling began, only to be interrupted by Lu Xuanguang. Father, there is no need for concern. I assure you I will recover in a couple of days. How can I not worry when you are like this? It is best that you return. The prince's tone was resolute. Father, I feel no discomfort. Perhaps you could wait just 2 more days? If I'm still unwell, then I shall return. Lu Xuanguang's eyes pleaded with his father. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve merit, and he was unwilling to let it slip away. Seeing his son's determination, Prince Guangling sighed. Very well, we shall wait another day and assess the situation then. If your condition does not improve, you must return without fail. Agreed. Lu Xuanguang nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Once the prince and others departed, he turned eagerly to Ding Kun. Quickly, fetch me some young boy as hard as blood. His health had always been sound. This sudden hemorrhage must be a backlash from some unseen force. It seemed that the puppet, which Lu Xuanyi had likely discovered, had been dealt with by someone skilled. Otherwise, he would not be suffering such severe backlash at present. His vitality is considerably depleted. He urgently requires the heart's blood of a young boy for nourishment, or else he will undoubtedly face a life-threatening crisis. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Ding Kun replied, hastily exiting the tent. Meanwhile, Mo-yin was reporting the information he had gathered to Lu Xuanyi. Young master, Li Nu had studied divination for several years under a soothsayer in the royal city, but that soothsayer eventually passed away. Mo-yin recounted the details of Li Nu's training, alleviating Lu Xuanyi's doubts. So, the girl had indeed learned from a soothsayer. No wonder she attempted to divine for herself. However, judging by her method of crafting talismans, It appears she is yet to become fully adept. Nevertheless, considering the recent events, she possesses some measure of skill. I feel remarkably at ease now, truly thanks to her. At this moment, in the adjacent room, Li Nu was preoccupied with her 5 taels of silver ingots. She first tucked them under her pillow, feeling uneasy, then hid them beneath the quilt. Still feeling insecure, she stowed them under the bed, and yet again, she retrieved them. Where could they be safely concealed? It was only the beginning of the month, and there were still many days until the holiday. If she did not find a secure place to store them, and they were to be stolen, it would be disastrous. Having never encountered such a sum before, she needed to hide it well. Glancing at the quilt before her, her eyes suddenly brightened. I've got it. She swiftly took one corner of the quilt, unpicked a small section, and tucked the silver ingots inside, sewing it back up with needle and thread. Shaking the quilt, she smiled with satisfaction. Now I need not worry about them being stolen. After washing up, she climbed into bed, covered herself with the quilt, and felt the hard, cold silver ingots, a sense of indescribable comfort enveloping her. This is splendid. The next morning, after her morning routine, she headed to the kitchen. As she approached the door, she overheard conversation within. Hey, have you heard? The young master has renamed that big girl to Li Nu. Li Nu. What is so amusing about a name change? Is there more to it? She pressed her ear closer to listen. I essentially knew quite fitting. Given her appearance, what other possibilities are there? Serving as a cat for the young master wouldn't be so bad. Another man laughed heartily. A cat? Li Nu's brows furrowed. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Why does that name sound so familiar? The young master has taken me for a cat. No wonder the princess had that look in her eyes when she heard my name. The young master has given her such a name, as if she were not human at all. Feeling a knot in her stomach, she turned and stormed back, ignoring Chong Ping as she passed by him. She brushed past him, seizing a pickaxe and charging to the backyard, leaving Chong Ping bewildered. What a fool. Not even a greeting, he thought, glancing back at the kitchen, wondering who had provoked her. Li Nu angrily arrived in the backyard, looking at the unplowed ground as if it were her sworn enemy. A pickaxe struck the ground with a resounding thud, and soon after, the rhythmic sound of digging echoed through the air. Xuanyi was just about to step outside when he heard the grunting noises from the backyard. Turning his head, he spotted the raccoon girl vigorously digging, her expression fierce, as though she were confronting an adversary. Have you been tormenting her again? He inquired, casting a glance at Chong Ping. It seemed that this fellow had once more exacerbated the girl's distress. Otherwise, she would not be so visibly enraged. I dare not, Chong Ping retorted, disdain evident in his tone. She doesn't even deign to glance in my direction. Xuanyi raised an eyebrow, bemused. Indeed, only this fellow could be the girl's nemesis. Since he had not provoked her, it remained a mystery who had incited her ire. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he chose not to delve further into the matter and promptly exited, for pressing tasks awaited him. Once the young master departed, Chong Ping peered back once more. That girl certainly has quite the temper today. Chapter 17, A Change of Name. Upon returning from outside, Xuanyi discovered Chong Ping crouched by the back window, straining his neck to peer out. What are you looking at? Moen approached and also took a look. Aside from the girl, Li Nu, tilling the ground, there was nothing noteworthy. Shoo! Chong Ping gestured for silence and conspiratorially pointed at Li Nu outside. That girl had been digging all day, neglecting her meal. He had been observing her throughout the day. She hadn't eaten and was incessantly working, seemingly angry at someone. She hasn't eaten all day? Moen, astonished, glanced back again. What could have made her so angry that she would forego food for an entire day? Even Xuanyi leaned out to take a look. To work tirelessly without a meal, that girl indeed possesses great resilience. Unbeknownst to Li Nu, 3 grown men were stealthily discussing her behind the window. While she continued to toil, her stomach suddenly growled. Grumble, grumble. She looked up. It was surprising that it had gotten to this hour. No wonder her stomach was protesting. The mere thought of her name, Li Nu, ignited her anger, but even in her fury, she could not let herself suffer. It was time to eat. Why should she save food for them? She hoisted the heavy iron hoe onto her shoulder and marched back with indignation. I'm back. I'm back. Chong Ping quickly ducked aside. Xuanyi and Moen, like thieves in the night, stepped back cautiously. In truth, there was no need for them to hide. Li Nu was too consumed by her anger to notice them. Upon reaching the front yard, she placed the hoe in the tool shed and strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Everyone was busy serving their meals when the drenched-haired Li Nu entered, causing them to pause momentarily. Her diligence was apparent. She had truly exerted herself, to the point of soaking her hair. Li Nu, uninterested in their stares, grabbed 2 bowls and stood at the back of the line. When her turn came, she handed over her bowl, and Master Lu cast a deliberate glance her way. Has this girl really not eaten, skipping both breakfast and lunch? After filling her bowl, Li Nu retreated to her room. Despite her anger, it must be said that the food at Guangling Mansion was indeed splendid. Today, not only were there 2 dishes, but there was also meat. Having skipped 2 meals, she was genuinely famished, and, as she lifted her bowl, she began to feast. In no time, she had devoured every morsel and returned her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen, where she found Chong Ping standing. Li Nu, go fetch a basin of water for the young master to wash his feet. Li Nu remained silent. The mere mention of that name caused her heart to clench. As Chong Ping called out again, his voice rising, Li Nu, you. Before he could finish, Li Nu interrupted, I heard you. The repetition of her name was irksome. Perhaps her tone had been too loud, as it startled Chong Ping, who shivered. Whom were you yelling at? He glared at her. However, her tone was not as harsh as before. After all, the girl was in a foul mood, and it was best not to provoke her. Li Nu remained silent as she prepared a basin of hot water, her annoyance palpable as she entered Lu Xuanyi's room. The young master was washing his feet, no longer displaying the timidity he once had. His tone was somewhat assertive. How bold of Lu Xuanyi to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, he said nothing and raised his legs, deliberately holding onto the edge of the bed for safety, lest the girl pull him down again. However, this precaution proved unnecessary as Li Nu gracefully knelt down, following Chong Ping's earlier instructions. She deftly untied the straps of Lu Xuanyi's boots and removed them with ease, though she grimaced at the odor. How foul! Although the young master's feet were not as malodorous as Chong Ping's, they were still quite unpleasant. One would think that those from affluent families would keep their feet fragrant. Was Lu Xuanyi truly offended by this? Was his foot odor so terrible? Yet, she had to admit that the girl possessed a strong grip. Her touch felt akin to a massage, quite soothing. After washing the young master's feet, she took a cloth to dry them and was about to retreat with the basin when Lu Xuanyi called her back. You performed admirably. What reward would you like? The girl had been sulking all day, though she could not fathom the reason. A reward? Li Nu was taken aback. She glanced at Lu Xuanyi's feet again, wondering if washing feet could truly warrant a reward. I was referring to the matter of the doll. Lu Xuanyi replied with a roll of his eyes, clearly exasperated by her lack of comprehension. Oh, Li Nu nodded, realizing he meant that issue. She had already received 5 taels of silver for it. Asking for more seemed rather inappropriate. However, refusing anything would feel like a loss. As her mind raced, a grin spread across her face. Young master, I wish to discuss something with you. Speak. Might you grant me a new name? Isn't Li Nu an unappealing name? Even if it is not a proper name for a person. Li Nu pouted. To call a living person a cat was to disregard her humanity, and it would be difficult for her to face others in the future. Lu Xuanyi pondered whether her anger stemmed from her name. What if I call you Nu? Nu. That works. Although it was not particularly melodious, it was certainly better than Li Nu. Given his penchant for names, he likely wouldn't come up with anything too appealing. Observing her reluctant expression, Lu Xuanyi felt a chuckle rise within him. Very well. From now on, you shall be called a Nu MM. Anu exited with the water basin. Her mood noticeably improved. At the very least, she now had a name. Young master, I truly was upset over this name. Chong Ping exclaimed, pointing at Anu's retreating figure. The girl was quite stubborn, having gone a whole day without eating merely because of a name. Indeed, Lu Xuanyi nodded. Her temperament was quite tenacious. Just then, Mo In hurriedly walked in. Young master, news from a northern frontier. Bring it forth. Lu Xuanyi's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he hastily accepted the letter from Mo Yin's hands. Upon perusing its contents, he was rendered utterly speechless. Impossible. This cannot be true. Xian Guang had spat blood. It was indeed related to his burning of the effigy. This must be mere coincidence. How could his twin brother possibly be the one to harm him? It was unfathomable. Young master, what has transpired? Moine cast a glance at Chongping. It appeared that something dire had occurred in the northern frontier. Otherwise, the young master would not wear such an expression. Chongping shared this sentiment. Young master, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Xuanyi. Bring me some wine. At that moment, he felt a heavy constriction in his heart and yearned for a drink to relieve his anguish. Montauk Uin, perplexed by the sudden turmoil that had stirred the young master's emotions, hurried to his side and took hold of the letter. Upon reading its contents, he too was struck with astonishment. The second young master has indeed spat blood. Could it be that the one orchestrating this calamity against the young master is he? Chapter 18. It turns out she is not ugly upon returning. Anu initially intended to simply wash up before retiring for the night. However, recalling the considerable perspiration she had accumulated throughout the day, she realized that climbing into bed without a proper cleanse would soil the sheets. Casting a glance at the spacious bathtub in the inner room, which she had yet to utilize, she decided it was the perfect opportunity to indulge. She hurried to the kitchen, filled 2 buckets with hot water, and stripped off her clothes before immersing herself in the soothing warmth. Previously, at home, she had only used a cloth dipped in water to cleanse herself, as they lacked such a grand bathtub and were reluctant to waste that much water. It was no wonder that affluent households employed such lavish bathing arrangements. The experience was utterly delightful. Stretching her hand, she reached for the fragrant soap and applied it to her skin, filling the entire room with a delightful aroma. The Guangling mansion was indeed wealthy, providing even their servants with such exquisite soap. When she returned home at the end of the month, she resolved to bring some for her family, allowing them to experience the luxury of washing their faces with fine soap. After emerging from the bathtub and drying off, she proceeded to wash her clothing. Just as she was about to settle into bed, a knock echoed at the door. Anu, it's here. This name was far more pleasant than the previous one. Opening the door, she found Chongping standing there. Anu, you are on night duty tonight. The young master has had too much to drink. Please keep an eye on him. The young master is in a foul mood and has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol today. It would be wise for someone to watch over him. Night duty? Is that still a requirement? Anu felt perplexed. She had been there for several days and had not heard of such a thing. Am I the only one assigned night duty? After all, isn't the role? Chongping's expression darkened. Even he, as the steward, had to take turns on night watch. Why should she be exempt? Oh, Brother Chongping, please do not be upset. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. Was he truly getting angry? Hurry up and don't forget to undress the young master. Chongping waved his hand dismissively, storming off. Had he not been too exhausted from investigating matters over the past few days, he would have been reluctant to rely on her. Anu rolled her eyes at his retreating figure, closing the door before hastening to Xuanyi's quarters. As soon as she entered, she was assaulted by the overwhelming stench of alcohol, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Just how much had he drunk? The entire room reeked of liquor. Stepping further inside, she saw Xuanyi sprawled across the bed. In truth, he was not asleep. He simply felt a bit heavy-headed and did not wish to open his eyes. Young master, your servant is here to attend to you. She lowered her head as she approached. However, there was no response. Young master? She called again, yet silence prevailed. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze, discovering that he appeared to be truly asleep. With the pretense dropped, she straightened her posture and stepped closer. Upon catching sight of Xuanyi's extraordinarily handsome face, she was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, he is remarkably handsome. This was her first time witnessing the young master's appearance, and it was breathtaking. Leaning in for a closer look, she gently grasped his chin. A regal nose commanding presence, and an air of possessiveness and cunning. Truly, he possessed the visage of a strikingly talented individual. Xuanyi. This girl dared to be so bold with him, just as he was about to push her hand away. Anu willingly released her grip. She removed her shoes, stepped onto the bed, and with a swift tug, pulled his legs over. Coming to his side, she embraced his body and turned him, resting his head on the pillow, which had previously been askew on the bed. Xuanyi was taken aback by her unexpected strength. She could actually move him with ease. He decided to keep his eyes closed, curious to see what this girl intended to do. Anu, noticing his exquisite brocade attire, reached out to untie his belt. She quickly removed his outer robe, only to find herself at a loss when confronted with his inner garments. Chomping had suggested that she should strip him entirely. Did it truly require such measures? Normally, she slept in a simple inner garment, unable to fathom the idea of sleeping without any clothing at all. Yet, Chongping had insisted that in affluent households, it was customary to sleep unclothed. Luo Xuanyi thought to himself, Chongping, you rascal, how could you say such a thing? Given Anu's earnest nature, he wondered if she might actually consider undressing him completely. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to retaliate. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Anu stared intently at his inner garments. Logically, as a servant, it was her duty to attend to her master. Yet as a young woman, she felt a deep sense of embarrassment at the thought of undressing a grown man. However, not undressing him seemed equally troubling. If the heir discovered in the morning that his clothes had not been removed, he would undoubtedly be displeased. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled the blanket over and draped it over Luo Xuanyi's form. Luo Xuanyi exhaled in relief, thinking she had some sense. Yet in the next moment, he was utterly stunned. Anu slipped her hand beneath the blanket, turned him over, and swiftly pulled off his inner garment. Before he could react, he felt a chill on his legs and, upon reaching down, realized his trousers were gone. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he opened his eyes to see Anu folding his clothes nearby, glancing at the blanket covering him. She seemed oblivious to everything, which prompted him to grit his teeth and close his eyes once more, deciding to endure it this time. Unaware that Luo Xuanyi was secretly glaring at her from behind, Anu neatly arranged all his garments and wiped the sweat from her brow. She felt quite exhausted. This task was no easier than plowing a field, and in just a short while, she was already perspiring. After wiping her face again, she suddenly froze. Oh dear, it came off, she gasped, staring in astonishment at the large mole in her hand. She had forgotten about it and had inadvertently rubbed it away, quickly rummaging through her pocket for the herb she had used. It had not been used for a long time and was somewhat wilted. She wondered if it still contained any juice. Luo Xuanyi could hardly believe it. This girl's mole was indeed a false one. Anu remained oblivious to Lu Xuanyi's astonished gaze. After much effort, she finally managed to extract a small amount of juice and carefully applied it to the large mole, taking great care not to misplace it. She then approached the bronze mirror for inspection. Finding her vision slightly obscured, she lifted the stray strands of hair from her forehead, revealing indescribably exquisite eyebrows and eyes. Once again, Lu Xuanyi was struck with amazement. This girl wasn't unattractive at all. Far from being unattractive, she was actually quite beautiful, with a pair of large, dark eyes as deep as an abyss. Never had I seen such captivating eyes before. So this girl had been feigning ugliness all along. Anu remained oblivious to the man on the bed, whose gaze was fixed intently upon her. All her attention was devoted to the large mole on her face, pressing it repeatedly before finally securing it in place, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her lips. For now, this will have to do, she thought. I'll reattach it properly tomorrow. Letting her hair cascade back down, she turned and approached the bedside. Observing that the young master appeared deeply asleep, she gently adjusted the covers over him. Yet the moment she lowered the bed curtains, Lu Xuanyi's eyes flickered open once more. How thoroughly this girl has deceived me. Chapter 19. Night watch. Anu gently lowered the bed curtains around Lu Xuanyi and began wandering about the chamber. Staying awake through the night didn't mean she could return to her own quarters to sleep, but sitting idly was unbearably dull. She meandered over to Lu Xuanyi's desk, then settled before the bronze mirror to admire her own peerless beauty. Next, she opened the massive wardrobe and gasped at the sight of its overflowing contents. Garments packed so densely they seemed endless. The prince of Guangling's household is obscenely wealthy. She marveled. How could one young master possibly need so many robes? Such extravagance. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyi lay bare beneath his blankets, ears pricked to track Anu's movements. He amused himself by guessing her activities until, without realizing, he drifted into deep slumber. By the small hours, Anu's exhaustion became insurmountable. Yawns racked her frame until she swayed on her feet. No mortal could endure this without rest. I must find somewhere to close my eyes. Her gaze swept the room. The stool before the mirror lacked a backrest, dozing their wrist a crippling fall. The grand chair beside the desk belonged solely to the young master. Forbidden territory. Discovery would bring unimaginable punishment. Then she noticed the salon beyond, its exquisitely carved chairs equally off-limits, until, there, a narrow divan nestled in the northern corner. Barely a meter wide and too long. Without hesitation, she claimed it. What purpose this thing serves, I care not. Sleep first, questions later. No sooner had she lain down than oblivion took her. Anu, her eyes flew open. Disaster. Caught. She bolted upright, startling Chongping so violently he recoiled. By the heavens, girl, you'd scare a man to his grave. Elder brother Chongping, forgive me. She bowed repeatedly. I was overcome by weariness. It shan't happen again. Curse that divan. Now I'll face the consequences. Chongping blinked. What shouldn't happen? I fell asleep on watch. She gestured weakly at the divan. And? He glanced at the furniture, then enlightenment dawned. The bedding in that cabinet. He indicated a small compartment beside the divan. Pillows and quilts for night attendants. You didn't know? You mean, we're permitted to sleep? Of course. Who could last till dawn without rest? They kept night watch to be readily available should their master require anything, though there was no need to remain completely sleepless. Staying awake the entire night would be unbearable for anyone. Anu, she should have inquired beforehand. She had assumed night duty meant no sleeping at all, leaving her utterly exhausted last night. What are you thinking about? Chongping studied Anu's dazed expression. You seem lost in thought, spacing out like that. Oh, nothing, brother Chongping. May I leave now? Anu shook her head. She resolved to ask more questions in the future to avoid such misunderstandings. You may go. Hurry and get your meal before it runs out. Right. Anu nodded and turned to leave, only to see the young master stepping out of his quarters. Young master. She immediately bowed her head respectfully. Xuanyi acknowledged her with a nod. Now she acts deferential. Yet last night, she didn't hesitate to yank at me without restraint. His gaze lingered on her cropped hair, an unflattering cut, likely meant to obscure her features. He had once dismissed her as simple-minded, but now realized he had misjudged her. Far from foolish, she was quite shrewd. Noticing the young master staring intently at Anu's head, Chongping grew puzzled. Young master? He had never seen him so transfixed before. Xuanyi snapped out his thoughts, withdrew his gaze, and strode away, with Anu trailing behind. She had intended to return to her quarters, but upon stepping outside, her eyes locked onto a quilt airing on the eastern side of the courtyard. Her pupils dilated in shock. My quilt! Who took my quilt outside? With a furious cry, she bolted toward it, startling Chongping yet again. Have you lost your mind? He hissed through gritted teeth. This girl seemed possessed, flaring up at the slightest provocation since dawn. Even Xuanyi frowned. She looked ready to kill someone. Anu paid them no heed. She rushed to the quilt, frantically feeling along its edges. After searching every corner without finding the 5 taels of silver she had hidden, her temper ignited. Who took my quilt out? A single night away from her room, and someone had not only removed her quilt, but stolen her money. If she discovered the culprit, she would skin them alive. Who took your quilt? Chongping stormed over, teeth clenched. Every time he began to think well of her. She infuriated him anew. She must have been his nemesis in a past life. If no one took it, how did it get here? Did it grow wings and fly out on its own? Anu jabbed an accusing finger at the quilt. What do you mean your quilt? This is mine. Chongping snatched it from her grasp. He had aired it because the weather was fine. Since when had it become hers? Yours? Then why does it look exactly like mine? Anu scrutinized it again. Indeed, it was identical to her own. Indeed, it is the same. This is a unified procurement for our courtyard. Except for the young master. All our quilts are identical. All the same? Anu was taken aback. It turned out that their quilts were all alike. She glanced toward her own room and dashed over. Chongping, could this girl be unwell? She hurried after her, puzzled by Anu's sudden emotional outburst. Xuanyi and Mo-in also approached with curiosity. As they reached Anu's door, they were greeted by an infectious fit of laughter from within. Ha ha! Here it is. Ha 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 ha! I thought I lost the money. Turns out it was here all along. That really frightened her. The group paused in surprise, their curiosity piqued as they peered into the room, only to find Anu joyfully holding a small silver ingot weighing 5 taels, her happiness palpable. Lu Xuanyi, Chongping, and Mo In exchanged silent glances, realizing that Anu's earlier outburst was merely due to her hiding the money within her quilt. Chapter 20. Returning home with money having found the 5 taels of silver. Anu's anxious heart finally settled. Yet, the dilemma of where to keep the money arose once more. She couldn't possibly hide it under the quilt again. Another fright like the last would surely be the death of her. Stowing it in the cupboard was too risky. Easily discovered. Where then should she conceal it? The spacious room offered no secure hiding place. After searching every nook, she reluctantly tucked it beneath the quilt once more. For now, this will have to do. There's simply nowhere else. Uneasy, she pressed down firmly on the spot before stepping out, hefting the heavy iron hoe to till the backyard. But today, her work was half-hearted. Her ears pricked at every sound from the front courtyard. Her mind consumed with fear that her silver might be stolen. Every so often, she dashed back to check, reassured only upon confirming the 5 taels remained untouched before returning to her labor. This cycle persisted all morning, leaving her deeply frustrated. If every day is spent in such dread, how can life go on? Worse still, her productivity had plummeted, far less work done than usual. This couldn't continue. After lunch, she sought out Chongping. Brother Chongping, I'd like to discuss something with you. What is it? This girl is up to no good again. Noticing his skeptical glare, Anu grinned sheepishly. It's nothing major. I just wish to request leave to return home for a visit. Home? Didn't you just go yesterday? The Manor's rules permitted only 1 day off per month, and she had already used hers. Brother Chongping, it's urgent. Please. Just this once? What urgency could a little maid possibly have? I need to bring these 5 taels home. I can't rest easy leaving them here. She produced the small silver ingot from her pocket. Better to entrust it to Mother's care. 5 taels warrant a trip home? Chongping scoffed disdainfully. Every servant in the compound had at least several dozen taels. Who would covet her paltry sum? Of course it does. With this, my family won't starve this year. I fear losing it. She nodded resolutely. Combined with what remained from treating her siblings' illnesses, even if her parents earned nothing, they'd survive. Fine, go, but return swiftly. No wonder she nearly killed for this silver. Her family is truly destitute. Better she deliver it now than panic later over its disappearance. Thank you, Brother Chongping. I'll come straight back. Overjoyed, she spun to leave, only to be halted at the gate. Use the back door. Too many prying eyes in the front courtyard might stir trouble. Understood. Anu nodded with excitement and rushed out through the back door. Upon exiting, she hurried towards the alley in front, running all the way home, where she found her father and mother seated in the yard. Father, mother, Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the injury on Yi Daniu's face. Father, what happened to your face? It's nothing. Why have you returned again? Yi Daniu evansively replied. Indeed, Daniu, why are you back so soon? Zhao Shi also stood up. You just left yesterday. What brings you back today? Have you encountered some trouble? First, tell me how you got that injury. Did you get into a fight? Anu pulled Yi Daniu back toward her. His bruised face was a clear indication of a brawl. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Zhao Shi finally spoke up. Your father was competing for work with Zhang San and lost. I had previously warned him not to compete with the Zhang family brothers. They are numerous, and we cannot outmatch them. Those rascals are at it again. I will go settle the score with them. It seemed the last encounter had not taught them a lesson, and Anu was determined to ensure they remembered this time, as they had dared to bully her family, just as she was about to dash out of the yard. Yi Daniu and Zhao Shi restrained her. Daniu, you must not go. Although aware of her strength, they worried that as a young woman, she would be at a disadvantage against 3 middle-aged men. Yes, Daniu, please don't go. Your father will avoid competing with them in the future. You're wearing new clothes, so you must not ruin them. Yi Daniu also held on to her, feeling powerless himself. He could endure the beatings, but he worried for his daughter's safety. Hearing her father's words, Anu glanced at her new clothes, realizing that if they were damaged, it would be a waste. Then you must not compete with them again. I won't. If they are around, I will seek other work. Yi Daniu quickly nodded. You must remember that. Anu pulled out 5 taels of silver ingots from her pocket. Mother, this is a reward given to me by the heir. Keep it and use it for buying food at home. Oh my, why is there so much money? Zhao Shi exclaimed, looking astonished at the 5 taels of silver in Anu's hand. She had no idea what her daughter had done to earn such a reward. And even Yi Dainyu stared in disbelief. He typically earned only a handful of copper coins in a day, so he was bewildered by the sudden windfall. You wouldn't understand. Just take care of the money, Anu insisted, placing the silver into Zhao Shi's hands. Father, mother, if you find suitable partners for work, you can take them. If not, then do not work at all. I can support you. Even if the heir did not provide her with rewards, she still earned 500 coins each month, enough to sustain the family. She truly wished to spare her parents from suffering further and from being bullied. All right, your father understands, Yi Dainyu said, his eyes glistening with tears. His daughter not only harbored no resentment towards him, but also cared so deeply for him, filling his heart with indescribable joy. Mother, where are Ernie and Xuanyi? After much conversation, they have yet to emerge, indicating their absence. Aaron has departed to deliver embroidery work to the embroidery shop, while Xuanyi and his companions have ventured outside the city to gather firewood. Ah, mother, I came out on leave. If there is nothing more to attend to, I shall take my leave. After all, it is not a holiday, and I cannot afford to linger too long, lest I cause trouble for Chongping. As I swiftly made my way home, I reached the entrance of an alley, where I was met with a cacophony of noise. It seemed a scuffle had broken out. Despite my reluctance to investigate, my insatiable curiosity compelled me to stealthily approach. The closer I drew, the clearer the commotion became, and it appeared the altercation was quite fierce. Sneaking to the mouth of the alley, I pressed my hand against the wall, peering within. My eyes widened in astonishment as I beheld a dozen figures clad in black surrounding Mo Yin and Luo Xuanyi. Goodness, is that not the young master? Chapter 21. The air was shot in the narrow alley. Lu Xuanyi and Mo Yin found themselves besieged by a dozen men clad in black. An arrow was lodged in Lu Xuanyi's shoulder, and whether it was due to the loss of blood or sheer exhaustion, he was now weakly leaning against the wall. Mo Yin valiantly shielded him, fiercely engaging in combat with their assailants. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Anu was left dumbfounded. With so many adversaries confronting just the two of them, what hope could there be? Despite her anxiety, she lacked any martial prowess, and entering the fray would only mean certain death. If she were to perish, who would provide for her parents? She was not foolish enough to hand herself over as fodder. Mo Yin was struggling against the numerous black-clad attackers, and as he observed Lu Xuanyi growing ever weaker, his heart raced with urgency. By chance, he glanced back and spotted a round little head at the alley's entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was Anu's watermelon-shaped head, and his expression brightened instantly. Anu, quickly help the heir escape, he urged. Dealing with the black-clad man had become increasingly taxing, leaving him unable to tend to Lu Xuanyi's plight. Anu, it's over. We've been discovered. Panic surged within her. It would be wise to flee now. If anything were to happen to the heir, she would surely meet the same fate. Yet, the thought of approaching those skilled fighters terrified her. She would be nothing more than a target. Torn between flight and staying, she hastily withdrew 3 copper coins from her pocket, muttering a few words before tossing them to the ground. Let me consult the oracle first, she decided. If the omen foretold disaster, she would have no choice but to run. Upon discerning the signs, a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. The outcome indicated that while danger lurked, disaster could be avoided. With the coins safely tucked away, she cautiously ventured into the alley. Seeing Anu approach, Mo Yin intensified his assault, forcing several of the black-clad men back until Anu finally reached Lu Xuanyi. My lord, let me assist you, she exclaimed, grasping his arm. Initially intending to help him hasten out of the alley, they barely advanced before Lu Xuanyi faltered. I shall carry you, she declared, recognizing that under these circumstances, he cannot walk. Without further ado, she bent down and hoisted him onto her back, sprinting away with remarkable speed. Lu Xuanyi, though he was aware of Anu's strength, he had not anticipated her capacity to bear his weight so effortlessly. It felt as though he were being carried like a feather. Not only did she run swiftly, But there was also no sense of burden. In the blink of an eye, they burst forth from the alley. "My lord, how are you?" Mo-in turned back, bewildered at the sight of the empty alley. Where had they gone? How was it that both the heir and Anu had vanished? Yet there was no time to ponder, as he re-engaged with the black-clad assailants. Meanwhile, Anu's shoes were nearly smoking from the frantic pace as she sprinted to the back door of the royal residence. Without losing momentum, she dashed towards the heir's courtyard. Hearing Chongping speaking in the right side room, without hesitation, she burst inside. "Brother Chongping," she called out. "Ah, you returned quite promptly." Chongping turned around. Before the words were fully spoken, upon catching sight of the prince on Anu's back, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What has happened to the prince?" He pointed to the arrow embedded in Xuanyi's shoulder. "This is a treacherous act. I am unaware, as I encountered him midway. What do you suggest we do?" "What do we do?" "Quickly take him inside, and summon the physician at once." Chongping was in a state of agitation. This girl truly is something, bringing the prince in like this. "Oh." Anu then carried Xuanyi back to his chamber. It wasn't long before the physician hurried over. Upon seeing the arrow in the prince's back, he immediately opened his medicine box, retrieving a small porcelain vial and pouring out a black pill. "This arrow is poisoned. The prince must take the antidote promptly." He then prepared a packet of medicinal herbs and handed it to Chongping. "Quickly brew the anesthetic so I can extract the arrow from the prince." "Oh, understood." Chongping took the packet of herbs and hastily instructed someone to prepare the medicine. The physician then produced a pair of scissors and swiftly cut away the fabric surrounding the wound. Observing the dark bruising around the injury confirmed his earlier suspicion. The arrow indeed contained poison. After cleaning the area of the bruised blood and neutralizing the toxin, he asked, "Is the medicine ready?" "Good." Chongping nodded. Just as Mo-in rushed in, exclaiming, "The prince has returned." Before he could finish, he spotted the prince lying on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. After searching for so long without success, he feared something had befallen the prince, only to discover he had already come back. He did not know how they managed to return without him catching up. Chongping had no time to tend to him and hurried outside to check on the medicinal concoction. Before long, he returned with the anesthetic and urged Xuanyi to drink it, waiting a while longer. Estimating the time, the physician finally took out his tools. He carefully incised the flesh around the wound, meticulously extracting the arrowhead. Seeing the fresh, crimson strands of flesh clinging to it, Anu's mouth twisted in discomfort. Such flesh was cut. It must be excruciating. The physician cleaned the wound once more before applying the medicine and bandaging it. By the time he finished, he was drenched in sweat. For the next 2 days, the diet must remain bland, strictly avoiding any stimulating or spicy foods. The prince's wound is quite serious, and dietary precautions must be observed. Understood. Chongping nodded, just as the princess rushed in, followed by a throng of ladies from the manor. "How is Xuanyi?" "I just heard that my son was ambushed. I am anxious about his condition." "There is no need for concern, my lady. The arrow has been removed, and he is out of danger. I administered the anesthetic. He will not awaken for the time being." "Oh, that is a relief. Thank you for your diligence." The princess exhaled deeply. As long as my son is safe, she approached slowly, her heart aching at the sight of the wound on her son's back. "I can hardly recall how many times I have been covertly schemed against, nor do I know whom I have offended. Yet I find myself repeatedly ensnared in these treacherous plots. Ah, Anu, it is indeed my mother who holds the deepest affection for me among all in this household. Only the princess genuinely cares for the prince's well-being. The other women exhibit not a shred of concern, their indifference to his fate glaringly apparent. My gaze lingered on the face of concubine 1. Why did it seem as though that woman regarded the prince with ill intent, her eyes glinting with malice, as if she wished for his demise? Just as I pondered this, a woman's weeping echoed from outside. What has become of Xuanyi? A regal woman, her eyes swollen with tears, rushed in. Upon seeing Xuanyi sprawled on the bed, she hurried towards him. "How is Xuanyi?" "I heard he was ambushed and struck by a poisoned arrow. I cannot ascertain whether he lives or dies." Having long grown accustomed to her feigned concern, the princess concealed her emotions. "Thank you for your concern, dear sister-in-law. Xuanyi is no longer in life-threatening danger." Chapter 22 is indeed true. The second sister-in-law, as referred to by the princess, is none other than the wife of Lord Lu Zhen, the younger brother of the Prince of Guangling. She possesses a naturally deceptive smile, appearing to maintain exceptionally cordial relations with everyone, while inwardly harboring entirely different thoughts. Her husband holds a distinguished position within the court, and their son is exceptionally talented, leading her to believe that the title of heir should rightfully belong to him. Thus, whenever Lu Xian encounters misfortune, she eagerly hopes for his demise more than anyone else. Presently, the second son finds himself in a perilous situation at the border, where losing one's head is a common fate, and whether he can return alive is uncertain. Should Lu Xian perish, her son, being the legitimate offspring, would have the greatest hope of inheriting the title of heir. However, she had not anticipated Lu Xianyi's extraordinary resilience, despite numerous conspiracies against him. He has not only survived, but thrived, which has left her feeling quite vexed. Upon her return, she heard news of yet another assassination attempt, prompting her to hastily visit and ascertain whether he had perished. To her dismay, she learned that he was no longer in danger, which left her feeling quite dejected. Yet, she knew she must maintain appearances, so she approached Lu Xianyi's bedside, feigning concern. Who could possess such audacity as to target the heir of the royal household? The specifics remain unknown. She would have to wait until Xuanyi awakens to inquire. The princess, maintaining her composure, acknowledged the situation. Observing Lu Xianyi with his eyes tightly shut, the second lady's gaze shifted slyly. Sister-in-law, Xuanyi is no longer a child. You must hasten to arrange a marriage for him. Do not fault me for speaking candidly. Should any misfortune befall him in the future, at least there would be a contingency plan. Once he marries, any issues regarding his impotence would be revealed, necessitating a relinquishment of the heirship. Indeed, princess, the second lady concurred emphatically. It is time to arrange a marriage for the heir. The daughter of Elder Shun has long been enamored with him, and I find her quite agreeable. Concurring, concubine Sheen added, this has been my desire for some time. Once the heir is married, his inability to conceive will be impossible to conceal, thereby vacating the position of heir, which would open up opportunities for my son. The princess, fully aware of their intentions, felt a sense of dissatisfaction within, yet she maintained a composed exterior. Xian is merely 19. He has a long road ahead. Since he currently wishes to remain unwed, let him enjoy a few more years of freedom. Princess concubine Sheen attempted to voice further objections, but was interrupted. Xian needs rest. If you have no further matters, please return. Yes, concubine Sheen replied, lowering her head to mask her discontent. Her aversion to the situation was palpable, confirming the rumors surrounding the heir's impotence. Sister-in-law, we shall take our leave for now. I will visit Xuanyi again when he awakens. The princess nodded, feeling weary of their scheming. Once they departed, concubine one approached. Princess, I believe there is merit to their words. The heir frequently faces treachery. Arranging a marriage to secure a future heir seems prudent. Indeed, I shall take the time to counsel Xuanyi, the princess replied, her tone considerably more serene. While others may harbor ill intentions, concubine one was exempt from suspicion, for she had no son of her own. There was no thought of those individuals. Thus she found herself somewhat believing her words. This humble servant shall take her leave now. Lady One respectfully exited, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Truly, the heir was remarkably resilient. Even after being struck by a poisoned arrow, he had not succumbed. Once they had all departed, Anu let out a sigh of relief. At last, tranquility had returned. The house had never been so crowded before. The sudden commotion felt rather overwhelming. She primarily feared incurring the wrath of a certain master, hardly daring to breathe. As she pondered, a splendidly dressed elderly woman entered, none other than the matriarch of the Wang family. How is Xuanyi? Mother, the princess rose hastily, supporting the old lady's arm as she took a seat. What is his condition? The matriarch leaned in to glance at Lu Xianyi, who appeared either unconscious or in slumber. There is no longer any danger to his life. The physician has administered an anesthetic, and he is likely to awaken shortly. Oh, that is a relief. The matriarch exhaled, then turned her gaze towards Chongping. Have you discovered who is responsible? Since her grandson's return from the front lines, he had repeatedly fallen victim to covert schemes. The perpetrator remained unknown. Reporting to the matriarch, Mo Yin has already begun his investigation. Very well, the old lady nodded, releasing a lengthy sigh. Grandmother, are you feeling unwell? Lu Xuanyi opened his eyes. In truth, he had been awake for some time, but had been too indolent to regard those present. I am perfectly fine, though it is all because of you. The matriarch glared at him discontentedly. Even in such a state, you still find the energy to jest. Do you wish to frighten someone to death? The princess also shot a reproachful glance at her son, exasperated that he could still smile after such an ordeal. Mother, grandmother need not worry. I am unharmed. Lu Xuanyi shifted his body slightly, propping himself up. Be cautious. The matriarch adjusted his blanket. Recalling the conversation she had overheard at the door, she turned her attention back to him. Xuanyi, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to consider marriage. Grandmother, why must you bring this up again? I have said there is no rush. You are already 19. Your father had both you and your brother your age. The matriarch shot him another reproachful look, exasperated that so many matchmakers had come to propose, yet he had not even glanced at them, seemingly intent on hastening her demise. Seemingly recalling something, she cautiously regarded him. Speak honestly to your grandmother. Is there any truth to the rumors circulating outside? They say you returned from the battlefield gravely injured and do not intend to marry or take a concubine. Is it truly so? The princess also regarded her son with concern. She had long wished to inquire. Facing the unwavering gazes of his grandmother and mother, Lu Xuanyi, poised to speak truthfully, lifted his head and caught sight of Anu at the doorway, her neck nearly straining. After a moment's hesitation, he curved his lips into a smile. So, it appears you are all aware. Matriarch, princess. Both women were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. It seemed the rumors were indeed true, which explained Xuanyi's reluctance to marry. Have you consulted the imperial physician? The princess gazed at her son with unwavering hope, despite her lingering doubts. Hearing her son articulate such thoughts was undeniably difficult to accept. The old matriarch harbored similar sentiments. Indeed, did you seek a doctor's counsel? I did. But it was in vain, Lu Xuanyi replied, suppressing a smile while feigning despondency. Ignorance is a blessing. It spares me from their incessant nagging about marrying and taking concubines. At this revelation, both the matriarch and the princess fell silent, their expressions steeped in despair, though they endeavored to maintain composure. In light of this, do not be too sorrowful. In due time, choose a brother who pleases you to adopt. Accepting this irrevocable truth, one could only select a suitable heir. Indeed, do not let this matter weigh heavily on your heart. Simply choose a brother who appeals to you for adoption, the princess concurred. Given the circumstances, what other recourse remains? Lu Xuanyi lowered his head, struggling to contain the smile that threatened to escape. Chapter 23. Too stingy after the old lady and the princess departed, Mo Yin returned. How goes the investigation? Lu Xuanyi inweeded. Your Highness, our men have tracked them to the northern part of the imperial city, but they vanished thereafter. My subordinates and I searched the area several times, yet found no trace, Mo Yin replied, somewhat disheartened. Despite having credible information that these individuals lingered in the northern part of the imperial city, his exhaustive searches yielded nothing. It was as though they had evaporated into thin air, leaving him quite vexed. Just then, Anu approached. Montak Uin, do you think those people have gone on a rampage in the northern part of the imperial city? Does this concern you? Of course it does. My family resides there. Anu exclaimed. Those individuals are formidable. If they were to unleash chaos in the northern imperial city, my parents would be in grave danger. They wouldn't target your family. Mo Yin suppressed a smile. Their focus is on the young master. They are unlikely to wreak havoc on commoners. If that were the case, capturing them would be considerably easier. No wonder you are so anxious. It turns out your family lives there. Ah, that is a relief, a new side. As long as my parents are safe, that is all that matters. By the way, Anu, how did you manage to bring the young master back? Mo Yin was genuinely curious about this matter. He wondered how she had managed to return with the young master, especially since he had been unable to catch up. I carried the young master on my back, she replied. You carried him? Mo-in expressed disbelief. How could such a frail girl possibly carry the young master? And with such speed? Ask the young master if you don't believe me, Anu said, glancing at Xuanyi as if uncertain of her own credibility. Indeed, it was Anu who carried me back, Xuanyi confirmed, rubbing his nose. It was no wonder Mo-in was curious. He himself had been taken aback by Anu's strength. Not only had she effortlessly carried him, but she had also done so with remarkable swiftness. Upon hearing the young master affirm her words, Mo-in finally accepted the truth. Impressive. He gave her a thumbs up, though it seemed incredulous. One could hardly expect the young master to deceive him. Your Highness, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Anu. The situation was so dire that I could hardly tend to your safety. Thankfully, Anu took it upon herself to rescue you. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Indeed, Xuanyi nodded. He had to admit, they were fortunate to have her. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chongping, who immediately understood. He hastily reached into his pocket to retrieve a silver note, but upon meeting the young master's gaze, he returned the note and instead pulled out a handful of loose silver coins from his sleeve. Xuanyi sifted through the coins, selecting 2 pieces and presenting them to Anu. You performed admirably. This is a token of appreciation for you. Mo-in and Chongping exchanged incredulous glances. The young master was exceedingly stingy. Typically, rewards for servants in the manor started at 10 taels of silver, yet for this life-saving act, he had bestowed merely 2 taels. What was he thinking? However, Anu was utterly delighted. Thank you, young master. She immediately accepted the 2 taels of silver into her hands. For someone who usually struggled to earn a few coins, 2 taels of silver was indeed a considerable sum, though she harbored some doubts in her heart. Young master, may I ask a question? Speak, Xuanyi replied, clearly in good spirits. Young master, last time I dealt with that little ghost, you rewarded me with 5 taels of silver. This time, I brought you back, yet you only grant me 2 taels. Although I am quite pleased with this amount, I did save your life this time. It seemed perplexing to her that the reward was less than the previous occasion. That is easily understood. It was Mo-in who thwarted those assassins. To be precise, he saved my life. You merely carried me back to the residence. Mo-in. Chongping, could the young master be any more shameless? If it weren't for Anu carrying him back, his survival would have been uncertain. Oh, indeed, Anu nodded. Though she found the young master somewhat stingy, his reasoning was not without merit. After all, it was Mo-in who had fought fiercely against those cloaked figures. Young master, since Mo-in has rendered such significant service, shouldn't you reward him as well? It seemed unjust for her, who merely exerted effort, to receive 2 taels, while Mo-in risked his life against those assassins. Surely, he deserved a share of the reward. Indeed, you make a valid point. How much do you think he should be rewarded? Xuanyi nodded in agreement. Well, he should receive at least 5 taels. Anu said earnestly. She received 2 taels for her efforts. Surely, Mo-in, who fought for his life, deserved no less. Yes, you are correct, Xuanyi feigned solemnity, then took a 5-tael silver ingot from Chongping's hand and presented it to Mo-in. This is for you. Mo-in. He longed to suggest that the young master keep such a substantial sum for himself, but upon seeing Anu's cheerful gaze fixed on him, he accepted it. Thank you, young master. This was the largest sum of money he had ever received in his life, and it was procured with the help of a little girl. Unless you have other matters, you may return now. Young master, shall I wait to assist you with your ablutions before I go? Anu was brimming with joy. Having received 2 taels, she felt compelled to perform admirably. No need, Chongping is here. You should head back. Xuanyi decisively declined. The thought of her having undressed him made him feel slightly embarrassed. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. After she departed, Mo-in could no longer contain himself. You have given too little, young master. Usually, your rewards for beggars are 10 or 20 taels. Anu saved your life, and yet you grant her only 2 taels. What were you thinking? He felt a sense of embarrassment for the young master. It is indeed a bit lacking, Chongping chimed in agreement. It is no wonder that Mo-in expressed such sentiments. Indeed, 2 taels of silver are rather meager, and he feels it is hardly presentable. Where's the shortage? Did you not observe her delight? Xuanyi is in remarkably high spirits. Did you not see how that girl nearly leaped for joy upon receiving the 2 taels of silver? She is indeed elated. Yet if you were to bestow a little more upon her, her joy would know no bounds. Chongping suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. That girl hails from a family so impoverished that every coin echoes. Having never encountered any substantial wealth, it is only natural for her to be thrilled. However, should the heir offer a bit more, her happiness would undoubtedly amplify. How stingy? Precisely. Moe nodded in agreement. It is the first time I have witnessed the heir being so miserly. Upon hearing their remarks, Xuanyi cast a piercing glance in their direction. Do you have any authority over this matter? As if recalling something, he then turned his gaze towards Chongping. By the way, what prompted that girl to leave the mansion today? It is not a day of rest. I wonder what she is up to. Upon hearing the heir's words, Chongping's lips nearly twisted into a grin. She has likely gone home to deliver gifts. Chapter 24. Midnight Endeavors. Chongping recounted to Xuanyi the incident of Anu returning home to deliver money, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. You should send her a desk with a lock, to prevent her from taking leave again over a mere 2 taels of silver. Although 2 taels were certainly less than 5, one could surmise that the girl would find little solace in leaving it unattended in the house. As he had anticipated, Anu was currently preoccupied with hiding her money, unlike someone like Xuanyi, who had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and could hardly fathom the significance of 2 taels to those of the lower echelons of society. After searching high and low for a suitable hiding place, she ultimately tucked it in her pocket, ensuring she could easily access it while working, and alleviating her concerns about frequent trips back home. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock resounded at the door. Anu, I'm here. Upon opening the door, she found Chongping accompanied by 2 men carrying a large desk. What is this for? This is a gift from the heir, meant for your use. What use do I have for it? I don't write. It's of no benefit to me. It would be better to give me more money instead. How could it be useless? It can hold quite a number of things. Chongping patted the lockable drawer. Anu's eyes brightened at the sight. It even has a lock. She reached out to touch it. The drawer was surprisingly spacious, and the lock appeared sturdy. See? I told you it would be useful. Chongping grinned widely, observing her excitement. He surmised that the desk would indeed serve a purpose. Once they departed, Anu eagerly opened the lockable drawer, placing her 2 taels of silver and the 40 copper coins she had previously stashed inside. Locking it securely, she tugged on it and found it quite robust. Now, she no longer needed to worry about her money being stolen or ask Chongping for leave to return home. She threaded the key onto a string and hung it around her neck, climbing into bed with a sense of joy and assurance. As the night deepened, all the lights in the Wang residence extinguished, save for the dim glow emanating from Aunt Wan's quarters. How did it go? Did they discover anything? Aunt Wan inquired of the cloaked figure before her. Xuanyi was indeed fortunate. Despite the numerous attempts on his life, he remained unharmed. Report to the eldest young lady. They found nothing. Very well. Let them remain undisturbed for now. Xuanyi will not easily relent. Given his temperament, he will not let such a grave injury go unpunished. It is likely he will pursue a thorough investigation, so we must exercise utmost caution during this period. Rest assured, they will uncover nothing. Dismissed. The cloaked figure leaped away, vanishing without a trace. The following day, while the sky was still shrouded in darkness, faint sounds could be heard from the courtyard. Initially, no one paid heed, but soon the faint grunting noises stirred the others from their slumber, prompting them to perk up their ears to listen. The more they listened, the more it seemed as though someone was indeed present. Xuanyi rose from his bed, donned his shoes, and approached the back window. In the dim light, he indeed discerned a frail figure in the backyard. Observing the large iron pickaxe being swung repeatedly, he could easily deduce the identity of the laborer. It was still early in the morning. Why was that girl already tilling the land? As he pondered, he noticed a swaying silhouette hastening towards Anu. Anu, what are you doing digging at this hour? Chongping, with his hair tousled, approached her, eyes closed in disbelief. What kind of work starts in the middle of the night? I truly cannot fathom where she derives such energy. Brother Chongping, it gets too hot by noon, so I thought I'd begin early and finish by midday, Anu replied, pausing her labor. The sweltering heat had been escalating daily, making it unbearable to toil in the afternoon sun. Seeing her about to resume her digging, Chomping quickly intervened. You must put that down at once. It's the middle of the night. Do you expect others to be awake as well? Return to your rest, and do not come so early in the future. If she continued to rise at such an ungodly hour, it would surely take a toll on her health. Not to mention disturb the young masteress' slumber. But I want to finish my work early, so I can rest by noon, Anu insisted, gesturing to the vast expanse of unturned earth behind her. If I do not complete the tilling soon, it will hinder our plans. I never said you were solely responsible for all this work, he replied. The reason he had assigned her this task was simply to keep her occupied and away from causing distress. There will be others to help if needed. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Anu's eyes sparkled with realization. She had thought all the labor was hers alone. With a joyful heart, she lifted the heavy pickaxe and returned home. Chongping marveled at her earnestness. Previously, he had regarded those who were cunning and deceitful with disdain. Yet now he found that such unrelenting sincerity could also be burdensome. He yawned widely, feeling drowsy as he made his way back. Meanwhile, in the back room of the courtyard, the heads of the household servants peeked out, observing Anu's retreat, before they crawled back into bed to resume their slumber. That girl is exceedingly earnest. Rising in the dead of night to work, they murmured. Upon returning home, Anu cheerfully climbed into bed, relieved that she would not have to worry about unfinished tasks, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When she next opened her eyes, the world outside was already bathed in bright daylight. "Oh no, it's so late," she exclaimed, springing up. Tossing aside her shoes, she rushed out to find Chongping yawning as he directed others in their labor. Upon her arrival, he shot her a sharp glare. "You seem to have slept quite well," he remarked, his eyes wide and alert. After returning home the previous night, he had been unable to sleep, his eyes fixed on the sky until dawn broke. At this moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Not bad. Anu smiled broadly. Indeed, she had risen rather late today. Let's hurry and eat. It will be gone soon. Chongping pointed towards the kitchen. All right. Anu cheerfully dashed to the kitchen to serve herself. Master Lu was a kind soul and had even reserved a portion for her. After satisfying her hunger, she hefted a large pickaxe and made her way to the backyard. Just as she departed, an elegantly dressed young lady entered the courtyard. "Miss Shun, you have arrived." Chongping greeted her with a smile. "Yes, I heard that Brother Xuanyi is unwell, so I came to pay him a visit," Shen Yanran replied with a smile. Having longed for an opportunity to come, she could not let this chance slip away. "Oh, Miss Shun, please wait a moment. I shall inform the young master," Chongping said before stepping into Lu Xianyi's chamber. "Young master, Miss Shun is here." Let her in," Lu Xianyi responded nonchalantly. After all, she had come to visit him, and it would be impolite to refuse. Chapter 25. The visit of Shen Yanran. As Shen Yanran entered, Lu Xuanyi had already risen to a sitting position and hurried to approach her. "Brother Xuanyi, how are you?" "Thank you for your concern, Miss Shun." "I am well," he replied. Noticing her intention to assist him, he instinctively recoiled slightly. "Miss Shun, please have a seat," Chongping said, discreetly moving the chair further away. The young master preferred to avoid close contact with women, especially the esteemed daughter of the Shun family, fearing any unwanted attachment. Seeing the considerable distance between the chair and Lu Xuanyi, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Shen Yanran's eyes. She turned and retrieved the food box from Lan Ji's hands. "Brother Xuanyi, I have made you some peach blossom cakes. They're not too sweet. Do give them a try." She opened the box, revealing the delicacies, and presented one before him, eager to feed him. However, Lu Xuanyi turned his head away. "Thank you, Miss Shun, but I am not hungry," he said, casting a glance at Chongping. Chongping immediately smiled and stepped forward, accepting the peach blossom cakes. "I shall take these for now. Brother Xuanyi, those are made by my own hands. Won't you just have a taste?" Shen Yanran pouted, feeling aggrieved. She had learned to make these cakes specifically for him. It was unthinkable for him not to indulge even a little. "Let us set them aside. I shall eat them later," he replied, try to placate her. Shen Yanran felt a surge of frustration. Yet, upon gazing at Lu Xuanyi's handsome face, she managed to compose herself. "Brother Xuanyi, have the culprits been apprehended? If needed, I can ask my father for assistance." In her previous life, like everyone else, she believed that Lu Xuanyi had suffered irreparable harm upon returning from the battlefield, thus diverting her affections elsewhere. Little did she know he had been feigning weakness, marrying a lowly merchant's daughter and becoming the wealthiest man in the Xuanyi dynasty. Meanwhile, she had wed a minor official, only to lose both her and her child during childbirth. This time, she vowed to prevent the tragedies of her past from repeating, determined to keep this man firmly by her side. Not only did she desire his exclusive affection, but she also aspired to become the wealthiest woman in the Xuanyi dynasty. Noticing Xin Yanran's unwavering gaze, Xuanyi furrowed his brow slightly. There is no need. Mo Yin will investigate. Oh, if you require any assistance, do let me know, Xin Yanran replied, snapping back to reality. She then peered further into the room. By the way, Brother Xuanyi, I heard that you have recently hired a new maid in your courtyard. Why have I yet to see her? After hearing about this matter, she had been quite anxious, fearful that the maid might encroach upon her territory. Today, she had come to see what the maid looked like. If she bore the face of a seductress, she would not be permitted to stay. She is likely tending to the garden, Xuanyi replied in a neutral tone. Tending to the garden? Xin Yanran exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. Has she erred, and thus you have punished her? Surely, it is uncommon for a maid to engage in such labor, unless she has done something wrong. There has been no punishment. Then why is she in the garden? Miss Shun, that is the task I have assigned to her. Once the ground is prepared, she will plant flowers. Oh, may I inquire if I could possibly meet her? Xin Yanran directed her gaze toward Chongping. To compel a servant to perform such labor, it seems that the wretched woman must be quite unappealing. Certainly it is so. Chongping nodded with a smile. Approaching the back window, he called out to Anu, who was diligently working behind. Anu, come here for a moment. Coming, Anu replied, pausing her task and returning with a heavy iron pickaxe in tow. Upon entering the room, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xin Yanran. This woman is quite attractive, adorned in exquisite clothing and jewelry, unmistakably a daughter of a distinguished family. No wonder she was sent to till the fields. The servant is indeed far from pleasing in appearance. Previously, I harbored concerns that this wretched maid might attempt to seduce, but now, those worries seem entirely unwarranted. My brother Xian Yi is unlikely to take an interest in such a character. Anu, come meet Miss Shun. Chongping beckoned towards Xin Yanran. Oh, greetings, Miss Shun, Anu said, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling the heat intensifying. Yes, you may return to your duties, Xin Yanran replied with a gentle smile, her previous anxieties finally alleviated. Did you summon me for something? Anu inquired, looking at Chongping. I meant to suggest that, given the heat, you should refrain from working for now. Chongping glanced at Xin Yanran. It seemed Miss Shun was now at ease. Oh, very well. I shall rest then, Anu said, turning to leave. Initially intending to work a little longer before returning, she was pleasantly surprised by Chongping's kindness in sending her back so early. After Anu departed, Xin Yanran lingered a while longer in the room. Noticing that Xuanyi was not particularly engaging in conversation, she tactfully decided to take her leave. There is plenty of time ahead. She was in no rush. Shortly after her departure, Mo Yin entered. My lord, news from the northern frontier. Bring it forth. Xuanyi commanded, accepting the letter. Upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed in exasperation. Preposterous. The letter detailed how Lu Xianguang had led a surprise attack on the enemy camp, suffering consecutive failures, resulting in casualties exceeding 1,000. Such reckless ambition for merit, disregarding consequences, is a grave error in military strategy. Hurriedly, he donned his shoes, approached the desk, and began to compose a letter. In no time, he filled an entire sheet with his writing and handed it to Mo Yin. Deliver this to my father, ensuring it remains unseen by outsiders. Understood. Mo Yin acknowledged as he took the letter and exited. Gazing at the lock on the drawer, Xuanyi hesitated for a moment before looking towards Chongping. Go fetch me some copper coins. The more, the better. Huh? Chongping was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. What do you mean, huh? Are your ears deaf? Oh, yes. Chongping quickly nodded obediently, still perplexed as to why they would need so many coins when they hardly possessed any themselves. After lunch, Anu enjoyed a delightful afternoon nap, awakening feeling utterly refreshed. Had she known that being a servant could be so comfortable, she would have sold herself much earlier. sparing herself the toil of earning mere copper coins out in the world. Although the heir often wore a stern expression, he was not as fearsome as the rumor suggested. Lost in thought, Chomping's voice called from outside. Anu, come here. Upon opening the door, she found Chomping standing there. Elder brother Chomping, are we going to plow the fields now? Just as she was about to fetch her large iron hoe, Chomping stopped her. You needn't plow just yet. The heir has something to discuss with you. Oh, very well. She followed Chomping to Xuanyi's room, where he sat in a chair. My lord, you summoned me. Indeed. Xuanyi nodded, tapping a copper coin on the table with his finger. What is this? Anu inquired, glancing at it. Isn't it just an ordinary copper coin? What is there to discuss? Do you desire it? Xuanyi asked. What a question, my lord. Who wouldn't want it? Even if it is the smallest denomination, it is still money. Who wouldn't wish for it? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Xuanyi's eyes. Chapter 26. Cultivation. Gazing at the substantial heap of copper coins on the table, Anu felt somewhat bewildered. Young master, what is this opportunity? Could it be that these coins were intended for her? Even Chomping and Mo-een wore expressions of confusion. It was unclear what the young master had in mind, but there lingered a sense that this girl was about to be deceived. It is quite simple. In the future, you shall follow me daily to learn martial arts. Should you meet my expectations, you will earn 20 copper coins each day. Xuanyi gestured towards the coins on the table. Ever since that day, when she had carried him back, he had discovered that her strength surpassed that of ordinary folk. Such a promising talent, if nurtured properly, might not reach his level, but would certainly not fall short of Mo-een. However, this girl, though seemingly simple-minded, possessed a temper of her own. Thus, he had to employ a bit of cunning. Fortunately, she had a strong attachment to money, which inspired this motivational strategy. Learn martial arts? Can I really do it? Anu tugged at the corner of her mouth. She had heard that those who learn martial arts typically start at the age of 3 or 4. And here she was at 13, beginning her training. Wasn't he a bit too late? If you learn from others, perhaps not. But with me, you will certainly succeed. Why? Xuanyi remained silent, directing his gaze towards Chomping. Chomping paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Anu, let me be frank. Our young master is a renowned general on the battlefield, famed for his victories. He can single-handedly challenge hundreds. When the enemy hears that the young master is leading, they tremble in fear. Chomping gave Xuanyi a thumbs up, realizing the young master's intentions. Oh, so the young master is quite capable then? Anu nodded. Chomping certainly had a knack for idle chatter. That is undoubtedly true, he affirmed, then looked towards Mo-een, who joined in the conversation. Indeed, within the great Xua dynasty, none possess martial skills superior to those of the young master. If you can learn from him, Anu, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Oh, but what if I fail to learn? Then I wouldn't earn any coins, Anu said, glancing at the impressive pile of copper coins. They were indeed enticing. But if she did not meet the young master's standards, she would earn nothing at all, rendering her efforts futile. As long as you practice diligently, even if you do not meet my requirements, you will still earn 5 copper coins. However, if you do succeed, you will receive 20, Xuanyi explained, fiddling with the coins in his hand, clearly in good spirits. Chomping exchanged a look with Mo-een. Have you noticed that the young master has become increasingly stingy? He used to reward people with 5 taels of silver, then it dwindled to 2, and now it's merely 20 copper coins, hardly enough to appease a beggar. Mo-een responded with an expression that conveyed his agreement. Earning 20 copper coins a day amounts to merely 600 coins a month, hardly sufficient for even a cup of tea for the young master. Moreover, the guarantee of receiving 20 coins daily was not assured. If the requirements were unmet, only 5 coins would be given. This seemed excessively parsimonious. He now harbored serious doubts that the young master was merely using the opportunity to teach Anu martial arts as a means of amusement. Nevertheless, Anu was utterly delighted by the prospect. Certainly, I have acquired this skill, given that I have yet to meet the required standards. The prospect of earning 5 coins is indeed a lucrative opportunity. She is undoubtedly willing to undertake this endeavor. After all, toiling in the fields daily yields no more than a single coin. Very well. Arise at the hour of the tiger tomorrow, and we shall commence your formal training. The corners of Xuanyi's lips could scarcely contain his delight as he had anticipated her agreement. Well then, I shall retire to my quarters. Anu joyfully returned to her room. Even if she fails to excel, she will still earn 5 coins each day, amounting to 150 coins over a month. Coupled with the 500 coins of monthly silver, that totals 650 coins, a truly exhilarating prospect. Observing her cheerful departure, Chongping felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl, burdened as she was with a master so miserly and stingy. At the break of dawn the following day, Anu rose early and noticed that the lights in the young master's chamber were aglow. Approaching the door, just as she was about to knock, it swung open. The young master bowed slightly. "Come with me." Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction and settled himself in the pavilion. "From today onward, you shall begin with half an hour of horse stance each day." He then turned to Moin. "Please demonstrate for her." "Understood," Moin replied as he approached Anu. With feet shoulder-width apart, arms extended forward in a ball-holding position, he bent his knees to a 90-degree angle. Watching Moin adopt the stance, Anu's lips twitched. "Oh dear, this seems terribly exhausting." Just observing the posture left her feeling drained. She estimated that today she would earn only 5 coins. The first day would indeed be challenging, but with time it would improve. Is that so? Well, I shall give it a try. Anu glanced at Moin and mimicked his stance. But achieving a 90-degree bend was simply not feasible. "Lower yourself a bit more," Xuanyi instructed, producing a stick from somewhere and placing it gently atop Anu's head to encourage her to descend further. Though her form was not perfect, it was her initial attempt, so they would proceed with it for now. Xuanyi set the stick aside and sipped his tea leisurely, exuding an aura of tranquility. However, Anu was enduring a trial. Despite her strength, she had never practiced this stance before, and soon her legs began to tremble. "Has half an hour passed yet?" she inquired of Moin, nearing her limit. "It has not yet reached a quarter of an hour." "What?" Anu's expression contorted as if she had bitten into a bitter melon. A mere quarter of an hour, and she still had an eternity to endure. She truly felt she might not last much longer. Observing the girl's trembling legs, Xuanyi stifled a chuckle. "Since this is your first practice, I shall lighten your burden. You need only endure for 15 minutes today." "Really?" Anu's eyes sparkled with hope. If it were merely 15 minutes, she could manage that. Yet, after a brief interval, she found herself on the verge of collapse, her legs quaking intensely. Xuanyi deliberately weighed a handful of coins in his palm. "Anu, for the sake of 20 copper coins, she is truly giving her all." Observing the girl trembling as if seized by a fit, Chongping's lips twitched in bemusement. How remarkably resilient she is. Even Moin found himself impressed. Despite her uncontrollable shivers, she managed to endure. Xuanyi was equally pleased. It seemed that incentivizing her with money was indeed the right approach. As he noticed the time nearing, he leisurely set down his teacup. Quite commendable, indeed. Alas, Anu collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Although aware of the difficulty in earning money, this particular task proved exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, Xuanyi's spirits were high. "Get up. We shall proceed to the next task." "The next task? There's more?" Anu bolted upright, having thought her labors were complete. Chapter 27. The first day of practice, Anu gazed in the direction of Xuanyi's finger, which pointed toward a vast and level training ground surrounded by peculiar objects. These were all tools for training. However, Anu was unfamiliar with them. Following Xuanyi, she approached a large shield that appeared to be a grain container. "What is this?" she pondered, reaching out to touch it. The contents did not resemble grain, but rather felt akin to sand. "This is a sandbag, specifically designed for training." "This sandbag, it is remarkably thick." Anu scrutinized it further. She had previously visited a martial arts academy and had seen sandbags that were not nearly this robust. The one before her was so thick, it could rival a grain container. How could this withstand the prince's strikes? Chongping pointed at the sandbag. He couldn't recall how many of these thick ones he had replaced. Yet even so, they were used sparingly by the prince. If he were to exert his full strength, it would likely have been destroyed long ago. Oh, Anu nodded. It seems the prince's skills must be quite formidable if even the sandbags are significantly thicker than those elsewhere. Next, you will practice the strength of your punches and kicks. Xuanyi instructed, turning to Mo-in. Mo-in stepped forward to demonstrate. Fists clenched at his sides, knees bent, he prepared to strike the sandbag swiftly. He then rose, delivering a kick with his left foot, followed by one with his right before stepping aside. Did you understand? He asked Anu. I understand. Anu replied with a nod. What is so difficult about this? It's just one punch with each hand and one kick with each foot. It's much easier than standing in a horse stance. Then give it a try. Anu approached the sandbag, mimicking Mo-in's stance, bending her knees, and delivering a punch. She switched sides, followed by a kick with each foot. How was that? She asked, beaming at Xuanyi, clearly pleased with herself. You strike as if you haven't tea eaten. Xuanyi shot her a disapproving glance. Such a weak punch, and yet you look so proud. Anu, you need to engage your core when you punch. Mo-in stepped forward to demonstrate once more. With two swift punches, he created a substantial dent in the sandbag, making Anu's eyes widen in admiration. I understand now. No wonder my punches lack power. I must utilize my core strength, she realized, pushing Mo-in aside. She returned to the sandbag, bending her knees once more, engaging her core, and delivering punch after punch. However, it was not long before she clutched her stomach and dashed away. I need to go to the restroom. Xuanyi sighed, already contemplating the situation. She should have prepared better before training. Before long, Anu returned, approaching the sandbag once again, bending her knees and delivering two punches followed by two kicks. However, she soon found herself unable to resist the urge again. I need to go to the restroom again, Xuanyi remarked. It seems this girl is using her strength incorrectly. Anu quickly returned, ready to resume her previous actions, but Xuanyi intercepted her. Your point of power should be around 3 fingers below your navel. 3 fingers, isn't that still the belly? Anu gestured with her fingers. Isn't the area of 3 fingers still on the belly? Well, there's still a distinction, and when you exert force, you must not have the sensation akin to needing the restroom. Not like needing the restroom. Anu appeared somewhat bewildered. You must engage your lower abdomen, and it should not resemble that sensation. How then should this force be utilized? Indeed, it must not feel like needing the restroom. The power must originate from the dantian. Ponder this, Xuanyi observed Anu, realizing that if she practiced according to her method, she would inevitably find herself needing to rush to the lavatory shortly. Oh, Anu nodded, her mind beginning to contemplate. Gazing at the large sandbag before her, she deduced that if it must not feel like needing the restroom, then it surely involved holding back. Once more, she bent her knees and sank down, staring intently at the sandbag, gritting her teeth to tighten her rear, exerting force simultaneously from both upper and lower body, and unleashed a punch. Immediately after, she delivered a kick with each leg, then turned her gaze to Xuanyi. Did I do it correctly this time? There's some promise. Continue, at least 20 sets without pause. Xuanyi nodded. Although she was still far from his expectations, she had certainly improved compared to before. After all, this was her first attempt. She believed that with practice, she would surely improve. Okay, Anu nodded. Now that she had grasped the technique, she resumed, bending her knees once more, tightening her entire body, glaring intently, starting with 2 punches followed by 2 kicks. She continued with the next set, and after completing 20 sets, she was left panting heavily. Oh my, this is exhausting. Previously, she had thought this task relatively simple, but now it seemed far from easy. She could endure the fatigue in her arms and legs, but the tightening of her body was a strenuous task, especially while coordinating punches and kicks. It was exceedingly challenging. Xuanyi, unaware of Anu's internal thoughts, urged her as she paused. You cannot rest for too long, otherwise you will lose your strength. Keep going. Oh, Anu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Again, she bent her knees and resumed her practice, needing to catch her breath after every 20 sets. After completing over 50 sets, she ultimately found herself clinging to the sandbag, unable to move. Young master, is it not sufficient yet? At this point, not only were her arms and legs utterly exhausted, but she also lacked the strength to hold herself together. That will suffice. Rest for half an hour before having breakfast, and after dining, rest for another half hour before returning to practice. Xuanyi sipped his tea, surprised by her remarkable endurance, managing to complete over 50 sets in one go. We still have practice after breakfast. Am I not going to plow the field? Anu gasped for breath. I thought I would be done by this morning. You need not plow the field. From now on, focus solely on your training. Are we supposed to pick flowers? Perhaps I should work a few more days. This rigorous training was exhausting. Even a morning of plowing would be a welcome respite. Do as I instruct without so much chatter. Xuanyi suppressed a smile. This girl was merely weary. Oh, Anu nodded, dejected. It seemed as though a thought had ignited within her, prompting her to glance towards Xuanyi. My lord, how did I fare in my practice this morning? I am uncertain if I met the standards, but if I did, I might be able to earn 20 copper coins. In response to the girl's eager gaze, Xuanyi feigned contemplation and nodded slightly. You performed reasonably well. If you can maintain this level of effort, the prospect of earning 20 copper coins is indeed quite promising. Really? Then I shall go and have my meal. Anu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. The prospect of earning 20 copper coins made all her efforts worthwhile. Observing the girl dash away in delight, a smile crept uncontrollably across Xuanyi's lips, causing him to sputter his tea. This girl is truly entertaining. Chongping, Moin. The two exchanged glances, each suppressing the urge to roll their eyes. How could the young master bear to see someone so utterly exhausted over a mere 20 copper coins? Chapter 28. The mole fell off upon returning to her room. Anu collapsed on her bed in a most unceremonious manner. How utterly exhausted she felt. It was more tiring than when she had previously carried sacks for others, and her heart was racing with fervor. Yet, the thought of possibly earning 20 copper coins brought a sense of relief to her spirit. Money does not come easily. She must endure. After lying there for a considerable time, feeling her sweat dissipate, she finally rose and made her way to the kitchen. When it was her turn to receive her meal, Master Lu placed 2 large meat buns into her bowl. These are a reward from the young master. To her surprise, this plain girl was quite fortunate indeed, able to receive personal instruction in martial arts from the young master. Truly, a fool's luck. Thank you, Master Lu, Anu exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. She had not anticipated such treatment. With a cheerful spirit, she carried her bowl and plate back to her room, eagerly devouring the buns. Although the daily meals were decent, they paled in comparison to the sumptuous meat buns. After relishing her meal, she returned the dishes to the kitchen and flopped back on her bed, savoring the lingering taste. The fluffy meat buns were exquisite. If only she could enjoy them every day. After resting for a while longer and sensing that the time was nearly right, she finally sat up and made her way to the training grounds, where Xuanyi was seated, sipping tea. Young master, what shall we practice next? She inquired. Next, you will focus on enhancing your agility, Xuanyi replied, gesturing towards a series of diverse obstacles ahead. These were designed to improve bodily flexibility, specifically arranged for her training. Understood, Anu responded, casting a glance at the obstacles, though she could not discern their purpose. Nevertheless, she was determined to follow the young master's instructions. For achieving the set goals would earn her the coveted 20 copper coins. Following Mo-in to the front, she observed as he demonstrated the exercise. He began with a running start, placing one foot against the obstacle wall, then leaping gracefully over it. He swiftly proceeded to the next barrier, flipping over a series of walls, and finally arrived at a towering iron ladder, at least 10 meters high. Without hesitation, he climbed up and descended from the opposite side, then dashed toward a set of swings made from logs. Balancing on the swaying logs, he reached the uneven plum blossom stakes, starting from the lowest and ascending to the highest before finally stepping down. Did you see that clearly? Mo-in inquired, glancing at Xuanyi. The young master was rather demanding. Could a girl like Anu truly manage such feats? Surely, she ought to first develop her foundational strength before attempting such rigorous exercises. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. I saw it clearly. Anu nodded, mimicking Mo-in's actions. She took a running start, placed her foot against the wall, and executed a side flip over it. She then dashed towards the next obstacle, effortlessly repeating the movements. One by one, she overcame the barriers, and after surmounting a dozen walls, she began to ascend the ladder, and as long as she wasn't afraid of heights, it posed no difficulty. After effortlessly climbing up, she descended from the opposite side. Next, she dashed towards the log swing, carefully stepping onto the swaying timber before her. Although her body wobbled somewhat, she successfully traversed it. Finally, she approached the plum blossom stakes. Despite a slight tremor as she ascended, she managed to steady herself. Upon descending from the last stake, she beamed with pride. "My lord, did I do well?" Luo Xuanyi underestimated this girl. It appeared he would need to increase the difficulty. "Not bad, at this pace. Let's practice in groups of 20. "Understood." Anu nodded, joyfully returning to her previous routine and resuming her practice. She felt elated, as these obstacles were reminiscent of those she played with in her childhood, marking the arrival of a simple challenge. Observing her leap and bound over the obstacles like a monkey, Mo-in and Chongping were left speechless. No wonder the master was strict with her. This girl truly possessed potential. Even during their own training, none had approached it with such ease, particularly Chongping, whose eyes widened in astonishment. If he were to practice like her, he would have collapsed long ago. The 20 sets were completed swiftly, leaving her drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, compared to standing in horse stance or striking sandbags, Anu preferred this activity. After catching her breath, she continued practicing, taking breaks after every 20 sets. Without needing Luo Xuanyi's supervision, she diligently persisted, much to his satisfaction. This girl is indeed a promising talent. After practicing over 50 sets, her stamina was nearly depleted. Noticing her hair soaked through, Luo Xuanyi set down his teacup. "That's enough. Rest for half an hour before lunch, and after lunch, we will resume for another half hour." "Huh? More practice?" Anu pouted with a disgruntled expression. Earning those 20 copper coins was no easy feat. "Of course we must practice." Luo Xuanyi suppressed a smile. Anu considered protesting against further practice, but the thought of those 20 copper coins made her hesitate. Her hair clung to her face, causing discomfort, and she contemplated brushing it aside. However, fearing they would see her features, she paused, wiping her sweat with her sleeve. In doing so, she inadvertently forgot about the large mole on her face, which came off with a swipe. Your mole is gone," Chongping exclaimed, pointing at Anu's now smooth face. The mole actually fell off. "Huh?" Anu was taken aback, glancing at the mole on the ground. She hurriedly picked it up. "Oh my, it really did fall off. I need to check my reflection." With that, she sprinted back. How careless of her. She had suddenly forgotten about that large mole. "Don't you think Anu looks rather lovely without that mole?" Chongping craned his neck to observe Anu's retreating figure. Without the large mole on her face, she appeared significantly more attractive. "Indeed, she does." Mo-in stretched his neck to catch a glimpse. He too found that Anu's mole had become quite pleasing to the eye. Upon turning back, he noticed the young master suppressing a laugh, his brows furrowed in curiosity. "What are you laughing at, my lord?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing," Xuanyi replied, shaking his head. Yet, he could not restrain the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Even his body slightly trembled with mirth. That girl was simply too amusing. She had inadvertently rubbed off her mole. In truth, he had already observed that the girl's mole was precariously close to falling, but he had not anticipated it would come off so swiftly. Anu dashed back into her room and hurried to the copper mirror, stroking her cheek in frustration, before slapping her forehead in exasperation. "Why couldn't I have been more careful?" she lamented. Now, in front of them, it had come off, and if she were to reattach it, others would undoubtedly suspect something amiss. Casting another glance at the sizable mole in her hand, she angrily tossed it to the ground. What is the point of sticking it back on now? Chapter 29. The Failed Ambush at Lunchtime. Master Lu treated Anu to an additional large chicken leg, which delighted her immensely. After a sumptuous meal, she lay down on her bed and soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the court physician had just finished administering medication to Xuanyi. The young heir, blessed with good health, had nearly recovered after just 2 days of rest. Had it been anyone else in such a state, recovery would have taken at least 3 to 5 days. Indeed, Chongping suppressed the urge to scoff. He had hardly been resting. He had risen early to train anew and was brimming with energy. Once the physician departed, Xuanyi let out a deep sigh. The letter should have arrived in the northern border by now. He wondered if his father had read it. At that moment, Prince Guangling had just finished reading the letter sent by Xuanyi. He tossed it into the brazier and sighed heavily. Among his 3 sons, Xuanyi was the most strategic and skilled, and he was the one the prince felt most proud of. However, since sustaining a serious injury, his temperament had drastically changed, and he had become indifferent to important matters. That he could still write to express concern for the battlefield was a considerable comfort to him. Lost in thought, the vice commander hurriedly rushed in. "Your Highness, there is grave news. The second young master has once again led men to ambush the military camp." "What?" Prince Guangling exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet. "Quickly, send someone to bring him back. They're waiting for him to walk into a trap. After so many failures, how can he still be so foolish? How did I raise such a dim-witted son? Your Highness, I have advised him, but the second young master would not listen." The vice commander replied, his face a mask of frustration. "I have tried to intervene, but he simply refuses to heed my warnings. If I pressed further, he threatened to resort to violence against me, which is why I hurry to find you." "Unruly son." Prince Guangling seethed through clenched teeth. Seizing his sword in a fit of rage, he charged out and mounted his horse, galloping forth in pursuit. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangui had unwittingly stepped into the enemy's ambush. Ahead lay the enemy's supplies. "Soon, you shall encircle them. We must ensure not a single grain remains," he commanded, excitement bubbling within him as he gazed at the distant enemy camp. If they could incinerate the enemy's provisions, they would be forced to retreat due to lack of supplies, and he would earn great merit. "Second young master, I sense something amiss," one of the vice commanders cautioned, pointing towards the camp ahead. "Such a crucial location should be heavily guarded. Yet look, there is not a soul in sight. I find it suspicious." Lu Xingui looked ahead again, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "They are unaware of our ambush, which is why they have not stationed heavy guards. They must have underestimated us, believing no one would dare to burn their supplies. Second young master, I still think." The vice commander's words were abruptly cut off by Lu Xingui. "Enough. No more chatter. We have come this far. We must at least attempt it. It is impossible to turn back now, especially since I feel this venture holds great promise. But, silence. Should you dare to disturb the morale of the troops again, I shall have your head. How audacious to sabotage his endeavors. Truly, one must be weary of life." The deputy commander, silenced by fear, could not voice his discontent, though his heart simmered with resentment. Had the young heir been present, such folly would have been inconceivable, for he would have engaged in discourse with them, valuing their counsel. Luo Shuangguang, oblivious to the dissatisfaction mirrored in the eyes of his comrades, gazed ahead towards the military encampment and began issuing commands. "You shall encircle them at once." "Yes," the soldiers replied in unison. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to obey, cautiously advancing towards the enemy. Yet, before they could approach the enemy camp, the air was suddenly filled with the cacophony of battle cries. "Kill!" In an instant, a throng of enemies surged forth from the underbrush, enveloping the soldiers in a deadly embrace. The air was soon rent with the agonizing sounds of conflict. Luo Shuangguang stood in shock, bewildered. Where did these foes emerge from? How were they not detected beforehand? Witnessing his men falling one after another, fear gripped him, turning his complexion pale. If they did not flee, their survival was in grave jeopardy. He turned to retreat, but had barely made it far when he encountered Prince Guangling, who was hot on his heels. Seeing his son return alone ignited a furious blaze in the prince's eyes. Where are the others? Though he posed the question, the sounds of battle ahead made the answer painfully clear. "Father, we have fallen into an ambush. We must retreat at once, or we'll be too late." Luo Shuangguang had even lost his helmet in his haste. "You ungrateful wretch." Prince Guangling seethed, his eyes aflame. As the commander, he was expected to share in the fate of his soldiers. Yet here stood his son, fleeing alone. Were he not his own flesh and blood, he might have been tempted to strike him down with a single blow. "Charge! Go!" He gestured fervently to the men behind him. Spurring his mount, he surged ahead, with the soldiers following in a tempestuous rush. Luo Shuangguang, terrified, ducked and dodged. "There is an ambush ahead." Yet no one heeded his warning. All were madly rushing forward. "Fools!" he spat in frustration. "Bravery without sense, a band of mindless simpletons. They charge into danger, seeking death. If my father were to perish, this place would be ruled by his decree. The surrounded soldiers had resigned themselves to their fate when suddenly the battle cries from the perimeter rang out. Upon seeing the prince leading a charge, hope ignited anew in their eyes. Their waning strength rekindled. They clashed fiercely with the enemy. Though the enemy was numerous, the pincer attack proved overwhelming, especially with the reinforcements brought by Prince Guangling. After a grueling half-hour of combat, they finally turned the tide. "Quickly, take the wounded back," Prince Guangling commanded, surveying the injured soldiers. Guilt weighed heavily on his heart. Had it not been for his foolish son, they would not have suffered such injuries or faced death. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and upon returning to the camp, he summoned Luo Xuanyi before him. With a sharp reprimand, he thundered, "You ungrateful wretch! Return to the imperial city at once. If you remain here any longer, who knows how many lives may be lost." Meanwhile, Anu was jolted awake, realizing she had dozed off. "Oh no, I've lost track of time." She hastily slipped on her shoes and dashed outside. Upon reaching the training grounds, she found the young master leisurely sipping tea in a pavilion. He seemed to be enjoying life rather well. Earlier, when Chongping was sent to call for her, he mentioned that she had fallen asleep. It seemed she had quite a knack for indulgence. "I apologize, young master. I assure you I will not be late again." Anu's forehead glistened with sweat as she pondered how she could have slept so deeply for such a long duration. "You must practice diligently. No slacking off." Lu Xian maintained his usual icy demeanor. "I will not slack off. Rest assured, young master. I promise to exert myself fully." Anu nodded earnestly, having already arrived late. How could she dare to be lazy? Chapter 30. The sweeping leg technique. Observing Anu's obedient demeanor, Lu Xuanyi felt a sense of satisfaction. "Next, you shall learn the sweeping leg technique, which is essential for cultivating strength and speed in your legs." "All right," Anu nodded. Her sole intention was to earn some copper coins, rendering all forms of learning inconsequential. "Watch closely." Mo In approached. He stepped forward with his left foot, bent his knee, placed his hands on the ground, then swiftly swept his right leg across, followed by a pivot, shifting his weight onto his right leg, and executed another quick sweep with his left leg. "Did you catch that?" After demonstrating, Mo In stood upright. "Understood. It's simply a sweep with the right leg followed by a sweep with the left," Anu replied, nodding. "It seems quite straightforward." "Well, somewhat." Mo In chuckled inwardly, amused by how effortless she made it sound. "Now give it a try." Anu mirrored his movements. She stepped forward with her left foot, bent her knee, placed her hands on the ground, and swept her right leg across. Subsequently, she shifted her weight to her right leg and executed a sweep with her left leg before rising again. "Is this correct?" she inquired. Moine observed, slightly bemused. "It appears a bit awkward, but you have the general idea. With practice, it will improve." Acknowledging that it was merely the beginning of her training, she resolved to persist. "All right, then I shall practice." Anu nodded and resumed. Stepping forward with her left foot, she bent her knee, placed her hands on the ground, swept her right leg, shifted her weight, swept her left leg, and then stood up. She repeated the sequence, stepping forward again, bending her knee, sweeping her right leg, shifting her weight, sweeping her left leg, and standing up once more. Just as she was about to continue, Mo In interrupted. "You need not stand up after each sweep. You can connect the movements." Perhaps it was her standing that made it seem so awkward. "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Remaining low is indeed more efficient and less tiring. She stepped forward again, bent her knee, and repeated the motions, sweeping her right leg followed by her left, then back to her right, and so forth, alternating between legs. Mo In observed, "It looks even more awkward." Lu Xuanyi set down his teacup, watching Anu flail about like a disoriented crab. "What you are doing is incorrect." Pause for a moment. "Huh?" Anu halted. "The force of your leg sweeps depends on the power stored in your dantian. At the moment you bend your knee, your dantian should already be exerting force. Furthermore, the leg you are sweeping with must remain firm. If it lacks strength and you strike a solid object, your bones could easily fracture. Additionally, your speed must be sufficient to prevent your opponent from counterattacking." "Oh, I see now." Anu nodded. "I thought this was merely routine training. I didn't realize it was also for combat." Had you explained it earlier, I would have understood better. Although she was not yet adept at utilizing her dantian, she was aware that it was the source of power. Once again, she bent her knees and sank down, swiftly sweeping her right leg outward, followed closely by shifting her weight to execute a similar motion with her left leg. Although she had yet to meet Xuanyi's expectations, her improvement was markedly evident compared to before. Her strength was becoming increasingly apparent. "Well done," he remarked, nodding in satisfaction. "Let's stick to 20 repetitions per set. Continue practicing." Even Xuanyi was impressed by her progress. Acknowledging her potential as a promising martial artist, she grasped the techniques with remarkable ease. As she mastered the methods, her subsequent training became more structured, and with each passing session, her leg strength grew more pronounced. Xuanyi, taken aback by her rapid advancement, approached her once more. "Increase the speed of your legs." To him, it was clear that she had yet to fully harness her latent potential. "Understood," Anu replied, quickening her pace. "Now turn faster." She responded once again, accelerating her rotations. Watching her noticeably enhanced speed filled Xuanyi with exhilaration. "Not fast enough. Push yourself further." Anu complied, her legs moving with increased velocity. As she executed one sweep after another, her sense of direction began to blur, her mind awash with a buzzing sensation. Observing her whirl like a top, both Xuanyi and Chongping were left astounded. It was no wonder the young master was demanding such rigorous training. Anu truly possessed remarkable potential. The speed at which she spun was so impressive that one could hardly tell she was a novice. Initially, they had agreed on a break after 20 repetitions, but lost in her exertion, Anu was oblivious to her count. It wasn't until she was utterly exhausted that she plopped down, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is rather tiring." What appeared simple turned out to be far more arduous than holding a stance, and her mind was left in a state of confusion, perceiving everything around her as spinning. Suppressing a smile, Xuanyi observed her. She had completed nearly 40 repetitions, enough to leave anyone dizzy. "Take 10 breaths, then continue," knowing how much potential she possessed. He was determined to extract every ounce of it. "Young master, may I rest a little longer?" Anu gasped, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. 10 breaths hardly seemed sufficient. "No," Xuanyi replied, weighing the copper coins in his hand. Anu glanced at the coins, gritting her teeth, and stood up once more. "For 20 copper coins, I shall persevere." She again sank into her stance, repeating the previous motions, desperately wanting to slack off and slow down. Yet, Xuanyi stood before her, guiding her while insisting she hasten her pace. In the end, her legs swept faster and faster until they transformed into a blur. Whirling about the training ground, Xuanyi and Chongping exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. "Is this even human?" they muttered in disbelief at the sheer velocity. Xuanyi, equally thrilled, had not anticipated such immense potential in her. He had initially approached her training with a mere experimental mindset. It is evident now that this young lady possesses immense potential, and it would indeed be a lamentable loss if not nurtured properly. The agreement was to take a break after every 20 attempts, yet throughout the entirety of the afternoon, she only rested 3 times. Observing her waning energy, Xuanyi finally called out to her, "Cease your efforts. Have we completed the task?" Anu immediately halted her movements, though her gaze had already become unfocused, leaving her unable to discern her surroundings. "Perform it once more. If you manage to knock Xuanyi down, today's mission will be deemed fulfilled." This girl's legs had already developed considerable strength, so it was time to put them to the test. But what if I cannot topple him? Anu cast a glance at Xuanyi, whose skills were rather formidable. Xuanyi contemplated assuring her that it was of no consequence. Yet recalling her cunning nature, he weighed the copper coins in his hand. "In that case, you shall receive only 5 copper coins." Noticing the coins in the prince's grasp, Anu decisively pointed towards Chongping. "Your Highness, may I sweep him instead?" Chapter 31. Kicked away upon hearing Anu's intent to use him as a practice target, Chongping immediately grew anxious. "Why would you want to kick me? I don't know any martial arts." Despite her slender frame, the speed she just demonstrated suggested that a kick from her would not be trivial. "My lord, I am merely beginning my martial arts training." Given Mo Yin's formidable skills, how could I possibly defeat him? Chongping reasoned that since they were both novices, it would be fairer for him to spar with her. Mo Yin could engage multiple skilled fighters without sustaining injury. It was evident that her skills were nowhere near his level. Although Chongping was taller, his lack of martial prowess rendered him significantly weaker than Mo Yin, making him a more suitable target for practice. Very well, it's settled. Xuanyi suppressed a smile at the situation. This girl certainly has her wits about her. But my lord, I truly cannot fight. Chongping's protest was cut short by Xuanyi. She cannot fight either. Are you truly afraid of a mere girl? I'm not afraid of her. Then it is decided. Xuanyi interrupted again. Chongping hesitated, sensing the determination in his lord's voice, and cast a disgruntled glance at Anu. Just be gentle. While he did not believe she could inflict serious harm, a kick would still sting. Do not worry, brother Chongping. Anu winked at him. Just cooperate with me. When I sweep my leg, you simply fall down, and that will be that. Chongping paused, but soon grasped her plan. All right, you may begin. Excellent. I shall start now. Anu winked once more at Chongping. She then crouched low, placed her hands on the ground, and with a sudden burst of energy, swept her leg. The next moment, Chongping's scream echoed through the air. Oh no! He soared through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Xuanyi could hardly believe the strength this girl possessed. He truly had stumbled upon a gem. And even Mo Yin stood in stunned silence. In just one day of practice, Anu had managed to send Chongping flying. If she continued to train, the results would be remarkable. Brother Chongping, are you all right? Anu rushed over to him. I gave you a warning. Why didn't you dodge? As she reached out to help him, Chongping shouted, Don't touch me. Clutching his arm, he glared at Anu, feeling as though she had become an adversary. For a mere 20 copper coins, she had exerted such force that it felt as if his arm and ankle were broken. The pain was unbearable. I'm sorry. Brother Chongping, it was not my intention. Her expression suggested she was genuinely concerned. She couldn't have possibly injured him. Do I look fine to you? Chongping retorted, filled with frustration. Upon turning back, he noticed Mo Yin still laughing, which only intensified his anger. What is so funny? Help me up. If he were to serve as a practice subject, he certainly hadn't expected to find himself in such a predicament. Mo Yin remained silent. He suppressed a laugh as he approached, intending to pull him up, when Chongping suddenly shouted in pain. It hurts. Upon seeing his genuine distress, Mo Yin crouched down and examined his arm. Indeed, it was dislocated. No wonder he was yelling. His arm had truly been dislocated. Just as Mo Yin was about to assist him, Chongping sidestepped, exclaiming, I don't need your help. His grip felt as heavy as iron pincers, and he feared it might cause further injury. He then called out to the servants in the distance. Go summon the physician. Better not, Mo Yin replied, rising to her feet, as if she had been eager to assist him. Brother Chongping, allow me to help you. Stay away from me. Chongping glared at her fiercely. He hunched over, cradling his injured arm, and limped back to his room. He must have had a vendetta against her in a past life. Or else why would she incessantly torment him in this one? Observing his struggle to stand straight, Anu felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, she couldn't comprehend how he had sustained such a severe injury with so little exertion. Soon enough, the physician arrived, examined Chongping, and confirmed that it was indeed a dislocated bone. He aligned it according to the bone's natural path, and with a swift motion, Chongping's anguished scream echoed. Ah! The physician's lips twitched. While realigning bones is quite painful, it shouldn't elicit such a dramatic response. Was Chongping perhaps exaggerating? Truth be told, it wasn't as agonizing as he made it seem. He was merely vocalizing for the benefit of the young master and Anu, hoping to deter any similar mishaps in the future. That will suffice, the physician said, preparing to depart with his medical kit, only to be interrupted by Chongping. It's not over yet. He extended his foot towards the physician. Is this injured too? Injured? It's more than that. Chongping promptly removed his shoe and sock, causing the physician to grimace. However, upon seeing the large bruise on his ankle, he was genuinely taken aback. How did this happen? A dislocated arm and such a severe injury to your foot? Don't ask, just take a look. Chongping grinned, revealing the extensive bruising on his ankle. No wonder it hurt so much. Very well. The physician begrudgingly examined the foot, and discovered it was also dislocated. After realigning it with another swift motion, Chongping's cry of agony filled the air once more. Anu, witnessing his suffering, realized that Chongping was indeed gravely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such distress. A sense of guilt washed over her. Perhaps it would have been better not to exert so much force. She contemplated entering to see if he needed assistance, but feared inciting Chongping's ire. Just then, the door swung open, and the physician emerged, carrying his medical kit. "Doctor, my brother Chongping," Anu began, but her words were cut short as Chongping followed closely behind, revealing the bandage around his neck and his foot wrapped like a dumpling. She was momentarily stunned. "Is it that serious?" I recall those who had broken bones being bandaged this tightly. Such severity is unwarranted. It was his insistence that led to this overindulgence. Even the young master, despite enduring such grave injuries, did not require such extravagant bandaging. It's rather perplexing. If it were not serious, could I possibly have done this? Zhang Ping wore a grim expression. If I do not intimidate this girl, I will have to seek his assistance again. Brother Zhang Ping, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. Anu reiterated her apologies. Little did she expect that her kick would leave Zhang Ping in such a compromised state. Perhaps it would have been better had she kicked Mo Yin instead. Observing the girl's countenance filled with remorse, Lu Xuanyi stifled a smile at the corners of his mouth. "You have performed admirably today. These 20 copper coins are yours." Yet, as Anu gazed at the coins in her hand, the initial thrill had faded. Instead, she felt a twinge of guilt. After a moment's hesitation, she extended the coins toward Zhang Ping. "Brother Zhang Ping, please take these 20 copper coins. After all, I caused you injury, and I ought to offer some form of compensation." Chapter 32. The young master is returning upon observing the 20 copper coins in Anu's hand. Chongping barely raised an eyebrow. "I have no need for your money. It was only this foolish girl who, deceived by the young master, regarded these mere coins as treasures." Anu seemed poised to voice her thoughts further when Steward Lu entered. "Young master, the Wang Fei requests your presence. My mother summons me. What would she possibly want at this hour?" The servant was unaware, but everyone was currently gathered in the Wang Fei's courtyard. Though the purpose of the Wang Fei's summons remained a mystery, given the circumstances, it was likely that she intended to lecture the young master as she had done in the past. A glance exchanged with Steward Lu conveyed understanding to Lu Xuanyi. "Very well." Just as he was about to follow, he hesitated and added, "You should come along too." "Huh?" Anu was taken aback. "What do you mean, huh?" "I instructed you to accompany me." Lu Xuanyi shot her an exasperated look. "I can't have you loafing around for free." "Oh." Anu nodded obediently and trailed behind him. Upon arriving at the Wang Fei's quarters, they found everyone present, including the elderly matriarch. "Grandmother, mother, second aunt." "Yes, sit down." The Wang Fei gestured. She cast a glance at Anu behind him, noting her rather plain appearance, before Lu Xuanyi took his seat. "May I inquire why you summoned me?" "Mother?" He surveyed the assembly, sensing that there was indeed something significant to discuss, as it was unusual for so many to gather without cause. "Xuanyi, your second brother will be returning in a few days," the Wang Fei announced with a smile. Though Lu Xuanyi was uncertain why his younger brother was coming back alone, the thought of reuniting with his son brought her joy. "Oh." Lu Xuanyi tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the king was concerned that his son might stir trouble in the northern frontier, hence the early return. The memory of the recent incident with the puppet tightened his fists involuntarily. "Your second brother's return is indeed a splendid occasion. Should we not host a welcoming banquet?" Aunt Wan smiled at the Wang Fei, believing that Xian Guang's early arrival must signify a significant achievement. However, Aunt Qin interjected disapprovingly, even when the Wang Ye returned with great accomplishments. "We did not hold a welcoming feast. Why should we do so now for the second young master, whose achievements remain unknown? Such extravagance may invite gossip." Aunt Wan shot a discontented look at Aunt Qin. The second young master is not her own son. Does she truly believe that this will secure her future? "Older sister." "I believe Aunt Qin has a point," the second lady concurred, nodding in agreement. Aunt Wan's remarks seemed to be subtly orchestrated by the elder sister, as if she were maneuvering to elevate her second son. "Xuanyi, what are your thoughts?" the Wang Fei inquired of Lu Xuanyi. Her question aimed to gain her son's support for the banquet, hoping he might advocate for her. Mother, Aunt Sheen is correct. Hosting a welcoming banquet for my younger brother would indeed be overly ostentatious and could attract unwarranted attention. Xuanyi replied in a calm tone. His response took the others by surprise. The heir unexpectedly refrained from defending the princess, a stark contrast to his usual deference to her wishes. Even the princess herself was taken aback, not anticipating her son would voice such sentiments. My son, such words are inappropriate. The second young master has fought valiantly in the northern front, and it is only fitting that we host a welcoming banquet upon his return, Lady Wan admonished, striving to temper her tone, though internally she seethed with resentment towards the detestable Xuanyi, who opposed the banquet. At present, they remained unaware of whether the second brother had achieved any merit, nor had they received any imperial rewards or decrees. Organizing a grand banquet would not only be ostentatious, but also susceptible to criticism, potentially tarnishing the reputation of the Guangling family as overly ambitious. Xuanyi maintained an expression of indifference. He was oblivious to Lady Wan's long-standing favoritism towards the second brother, but from this point forward, he would no longer yield. Lady Wan was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by his retort, her frustration mounting. She could not fathom why the heir chose today to oppose such a matter. Xuanyi was correct. The Guangling household was already a target of scrutiny, and it would be prudent to remain discreet, especially when they were still uncertain of Xuanguang's accomplishments. The matriarch surveyed the assembly. Though she did not comprehend her grandson's vehement opposition, his reasoning was not without merit. There was no need to create unnecessary commotion that might invite public scorn. Thus, they would let the matter rest. The princess nodded in agreement. With both her mother-in-law and son sharing the same sentiment, she felt no further conflict was warranted. Lady Wan was incensed. She had envisioned hosting a grand, welcoming banquet upon Xuanguang's return, a spectacle where all could witness his merits. But such hopes were dashed. By the way, elder brother, how is your injury faring? The third young master, Xuanyi, inquired with a smile directed at Xuanyi. Despite sustaining severe wounds, he appeared remarkably well, suggesting a commendable recovery. Do not worry, third brother. I am recovering well, replied Xuanyi. By the way, have we discovered the identity of the assailant? The enemies of Xuanyi were relentless, having plotted against him repeatedly since his return. Not yet, he answered. It is high time for you to have a woman by your side, elder brother. Yesterday, I acquired 2 lovely maidens, perfectly suited to be presented to you. Upon finishing his words, Xuanyi gestured towards the entrance. 2 exquisite young ladies entered gracefully, one clad in a crimson gown and the other in a pink one, both radiant as blooming flowers. Elder brother, these maidens hail from distant lands. They are not only proficient in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting, but are also skilled in martial arts. Having them by your side may prove beneficial, he continued, casting a knowing glance towards the 2 ladies. They approached Xuanyi, shyly bowing in greeting. We pay our respects to the heir. Their enchanting eyes lingered on him for a moment longer. It is no wonder that people proclaim the heir of the Guangling family to be the most handsome man of the Song dynasty. Such words are indeed well-founded. This man is extraordinarily handsome. Ah, how splendid these 2 women are. The allure of those eyes is simply irresistible, not at all demure. I appreciate your kind intention, third brother, but my courtyard is not lacking in company. Perhaps you should bestow them upon fourth brother instead. Xuanyi cast a glance at Xuanfei, whose gaze was fixated intently on the 2 young ladies. Ever since their entrance, his eyes had not strayed from them, indicating a genuine admiration. Xuanfei was momentarily taken aback, about to break into a smile, yet he stifled it upon catching the knowing glance from his mother. These 2 beauties were gifts from third brother to eldest brother. How could he dare to covet another's affection? He stole another glance at the enchanting ladies, feeling a stir of longing within him, pondering where Xuanyi had encountered such exquisite figures, observing her son's unwavering gaze upon the 2 enchanting temptresses. The second madam shot him a sharp look before turning to Xuanyi with a wry smile. Indeed, Xuanyi, these are a gift from Xuanyi to you. You should graciously accept them. Chapter 33. an additional fee as he observed the two women gazing at him with enchanting allure. Xuanyi merely curled the corners of his mouth. My courtyard is not lacking in people. I appreciate your kind intentions, third brother. Though the prince's courtyard was indeed not devoid of individuals, it was essential to have a woman present. Aunt Qin chimed in. Such beautiful ladies, and you do not take them in. It seems the prince truly lacks in that respect. Indeed, Xuanyi, it is time for you to have a woman in your courtyard, added the second madam, echoing the sentiment. Second aunt, my courtyard is not short of maidservants. Xuanyi replied, casting a glance at Anu beside him. Her? A mere servant. How could she possibly serve you? The second madam scoffed at Anu. Setting aside her lowly status and lack of skills, her unattractive appearance renders her unfit to serve a master. Anu felt the sting of her words. Despite being a servant, hearing such remarks in front of so many was quite disheartening. Through the strands of her hair, she glared at the second madam, silently vowing to remember her for a future opportunity. Yes, brother, how could this lowly servant compare to these two ladies? Moreover, they possess martial skills, which would be advantageous in times of danger. Xuanyi chuckled. To gain Xuanyi's favor, he had invested a considerable sum, even refraining from indulging himself. Unknown to the third brother, my maidservant, while not conventionally beautiful, possesses some talent. I have been teaching her martial arts these past 2 days. Given time, she should prove to be quite helpful. Her? Learning martial arts? Aunt Qin mocked as she looked at Anu, so ugly, thin, and frail, and yet she aspires to learn martial arts. Anu noted Aunt Qin's cruel words and resolved to take her down when the chance arose. It seemed that brother held a particular fondness for this maid, so why not let them look down upon her for a while? Xuanyi smiled as he regarded Anu. Unbeknownst to him, Xuanyi's regard for her was significant, and this was an opportunity to make her his own, leaving no excuse to refuse the two beauties. As long as Xuanyi kept these two lovely ladies, he would have no secrets left. Xuanyi remained silent, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Very well, let them compete. The martial skills of the two women were not particularly high. Anu should be able to manage. Master, how could I possibly defeat them? Anu's voice was barely a whisper. She had only practiced martial arts for a day, focusing on the basics. How could she compete with those skilled in combat? With your abilities, it should not pose a problem, Xuanyi responded, his voice low. Anu wished to protest further, but Xuanyi raised a finger to silence her. If you manage to defeat one, I shall reward you with a tael of silver. Agreed, Anu replied with determination. Given this prospect, it was indeed worth a try. Excellent. Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction, having anticipated her agreement. Moin gazed sympathetically at Anu. This foolish girl, why not speak up for more? Given the prowess of the young master, not merely a few taels of silver, even 100 taels would be readily accepted. In Anu's world, achieving even 2 taels of silver is an extraordinary fortune, and her heart swells with joy at this prospect. Approaching the two young ladies with unwavering confidence, she feels capable of overcoming even the 3 robust men, let alone these 2 women. However, the 2 ladies regard Anu, whose appearance is beyond description in its unattractiveness, with unabashed disdain. They cannot fathom why the young master would choose to retain such a homely maid. Upon catching the glance of the third young master, the 2 exchanged knowing looks and, in unison, launched an attack. They aimed a kick at Anu's midsection, but fortunately, she reacted swiftly, leaping back a step. Furious, she thought to herself, how dare they resort to such underhanded tactics in a mere contest? Seeing one of their kicks miss, the 2 ladies simultaneously struck again. But this time, Anu did not evade. She seized both of their legs. With a swift motion, she retreated a step and yanked them forcefully, causing the 2 women to crash onto the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Anu approached them, gripping their hair and tying it together in a complex not akin to binding ropes. With seamless precision, she commenced her retaliation, stepping on their legs and delivering sharp slaps across their faces. So you think you can play dirty? Allow me to teach you a lesson, she declared. The 2 women found their hair cruelly intertwined, unable to disentangle themselves, and they cried out in pain. Please don't strike my face, they wailed. Their alluring appearances now replaced by faces resembling that of a pig, their hair a tangled mess. They were utterly unrecognizable from their former selves, a sight that left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Remarkably, these two women had not managed to best the unattractive maid. Even Xuanyi looked on in surprise as he witnessed Anu's unilateral domination, unable to suppress a smile that crept upon his lips. I expected her to sustain some injuries. It seems I have underestimated her, he mused. Stop. Xuanyi interjected, stepping forward. He seized Anu by the neck and forcefully pushed her aside, granting the two women a reprieve. How can you engage in such a contest? He scolded, appalled that the two women he had procured at great expense were so thoroughly mishandled by this ugly girl. Anu was poised to retort, but upon catching Xuanyi's gaze, she obediently stepped back and stood quietly to the side. Xuanyi hastily ordered for the women's hair to be untied, and as soon as they were freed, they fell to their knees before him. Third young master, we were merely unfortunate victims of that ugly girl's trickery, one pleaded. Indeed, third young master, had it not been for that wretched maid's deceit, how could we possibly have lost to her? They glared at Anu with venomous eyes, blaming her for their humiliation. What do you propose? Xuanyi inquired. Third young master, we demand a rematch against her. This contest cannot stand as it is. The eyes of the two women were filled with a torrent of hatred. Setting aside the humiliation of being so publicly beaten, they knew that upon returning, the third young master would not spare them either. Thus, they were compelled to engage in another contest, should they fail to triumph over that wretched maid. Their future would be filled with despair. Xuanyi suppressed the flames of anger within and turned his gaze to Xuanyi. Elder brother, as you have heard, these two fair ladies feel quite aggrieved. Perhaps we should allow them another chance to compete? He cast a glance at Anu. It is merely a matter of exploiting an opportunity. I do not believe she can prevail again. What do you think? Xuanyi whispered to Anu. Given the circumstances of the previous match, I doubt this girl would lose again. Anu hesitated for a moment, inching closer to Xuanyi. I am willing to compete again, but there must be an increase in the stakes. Chapter 34. Bewildered, Anu cast another glance at the two women, bruised and battered from her strikes, feeling emboldened by their weakened state. If the young master was willing to offer more silver, she was more than ready to engage in another contest. Xuanyi, however, couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. He shot a disapproving glance at Moin, who was struggling to contain her laughter. Xuanyi smirked, pondering the absurdity of the young master's discontent. He was willing to wager 2 taels of silver for another round, which was akin to exploiting one's servants. Only Anu would dare to accept such a challenge. No one else would be foolish enough to do so. Very well, if you triumph over them, I shall grant you an additional 2 taels of silver, said Xuanyi. Anu's heart leapt at the prospect. She had not anticipated such an amiable response from the young master. If she were to win again, it would amount to 4 taels of silver. Then I shall compete with you once more, she declared, striding confidently toward them. All right, but I have a stipulation, Xuanyi interjected. What stipulation? Anu inquired, eyeing Xuanyi with suspicion, sensing his ulterior motives. Since this is a contest of skill, we must adhere to proper decorum. No hair-pulling or other unsavory tactics. Xuanyi retorted, derisively regarding Anu. Resorting to such measures is hardly befitting. Very well, Anu. You shall utilize the techniques I have taught you to face them. Xuanyi nodded, taking a delicate sip of tea, his mood evidently lifted. He believed that, even without resorting to hair-pulling, she could still best them. At his words, Anu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had only trained with the young master for a single day, focusing on the fundamentals. How could she possibly defeat them using such rudimentary skills? Just as she pondered this, she noticed Moin mouthing the motion for a sweeping kick, and comprehension dawned upon her. All right, if I need not use that technique, then so be it. Begin. Xuanyi cast a warning glance at the two women. You are aware of the consequences should you lose. Understood, they replied, their eyes filled with a fierce determination. This time, they were prepared to fight to the death to vanquish this insolent maid. With a shared glance, the two women launched their assault, one aiming a kick while the other struck with an open palm. They coordinated their attack from above and below, leaving Anu no avenue for escape. However, to their astonishment, the moment their limbs were unleashed, Anu had already crouched low, swiftly executing a horizontal sweep with her right leg. The two women, taken aback, leapt backwards to evade her, only to find Anu spinning again, her legs sweeping in their direction once more, prompting them to leap back again. Before they could launch their counterattack, Anu spun like a top, executing yet another sweeping motion. Terrified, the two women leapt once more, attempting to evade her strikes. As they continued to pursue her from behind, Anu quickened her pace, alternating between sweeping with her left and right legs, regaining the rhythm of her training. Initially, the two women were able to avoid her strikes, but as Anu's speed intensified, they found it increasingly difficult to evade her attacks. Before they could even position themselves behind her, her legs were already upon them. Startled, the women could only leap aside to evade her. How could Anu possibly let them off the hook? She remained crouched on the ground, spinning like a top as she pursued them, her speed increasing dramatically. Eventually, it became impossible to discern which leg belonged to her, leaving not only the two women dumbfounded, but also everyone else around them in utter shock. This was astonishingly fast, so fast that they could hardly see which leg was which. However, Xuanyi was absolutely delighted. Observing Anu's velocity, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The speed had indeed risen. It seemed that the girl had finally found her rhythm. At that moment, Anu felt a sense of exhilaration, her legs moving as if powered by a motor, sweeping in alternating motions. Not only did her pace quicken, but she also moved with purpose, relentlessly pursuing the two women. Initially, they had thoughts of counterattacking, but soon they were reduced to mere evasion, hastily dodging in fear being struck by Anu's legs. It was not just the women who were terrified. The onlookers were equally alarmed, raising their own legs in an attempt to escape as Anu charged at them like a whirlwind. Nevertheless, they could not avoid the chaos entirely, as Anu was now utterly disoriented. Unable to distinguish between human legs and chair legs, she swept at anything in her path, leaving the maidens in dire straits. Those fortunate enough found a chair leg swept away, while the unfortunate ones had 2 or even 3 legs broken. The most unfortunate was Xuanyi, whose chair legs were completely shattered, sending her crashing to the ground with a thud that struck the back of her head. "Help!" she cried, as Anu barreled toward the second madam's stool. Xuanyi dashed forward, swiftly lifting Anu off the ground. "That's enough." He could see that she was disoriented. "Is that enough?" Anu shook her head, struggling to regain her bearings. "Indeed, that will suffice." Xuanyi guided Anu back to his seat, observing the chaos strewn across the floor. Xuanyi pointed at Anu with clenched teeth. "You insolent wretch! How dare you harm your master?" Someone, before he could finish, Xuanyi interrupted. "Third brother, competitions often lead to unintended injuries, especially since this girl is just beginning to learn martial arts. It's natural for her to lack control. You should take Xuanyi back and have the house physician examine her." The implication was clear. It was your request for a competition, so any injuries sustained were your own doing. "Indeed, Xuanyi, you should escort Xuanyi to receive proper care," the princess chimed in. "Very well." Xuanyi gritted his teeth, casting a venomous glare at Anu before assisting Xuanyi to her feet and reluctantly exiting the room. The other maidens, equally frightened, hurriedly followed suit, realizing how perilous the situation had been. "If all is well, I shall take my leave as well," the second madam announced, rising to her feet. Her heart raced, for had it not been for the young master's timely intervention, she would have been the next target of Anu's onslaught. Others soon rose to take their leave, and in the blink of an eye, only the old madam and the princess remained. "How can you still find amusement in this?" The elderly matron glared discontentedly at Xuanyi, nearly having caused harm, yet this impudent lad could still manage a smile. It was indeed the grandson's fault. As Xuanyi finished speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle once more. This girl truly brought him pride, having so effortlessly dealt with so many. "Enough. You may all return now." The princess cast a disapproving glance at her son, who seemed elated despite the near calamity. "Yes," the son replied, retreating for the time being. Xuanyi rose to his feet, watching them exit the room. The elderly matron hesitated for a moment before turning her gaze towards the princess. "Do you not sense that Xuanyi has changed? He has always mirrored his father, wearing an icy demeanor towards everyone, especially after returning from the battlefield 2 years ago. He seemed even more aloof, seldom displaying a smile. To witness him laugh just now was indeed a rare occurrence. Has mother perceived it as well? The princess, too, glanced outside, acknowledging that she shared the same sentiment. Chapter 35. A silver reward. Luo Xuanyi was genuinely elated at this moment. The mere recollection of the spectacle he had just witnessed brought an uncontrollable smile to his lips. Anu, too, was brimming with joy, skipping merrily behind him. My lord, I won the second round as well, did I not? At that moment, her mind had been in a daze, leaving her uncertain about the outcome. Observing her endearing yet naive expression, Luo Xuanyi felt a playful urge to tease her. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by Mo-in beside him. You won. You emerged victorious in both rounds, Mo-in remarked, casting a glance at his lord. It's merely 4 taels of silver. Surely you do not intend to deprive her further. That would be quite miserly. Luo Xuanyi shot Mo-in an irritable glare, contemplating when he had become so audaciously cheeky. Noticing Anu's eager gaze fixed upon him, he reluctantly nodded. Let us consider it a win, then. Does that mean I am to receive 4 taels of silver as a reward? Anu's heart raced with excitement. If she were to receive 4 taels, combined with what lay in her drawer, it would amount to over 6 taels of silver. Indeed, Luo Xuanyi endeavored to suppress the smile threatening to spread across his face. 4 taels of silver could elate her to such an extent. Thank you, my lord, Anu exclaimed, hastily bowing deeply in gratitude. 4 taels of silver was indeed a substantial windfall. Chongping leaned against the doorframe, peering outside. He was perplexed, wondering what joyous event could have stirred such exuberance in the girl. Upon seeing him, Anu dashed over. Brother Chongping, my lord has rewarded me with silver, she declared, extending 4 fingers in excitement. 4 taels. In their entire impoverished district, few families could muster such an amount at once. What do you mean, 4 taels? Chongping asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he glanced toward Mo-in for clarification. He has given her 4 taels of silver, Luo Xuanyi stated, entering the courtyard in high spirits. What is going on? Chongping inquired, moving closer to Mo-in. He gestured toward Luo Xuanyi's retreating figure, remarking that he had never seen him so joyous. Utterly baffled by the circumstances. First, hand over the silver to her, Mo-in instructed, eyeing Anu, who was anxiously awaiting. Do you not see how eager she is? Oh, Chongping quickly rummaged through his sleeve, retrieving a handful of loose silver coins. He selected 4 taels and presented them to Anu. Brother Chongping, I only need 2 taels. The other 2 shall serve as your compensation, Anu insisted, taking only 2 taels. She felt compelled to offer something for having caused him such distress. Keep it. I do not want her 2 taels, Chongping replied, disdainfully pushing the coins back toward her. Now, tell me what exactly transpired, he urged, pulling Mo-in back inside the house. Anu gazed at the 4 taels of silver in her hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Chongping, though seemingly irritable, was genuinely kind-hearted. As he and Mo-in entered Luo Xuanyi's chamber and listened to the unfolding tale, they were left utterly astonished. My lord, you truly ought to nurture Anu diligently. Despite receiving a harsh kick, one must admit that the girl is indeed a promising talent. It would be a shame not to cultivate her potential. Lu Xuanyi nodded in agreement. He harbored the same sentiment, recognizing her innate capabilities. My lord, why not send her to the training camp? She could undoubtedly be honed into an exceptional asset. Chongping gestured towards the adjoining room. Given her aptitude, if she were to join the training camp, she would surely evolve into a formidable force. In the future, she could become a significant ally for you, thus sparing you from any potential troubles within the estate. I would have sent you instead. Lu Xuanyi shot him a glare. The moment he caught that glint in Chongping's eyes, he discerned his thoughts. I lack the requisite skills for that. Chongping chuckled. Anything else would be manageable. But the notion of training in martial arts was utterly out of the question for him. As if recollecting something, Lu Xuanyi retrieved a letter from beneath the table. My lord, this is news from the northern frontier. Lu Xuanyi took the letter and opened it. Upon reading its contents, he sighed deeply. His suspicions were confirmed. His father had summoned him back early out of concern that his younger brother might stir up trouble. My lord, Do you truly believe that the second young master could be responsible for such an incident? Chongping leaned in to glance at the letter. The second young master and the heir were twins, and it seemed improbable for one to commit an act against the other. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions until we have ascertained the facts, Xuanyi replied with a somber tone. Despite the overwhelming likelihood, he was reluctant to accept such a notion. After all, his brother was not just anyone. He shared a profound blood bond with him. Noticing the heir's discontent, Chongping swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, my lord, what do you think that girl is up to right now? He gestured toward the adjacent room. If I'm not mistaken, she is likely counting money. Xuanyi turned back, casting a glance at the neighboring chamber, and a smile broke through his previously somber expression. She must be counting money. Given her fondness for wealth, she is probably grinning like a fool at this very moment. Just as he surmised, Anu was indeed seated at her desk, eagerly rummaging through the drawer filled with silver coins. In total, there are 6 taels and 60 copper coins. This can purchase a substantial amount of grain. No, wait. Our household already possesses over 10 taels of silver, so we have enough funds for grain. This winter, I shall use this money to make new quilts and cotton clothing for father and mother, ensuring they won't suffer from the cold. She had never anticipated that earning money in this lord's estate would be so fruitful. From now on, she resolved to work harder, striving to earn more rewards, so she could save even more. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt her right eyelid twitching. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes, but the twitching intensified instead of subsiding. Could it be an omen of impending events? As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Chongping's head peeking in, sneaking a glance her way. Her heart raced, and she promptly shut the drawer. He cannot possibly be preoccupied with those 6 taels of silver. I wouldn't even glance at your few taels of broken silver. Chongping rolled his eyes in exasperation. He approached merely out of curiosity, eager to see if the girl was counting her coins. Her anxious demeanor suggested that she was concerned about her meager silver. I'm not. She chuckled softly. Chongping, do you need something from me? Anu smiled widely, though she deemed it unlikely, considering he had previously rejected her silver. I just wanted to inform you to go claim your meal early, or else it will be gone. Chongping retorted, casting her a disdainful look. Limping away, he muttered to himself, baffled at what she took him for. Just as Anu was about to lock the drawer and head to the kitchen, she spotted some copper coins inside and decided to take out 3. Perhaps I should consult the oracle. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Chapter 36. Indomitable spirits. Anu muttered a few words under her breath before casting a copper coin onto the table. A hexagram. Something is about to transpire. No wonder my eyelids are twitching, but at this hour, what could possibly occur? Grasping the coin once more, she murmured a few incantations and tossed it again. Ein hexagram. It is not my own affairs. Could it be concerning my parents? She seized the coin again, recited her incantations, and threw it once more. Upon seeing the hexagram, she froze in shock. Indeed, trouble had arisen at home. Hastily locking the drawer, she rushed out. Spotting Chongping standing in the courtyard, she hurried over. Chongping, I would like to request leave to return home for a while. Return home? Do you think this royal residence is yours to come and go as you please? Chongping glared at her with disapproval. His expression suggested he suspected her of pilfering money, viewing her with disdain. Chongping, something might be wrong at home. Please, allow me to go and check. Anu implored, her voice tinged with urgency. There is certainly trouble at home. Otherwise, her eyelids would not behave so erratically. Absolutely not. Chongping decisively refused, glaring at her once more before limping back indoors. Chongping, Anu exclaimed in frustration, her heart racing. She contemplated pursuing him to discuss it further, but recalled the validity of his prior statement. She had already taken leave once. Requesting it again seemed unreasonable. Yet, her concern for her family weighed heavily on her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced around the courtyard to ensure no one was watching and stealthily made her way to the back door. Since she could not formally request leave, she would sneak out. If discovered, she would accept the punishment herself, sparing Chongping any trouble. Arriving at the back door, she noticed a guard station nearby. If questioned, her ruse would surely be exposed. Looking around, she dashed toward the nearby woods, arriving at the base of the high wall. Seeing no one in sight, she took a running start and leaped onto the wall, effortlessly vaulting over. Young master, what do you suppose Anu is up to? Montak Uin in Kvilet, pointing toward the wall with a slight nod. This girl seems to be exerting herself unnecessarily. How audacious of her to sneak away. Let us investigate, Xuanyi replied, shaking his head before leaping over the wall as well. If she is sneaking out without permission, it is likely due to pressing matters. Meanwhile, Anu was racing toward home. Nearly there, when she heard anguished cries emanating from within. I will fight you to the death. Yi Daniu's eyes were bloodshot, frenzied as he charged into the house, only to be intercepted by Zhang De and Zhang Er, who swiftly knocked him to the ground with a kick. Yi Daniu, with your pitiful state, you dare to challenge us? Zhang De jeered, mocking him. What a waste to have such a beautiful wife, only for this coward to command her. Indeed, once we brothers have had our fill, we shall return her to you. Zhang Er chimed in, echoing the sentiment. With the Ni's daughter now sold off, they felt no constraints. Once the third brother finished, they too would partake in the revelry. Release my mother. As Erzhun leapt up in a frenzy and charged forward, he was swiftly sent sprawling by Zhang Da's kick. The audacity of that little brat, blissfully unaware of his own peril. Release my mother. Annie, with tears brimming in her eyes, rushed forward, only to be seized by her neck by Zhang Da. You wretched girl, since you are so ungrateful, allow me to teach you how to serve a man. He had no initial interest in her, but her reckless behavior warranted no mercy. Though she might not possess the allure of her mother, she was still quite appealing, particularly as an untouched maiden. Grasping Ernie, he intended to drag her into the room, inciting a furious charge from Yi Daniu. You bunch of brutes. Yet, as he approached, Zhang Er struck him on the head with a club, sending him crashing to the ground. Father! Ernie screamed in terror. Upon entering, Anu was met with the sight of her father lying rigidly in the courtyard, his eyes instantly ablaze with rage. You scoundrel! She dashed forward, pulling Ernie behind her, and kicked Zhang squarely in the abdomen. Taken by surprise, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall and rolling to the ground in agony, curled up in pain. Danny, weren't you sold? Sung had gapped up Anu in disbelief. Hadn't she been sold off? How is she back? Even if the lady was sold, it does not preclude me from dealing with you. Anu's eyes burned with fury. Approaching Zhang Er, she delivered a resounding slap that left him dazed, spinning in place. A swift kick followed, sending him tumbling far away. Just as she prepared to mount him and deliver a fatal blow, Shun hurriedly called out, Sister, hurry to save Mother. What? Anu turned back, just then hearing her mother's anguished cries from within the house, propelling her into a furious charge. Upon entering, she found Zhang San pinning her mother down, ripping at her clothes, and her rage ignited like wildfire. Beast! She stormed forward, seizing him by the collar and yanking him off the bed, throwing him to the floor. Danny, how did you return? Zhang San stared at Anu in disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to be sold? How is she back? Being sold does not absolve you from punishment. Anu's rage soared. She lunged at Zhang San, unleashing a barrage of slaps and punches upon him. These ruffians had long coveted her mother's beauty, foolishly believing that a previous beating would teach them a lesson. Yet, here they were, returning to wreak havoc in her home. Today, she would ensure they learned their place. They could not assume her gentleness was a sign of weakness. Stop, I beg you. Don't hit me, Zhang San pleaded, covering his face, desperate for mercy as he felt his head was on the verge of bursting. Watch me not kill you. Anu continued her relentless assault. Such mistreatment of her family could not go unpunished. As Zhang San's voice grew increasingly feeble, Zhao Shi hurriedly approached and grasped Anu's arm. Eldest sister, please stop. Do not let this escalate to the point of death. Better dead than alive. I would gladly pay for their lives. Eldest sister, do not be foolish. Quickly go check on your father and the others. Zhao Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The commotion outside had left her anxious about the well-being of her husband and children. Upon hearing her plea, Anu regained a semblance of composure, delivering a final kick to Zhang San before storming out of the room. She rushed over to find her father sitting up. Father, how are you? I am fine. Yi Daniu wiped the blood from his forehead, casting a worried glance at Zhao Shi. Are you all right? It is his inadequacy that allowed my wife to be bullied. Father, I am unharmed. How do you feel? Zhao Shi fought back her tears. The sight of her husband bleeding so profusely filled her with dread. What would become of her and the children if anything were to happen to him? I'm also fine. Yi Dainiu forced himself to stand, despite his weakened state. Chapter 37. To the medical hall as Zhang San and his brothers attempted to flee, Anu furiously blocked their path. They thought it would be easy to escape after inflicting such harm upon her father and siblings, and nearly bullying her mother. How could they even contemplate such a thing? Big sister, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Please spare us. Zhang San and his companions immediately fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. This girl possessed strength akin to an ox, far beyond what they could contend with. Spare you? Dream on. Anu seethed with rage. There was no way she would let them off so easily. Glancing around, she picked up a stick from the corner. Just as she was about to strike them, she was stopped by Zhao Shi. Big sister, let them go. Go check on your father. With the strength of a daughter, if she swung that stick, it would surely result in a fatality. Upon hearing her mother's words, Anu hesitated and ceased her movements. Get lost. If you dare to come back, I will incapacitate you all. We won't. We won't. We promise we won't. Zhang San and his brothers scrambled to their feet and fled. Had they known this girl would return, they would have never dared to come back at all. Father, let me take you to see the doctor. Anu supported Yi Dainiu's arm. His head was bleeding profusely, and the injury was certainly severe. What doctor? I'll be fine in a couple of days. Yi Dainiu waved his hand dismissively. A small cut would cost dozens of copper coins at the medical hall. For someone like him, it would require several taels of silver. The family had finally accumulated some savings. They couldn't afford to squander it like that. Father, you cannot avoid treatment. It's serious. Zhao Shi looked at Yi Dainiu with concern. Given the state he was in, it would be unwise not to seek medical attention. Why is it serious? I'm fine. Really. No need for a doctor, Yi Dainiu insisted, shaking his head again. Just as he was about to return indoors, Anu pulled him back. With injuries like this, how can you not go? She turned to Zhao Shi. Mother, I returned in such haste that I didn't bring any money. Please take our money. We must go to the medical hall. All right. Zhao Shi hurriedly ran into the house to retrieve the money. I'm not going to the medical hall. Just as Yi Dainiu attempted to enter the house, Anu once more detained him. Whether you go or not is not your decision. Let us move. She grasped his arm and started pulling him outside. Xuanyi, Ernie, you both come along too. Although their injuries seemed minor, it was prudent to have them treated for a quicker recovery. Big sister, do we really have to go? Xuanyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though he was in significant pain, he thought it would pass if he endured. If they went to the medical hall, it would cost quite a bit. Enough chatter. Let us hurry. Such serious injuries could not be left untreated. Ultimately, under Anu's persistent urging, the family of four made their way to the medical hall. Fortunately, Xuanyi and Ernie's injuries were not severe. They merely required some ointment. Yi Dainiu, however, had the most serious condition. Aside from the large gash on his head, he was also severely weakened from years of inadequate nourishment and hard labor. Upon hearing that he was to drink soup medicine for a month, supplemented with ginseng, Yi Dainiu resolutely refused. However, in the end, she could not resist Anu's determination. After a month of consuming medicinal concoctions, the 12 taels of silver brought had been entirely spent. Let us return these medicines. I will recuperate on my own. As soon as they exited the apothecary, Yi Dainiu pointed sorrowfully at the bundles of herbs, lamenting the loss of 12 taels, while pondering how he would earn money again. How would they avoid starvation? Return them? Haven't you heard what the doctor said? If you do not continue your treatment, your health will never recover. Anu tugged at Yi Dainiu's arm and urged him forward. Thankfully, they had come to seek help early. Otherwise, with the passage of time, her father's health would deteriorate irreparably. Do you understand? That 12 taels is our family's. Yi Dainiu's words were abruptly interrupted by Anu. Father, do not worry about the money. I still have some left. We were in such a hurry today. You can collect it from me tomorrow. You still have money? Zhao Shi's eyes lit up, though she too harbored worries. Knowing their food supplies were dwindling and the silver had vanished, she feared they might face hunger again. Yes, I received quite a few taels as a reward. You can come for it tomorrow. Quite a few. Ernie excitedly leaned in. She too felt apprehensive about the family's finances and the threat of hunger. Indeed, over 6 taels, enough to sustain us for a while. Anu gently patted Ernie's head, then turned to Yi Daniu and Zhao Shi. Father, mother, I am now studying martial arts with the young master. On good days, I can earn 20 copper coins, and even on poor days, I earn 5. Coupled with my monthly allowance, I can bring home nearly a tael of silver. This will suffice to provide for you. You need not fear starvation. Is that true? Zhao Shi felt a surge of joy. She had not anticipated her eldest daughter to be so capable of earning such a substantial amount. It's all because of your shortcomings. Yi Daniu sighed in guilt. He felt inadequate as a father, unable to earn money and wasting what little they had. 12 taels have been squandered. Father, please do not dwell on that. I do not wish to hear it. Anu frowned. Although their family was impoverished, her father had never shown a preference for sons over daughters. He always thought of them first. She did not perceive her father as inept. Rather, she viewed him as the best. Why have you returned at this hour, my dear? Zhao Shi gazed at Anu, who hurriedly came back as night approached, wondering what might have transpired. I felt anxious and uneasy, so I returned to check. Father, mother, I snuck out and must return. Anu glanced at the darkening sky. What? You snuck out? Hurry back, lest you be discovered and punished. Zhao Shi's expression was filled with concern, understanding now why her daughter had returned so hastily. Indeed, do hurry back, and do not let anyone find out, Yi Daniu added, equally worried. Very well, I shall return. Wait for me at the back gate of the Wang residence tomorrow afternoon. After my training, I will come to find you. With that, Anu dashed away, her heart racing with fear at the thought of being caught for sneaking out. As Anu's shoes emitted smoke from the ground, Xuanyi couldn't help but smile. What a fierce little creature she is. The ferocity with which she had just thrashed those 3 men was truly remarkable. If she were to be brought to the battlefield, with such formidable spirit, she would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the enemy forces. Lost in thought, he noticed Mo-in gazing intently at Anu's retreating figure. My lord, do you truly consider Anu a mere girl? How could a lady strike with such ferocity? Those were 3 robust men, and yet they appeared utterly unafraid, even seeming somewhat intimidated by her presence, as Xuanyi observed. Take some time to inquire further about those individuals and discover their identities. One wonders what Anu did to instill such fear in them upon her mere arrival. Chapter 38. Innate strength as night descended. Anu returned to find the courtyard enveloped in silence, save for the light emanating from the heir's chamber, suggesting that their presence remained undiscovered. She hurried to her own room and ignited an oil lamp, only to realize that her hand was injured. It must have occurred while she was inadvertently striking that rascal Zhang San. Just as she pondered this, a knock echoed at the door. Anu, coming. Upon opening the door, she found Chongping standing there, eyes closed in contemplation. Brother Chongping, what brings you here? Anu, the heir had previously instructed me to inquire if you sustained any injuries while with the princess. If so, he wished for me to bring you some medicine. I was so preoccupied that I forgot about it until now. If you are hurt, do apply some ointment yourself. Chongping handed her a small basket and, yawning, took his leave. Glancing inside the basket filled with various vials and jars, Anu's face brightened. Thank you, Brother Chongping. This is a timely blessing. I can tend to my hand's wounds. Once Anu retreated into her room, Chongping turned and entered Xuanyi's quarters. My lord, the medicine has been delivered. Xuanyi nodded. As if struck by a thought, he picked up a brush and penned a letter, which he handed to Mo-in. Deliver this letter to the king. It is early summer now, and the new harvest will not be ready for months. Given the northern border's resources, I believe their supplies will not last long. The king need only remain patient. The northern forces will soon find themselves unable to sustain their campaign and will retreat. Understood. Mo-in accepted the letter and exited. The following morning, Anu awoke, grimacing in pain. Oh dear! Gritting her teeth, she sat up. Every inch of her body ached, and she hesitated to touch the sore flesh, a testament to her rigorous training the day before. Glancing outside, she surmised that the air must have risen as well, and she reluctantly donned her shoes. After a brief wash, she stepped outside, and upon reaching the training ground, she indeed found the heir seated there. My lord, continue. Xuanyi regarded her with a fleeting glance. Impressive, he mused, noting that despite the late hours of the previous day, she had managed to rise early. Anu straightened her posture, positioning her legs shoulder-width apart, and lowered herself into a squat. A searing pain shot through her legs, causing her brow to furrow involuntarily. How excruciating, she thought, attributing the discomfort to her training. Yet, she remained resolute, squatting down without any signs of laziness, even achieving a more precise form than the day before. Xuanyi observed her impeccable stance in the horse-riding posture with surprise. He had anticipated that after such an arduous session, she would seek various excuses to slack off today. To his astonishment, she not only refrained from being lazy, but demonstrated even greater diligence than before. Anu had no intention of shirking her responsibilities. The events of the previous night had profoundly impressed upon her the necessity of earning money quickly. Otherwise, should a similar situation arise again, not only would her family struggle financially, but her parents would also endure hunger. Therefore, she must diligently practice her skills to earn those 20 copper coins, ensuring that her parents do not face hunger. Moreover, she has recognized the benefits of her training, despite having practiced only once yesterday. She felt significantly more at ease when confronting Zhang San and his companions. Consequently, she is resolute in her determination to learn. Although she does not dare to claim she can match Mo Yin's prowess, she is certain she will improve far beyond her current abilities. Should anyone dare to bully her parents in the future, it will be much easier for her to defend them. While the thoughts in her mind were encouraging, the stance she held was undeniably taxing on her stamina. After maintaining it for nearly 15 minutes, her legs began to tremble once more. Yet, bolstered by her indomitable willpower, she gritted her teeth and persevered, though endurance alone was not sufficient. As time dragged on, the shaking in her legs intensified, but the thought of her family's financial struggles propelled her to grit her teeth even harder. She must endure. However, just as she managed to stabilize herself, her legs started trembling again, and she felt on the verge of collapse, prompting her to cry out in frustration. I must hold on. I must earn those 20 copper coins. Chongping, startled by her sudden outburst, glared at her in annoyance. What are you shouting about? Sitting quietly, and then you suddenly act like you've come back from the dead. You nearly scared the wits out of me. Am I not allowed to motivate myself? She retorted. Could you at least give a warning first? Shouting like that out of nowhere frightens everyone. Even the timid could faint from the shock. Ah, how melodramatic. Acting like a woman. The young master and Mo Yin weren't scared. Were they? Are you glaring at me? Chongping replied through clenched teeth. What tone is that? You startled yourself, yet you still have the audacity to be indignant. Did I glare at you? Did you see me glaring? With her long hair, it was impossible for her to see if she was glaring at him. He was merely trying to provoke her. Don't think that just because your hair obscures your eyes, I can't see. Chongping pointed accusingly at her. The unwillingness in her tone suggested she had not been glaring at him at all. How wasn't he glaring at you? What did you see? As the two quarreled, Xuanyi smirked, amused by their banter. If you continue this way, you'll exceed the time limit. Even Mo Yin is struggling to suppress a smile. It is no wonder the young master is so demanding of this girl. She indeed possesses potential. Nearly an hour had passed, and not only could she still maintain her stance, but her legs had ceased trembling, as if she could sustain this position for yet another hour without difficulty. Anu, engrossed in her argument with Chongping, had forgotten about her own legs, completely unaware of how steady her stance had become. It was Chongping who first noticed. Look at you, your legs aren't shaking anymore. It seems your stance is steadier than before. Anu glanced down at her legs, then turned to Mo Yin. Has the time elapsed yet? It feels like quite a while. Yes, it's about time. Mo Yin suppressed a smile. It has been over an hour. Oh, then I shall go practice on the sandbags. Anu stood up, although her stance had been quite stable. Having squatted for so long made it difficult for her to stand straight immediately. After a considerable period of walking with her rear end protruding, she finally managed to straighten her legs. Gazing at the punching bag before her, she clenched her fists, unleashing a left punch, followed swiftly by a right, and then a left kick, followed by a right. One strike after another, she began to unleash a flurry of blows as if she had not eaten in days. Put more force into it. Imagine the bag as your most despised adversary. Xuanyi approached her. The speed and power of her punches were vastly different compared to her earlier confrontation last night. Motivated by the prince's words, Anu felt invigorated. As she stared at the punching bag, memories of Zhang San and his companions ignited her fury. Huh! With a roar of indignation, she unleashed a relentless assault on the bag, her anger manifesting with each strike. Just as Xuanyi had suggested, it was as if the punching bag were her sworn enemy, receiving a merciless beating. Observing the numerous deep dents forming on the bag, Xuanyi was left in astonishment. This girl truly possesses extraordinary strength. Chapter 39. Do not stop gazing at the sandbag before him. Xuanyi was once again taken aback. This sandbag must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, and only he could manage to strike it, a feat he had honed gradually since childhood. Yet this girl, having trained for merely 2 days, was already capable of creating dents in it. Truly a prodigious strength. Even Mo-in was left in astonishment. He could not produce such large indentations himself. At this rate, it was likely that the girl's strength would soon rival that of the air. Anu, however, was oblivious to these observations, viewing the sandbag merely as Zhang San and his companions. She clenched her jaw, exerting every ounce of strength she could muster, relentlessly assaulting the sandbag. Lost in her fervor, she forgot to count how many strikes she had delivered, continuing until she had utterly exhausted herself. Oh my, air, I truly have no strength left. Please, allow me a moment's respite. She collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from her brow. Indeed, the saying held true. Earning money is no easy task. After a half-hour's rest, she would return to breakfast. Xuanyi smirked. This girl had astonishingly completed over 100 sets, exceeding her task. May I eat now? Anu was momentarily taken aback. She recalled having trained for a long time yesterday. Why had today's session concluded so swiftly? Well, you performed admirably today. Thank you, Heir. Anu exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet. So, performing well meant less training. She resolved to excel in the future to avoid such strenuous practice. Watching her exuberant departure, Chongping could not help but scoff. Fool! She doesn't even realize how long she has been training. Doesn't she see what time it is? She still naively thinks she has trained less. Anu was indeed oblivious to the time, her focus having consumed her entirely. Upon returning to her room, she sprawled across her bed, her chest heaving vigorously. Though she had not trained excessively today, she felt quite fatigued. After lying still for a while, her sweat nearly dried. She made her way to the kitchen. Upon seeing the meat buns, she felt rejuvenated, ready to retrieve them for her room, when Master Lu called out to her. Anu, HM? Anu turned back. Anu, if the buns are insufficient, you may take a few more. Steward Chong specifically instructed that you must be well fed. Really? Then I would like to take 2 more. Anu's eyes sparkled with delight. She hadn't anticipated such a stroke of good fortune, gleefully placing 2 additional buns on her plate before exiting the kitchen. Upon returning to her room, she set her breakfast on the table, eager to indulge in the large meat bun. Suddenly, thoughts of her parents crossed her mind, and she set the bun down, fetching some oil paper to wrap 4 of them. Opening her drawer, she placed them inside and began sipping her millet porridge. Her parents had yet to taste the meat buns. She would save them for them. After finishing her breakfast, she rested for half an hour before heading to the training grounds once more. With the experience from before, there was no need for supervision this time, and obstacles were tackled with determination. Scaling tall walls, ascending high ladders, stepping over logs, and traversing balance beams. It was only at the final step that an unexpected challenge emerged. From a lofty iron frame hung numerous thick ropes. Following the guidance of Mo-in, Anu grasped a rope and swung with the agility of a monkey, finally landing after catching the last rope, exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness, this is rather exhausting. While the previous challenges seemed effortless, this newly added task proved quite taxing. After merely 1 round, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Exhaustion is indeed expected, Xuanyi remarked with a hint of a smile. If there were no difficulty whatsoever, what purpose would the training serve? Anu said nothing further. After all, the decisions rested with others, so she would train as instructed. She dashed back to repeat the exercise, pausing for a brief respite after every 20 repetitions. However, she did not rest for long. Without needing a reminder, she stood up to continue her training, which greatly pleased Xuanyi. This girl trains with commendable seriousness. At this rate, noticeable progress should be evident within a year. Just as he pondered this, a commotion erupted at the entrance. It must be the delivery of flower seedlings. Chongping approached to find Steward Lu and his entourage bringing the seedlings. The old lady and the princess had already completed their planting, and today it was time for the heir's residence. Steward Lu pointed to the seedlings atop the cart. There is an order to planting flowers. The old lady's garden was tended first, followed by that of the princess and the prince. Now it was the heir's turn. Oh, come with me. Just as Chongping was about to lead everyone to select flowers, the third Miss, Lu Yilan, arrived. She was the daughter of the second madam and the only legitimate young lady in the household. So many flowers. She immediately picked one. It seems my elder brother is quite favored to have such a variety. Indeed, there are numerous species here. Xinyanran also held one, as she particularly adored peonies. Miss Yilan, Miss Shun, Chongping greeted respectfully. Where's my elder brother? Lu Yilan inquired, peering into the courtyard. I heard he has rarely been seen outside lately. Oh, the heir is in the courtyard. Chongping gestured towards the training area. Let's go take a look. Lu Yilan tugged Xinyanran and headed over. Elder brother, what are you doing? Lu Yilan curiously observed Anu, wondering what task her brother had assigned to that servant, who was climbing up and down. Indeed, heir. What is that servant doing? Xinyanran echoed, equally intrigued by the sight of the servant jumping about. I am watching her train, Lu Xuanyi replied in a neutral tone. Training? Brother, are you actually training her? Lu Yilan pointed at Anu, surprised that her brother intended to teach this servant martial skills. Yes, Lu Xuanyi responded flatly, though his mind seemed elsewhere. How intriguing, Sister Yanran. Shall we also take a moment to observe? Lu Yilan tugged at Shun Yanran, finding the antics of that servant quite amusing. Very well, Shun Yanran replied with a gentle smile. This presented an excellent opportunity to be close to the heir, as she found herself seated beside him, observing the now still Anu. She feigned curiosity and inquired, Why have you halted? Indeed, why have you stopped? Get up and continue your endeavors. Lu Yilan exclaimed, pointing at Anu. She was so engrossed in the spectacle. How could the servant possibly pause? Anu, having only just settled, surely needed to catch her breath. I'm speaking to you, rise at once. Lu Yilan insisted, her finger accusingly directed at Anu. The audacious servant seemed to disregard her commands. Anu, it appeared that this was indeed the most brazen of the third young ladies in the household. Casting a glance at the heir, who remained silent, suggested acquiescence. With a heavy breath, she stood once more, commencing a new round of training. Lu Xuanyi furrowed his brow. It seemed she had finally adopted a more obedient demeanor. Chapter 40. Poor thing Lu Yilan, as if she had stumbled upon an amusing diversion, dashed to the training grounds, incessantly directing Anu to perform one task after another. Even Shun Yanran joined her, echoing her commands, not out of genuine amusement, but rather to capture Lu Xuanyi's attention. However, Anu found herself in a precarious position, subjected to the whims of these two women, who toyed with her without allowing a moment's respite. Despite her inner frustration, she felt compelled to comply, for the young master had not uttered a word, which implied his tacit approval. As she observed the women's clothes drenched with sweat, Lu Xuanyi could no longer bear to watch. That's enough for today, he declared. Where had that crafty and sly demeanor gone, allowing himself to be treated like a monkey? Anu wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Why did it seem as if the young master was displeased? After exhausting her to this extent, what more could he possibly want? Watching her wipe the sweat from her face, Lu Xuanyi felt a surge of irritation. What are you still doing here? He snapped. You look like a fool. Persisting in this state of exhaustion, Anu was taken aback. The young master was truly angry. After days of witnessing his calm demeanor, she had almost forgotten he was a formidable figure. His fearsome glare was indeed intimidating, and just as she was about to turn away, Lu Xuanyi called out to her. Wait. Oh, Anu halted in her tracks. This afternoon, I must step out and shall not return until tomorrow. You know what you ought to practice, correct? I understand. Anu replied with a firm nod. She had long memorized her training regimen. Good. No slacking off. I will be inspecting your progress upon my return. Understood. Anu affirmed once more before turning to leave. Having been incessantly active, she had perspired profusely, and as she walked, she continued to wipe her brow, which only darkened Xuanyi's expression further. Like a simpleton, you deserve to be exhausted. Despite returning to rest a bit earlier than usual, Anu felt more fatigued than ever, her steps heavier than before. Yet, she did not head straight to her room. Instead, she made her way to the kitchen. Master Lu, what is for lunch today? The same as yesterday, Master Lu replied, his gaze fixed on Anu. It was evident that she had worked hard, her clothes and hair soaked with sweat. Upon seeing the large drumstick on her plate, Anu beamed with joy. Thank you, Master Lu, she exclaimed, leaving the kitchen in high spirits. Upon returning to her room, she eagerly opened a drawer, retrieved a few meat buns, and placed the chicken leg inside. She tucked away 6 taels of silver into her pocket and, clutching the buns and chicken leg, dashed out of her room. As she approached the back door, she was halted by the gatekeeper. Which courtyard do you belong to? I am from the young master's courtyard, just delivering some items, she replied. Upon hearing that she was from the young master's residence, the 2 gatekeepers scrutinized her anew, realizing she was the newly recruited maid of the young master's household. Be quick about it. Ah, thank you. Anu nodded gratefully. Hurriedly, she dashed out the back door, glancing around until she spotted her mother and younger sister waving at her from the mouth of the alley across the street. Eldest sister, we are over here. Second sister cheerfully waved her hand, and Anu swiftly made her way over. Eldest sister, what do you have there? Second sister inquired, pointing at the oiled paper bag in Anu's hand. It smells so delicious. It seems like there is meat inside. There are 4 meat buns and a chicken leg. Take them home and enjoy. Anu unveiled the contents of the oiled paper bag. Oh my, why are there so many treats? Eldest sister, you mustn't steal from others. Zhao Shi frowned, scrutinizing the oiled paper bag. How can a servant girl like you indulge in such fine foods? Surely, you must have pilfered them from somewhere. Mother, I did not steal these. This is what I eat every day. I save it especially for you. Is this truly what you eat? Zhao Shi gazed incredulously at the chicken leg and meat buns. Even the landlord's wife wouldn't dare eat so lavishly. How can a servant girl enjoy such delicacies? Well, ever since I started training with the young master, I have had good meals at every meal. Anu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Why are you sweating so much? Zhao Shi finally noticed that her daughter's clothes were soaked. From training. Anu wiped her brow again. I exerted too much energy today, and the sweat has yet to cease. You must take care of yourself. Zhao Shi tenderly tucked back the strands of hair sticking to her daughter's forehead. You must be exhausted from all this sweating. I understand. Mother, here, this is 6 taels of silver. Keep it safe, and when I earn more in the future, I will bring it back to you. Observing the 6 taels of silver in her hand and noting the sweat-soaked appearance of her daughter, Zhao Shi felt only concern and affection. If you truly cannot continue, then rest for a while. Excessive sweating is detrimental to your health. Though you are well-fed and clothed, working yourself to this extent is harmful. I understand, mother. I must hurry back. Anu glanced at the 2 young servants standing at the entrance, stretching their necks to peek in her direction, seemingly anxious that she might flee. Very well, return home. Everything is fine there. You need not worry, Zhao Shi sniffled. Our entire family relies solely on you for sustenance. It is indeed a burden. As Anu jogged back, Xuanyi and the others emerged from behind the door. It appears this girl is the pillar of the family, Chongping remarked, observing Anu's retreating figure. No wonder she cherishes a few copper coins. The entire family depends on her for survival, which is quite a hardship. Indeed, this girl has made quite a name for herself in their circle, Chongping continued, looking at Imoine, who seemed to have gathered intelligence. There is a family of 3 brothers named Zhang who are local bullies, intent on harassing her mother. They have attempted to intimidate her mother several times, only to be driven off by this girl, earning her a reputation in the area. Because of this, the Zhang brothers frequently bully her father, stealing his laborers, making it difficult for him to earn a fair wage. Her mother and sister earn little from their embroidery, and her brother often has to venture to the mountains outside the capital to gather firewood. Thus, the primary economic source of the household is this young girl. who began earning money at an exceptionally tender age. This how young is very young. Chomping's curiosity was piqued. Adults struggle to find employment. What could a child possibly do? They might beg, or perhaps serve as mourners at funerals, or recite blessings at weddings. There was seemingly no task this girl would shy away from. When I first learned of such matters, I was profoundly shaken. It is truly remarkable that at such a young age, she bears such responsibilities. Oh, how hard it must be for that girl, Chomping remarked with a tone of sympathy. No wonder she strives to send 2 taels of silver back home. It is indeed a challenging endeavor. As he recalled this, he glanced at Emoine. Since those local bullies had taken an interest in her mother, it stands to reason that her mother must possess some degree of beauty. Yet, how could she herself be so unattractive? If those ruffians were drawn to her mother, one would assume she was not lacking in looks. It is puzzling why this girl is so plain. Could it be that she takes after her father? Chapter 41. When monkeys play upon hearing Chomping's words, Emoyin's curiosity was piqued. I do not know, he replied. However, on that day, I noticed that his father was quite tall and handsome. I cannot fathom why Anu appears so unattractive. Turning around, he saw the air with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his brows furrowing in curiosity. Why does the air smile? It feels as though he is concealing something. It is nothing, he said cheerfully, before departing with a light heart. Clearly, it was their lack of discernment. How could that girl possibly be deemed unattractive? Emoine and Chomping exchanged bewildered glances, while the air struggled to contain his laughter. Was this truly nothing? At that moment, Anu was utterly exhausted and lacked the appetite for food. Upon returning to her room, she collapsed on her bed in a most ungraceful manner. After a good while, she finally sat up to eat, and after clearing her dishes to the kitchen, she returned to her room and lay down once more. Drowsily, she drifted into slumber, only to awaken to find that the hour for her daily training had long passed. Oh no, I'm late, she exclaimed, bolting upright. Slipping on her shoes, she dashed outside, racing toward the training grounds. Chomping mused that he had never seen anyone so foolish. The heir wasn't even home. So what was the urgency? Anu was genuinely anxious, not out of a deep desire to train, but rather from fear that others would discover her tardiness. If the heir were to return and report her lateness, she would be in trouble. Upon arriving at the training grounds, she began her warm-up exercises before starting to practice her leg sweeps. However, after just a short while, laughter echoed from a distance. We are here to see Anu, Lulan announced, glancing at Chomping. She was well aware that her elder brother was not home. She simply found amusement in the antics of that servant, which prompted her to bring sister Yinran along. Third miss, Anu still needs to train, Chomping remarked, casting a glance at Anu in the distance. He had anticipated that they would not come since the heir was absent, yet here they were again. If things continued as they had in the morning, Anu would be in for a rough time. I know. That is why I am here to watch her train, Lulan replied, clearly in high spirits. However, before Chomping could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Shun Yinran. How dare a servant meddle in the affairs of the third miss? Step aside, she haughtily declared. How could such a mere steward dare to act as if they were in command of the matters of their betters? Yes, Chomping reluctantly acquiesced. It was often said that the heir was ill-fated with women. With someone like this, who could be fortunate? Yet, as a servant, he could say nothing. He could only obediently remain by the side, foreseeing that Anu was in for a difficult time. What are you doing, Anu? Lulan inquired with a smile as she approached her. She was unaware of what Anu was practicing, but it seemed quite entertaining. Replying to the third miss, I am practicing leg sweeps, Anu replied as she stood up. Leg sweeps? How dull. You should go practice those instead, Lulan said, pointing at the obstacles. She had found it quite amusing to see Anu hopping around on them earlier in the day, far more entertaining than the leg sweeps. Third miss, my task this afternoon is leg sweeps, as requested by the heir. Aren't all the exercises part of training? What difference does it make what I practice? Anu responded, as Xin Yinran also approached. A servant audaciously dared to retort to her master. Had this been in her household, she would have been executed without hesitation. Initially, Lulan held some reservations, fully aware of her elder brother's temperament, but upon hearing sister Yinran's words, her confidence surged. Indeed, what does it matter what one practices? Hurry along. She turned and entered the pavilion, settling herself at the stone table. "Fetch us some tea and nuts," she commanded, glancing at Chongping beside her. "How can my elder brother tolerate such lack of discernment?" "Ah, yes." Chongping turned to the young servant beside him, signaling him to brew tea for the third. Mississippi, noticing that Anu had yet to move, Lu Elan's brow furrowed. "What are you dawdling for? Go quickly." With a face so unappealing, standing there motionless makes you appear a fool. Anu wished to protest further, but upon seeing Chongping's submissive demeanor, she bit her tongue. She approached the wall and leaped over it, resuming her training as she had done earlier that morning. "Too slow, pick up the pace," Lu Elan called out while snacking on nuts. Anu's jumps were not as swift as before. This dog servant dared to slack off. Anu remained silent, yet she did accelerate slightly, though not by much, for she was fatigued and the heat was unbearable, hindering her speed. However, Lu Elan's relentless urging continued. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me? Faster." It was as though her words fell on deaf ears. Despite the discomfort in her heart, Anu, being the servant, had no choice but to endure and hasten her pace a little more. She had anticipated that these two would leave after a while, but to her surprise, they spent the entire afternoon there. They incessantly urged her to jump from one place to another, leaving her no moment of respite. Exhausted, she fell asleep without having dinner. The following day, Lu Elan and Shun Yinran arrived early once again, just as the day before, commanding Anu to practice this and that. Not only were they relentless in their demands, but they also denied her breakfast, and even Chongping's pleas fell on deaf ears, resulting in a scathing reprimand. With no alternative, Anu could only endure the training, hoping that these two would soon tire and depart, dreading another disappointment. Lu Elan appeared to be in a state of exuberance, incessantly directing Anu to jump about. As the afternoon wore on, there was no indication of their intention to leave. The moment Lu Xian stepped into the courtyard, laughter erupted from the training ground. "Sister Yinran, do you think she can pick up the pace?" "I believe she can. She must be slacking." Shin Yinran pointed at Anu, who stood atop a log. "This dog servant must be idling, or she wouldn't be moving so slowly." "I concur." Lu Elan approached Anu, glaring at her in discontent. "If you continue to slack off, I shall have you executed. How dare she be lazy in their presence? Such a wretched maid deserved a beating." "Third miss, I truly cannot move any longer." Anu wiped the sweat from her brow. Having skipped breakfast, the time had now drifted into the afternoon, leaving her both famished and weary. Her vision was beginning to blur, and she could scarcely summon the strength to continue. "You insolent servant, dare you speak back to me?" Lu Elan exclaimed, raising her hand. Just as she was about to strike Anu, her wrist was seized, and upon turning, she found it was Lu Xuanyi. Instantly, her lips formed a pout of indignation. "Brother, this wretched servant has provoked me. I wish to punish her severely. In this royal residence, no servant has ever dared to challenge my authority." Lu Xuanyi's jaw tightened as he cast a swift glance at Lu Elan. When his gaze shifted to Anu, his tone turned as frigid as ice. "What hour is it? And you still linger here, practicing?" At this time each day, she would have already concluded her lunch. Yet today, you persist in this under the glaring sun. "It was the third miss and the others who insisted I continue my practice," Anu replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. She too longed to return, but those two would not permit it. Just as she contemplated her predicament, she was met with Lu Xuanyi's furious roar. "Will you obey their commands to the point of death?" Chapter 42. The fury of Lu Xuanyi observing Anu, who appeared far more disheveled than the previous day. Lu Xuanyi felt his temper nearing a breaking point. "What have they commanded you to do that you so blindly obey? I have instructed you to practice diligently. Why have you ignored my words? Am I your master, or are they?" He had always believed her to be intelligent, yet now she proved herself utterly foolish, to the point of being irredeemable. Despite her exhaustion, she continued to train, oblivious to the danger of overexertion. Noticing Chongping cowering nearby, he delivered a sharp kick. "Are you lifeless? Did I not entrust you with specific instructions upon my departure? Is this how you execute your duties?" He pointed at Anu's drenched hair, having specifically instructed him to take care of her, only to find that his trust had been misplaced. In his moment of fury, he exerted too much force, sending Chongping sprawling to the ground. Lu Yilan trembled in fear, having never witnessed her elder brother in such a rage. It was truly terrifying. Xinyan ran too, wore an expression of alarm, realizing the extent of Lu Xuanyi's wrath, which felt as though it could lead to violence. "Your Highness, please calm your anger," Mo Yin approached, casting a glance at Anu. Anu quickly apologized to His Highness. "He is genuinely upset. We cannot mention Miss San or Miss Shan, so it falls upon you to make amends and prevent further escalation of his ire." "Oh, I am sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. Next time." Anu's apology was abruptly interrupted as she felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. "Anu!" Lu Xuanyi rushed to catch her, checking her faint breath before cradling her in his arms. "Fetch the physician at once." He directed his gaze at the recently risen Chong Ping, then shot an irritable glance at Lu Yilan and Shun Yanran before striding past them. "Sister Yanran, he is truly angry." Lu Yilan was genuinely frightened. She had never seen her brother so furious. It felt as though he could take a life in his wrath. "You are the legitimate daughter of this royal household. What is there to fear?" Xin Yanran's eyes flashed with discontent. She had not anticipated Lu Xuanyi would embrace a lowly servant, nor that he would become so enraged on her behalf, revealing a grave underestimation of the maid. Lu Xuanyi carried Anu back to her chamber, gently laying her on the bed. He brushed back the damp hair clinging to her face, revealing her delicate features, but he had no time to admire them. His concern grew as he noticed her pallid complexion and the beads of sweat cascading down her face, his brow furrowing in dismay. Truly foolish, even in such a state. She persists. Just then, Chong Ping and Mo Yin approached, their expressions wide-eyed with astonishment. "What are you staring at? You look like fools, gaping so," he scolded. "Your Highness, this Anu is not unattractive," Chong Ping stammered, pointing at her face. His astonishment rendered him nearly speechless. He had always thought her rather plain, yet at this moment, her features were undeniably appealing. Indeed, it appears quite pleasing to the eye. Mo Yin gazed intently. She initially thought the girl's hair obscured half her face due to her own lack of beauty. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was not unattractive at all, despite her eyes being closed. In fact, she seemed rather lovely, which was quite a surprise. "Get lost, all of you." Lu Xuanyi cast a disdainful glance at them. How could they still engage in trivial chatter at such a critical moment? Chong Ping, Montak Yuan. The prince found the atmosphere unusually tranquil. Suddenly, they paused, exchanging glances. It seemed the prince had anticipated this, for his demeanor was far too calm to suggest otherwise. The court physician soon arrived, bearing his medicinal box. Upon noticing Anu's disheveled state, he hesitated momentarily before checking her pulse. "Your Highness, this girl is merely suffering from long-term malnutrition, coupled with excessive fatigue, which has led to her fainting. I shall prescribe a few remedies for her to take over the next few days, and with a slight increase in her nutritional intake, she should recover swiftly." "Thank you." Esteemed physician, Lu Xuanyi sighed in relief. After leaving a few prescriptions, the physician departed. "Shouldn't you hurry and prepare the medicine?" Lu Xuanyi glared at Chong Ping, his frustration palpable. "How can you be so ineffectual? Our family is being bullied, and you simply stand there watching." Realizing the prince was in a foul mood, Chong Ping dared not utter a word. "Yes, I will promptly instruct someone to prepare the medicine." Upon returning, he heard Mo Yin speaking. "Your Highness, you are well aware of the third Mrs. Temperament. It is not entirely fair to blame Chong Ping. Everyone knows how domineering she is within the Wang residence. Even the concubines are at a loss when dealing with her, let alone Chong Ping. Cease your defense of him." Lu Xuanyi shot a glare at Mo Yin. What a loyal companion, even in such a moment, still defending him. "Your Highness, I truly had no way of stopping her." Chong Ping entered with a long face. "I did try to intervene, but you know the third Mrs. Temperament. Her insults could rival those meant for beasts. And then there's Miss Shun, who acts as if this were her own home, not only joining the third miss in berating me, but also nearly coming to blows on several occasions." Chong Ping's expression reflected his despair. As a servant, he dared not oppose his master. And it was not as if he had done nothing. The issue was that she simply would not heed his advice. "Leave." Lu Xuanyi glared at him again. Surely he was aware of these matters, yet he could not afford to appear so cowardly. Each time he saw Chongping, his irritation grew, and he was increasingly uninterested in hearing his words. Noticing Anu's eyelids fluttering, he immediately stood up. When she awakens, have her change her clothes. He then hurriedly exited the room. Yes, Chongping obeyed, bowing like a subordinate. Once the prince had left, he approached Anu's bedside, scrutinizing her closely. This girl is indeed not unattractive. She seems rather charming. The moment Anu opened her eyes, she found Chongping staring at her intently, which startled her into sitting upright. Chongping, elder brother. She quickly lowered her gaze to inspect her clothing. Finding no signs of violation, she breathed a sigh of relief. How do you perceive me? Chongping's expression darkened instantly. Though he did not consider himself a hero, he certainly did not identify as a scoundrel, nor would he stoop to such ignoble acts. Oh no, you misunderstand. Anu tugged at the corner of her mouth, just as she was about to articulate her thoughts. She noticed Mo Yin's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. What is it? Why do they all regard me with such looks? Anu, you are not unattractive. Why do you conceal your face? Mo Yin pointed toward her visage. Previously, he had thought her not unpleasing, but now, as her eyes opened wide, they resembled two glistening black grapes, utterly captivating. It was a mystery why she chose to obscure such beauty. Indeed, isn't it quite lovely? Why cover it? Chongping also stared intently at Anu. This girl possessed remarkable beauty. If only she were a tad fuller, she might surpass all others in the entire imperial city. Anu, it's over. The truth is completely revealed. Chapter 43. We enter the mansion together as Chongping and Ma Yin fixed their gaze upon her. Anu rubbed her cheeks nervously. I fear being raised as a concubine. She did not envy the concubines adorned in gold and silver. She merely wished for a tranquil existence. Chongping and Ma Yin exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this girl harbored such thoughts. Given her appearance, her concern was indeed understandable. Observing the servant bringing in a medicinal concoction, Chongping hurriedly reached out to take it. Anu, quickly drink this medicine. What medicine? I am not ill. Anu looked quizzically at the bowl of medicine in Chongping's hands. She had never been sick, so why should she drink medicine? You must be unwell. How else could you faint? I truly am not ill. It was merely the heat. Throughout her life, she had never fallen ill, and her fainting was solely due to the oppressive heat combined with 2 missed meals and an exhausting practice session, which her body could not withstand. Stop being stubborn. The physician has already examined you and declared that your constitution is too weak. You need to take this for several days. Chongping persisted, offering the medicine before her. Given her stubbornness, Anu, upon hearing this, ceased her objections. Oh, she accepted the bowl, frowning as she drank it down. Change your clothes. After you finish eating, you should take a good rest. The young master has said that you are not to practice this afternoon. Really? Anu's eyes sparkled momentarily, but her expression soon fell. No, I must practice, otherwise I will lose 20 copper coins. Having endured through the entire morning, she was determined to persevere through the afternoon. After all, that was 20 copper coins at stake. The young master stated that you have practiced enough this morning. You will not lose your 20 copper coins. Chongping suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Even in such a state, she was still thinking about earning money. Is that so? Then please thank the young master for me. Anu beamed with joy, with her body devoid of strength. The assurance that her earnings would not be affected prompted her to indulge in a much-needed rest. After a hearty meal, her eyelids grew heavy, and before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Perhaps due to her exhaustion or the calming effects of the medicine, she slept soundly for over an hour. When she finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by a cacophony outside. Oh no, surely I have lost track of time. She sprang from her bed, hastily donned her shoes, and rushed outside, nearly colliding with Xuanyi, who stood at the door. My apologies, young master. I am off to practice. I shall make up for lost time. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she noticed Xuanyi and Chongping staring at her intently. Have you lost your memory, or are you still groggy from sleep? Do we not tell you that you need not practice this afternoon? Chongping remarked with a hint of annoyance. He had specifically informed her earlier about the afternoon's lack of practice, yet here she was, in a flurry, as if she had never been told. Oh, I forgot. Anu smiled sheepishly. Caught up in her fears, she had completely overlooked that detail. Observing the bustling courtyard where people were tending to the flowers, she turned to head towards the tool shed, only to be stopped by chomping. What are you planning to do now? I sought a reliable companion to join me in planting flowers. Anu gestured with her chin towards the individuals in the courtyard. With so many engaged in labor, it seemed improper for her to linger idly, as though evading work. Are you addicted to labor? Chomping glared at her in discontent. It baffled him how this girl thought. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to rest? Yet, she pointed towards the bustling crowd, emphasizing, but they are all busy. As a servant herself, it felt inappropriate to remain idle while others toiled. Xuanyi shot her an irritated glance, never having encountered someone so foolish, seemingly distressed by the thought of not working. Anu, the young master has granted you half a day's respite. Take the opportunity to recuperate. If you find yourself at leisure, why not wander about? Mo-in approached, recognizing the girl's earnestness. She felt uncomfortable standing by while others labored. Oh, Anu nodded, stealing a glance at the young master, yet she remained silent, seemingly lacking the desire to engage in labor. However, with so many actively working, and given that she was not a master, it felt exceedingly awkward to stand there. Yet, staying cooped up indoors was equally uncomfortable. After a moment of hesitation, she made her way toward the entrance. Having been there for some time, she had yet to explore outside, standing at the doorway and surveying her surroundings. Just as she contemplated which direction to take, she noticed a girl standing behind a large tree, waving at her. She peered curiously, although she did not recognize her. It was evident the girl was beckoning her. After a moment's hesitation, she approached. Were you calling me? She inquired, pointing to herself. Anu, do you not remember me? I am Xiaotao. We entered the residence together on that day. The girl emerged from behind the tree. Oh, do you need something from me? Anu nodded, recognizing her face. Though they had never interacted much, it's nothing of great importance. I just arrived here and have no acquaintances, so I thought I might find someone to converse with. Xiaotao said, taking Anu's hand and leading her to sit by the flower bed. Look what I brought. She unveiled a paper-wrapped parcel, revealing several exquisite pastries. She offered one to Anu. I shan't eat. You should keep it. Anu declined, noting the pastry's delicate craftsmanship, which surely commanded a considerable price. How could she indulge in such luxuries with someone she hardly knew? Just take it. These were gifted to me by Lady Xuanyi. Since I have no one to talk to in this manner, I thought of you and sought your company, Xiaotao insisted. Anu hesitated, but Xiaotao pressed the pastry into her hand. Do not stand on ceremony with me. Observing the pastry in her hand, Anu contemplated for a moment before taking a symbolic bite. Isn't it delightful? Anu nodded in agreement. I've heard these pastries cost several dozen taels of silver per pound, Xiaotao remarked as she took a piece herself, relishing the rare treat. At home, we barely have enough to eat, let alone indulge in such luxurious pastries. Anu nodded once more, recognizing that such delicacies were undoubtedly not cheap. Observing her willingness to indulge in pastries, Xiaotao's eyes glimmered with mischief. By the way, I heard that the young master has been teaching you martial arts. You must be living quite the charmed life in his courtyard. It is said that the young master is a ruthless fiend. Yet this plain girl has managed to earn his tutelage. She must possess some remarkable abilities. Living a charmed life? Learning martial arts is exhausting. If it weren't for the mere 20 copper coins at stake, I would have no desire to pursue such a grueling endeavor. The young master must have a fondness for you. Has he ever mentioned elevating you to the status of a concubine or a favored maid? No, and I have no intention of becoming a concubine, Anu replied decisively. The young master feels nothing but ire upon seeing her. It would be a miracle if he didn't wish her demise, let alone consider her for the position of concubine. Moreover, she herself had no desire to assume such a role, much less that of a favored maid. You're foolish, should you become a concubine. Those days of hardship would soon be a thing of the past. Xiaotao glanced around, noticing that no one was in sight. She stealthily retrieved a small paper pouch from her pocket and surreptitiously placed it into Anu's hand. With this, your wishes shall come to fruition. Chapter 44. Lu Shuangguang has returned as Anu gazed at the paper bundle presented by Xiaotao. A look of bewilderment crossed her face. What on earth is this? It seemed rather dubious. Simply place this item into the young master's meal, and once good fortune manifests, you shall be elevated to the status of a concubine. Anu was perplexed. She had previously questioned why someone she barely knew would suddenly approach her for conversation. It turned out there were ulterior motives at play. I do not want this. You should keep it for yourself. Despite not understanding her reasoning, one thing was certain. Xiao Dao harbored ill intentions. Are you foolish? You are the only maid in the young master's courtyard. If you do not seize this opportunity to climb the ranks, such chances will be scarce in the future. I have no desire to become a concubine. Please take it back. Anu insisted, shoving the medicine bundle back. She was terrified of being elevated to the status of a concubine and had gone to great lengths to avoid such a fate. How could she possibly use this item? Do you not understand how privileged the concubines in this royal household are? There are more than 10 servants at their beck and call. Then I do not wish for that either. Anu firmly rejected. Her suspicions regarding Xiao Dao's intentions grew stronger. Why are you so stubborn? I'm only trying to help you. If you truly become a concubine, I could benefit from it as well, Xiao Dao pressed, attempting to hand the medicine bundle to her once more. Simply place the contents of this package into the young master's food, and you shall enjoy endless wealth and glory. I do not desire that, Anu reiterated, pushing the bundle away yet again. You should keep it for yourself. I simply wish to work diligently. You, Xiao Dao, gritted her teeth in frustration. Never had she encountered someone so resolutely obstinate. Realizing Anu was genuinely disinterested, she tucked the medicine bundle into her pocket. Since you refuse to listen, let it be. By the way, what does the young master do each day? Do share with me. Since the medicine powder had not been delivered, it was imperative to gather other information, lest she return without anything to report to Lady Wan. You hold me in too high regard. As the most lowly servant, how could I possibly know what the master is doing? Anu observed Xiao Dao, increasingly convinced that her visit bore ulterior motives. The young master is teaching you martial arts, is he not? How could you not be aware? The young master's status is so exalted. How could he personally teach me? He has his subordinates instruct me, and he never shows himself. A person of my lowly rank is unworthy of his personal attention. Do you not attend to the young master's daily needs? Xiao Dao persisted, unwilling to relent. Such intimate service is far beyond my reach as a newcomer. I accompanied the young master to the princess's courtyard once, and have not seen her since. Anu replied earnestly, fabricating a lie. Matters concerning her master could not be carelessly shared. One wrong word could lead to trouble. And what do you do each day? Aside from eating and practicing, I hardly see the young master. I see. Xiao Dao frowned. She had not gleaned any significant information, which would surely displease Lady Qin. Well then, these pastries are all for you. She stuffed the remaining pieces of pastry into Anu's hands. I don't want this. You keep it. Anu's protest was swiftly interrupted by Xiao Dao. I'm not asking you to take it for free. I need you to do me a favor. What kind of favor? Anu glanced at Xiao Dao, sensing her ulterior motive. Once you return, pay close attention to the young master. Observe his daily activities, particularly if he is entangled with any women. Why should I, a servant, concern myself with that? You can trust me. It will be worth your while. If you gather any relevant information, let me know immediately. Not only will I ensure you enjoy such delightful pastries again, but I can also reward you handsomely. This girl, as frail as herself, likely endured hunger at home. Such a substantial temptation should be enough to pique her interest. Anu hesitated to refuse, but her words swiftly changed. A reward? To be frank, Aunt Qin wishes to know about the young master. If you report honestly, you will undoubtedly reap benefits in the future. As Xiao Dao spoke, she produced a piece of silver from her pocket and pressed it into Anu's hand. Gazing at the silver, Anu felt a surge of joy, though her expression remained conflicted. But I hardly ever see the young master. How would I know what he does daily? It dawned on her that Aunt Qin had sent Xiao Dao. That's not a problem. Just be observant and inquire with others. You are bound to uncover some information. And if I can't find anything, will I have to return this money? How could that be? Is Aunt Qin the type to be stingy? Just put in a little effort, and you will surely benefit later. Xiao Dao pushed the silver back toward her. Very well, but let me be clear. I can't guarantee that I'll find anything. Agreed. I have faith in you. I shall return at this time tomorrow. Xiao Dao nodded excitedly. She pinched the remaining silver in her pocket. It seemed too easy to sway her with just a couple of coins. Upon Anu's return to the room, Imoine cast a worried glance at Xuanyi. "Young master, do you think Anu will do that?" There was a hint of concern in her tone. After all, the young master held this girl in high regard, and if she were to betray him, it would undoubtedly be infuriating. "What do you think?" Xuanyi smiled slightly. Anu had said nothing earlier, and based on his understanding, she likely wouldn't speak of it in the future. Once inside, Anu locked the remaining pastries in a drawer, intending to take them home for her parents. Just as she secured the lock, there was a knock at the door. "Anu, the young master wishes for you to accompany him." "Oh." Anu hurriedly stepped outside. "Young master, where are we going?" At this hour, she was uncertain of his destination. "You will find out when we arrive," Xuanyi replied, casting her a glance. He waved his fan and exited the courtyard, with Anu following closely behind until they reached the front hall. As soon as I stepped into the room, I was greeted by the sight of the grand hall filled with individuals, all of whom belonged to the esteemed royal household. Curiously, I pondered the reason behind their gathering when a splendidly dressed gentleman approached with a warm smile. "Elder brother, it has been quite some time," exclaimed Lu Shuangguang as he rushed forward to embrace Xuanyi, playfully thumping him on the back. "Are you well?" Xuanyi replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. The events of the past had rendered him incapable of interacting with his younger brother as he once had. "I'm managing." Our mother remarked that I've become darker, Lu Shuangguang declared. "Come, sit with me." He led Xuanyi to a seat beside the royal consort. "I heard that you were attacked and injured not long ago. Have you uncovered who was behind it?" Xuanyi inquired. "Not yet." Xuanyi shook his head. "Do not worry. Now that I have returned, I shall assist you in investigating this matter. Should I discover the perpetrator, I will ensure they meet a most dreadful end," Lu Shuangguang declared vehemently, thumping his chest with fervor, making one believe he was genuinely enraged. Chapter 45. Just after overhearing the conversation between Lu Shuangguang and Xuanyi, Anu realized that the person before her was indeed the prince's fraternal twin brother, the second young master Lu Shuangguang, who had just returned from the northern battlefield. However, she found it quite perplexing that despite being twins, the second young master bore such a striking resemblance to his brother. In fact, they seemed to share not a single feature. Could it be that the second young master took after the princess? Stealing a glance at Wang Fei, she dismissed the notion as unlikely. As she pondered, she noticed Lu Shuangguang's gaze shifting toward her. "Brother, is this the new maid you have taken into your household? I wonder what kind of judgment you possess to have taken in someone so unappealing." "Indeed, come forward and greet the second young master," Xuanyi instructed. Anu respectfully performed a curtsy. "Second young master." "Yes, brother, why not allow me to procure 2 more charming ones for you?" Lu Shuangguang remarked disdainfully, scrutinizing Anu. Though he could not see her eyes, the sight of her hair alone was discomforting, and he could hardly entertain any favorable thoughts. "No need. You are well aware of my temperament, are you not?" Xuanyi replied. "Indeed, when you feel inclined, simply let me know, and I shall send over several who are far superior to this one." He cast another glance at Anu, who he deemed the most unattractive he had ever encountered. "Anu, your beauty truly stands out. Your face resembles a dried pancake, and your features seem hastily assembled, as if you were trying to outshine someone." "Quite so," Xuanyi nodded. Although he could not see the maid's expression, he could sense her glaring daggers at her younger brother. "Well then, the meal is prepared. Shall we commence?" Aunt Wan entered, her excitement palpable as she waved to everyone, her joy evident in her beaming smile. Aunt Qin rolled her eyes. "Look at that smug demeanor. One might think the second young master was her son. Since the meal is ready, let us dine," the matriarch declared, directing her gaze at the gathering. Only then did they take their seats, and as an array of fragrant and visually appealing dishes were presented, Anu swallowed hard. This Guangling residence is truly affluent. To prepare such a lavish feast is quite extravagant. "Shuangguang, what is the situation in the northern territories? When will your father return?" Second Master Lu Ting inquired of Lu Shuangguang. Given that the conflict in the north had yet to conclude, he was puzzled as to why Shuangguang had returned prematurely. "Oh, uncle, you are well informed. Upon my arrival in the north, I suffered from severe acclimatization issues, even to the point of spitting blood at times. Father, concerned for my health, insisted that I return. You spat blood, Aunt One exclaimed in shock. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly regained her composure. Second young master, you must take great care of your health. We cannot let the prince and princess worry. Thank you for your concern, Aunt One, Lu Xuanyi replied, managing a slight smile. Acclimatization issues? After being there for so long, and you still cannot adapt? Aunt Qin scoffed. Since the prince's return, the second young master has gone to the north. If he still cannot adjust after such an extended period, I fear he may not have survived. Observing his rosy complexion, it was evident he did not appear to be suffering from the effects of the local environment, a notion that seemed quite implausible. Indeed, Xianguang, after such an extended absence, how could he still be unaccustomed to the surroundings? The second madam feigned concern, yet her thoughts mirrored those of Aunt Qin, pondering the potential troubles he may have encountered during the ongoing conflict. To be frank, dear aunt, since my arrival in the northern frontier, I have been experiencing discomfort from the local conditions, though it has fluctuated. This time, it was severe enough that my father insisted I return. Lu Xianguang endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, resolute in withholding the truths of the northern expedition from them. If he was indeed unwell, it would be best to return and recuperate. The princess sighed, for she had already received word from the prince, understanding the true reason for her son's return. Despite her anger at the reckless disregard for the lives of the soldiers, she could not voice her frustrations in front of so many. After all, he was her son, and she wished to preserve his dignity. Indeed, the princess speaks wisely. Now that the second young master has returned, let him regain his health. Aunt One chimed in. Yes, since he is back, he should take good care of himself. The old madam nodded in agreement. Though she was aware of the underlying circumstances and felt a pang of irritation, she too refrained from expressing her sentiments publicly. Upon hearing the old madam's words, the guests finally picked up their chopsticks, shifting the conversation to the delectable dishes before them. Noticing that the servants from various households had begun serving their masters, Emoine poked Anu's arm gently. Anu turned around. Upon catching Emoine's gaze, she realized the servants were distributing the food to the masters. Life in a large household was indeed cumbersome. One had to be attended to even for a meal, as if they lacked the ability to serve themselves. Imitating the servants, she approached Lu Xuanyi, took up her chopsticks, and deftly plucked the two substantial chicken legs from the roasted chicken placed in the center of the table, placing them onto Lu Xuanyi's plate. Lu Xuanyi, she remarked, her actions clearly demonstrating her favoritism towards him. Noticing the two chicken legs on his plate, he too picked up his chopsticks and served the old madam and the princess. Grandmother, mother, please eat. Very well. Both the old madam and the princess affirmed with a nod. Observing that the chicken legs in the young master's plate had been depleted, Anu's chopsticks reached for the braised pork dish. She returned with 4 or 5 pieces before Lu Xian could even begin his meal, and then extended her chopsticks towards the fish platter. With one deft motion, she took all the pieces from the belly of the fish and placed them onto Lu Xianyi's plate. Lu Xianyi, she continued, expertly selecting the most desirable portions of the fish. As she aimed for the large pork knuckle platter next, he called out to her, "That's enough. If you keep this up, all the meat on the table will end up on your plate." "Oh," Anu replied, nodding, yet her chopsticks remained in motion, as she added a substantial piece of the pork knuckle to Lu Xianyi's plate. "This is a prized delicacy. If I don't grab it now, someone else will." Lu Wanyi, the young girl, was there to assist him, and upon seeing the mountain of meat piled high on the plate, he found himself at a loss for words. "There is nothing more to attend to here. You may return," he urged. If the girl lingered any longer, it seemed inevitable that all the delectable dishes on the table would end up on her plate. Indeed. Anu hastily set down her chopsticks, relieved to be free from the obligation of serving, yet unable to resist the allure of the abundant feast laid out before her. As she turned to leave the room, the second madam pursed her lips in discontent. "Xianyi, this girl exhibits a shocking lack of decorum. It is high time she learned some proper etiquette." She was particularly fond of fish belly, and before the servants could even offer her a portion, the entire fish belly had been claimed by that girl. Such behavior in serving is utterly unacceptable. An undisciplined servant ought to be taught the ways of propriety. Observing the mountain of meat on his plate, Xuanyi si tiflit asimile. The second aunt's words rang true. Indeed, such conduct was rather inappropriate. Chapter 46. There must be something. Anu stepped out of the front hall, intending to return to the heir's courtyard. However, the vastness of the Guangling Wangfu, with its nearly identical architectural styles, led her astray. As she wandered, she inadvertently turned in the wrong direction and, after a considerable time, realized she had strayed too far. Upon recognizing her mistake, she attempted to retrace her steps, only to find herself lost again, heading in yet another direction, which left her utterly exasperated. She had never lost her way in the imperial city, yet here she was, meandering through the Guangling Wangfu. Time slipped away, and, as the daylight waned, she finally stumbled upon what she believed to be her destination. However, upon reaching the entrance, she sensed something amiss. Where have the guards gone? She mused. She recalled the presence of sentinels at the entrance, even at night. Yet now there was an unsettling absence. As she ventured into the courtyard, the arrangement within made her heart sink. Damn, I've gone the wrong way again. The Guangling Wangfu, with its multitude of similar structures, offered no distinguishing features for navigation. If someone as non-directionally challenged as her could lose her way, it was a foregone conclusion that others would fare even worse. Just as she contemplated continuing her search, she heard a commotion outside the courtyard and quickly concealed herself behind the door. Organize the second young master's belongings. Aunt One instructed her servants. Understood. The diligent servants began to carry various boxes into the house. Son, how have you fared in the northern frontier? Have you achieved any military accomplishments? Aunt One eagerly inquired of Lu Shuangguang. Given that the heir had fallen ill, any accolades her son might earn on the battlefield would surely endear him to the prince. Securing his position as the heir, Anu was taken aback. So, isn't the second young master a twin with the heir? Shouldn't he be the son of the princess? Why then does Aunt One refer to him as her son? Don't mention it. I intended to launch a surprise attack on the enemy camp to expedite the end of this war, but my father refused. He accused me of being overly ambitious and sent me back. Had he entrusted me with command, the war would have been concluded long ago, Lu Shuangguang lamented, his dissatisfaction evident. If only the old man had conferred military authority upon him earlier, he wouldn't have had to approach the enemy with such a meager force. Perhaps he would have already returned to the capital to claim his rewards. Curse that old fool. Aunt One seethed, her teeth clenched. She had hoped her son would return with military honors, but instead, that old man had become an obstacle. Now that her son was back, and with Lu Xuanyi rendered incapacitated, it was implausible for the heir's position to remain indefinitely occupied. She was determined that the title would eventually belong to her son. Mother, what if Lu Xuanyi clings to the position of heir? Lu Shuangguang expressed his concern. After all, that old wretch had always favored him. And if he refused to relinquish the title, they would be at an impasse. Let him cling to it. He can dream. Rest assured, my son, the title of heir will eventually be yours, Aunt One declared with fierce determination. Her son had addressed Lin Shi as mother for many years, and this title must now be relinquished due to his position as heir. Now everything falls to the old matriarch. Lu Shuangguang breathed a sigh of relief. So, after such a long and arduous journey, you should rest early. We can discuss future matters gradually. I shall take my leave now. Mother, do take care. Lu Shuangguang escorted Aunt One out the door. Anu, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Oh my, why is my mind so clouded? The heir and the second young master were twins. Yet the second young master referred to Aunt One as mother. What a perplexing relationship. Unable to comprehend further, she realized it was unwise to linger and hastily decided to retreat. As soon as Lu Shuangguang entered the house, she stealthily slipped out from behind the door and bolted. Without a thought for direction, she darted down the path, turning at every fork to avoid capture. However, she had scarcely run far when she collided with a wall of people, landing abruptly on the ground. Startled, she scrambled to her feet, only to find her collar seized by Lu Xuanyi. Where are you running off to? Why, young master? Upon recognizing him, Anu exhaled in relief. Anu, where have you been? We've been searching for you, Mo Yin inquired, having assumed she had returned home, only to find her missing. Oh, I took a wrong turn. Anu wiped the sweat from her brow. What is the matter? Lu Xuanyi scrutinized her. Even if she had strayed, There was no need for such a frantic escape. Furthermore, her evident panic suggested deeper issues. In nothing, I was just a bit frightened in the dark. Anu dabbed her forehead again. Such private matters of a wealthy household could not be divulged. If they were revealed, her life would be forfeit. Xuanyi shot her a skeptical glance. Who are you trying to fool? This girl has the audacity to scale walls at night, yet claims to be frightened by a wrong turn. Oh really, I was genuinely scared. I'd never been here before. Anu desperately tried to mask her unease. Xuanyi regarded her with a disapproving look, but chose not to press further, turning to lead the way ahead, with Anu obediently following. Thoughts of the earlier conversation made her sweat profusely, wiping her brow repeatedly, oblivious to Xuanyi's gaze fixed upon her. What could have transpired to induce such fear in her? Upon returning to the courtyard, Anu hurried to her room, collapsing onto her bed with a long sigh of relief. That was truly terrifying. Thank goodness the second young master and the others did not discover me. Otherwise, my life would be in jeopardy. Once anxiety takes root in the heart, it becomes burdensome, and that night she suffered from insomnia, finally dozing off in the early hours. The following morning, she awoke feeling lethargic, dark circles evident around her eyes, though concealed by her hair. What happened? Did you dig up the ground again last night? To be so exhausted? Chongping inquired, regarding her with curiosity. He walked as if he were burdened by a heavy load, his feet scarcely lifting from the ground. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be wise to remain silent, Anu remarked with a sidelong glance. He, who often lamented his own misfortunes, incessantly uttered words that hardly inspired admiration. Noticing that both the young master and Chongping were observing him intently, he straightened his back, bent his knees, and began to assume a horse stance. Yet, as he did so, his mind involuntarily drifted back to the words he had overheard the previous night. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Xuanyi. The second young master and the young master were twins. The second young master referred to Aunt Wan as mother, which implied that the young master was also her son. However, this notion felt somewhat off, as inferred from their tone. It seemed they harbored a desire for the young master's demise. What mother would wish ill upon her own child? Thus, it appeared that the young master was not truly the offspring of Aunt Wan. What, then, was the true nature of the situation? Before he realized it, he found himself staring intently at Xuanyi. Xuanyi, who would believe that this girl was untroubled. Chapter 47. Circumlocution, noticing Anu's furtive glances directed at him. Xuanyi was convinced that she harbored some secret. Even Mo-in and Chongping shared this sentiment. This girl must be hiding something. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sneaking glances at the air. Anu, why did you take the wrong path yesterday? Chongping inquired, testing the waters. The girl had returned home last night with an odd demeanor. Something must have occurred. The houses in this royal residence are all quite similar. It was my first time out, so I lost my way. Oh dear, you truly are rather inept. If it weren't for the heir and Mo-in searching for you, you might have spent the entire night wandering. Chongping scoffed, casting a meaningful look at Mo-in. Indeed, when the heir and I found her, she was running about like a headless chicken. Mo-in feigned indignation, joining in the jest. What do you mean running about? I was merely, Anu began but abruptly swallowed her words. What did you hear? Chongping's eyes brightened, confident that Anu had encountered some trouble. Nothing. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Chongping pressed on. Where did you go last night? However, this time Anu was resolute in her silence. If I knew where, I would have returned. Then tell me about the places you visited. I went nowhere. Anu adamantly shook her head. No matter how Chongping pressed, she remained tight-lipped. Recognizing that he could not extract any more information, Chongping abandoned his inquiry. Yet he remained suspicious, convinced that Anu was entangled in something. After completing her morning exercises, Anu eagerly returned to her quarters. My lord, I am certain that girl is up to something, Chongping remarked, observing Anu's retreating figure while stroking his chin. Though their time together had been brief, he felt he had gleaned enough insight to sense that she was concealing something. That is obvious. Xuanyi shot him an exasperated glance. She has been stealing glances at me all morning. Does he really need to state the obvious? My lord, what do you think she could be hiding? How should I know? Xuanyi replied, rolling his eyes once more. He had no idea what was troubling her. yet he sensed it was somehow connected to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sneaking peeks in his direction just as he was preparing to return for breakfast. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to Chongping. But this matter should not be difficult for you. Huh? Chongping paused, clearly baffled by the heir's statement. Your relationship with that girl is rather amicable, is it not? Why not simply ask her? Amicable? Where did you gather that? Chongping struggled to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. If anyone in the residence wished for Anu to leave, it would be him. He was perplexed by the heir's reasoning. She has troubled you on numerous occasions and has felt quite guilty about it. With that connection, isn't it easy to inquire further? Since that girl arrived, albeit unintentionally, she has indeed caused him considerable trouble. If anyone in this mansion could converse with her, it would surely be him. The heir was not mistaken. Based on this alone, he was qualified to inquire. Mo-in patted Chongping's shoulder, offering him a resolute glance before stifling a smile and departing. Chongping, truly. The most inappropriate comments arise at the most inconvenient times, especially when one is reluctant to hear them. However, recalling Anu's unusual demeanor piqued his curiosity. After pondering for a moment, he made his way directly to the kitchen and emerged later with 2 servings of lunch. In addition to the usual large chicken leg, there was also a generous platter of vividly red dompa pork. Anu, are you in the room? He called out. I'm here. Anu opened the door, her eyes widening immediately upon seeing the food Chongping was carrying. Big brother Chongping, who is this for? Although she enjoyed a chicken leg daily, she had never experienced such a sumptuous meal. This is a reward from the heir. I can't possibly finish it alone, so I thought to share it with you. He replied. Big brother Chongping, you are too kind. Anu quickly stepped aside, allowing him to enter. He placed the food on the table and fetched a chair from outside. What kind of meat is this? It smells divine. Anu's nose was drawn to the dompa pork as she inhaled deeply. She had no idea what kind of meat it was, but its aroma was irresistible. This is dompa pork, made entirely from pork belly. It's incredibly delicious. Give it a try. Chongping offered her a pair of chopsticks. All right. Anu eagerly accepted them, unceremoniously picking up a piece of dompa pork and savoring it. Her eyes squinted with delight. It's so fragrant. I've never had dompa pork before, let alone boiled meat. This is truly exquisite. If you find it delicious, then indulge yourself. Chongping encouraged. Big brother Chongping, you should have some too. Anu served him a piece as well. A mouthful of soft, glutinous rice paired with a generous chunk of braised meat was an absolute delight. Noticing how much Anu relished the meal, Chongping's eyes sparkled with memories. When I first entered the mansion, I too felt as you do now. Meat was the most delightful food in the world. Oh, how old were you when you came to the royal residence? She inquired. I was 6 years old. 6? Such a tender age. How could your parents bear it? Anu paused, her appetite waning. To be sent off as a servant at such a young age seemed unthinkable. My parents passed away long ago. My aunt could not tolerate me, and it was my uncle who brought me here. Chongping's voice betrayed a hint of sorrow. Had his parents still been alive, he could never have been sold away at such a young age. Oh, your aunt sounds quite cruel, Anu observed sympathetically. She had always seen him as boisterous and carefree, unaware of the tragic circumstances of his upbringing. As she was about to take another piece of meat, a thought struck her. She glanced around and leaned closer to Chongping. By the way, big brother Chongping, have you served the heir since childhood? Yes. What of it? He replied. Is it true that the heir and the second young master are indeed twins? Of course it is. Chongping gazed at Anu with a puzzled expression. He wondered why she posed such a question. Could it possibly be related to the heir and the second young master? Are you certain? Anu looked back at Chongping. Certainly. Who in the royal residence is unaware of such a fact? Oh, Anu nodded, then resumed her meal. What prompted you to ask this all of a sudden? Oh, nothing much. I was simply curious. Anu replied with a broad smile. No, Anu, do you know something? Given our relationship, is there anything you cannot share with me? I brought this dompa pork to share with you, not even giving any to Mo-in, Chongping said, pointing at the delicious dish, his heart racing with an eagerness to uncover what Anu was hinting at. After a moment of contemplation, while staring at the dompa pork, Anu finally appeared to make a significant decision. But you mustn't tell anyone else. Chapter 48. not identical twins, Anu initially hesitated to discuss the matter. But upon noticing Chongping's genuine concern, she felt compelled to share her thoughts. Hearing her words, Chongping's heart leapt with excitement. "Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to anyone else," he pledged, raising his right hand in affirmation. "Very well, then I shall confide in you," Anu replied, moving closer to Chongping. "I believe that the second young master and the young master are not identical twins." "What?" Chongping exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Why are you shouting?" Anu quickly glanced outside, anxious that someone might overhear them. "Please, wait a moment." Chongping snapped back to reality and hurried to the door, peering out to ensure no one was nearby before closing it securely. He then dragged 2 chairs to the west side, placing them against the wall. "Chongping, what are you doing?" Anu asked, perplexed by his actions. "Come here, let's talk over here," Chongping said, guiding Anu to one of the chairs. "Why must we speak here? We could discuss this while enjoying our meal at the table," she questioned. "This spot is safer. No one will overhear us." "Now, please continue," he urged, casting another glance at the wall, convinced that the young master would be able to hear them clearly. Luo Xuanyi, standing near the adjacent wall, was equally bewildered, unsure of why Anu had made such a statement. Although she did not fully grasp why Chongping insisted on the safety of this location, she complied and lowered her voice to share her account of the previous night's events. "Chongping, last night, I inadvertently took a wrong turn." She recounted the details of what she had heard, concluding with, "Thus, I believe the second young master and the young master cannot be twins. Otherwise, Aunt One would not have attempted to harm him. Don't you agree?" Not receiving a response from Chongping, she noticed he was staring blankly at the wall, seemingly in shock. "Chongping," she nudged him, perplexed by his state of stupor. Oh, he finally came to, glancing at the wall again, suspecting that the young master must also be taken aback by this revelation. "Anu, this matter is beyond mere speculation. The knowledge we share today must remain between us and the heavens. It is imperative that we do not disclose this to a third party, for it endangers not only our lives but also the safety of your family. I understand, otherwise would I wish to speak of it?" Anu affirmed decisively, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, which was why she had refrained from discussing it with anyone else. "Good, as long as you comprehend," Chongping nodded, feeling as though the enormity of the information was almost surreal and difficult to accept. "Chongping, let us hasten to our meal," Anu suggested, pulling her chair back. The two finally began to eat, though Chongping's mind remained preoccupied with Anu's earlier words, and he barely noticed how quickly he was consuming his food. "Chongping, why aren't you eating any of the dishes? Such delightful food, and you only focus on shoveling rice into your mouth." "Oh, I've finished," Chongping replied, setting down his bowl. "Such a significant matter. How can one still find the appetite to eat?" "Well then, Anu, take your time. I shall finish and then rest for a while. Could you kindly handle the dishes when you're done?" "Rest assured, I will take care of it," Anu nodded. It was only then that Chongping rose, making his way to the door before pausing. "Anu, this matter must never leave our lips. It shall remain buried within us. If word of this spreads, it would lead to untold troubles." "Understood." I did not expect him to be so hesitant. As soon as Chongping exited the room, he entered Lu Xuanyi's chamber, where he found him seated with a solemn expression. "Young master, did you hear everything?" "Yes," Lu Xuanyi replied coldly, his jaw clenched and fists tightly gripped, producing a cracking sound. Previously, he had been perplexed as to why Lu Xuanguang did not resemble him, nor their parents. It turned out he was not his biological brother, which explained why concubine Wan favored him so much. He was, in fact, her son. How had he managed to pass as his brother under so many watchful eyes? And where had his biological sibling disappeared to? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, demanding answers, prompting him to rise abruptly and stride out of the room. Upon Anu's arrival at the training grounds, she found it empty. "Where's the young master?" she inquired, glancing at Chongping. Typically, the young master would already be seated here when she arrived. "Oh, the young master has a minor matter to attend to. He asked you to practice alone and not to be lazy." "Oh, I understand." Anu began her training. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyi was in the princess's courtyard. "What brings you to visit mother today?" The son, known for his reserved nature, rarely engaged in casual conversation with her. Today, with a rare moment of leisure, he reflected on his childhood and sought to reminisce with her. Xuanyi endeavored to mask his emotions. The investigation had yet to yield clarity, and it was best not to burden her with this news, lest it overwhelm her. You were quite the quiet child, unlike your younger brother, who was more vivacious and easily endeared himself to others. Once the princess began reminiscing about her son's childhood, her words flowed endlessly, transporting them both back in time. After she finished, Xuanyi nodded in agreement. By the way, mother, how long after my birth did my younger brother arrive? Not long after your birth. Your younger brother came into the world, but he almost did not survive. Oh, is that so? What happened? Xuanyi asked curiously, his grip on the armchair tightening without his awareness. You are unaware of how perilous it was when the princess bore you and your younger brother. Xiang Mama interjected with a smile as she approached. When your younger brother was born, he did not cry, and the princess suffered considerable blood loss, which frightened us all. And how did he recover? Xuanyi inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on Xiang Mama. The old servant was focused on the princess. Your younger brother was entrusted to the midwives, but it wasn't long before they managed to bring him back to her. Oh, Xuanyi nodded. It appears that the second brother must have been exchanged when he was carried away, which explains why the empress and the others did not notice. As I ponder this, I observe the princess letting out a sigh. Although your second brother has been rescued, Lady Wan's child did not survive. Had he lived, he would be of the same age as you. Back in the day, Lady Wan was also giving birth alongside me. Yet tragically, her child did not survive. If he had lived, he would have been the same age as my sons. How did her child meet such a fate? Alas, the child died shortly after birth, and Lady Wan, fearing it might affect the fortune of the royal household, insisted that the child not be buried in the ancestral grave, which indeed reflects an unusual sense of righteousness. Nurse Yang also sighed. If one were to consider which concubine in this household she favored the most, it would undoubtedly be Lady Wan. She even refrained from allowing her own son to rest in the ancestral grave, a sentiment far nobler than that of the lesser concubines. Xuanyi clenched his fists tightly. Naturally, since it was not her own child, she would not feel sorrow. Chapter 49. The Soul Master. As Lu Shui emerged from the princess's courtyard, his countenance turned cold. He mounted his steed and galloped towards the outskirts of the capital. Following the directions provided by Nurse Yang, he searched for quite some time on a desolate hill before finally spotting a nearly obscured gravestone. Observing the small mound, which was nearly level with the ground and surrounded by a tangle of weeds, a sharp pang of sorrow seized Xuanyi's heart. Brother, I have come too late. Bending down, he gently caressed the tiny gravestone, convinced that it housed the remains of his younger brother. Otherwise, the ache in his heart could not be so profound. His brother should have been alongside him. Instead, he lay here all alone. Young master, please accept my condolences, Mo-in said, his eyes reddening. If the second young master were still alive, he would surely resemble you perfectly, and you would be inseparable brothers. Let's begin. Xuanyi sniffed back his emotions. Mo-in then took up a shovel and began to dig. In just a few moments, he uncovered the pitiful remains beneath. Xuanyi, suppressing his feelings, gathered the nearly invisible bones onto a red cloth. Once he collected all the bones, they amounted to a small bundle, barely larger than his palm. Brother, I shall take you to a better place. He tucked the red cloth into his bosom and descended the mountain, riding his horse all the way to Qian Temple. Upon finding the abbot, he explained his purpose. The remains were placed in a ceramic urn, and a memorial tablet was erected, prompting the master to commence the rites. By the time he returned to the Wangfu, the sky had darkened. Before he could step into the courtyard, he noticed a maid standing at the entrance. It was Xiao Tao, who had previously sought Anu. Upon seeing Anu emerge, her eyes brightened. Why have you only just come out? I just finished my training, Anu replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. What about you? Did you gather any information? Xiao Tao pulled Anu towards a flower pond. It was unclear what information she had unearthed, but if it were valuable, a reward from Aunt Qin awaited her upon return. I heard that the young master left early this morning, Anu recounted. Is that all? Yes, that is all. I had to exert considerable effort to learn even this. Anu wiped her brow again. Xiao Tao, useless. I expected you to uncover something of substance. Though frustrated, she restrained her ire and spoke patiently. This is not sufficient news. You need to gather something of value. What constitutes valuable information? Anu feigned ignorance. Well, for instance, what the young master set out to do, whom he interacted with, and so forth. How would I know? The young master wouldn't share that with me. Wouldn't you ask? Xiao Tao shot Anu a disdainful glance. You are truly a foolish and dull-witted creature. All right, I shall give it a try. Anu thought to herself, hoping to extract information about the young master from her. However, she knew she had to appease Xiao Tao since she had already given her a small sum of silver. Fine, put in some effort. I shall return tomorrow. Once Xiao Tao departed, Anu disdainfully curled her lip. Tomorrow will be the same old story. She turned and hurried back to the courtyard. She has not yet reached the point of betraying her own. My lord, Anu is quite clever. Moin smiled as he gazed at Anu's silhouette. This girl does not betray her master and still manages to earn silver. She is indeed quite astute. Xuanyi's lips curled slightly. After a day filled with frustration, his mood improved significantly upon hearing Anu's earlier remarks. As if recalling something, he turned his attention back to Moin. You should pay a visit to Steward Liu. Upon returning to the courtyard, Anu hurried to the kitchen, carrying dishes back to her room for a delightful meal. Just as she was about to bathe and retire for the night, a knock echoed at the door. Anu, the Lord has summoned you. Is it to attend to the Lord's washing, or perhaps to keep watch? Given the late hour, it seems the Lord's summons is not for washing, but for night duty. There's no need for lengthy explanations. If you're called, just go. Chongping cast her a sidelong glance. You are becoming increasingly slow-witted. Oh, Anu replied with a smile, following Chongping to Lu Xianyi's parlor, where he sat sipping tea. My lord, have you called for me? Yes, come take a look at this. Lu Xian indicated a piece of paper on the table. Anu approached and glanced at it. Is this not my contract of servitude? Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed the document from when she was sold into the royal residence. Now look closely at the name beneath it. Lu Xian gestured once more. It is your name, my lord. Anu glanced again, recalling that when she pressed her fingerprint, the signature bore the title of the Guangling prince's residence. How had it transformed into the lord's name? Do you understand what this signifies? Lu Xian nodded with a cheerful demeanor. It signifies that the one who purchased me is the Lord. Indeed, Lu Xian set down his teacup with satisfaction. From this day forth, I shall be your sole master. You need only serve me and heed my words. So, does this mean that if someone else supports me in the future, I need not listen to them? Anu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was unsure if she interpreted the Lord's words correctly. You could say that. If someone were to bully you in the future, you need not endure it. Lu Xian nodded. No one has the right to command him, nor should they dare to mistreat him. Truly, that is wonderful. Anu was filled with joy. If that is the case, she need no longer be wary of the other masters in the residence, especially that third Mississippi. If she tries to manipulate her again, she could simply disregard her. Upon seeing Moin return, Lu Xian turned to Anu. You are no longer needed here. You may return. I will be quite busy in the coming days. So ensure you practice diligently and do not slack off. Rest assured, my lord, I will practice earnestly and will not be lazy. Anu left the room with a cheerful heart, feeling elated at the prospect of no longer fearing the other masters in the residence. After she departed, Montak Yuan aploachet Xuanyi. My lord, news has emerged. The midwife who delivered you and the second young master passed away shortly thereafter, and her family soon vanished as well, their fate unknown, whether they relocated or met with some misfortune. Luo Xuanyi. Once again, there are no witnesses to speak of, and the matter has been handled rather discreetly. This incident should not be divulged, particularly not to the Empress. He possesses no evidence, and given the passage of so many years, revealing it will alter nothing. Instead, it may burden the Empress with an unbearable truth, especially considering that Luo Xiangui is also the king's son. Even if the truth were to surface, it would not change his status as the second young master of the royal residence. As for dealing with Aunt Wan, there is no concrete evidence, at most. She could be sent to the countryside. It would be far wiser to remain silent, lest we provoke discord between the king and the Empress. Shall we simply accept this? Chomping's face bore an expression of reluctance. After all, a life was lost. We cannot allow them to escape unscathed. How could this be possible? I will find a way to settle this score with them in due time. Luo Xuanyi's gaze was icy. To have harmed his younger brother and not seek retribution is simply unacceptable. It is merely a matter of finding the right moment. Chapter 50. A detour in the days that followed. Anu rose early each morning to practice diligently. Although no one was watching, she never slacked off. She found solace in her solitary training sessions, experiencing both relaxation and significant progress. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyi was equally industrious, leaving early and returning late. While others in the household presumed he was indulging in his previous reckless lifestyle. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the end of the month arrived, marking a day of respite. Anu awoke early, opening her drawer to tuck away a silver coin and 5 cash in her pocket. 1 silver coin was a gift from Xiao Tao, while the 5 cash was earned from her training this month. She also took out 10 copper coins to purchase some treats for Xuanyi and I. Just as she was about to step out with 4 large meat buns she had saved for breakfast, Chong Ping entered. Anu, the young master said you performed admirably this month. This is your reward. Chong Ping handed her 2 fragrant oil paper packages. Upon seeing the roasted chicken and large pork knuckle inside, Anu's eyes widened with excitement. All of this is for me. The entire roasted chicken and such a sizable pork knuckle seemed almost too good to be true. Yes. The young master mentioned that as long as you continue to train earnestly, you will receive this at the end of each month. Brother Chong Ping, I will certainly train diligently. Please convey my gratitude to the young master. Anu exclaimed, leaping with joy. Taking a deep breath, she reveled in the delightful aroma. There was enough to satisfy her parents' cravings as well. Now, hurry and collect your monthly allowance. Chong Ping smiled, observing her exuberance. Oh, I shall go right away. Anu joyfully cradled the oil paper packages and dashed out. She collected 500 coins from the treasury, stowed them in her pocket, and merrily exited the royal residence. As she passed through the bustling marketplace, she spent 10 copper coins on a package of sweet treats resembling candy. With her heart brimming with happiness, she hurried home. Before she even reached the doorstep, she called out, Father, Mother, I'm back. Zhao Shi and Yi Dingyou, eagerly looking out from the courtyard, rushed to open the door upon hearing their daughter's voice. Darling, you've returned. Father, Mother, look what I have. Anu proudly presented the oil paper package. What is it? It smells so delightful. Yi Dingyou inhaled deeply. What kind of meat could it be? It smells so good. Hearing her sister's voice, Xuanyi and I came running out. Sister, you're back. Yes, this is a treat I bought for you. Anu handed the snacks to I. Upon seeing the long-desired treats, I jumped for joy. Thank you, sister. Having long envied the neighboring children enjoying such delights, she was overjoyed that her sister had been generous enough to buy them. Oh my, where did you get all this? Yi Dingyou gazed in astonishment at the roasted chicken and pork knuckle in the oil paper package. This must be worth a fortune. I wonder where our daughter acquired such riches. My goodness. Isn't that roasted chicken and a pork knuckle? Zhao's expression mirrored astonishment, utterly perplexed about where his daughter had procured such a treasure. If it had been purchased, it would have cost an exorbitant sum. Father, Mother, this is a reward from the heir. He even mentioned that if I continue to perform well, more rewards will follow. Anu was overjoyed at that moment, resolute in her determination to excel. With such incentives, she envisioned receiving a roasted chicken and a large pig trotter every month, which would undoubtedly enhance her family's quality of life. Oh, how generous the heir is! Yi Dingyou shared in the elation. His heart lightened. Rumors painted the heir as a merciless tyrant, and he had long harbored fears of incurring his wrath, which could jeopardize his daughter's life. Yet now, not only was she well fed, but she also received bountiful rewards, an unimaginable fortune in their previous existence. Father, Mother, there's even better news. Anu proudly produced 2 taels of silver from her pocket, presenting it to Zhao with the delight of a treasure hunter revealing their findings. This is my monthly stipend. This is my reward, and this is what I earned from my training. Anu cheerfully pointed out, although next month might yield less, she could still expect to earn a tael or more. As long as no significant misfortune befell the family, they could manage on plain rice without concern. You've truly amassed quite a fortune. Zhao beamed, her joy uncontainable. Even laborers toiling in the fields could scarcely earn such sums. Sister, You are incredible. Xuanyi gazed at his elder sister with admiration. Tales of servitude often spoke of hardship, yet his sister not only thrived, but frequently brought home such riches and delectable treats. A testament to her remarkable abilities that filled him with respect. Seeing her parents and siblings so joyous, Anu couldn't help but smile broadly. With the wealth and delicious food she had brought home, Daniel felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and decided to indulge a bit. A thick pot of rice porridge simmered for lunch, along with a whole chicken shredded for the family. As they savored the porridge and chicken, the aroma filled the air, tantalizing enough to make them wish they could swallow the bones whole, even though they refrained from devouring the large pig trotter. This meal was the finest they had ever enjoyed in their lives. However, after the meal, Anu's right eyelid began to twitch. She pressed her hand against it. Why is it twitching again? After rubbing it again, the twitching persisted, as if foretelling something significant. Stepping outside, she picked up a few leaves, muttering incantations before casting them aside. This signifies that something is about to transpire. Gathering the leaves again, she murmured another set of phrases before tossing them once more. Sensing ominous signs in the northwest direction, precisely towards the residence of the Prince of Guangling. How could she not return? Picking up the leaves once more, she chanted again and threw them away, sensing a shift of fortune in the southeast. This implied that returning to the royal residence would require a detour, a lengthy one at that. If she returned at the usual late hour, she would likely miss dinner and find the gates locked. After lingering at home for a while, she concocted an excuse and departed early. Following the auspicious signs, she ventured towards the southeast, traversing a considerable distance before finally arriving at the residence of Prince Guangling. After approximately an hour had passed, the sun began its descent in the west, and realizing that there was still a significant journey ahead, she quickened her pace. Eventually, her brisk walk transformed into a light run, when suddenly she heard someone calling her from behind. Anu, Anu turned around, and her eyes brightened upon seeing Mo-in, who was steering a horse-drawn carriage. Montak-Uin, what brings you here? I am accompanying the young master on some errands. What brings you to this area? From a distance, she had seemed familiar, but it was indeed a surprise to find her here, especially since this was not her usual route. Oh, this path is relatively safer, so I decided to take a longer route today, then quickly hop on. Mo-in stifled a smile, knowing full well that this girl had not merely taken a slight detour. Chapter 51. Annihilation. At this moment, Anu, fatigued from walking, felt a surge of joy upon hearing that she could board the carriage, and she promptly climbed aboard. Upon entering, she found the young master seated elegantly, a smile gracing his face as he regarded her. What is this? Have you consulted the oracle again? This path was situated on the outskirts of the imperial city, with scarcely any pedestrians, indicating that the girl had indeed taken a significant detour. Safety, after all, was paramount. Anu wiped the sweat from her brow, surprised that the young master had anticipated even this. I find myself curious. What does your divination say? Before Xuanyi could finish his sentence, an urgent voice from outside interrupted. Who are you? Mo-in demanded, confronting the throng of individuals blocking their way. Their presence indicated a deliberate targeting of the two. What? Anu immediately leaned out of the carriage window. Damn it! Wasn't it said that taking this route would bring fortune? What are these people doing here? Lost in thought, she was suddenly yanked away, and when she regained her senses, she found herself outside the carriage. Today marks your demise, Xuanyi. The leader of the men brandished a large blade menacingly at Xuanyi. With their overwhelming numbers, he had no hope of returning alive. Just you lot? Xuanyi scoffed. Having faced countless enemies in the battlefield, he was hardly intimidated by this mere handful. Enough talk. Let us take him down together. The leader gestured to his companions. Dozens of cloaked figures surged forward, and Mo-in leapt into action, engaging them in combat. As Anu watched Mo-in become surrounded, anxiety gripped her. Young master, can Mo-in hold his own against them? There are so many. The sight of the encroaching adversaries was indeed daunting. You may assist him, Xuanyi replied calmly, devoid of any hint of concern. But I lack martial skills. Though she yearned to aid Mo-in, her limited training was no match for these foes. Surely, she would be dispatched with a single blow. How will you know unless you try? Xuanyi's words were resolute. Without warning, he seized Anu by the collar and propelled her forward, asserting that the best way to hone one's skills was through practice. Ah! Anu shrieked in fright. As her feet touched the ground again, she found herself face to face with an opponent who swung his blade toward her head. With a swift maneuver, she darted behind him, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Just as she contemplated delivering another strike, 3 more cloaked figures charged at her. 1 could be managed, but 3 posed a significant challenge, especially with no place to evade. Noticing her distress, Xuanyi frowned. Is the sweeping kick you practice merely for show? Huh? Oh, Anu suddenly recalled. She quickly bent her knees and executed a sweeping kick, toppling the 3 assailants before her. No longer needing to deliberate, she unleashed a whirlwind of kicks, spinning like a top amidst her adversaries. With each anguished cry, the onlookers fell to the ground like chives being harvested. The knives they wielded were discarded, some clutching their feet and shouting, while others grasped their legs in agony. By the time the individuals inside took notice, those behind them were already sprawled on the ground. As they beheld the spinning top advancing towards them, they hastily leaped outside the circle, only to find themselves ensnared by its gaze. Wherever they jumped, the top followed, and in the blink of an eye, all those around Mo Yin had vanished. Mo Yin's sweeping kick had evidently improved. It did not come towards him, indicating her clarity of thought. Anu was indeed sharp this time. Having trained diligently for a month, her mind clear and focused, she relentlessly pursued those fleeing, and anyone caught by her leg either suffered a broken ankle or a shattered calf. The leader seethed in frustration at the unexpected prowess of the girl. Let us attack together. Surely, with so many of us, we can subdue this insolent girl. Over 30 individuals charged forward, brandishing their large blades. Some aimed for Anu's legs, others for her feet, and some for her neck. Anu thought, this is it. I'm in deep trouble. With so many knives hurtling towards her, evasion seemed impossible. Yet, at this juncture, fear was futile. She had to muster all her strength for a desperate fight. Just as she prepared to sweep towards them, a powerful force struck from behind. With cries of anguish, over 30 black-clad men were sent flying 10 paces away, spewing blood. In a matter of moments, they lay motionless, leaving Anu in shock. She gazed at Xuanyi in astonishment. He is remarkably formidable, she thought. With a single strike, he had dispatched dozens. No wonder he emerged unscathed from countless perils. Who could possibly challenge him? Noticing Anu's slack-jawed stare, Xuanyi shot her a disdainful glance. Are you dazed? Oh. Anu snapped back to reality, retracting her half-executed kick. Young master, your strike was incredible. I want to learn it. To be able to vanquish dozens with one blow was extraordinary. If she mastered it, she would never need to fear being bullied again. You wish to learn? Yes. I want to learn just that technique, Anu declared with determination. There was no need for more. Mastering this one move would suffice to instill fear in others. Very well. First assist Mo Yin with the bodies, Xuanyi said, pursing his lips. It was indeed time to teach the girl the internal martial arts principles. Handle the bodies? Oh, all right. Anu glanced at the corpses on the ground. It would be a lie to say she was unafraid, but she could not refuse. It was improper to let the young master undertake such tasks alone. Gathering her courage, she approached Mo Yin and emulated his actions. Grasping the feet of the corpses, she dragged them aside like one would a deceased dog, sometimes pulling one with each hand, which greatly pleased Xuanyi. Not bad. You got guts. In truth, he remained oblivious, while Anu's heart raced uncontrollably, though she maintained her composure. It did not take long for her to gather all the bodies into one place, returning with an eager haste. My lord, what shall be done with these individuals? Although they deserve their fate, they represent numerous lives lost, and I am uncertain how you wish to proceed. Wait, someone will arrive shortly to handle this matter. Xuanyi turned and entered the carriage, and Anu quickly followed suit. The sight of those grim, gnarled corpses was indeed quite terrifying. After waiting in the carriage for approximately half an hour, a contingent of officials and soldiers approached from a distance. These individuals who attacked our lord have been dealt with, Moyin gestured towards the fallen bodies. Even though they were accustomed to such grim sights, the sheer number of corpses left the soldiers momentarily stunned. However, they soon regained their composure, and after gathering some information from Moyin, he urged the carriage to depart. Anew, it is all over. Chapter 52. The young master is remarkable. Anew leaned against the car window, gazing in astonishment and confusion as the soldiers loaded corpses onto the vehicle. Young master, should we not report this to the authorities? She inquired. I recall that last year, when two families clashed. They were taken to the government office and detained for a whole month, not to mention the bribe of over 2 taels of silver. This involves dozens of lives. How can they not involve the government in this matter? They will handle it themselves, Xuanyi replied with an indifferent expression. Such matters are not worth my personal attention. Ah, to be wealthy is indeed fortunate, Anew mused. When one takes a life, not only do they avoid imprisonment, but there are also those who will assist in the cleanup. Noticing Anew's unwavering gaze upon him, Xuanyi leaned forward slightly. Are you curious why I have not been apprehended by the authorities despite the many I have slain? Let me enlighten you. It is because I am powerful enough. When a person possesses sufficient might, all their words ring true. If I declare them to be bandits, then they are bandits, without the need for investigation or evidence. Indeed, young master, you are the most formidable. Anew nodded in agreement. After all, you are the son of a prince. The officials dare not overstep their bounds. Oof. Xuanyi chuckled. What significance does my title hold? Within this imperial city, there are no fewer than a dozen legitimate heirs. What is one prince from a different family worth? What do you mean? Anew asked, her curiosity piqued. If you were not a prince and did not have such a powerful father, how could you act with such authority? Anew, you underestimate our young master. A voice interjected from outside. What do you mean by that? Anew pressed, intrigued. Let me tell you, our young master first stepped on the battlefield at the tender age of 13 and has never tasted defeat. He once faced 50,000 men from the northern frontier with just 5,000 of his own, routing them with such force that they were left in disarray, even capturing their prince alive. Now, whenever neighboring nations mention our young master, they are filled with trepidation. There is an unmistakable pride in the tone of Moyin. Not only is the young master skilled in combat, but his military strategies are also extraordinary. Which neighboring nation does not tremble at the mere mention of his name? To serve at his side is a testament to one's virtuous past. Is that so? Young master, you are truly remarkable. Anew's eyes sparkled with admiration. She felt a genuine reverence for him. At 13, he had already fought in battles, whereas she could not even begin to compare at the same age. Young master, your rank must be quite high then? Leading troops in battle at such a young age, you must hold a significant position. Not at all, Xuanyi replied with a chuckle. Not possible. How can that be? Anew was incredulous. If what Moyin says is true, with such prowess at 13, how could you not hold an official title? Just as she contemplated this, Moyin's proud voice resounded once more. It is not that he lacks a title. Rather, our young master chooses not to accept it. 2 years ago, the emperor offered to bestow upon him the rank of a first-class general, but he declined. 2 years ago, when the crown prince returned, the emperor summoned him to the palace and mentioned the matter of bestowing upon him the title of a first-rank general of the warring states. However, the crown prince graciously declined. Why? Isn't holding an official position a good thing? Anew gazed at Xuanyi in confusion. Although the crown prince was quite formidable, wouldn't it be even more impressive to hold an official title? Because the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, do you understand? Xuanyi lightly tapped on the car window, his mood seemingly elevated. The reason he refused the emperor's conferment 2 years ago was rooted in his understanding of the principle that extremes lead to reversals. His father had already been granted the noble title of an unrelated royal by the emperor, a tremendous favor that ignited envy in many. With his remarkable military achievements, if he were to occupy a high position in court, he would not only attract the scheming of petty individuals, but also incite the apprehension of the royal family. The centuries-old prosperity of the Guangling prince's residence could be obliterated in an instant, possibly leading to a more tragic fate. I understand. It's because one possesses too much capability, which breeds resentment. One must not attract too much attention. Anew nodded. She grasped this principle, much like the wealthy family in their region, who became overly arrogant. Subsequently, in a single night, the entire family was slaughtered and their wealth was seized. Indeed, well said. Xuanyi nodded in approval. He was pleasantly surprised that the girl grasped such reasoning. She was truly clever. Upon their return to the prince's residence, the sky had already darkened. As soon as they stepped inside, they spotted Qinglian waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Anu, her expression momentarily froze. How did this wretched girl return? I arranged for so many people to ambush her, yet she still managed to come back. As her gaze shifted towards the crown prince, she quickly bowed respectfully. Your Highness. Xuanyi glanced at her and walked past without a word. Anu, isn't that the head-made Qinglian from concubine Qin's courtyard? Why does it seem like her gaze towards me is somewhat off? Although she should harbor resentment towards her, Anu noted the surprise in her eyes, as if she were not meant to see her. Suddenly recalling the ominous divination she had performed at home, she turned back for another look. Could that woman have plotted against her? It was quite possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared so astonished. This must be the case. It seemed she truly needed to be cautious moving forward. Although they had missed the dinner time upon returning, since Xuanyi had not dined either, Anu seized the opportunity to join him. Not only did she enjoy a delightful meal, but she also savored 2 additional dishes compared to usual. The next morning, she arrived early at the training grounds and saw the crown prince already seated there. Your Highness, may I learn that formidable skill today? Anu inquired eagerly. Having hardly slept the previous night, her heart racing at the thought of the crown prince's impressive abilities. She eagerly hoped he would teach her that morning. Yes, starting today, you will formally begin learning the routine. Xuanyi nodded, casting a glance at Imoyin. I will demonstrate in front. You will follow my movements from behind. Imoyin stepped forward, ready to demonstrate, but Anu remained standing there. Why are you still just standing there? Imoyin looked at her. Your Highness, may I learn from you? Anu turned her gaze towards Xuanyi. Though Imoyin possesses formidable skills, they pale in comparison to those of the crown prince. Thus she yearns to learn from him. Surely, her abilities will surpass those gained from studying under Imoyin. Imoyin felt a pang. Was this an implication that his prowess was lacking? Having trained alongside me since childhood, learning from me is tantamount to learning from him. Xuanyi stifled a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then why is he not as accomplished as you? Anu inquired with a curious expression. If Imoyin and the crown prince practiced the same techniques, how could there be such a disparity? Perhaps he was deceiving himself, reluctant to teach her. Imoyin felt the sting of her words. If it were not for the knowledge of her sincerity, one might think she intended to provoke him. The crown prince is an unparalleled prodigy in martial arts, a genius unmatched in the annals of history. How could I possibly compare? In the entire imperial city, or even throughout the great Xua dynasty, there exists no other with such extraordinary talent. Oh, I see. Then I shall learn from you. Anu nodded decisively. If the skills are indeed the same, then that will suffice. Chapter 53, Resilience of Life. Anu followed behind Imoyin, embarking on the journey of learning the martial arts forms. Initially, she felt somewhat clumsy. However, as Xuanyi offered constant guidance from the side, she began to find her rhythm. Not only did her movements grow increasingly adept, but she also discovered a sense of energy, allowing her to circulate her vital essence throughout her body. Although her control was still imperfect for someone encountering martial arts for the first time, her progress was commendable. Even Xuanyi felt a sense of satisfaction within. This girl is quite perceptive if she continues at this pace. It won't be long before she catches up to Imoyin. Anu felt quite pleased, particularly with the invigorating sensation coursing through her body, which made her feel utterly refreshed. Just as she was engrossed in her practice, she was called to a halt. All right, that's enough for now. Let's head back for breakfast. What? So soon? Anu looked up in surprise. Each day she eagerly anticipated the passage of time. Yet today it felt as if she had barely practiced before mealtime arrived. That indicates you train well, Xuanyi remarked with a satisfied smile. This morning, she indeed immersed herself in the training. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt this way. I'll come back early after breakfast. Anu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Practicing these martial forms was far more engaging than merely standing in a horse stance. Moreover, she had a sense that she would soon transform into a formidable martial artist. After breakfast, she did not rest long and quickly returned, though she did not encounter the young master. However, it mattered little. She had already memorized the forms and began training alone. Meanwhile, Xuanyi had just entered the old matriarch's chamber, finding everyone present: grandmother, mother, and second aunt. The matriarch nodded, her gaze softening with concern for him. I heard you were attacked again last night. This grandson had faced numerous assaults ever since returning from the battlefield. It was impossible to count how many times it had occurred. Grandmother, there is no need for concern, just a few petty thieves. Xuanyi replied with a slight smile as he took a seat. Were you injured? The princess looked at him with worry. I've already sent someone to inquire at the government office. They said there were dozens of assailants. It must have been quite perilous. He always reported good news while downplaying the severity of the situation. Mother, look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I've informed the government to keep their mouths shut, so there is no need for you to worry. Indeed, sister-in-law, isn't Xuanyi doing well? Do not be too distressed, the second lady chimed in, also expressing her admiration for Xuanyi's resilience. It was remarkable that he had emerged unscathed from so many attacks. Have they discovered who is behind this? The matriarch's expression turned grave. The repeated attempts on her grandson's life raised suspicions about the character of the perpetrator. Not yet. The government will investigate. Xuanyi glanced around the room at the gathered individuals. Despite their composed expressions, he was certain that the mastermind lay among them. I shall certainly bring this matter before the Buddha. Such wicked individuals deserve no favorable outcome. The elderly matriarch clenched the prayer beads in her hands, resolutely determined to offer her heartfelt prayers before the Buddha, seeking retribution for those who had conspired against her grandson. Lady Wan cast a glance at Xuanyi, and both exchanged a fleeting look of unease, astonished by Xuanyi's formidable skills. Despite sending numerous people, they had failed to eliminate him, and in a shocking turn, he had vanquished them instead. Others shared the same sentiments, pondering how dozens had been unable to defeat Xuanyi, a testament to his remarkable resilience. By the way, tomorrow there will be a flower appreciation banquet at the residence, attended by the ladies and young misses from the royal city. You should refrain from going out today. It would be prudent to observe which young lady catches your fancy, as it is time for you to consider marriage. The princess cast a significant glance at Xuanyi. Although she was aware of her son's peculiarities, she felt it inappropriate to address them in front of so many people. Indeed, it was true that Xuanyi was no longer young, and it was high time for him to settle down. The second lady readily nodded in agreement, believing that once Xuanyi was married, his shortcomings would soon become apparent. Thank you, mother and second aunt, for your concern. I shall remain vigilant, Xuanyi replied obediently. I believe Miss Shun from the Shun family would be a splendid match. She is not only devoted to Xuanyi, but also well matched with our family. She is charming and possesses a lovely appearance, truly an ideal pair with Xuanyi. The second lady's sentiments were echoed by Lady Wan, who added her own approval, as did Lady Qin, who chimed in enthusiastically. Seeing their unified support directed at him, Xuanyi couldn't help but smile. Since you all favor Miss Shun so much, perhaps you should reserve her for my brothers, as they too have reached a marriageable age. You rascal, why have we strayed from the topic? We were discussing your marriage. The matriarch scolded Xuanyi with a playful glare. She would never allow her son to wed such a difficult character as Miss Shun, who was overly meticulous about trifles. Such a daughter-in-law was not to her liking. Indeed, brother, why have you diverted the conversation back to us? Xuanyi added with a laugh. While Miss Shin's family background was respectable and her appearance acceptable, her haughty demeanor was not something he desired in a wife. Enough, I'm weary. If there is nothing further, you may all take your leave. The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. With matters concluded, there was no need to linger and risk discussing topics that might displease Xuanyi. With that, the guests rose to take their leave. Xuanyi and the princess stayed for a while longer with the matriarch before finally returning to his quarters. Just as he intended to check on Anu's training, Mo-in hurriedly returned. Young master, there is news. Come in and speak. Xuanyi turned back to his room. Young master, the group that attempted to ambush us yesterday did not come from outside. Not from outside? Then from where? Xuanyi's expression grew cold. He He was astounded to learn that so many martial artists were concealed within the royal city without his knowledge. The news from Wantong Pavilion indicated that those individuals likely originated from the northern area of the imperial city, although their precise location has yet to be determined. The northern part of the imperial city? That region is a slum where those individuals were previously concealed. Indeed, it is in the northern part of the imperial city, the very vicinity where Anu's family resides. Mo-in nodded, as if recalling something, and then turned his gaze towards Xuanyi. By the way, my lord, Wantong Pavilion has also discovered that several routes from the northern imperial city to the prince's residence were ambushed by skilled assassins yesterday. Additionally, prior to this, Qinglian had visited the ghost gang. It appears that these ambushes were prepared for Anu. Xuanyi furrowed his brow. Assassins have been placed along all the routes, indicating an intention to prevent Anu from returning alive. No wonder she took such a lengthy detour back to the prince's residence yesterday. It seems she possesses some aptitude in divination. Chapter 54. Framing on the following morning. Anu was just about to finish her morning practice and return for breakfast when she was called by Xuanyi. That will be enough for today. After having breakfast, accompany me to the back garden. What do we need to go to the back garden for? Anu inquired, curiosity evident on her face. Today, there is a flower appreciation banquet at the estate. What does that have to do with me? She had intended to remain in the estate to continue her training. Quit your incessant questions. Just follow me. Xuanyi shot her a disapproving glance. Stop being so troublesome and do as instructed. All right, Anu nodded, rolling her eyes under her hair, wondering if asking questions was forbidden. After breakfast, she followed Xuanyi to the back courtyard of the Wang estate. Upon arrival, she was astounded by the sight of the garden before her. Goodness, this estate boasts such an expansive garden. She had previously thought there were only small gardens within the individual courtyards and was taken aback by the vastness of this one. The view seemed endless, and a myriad of flowers were in full bloom, their fragrances wafting delightfully to her nose, making the scene exceedingly picturesque. By this time, guests had begun arriving, mostly ladies accompanied by young misses from various households. Dressed in splendid attire, adorned with silk and satin, they sparkled with jewels, making Anu gasp in astonishment. What extravagant clothing! She thought to herself. Just the ornaments in their hair must be worth a fortune. While she was lost in her thoughts, a group of elegantly dressed young ladies approached. Greetings, young master. They looked at Xuanyi with shyness and trepidation. Despite being aware of his peculiarities, they couldn't help but be captivated by his breathtakingly handsome visage. Their hearts racing, some even feeling an impulse to marry him. Xuanyi cast a brief glance at them before turning his attention to the maid beside him. Take the young ladies to admire the flowers. Yes, the maid replied, leading the young ladies away. Just as Xuanyi was about to head to the pavilion for tea, Xuanyi ran and Lu Ilan approached. Big brother, young master. Xuanyi acknowledged, saying nothing further as he turned and made his way to the pavilion. Why'd he bring that ugly girl again? How embarrassing. Lu Ilan glared at Anu's retreating figure, displeased. Only the daughters of notable families could attend this gathering. Why had her brother brought that unattractive girl along? Ilan, let us go over there. Xuanyi tugged at Lu Ilan, leading her away. As they approached, several young ladies greeted them. Yinran, why are you only just arriving? Asked Zhuang Ro, the eldest daughter of the Zhuang family. I came early, but I lingered a bit longer in Ilan's courtyard. Xuanyi replied with a smile. Casting a glance at Anu's silhouette, a calculating glint flickered in her eyes. Have you seen that girl? She is the one the young master has recently brought into the estate. Oh, her? We just saw her. No wonder she stands beside the young master. Zhuang Ro leaned forward to look. That ugly girl is the one who bullied me and Yinren last time. Luo Ilan glared at Anu's retreating figure. If it hadn't been for that hideous creature last time, her elder brother wouldn't have allowed her to lose face alongside Sister Yinran. Just the sight of her now filled her with annoyance. How could a mere ugly wretch feel proud? Zhuang Ro disdainfully pursed her lips. Though she hadn't seen the ugly girl's features, the state of her hair and her gaunt appearance made it evident that she was extraordinarily unattractive. What right did she have to flaunt herself before their master? It was merely her elder brother's backing that allowed her to do so. Luo Ilan rolled her eyes, recalling the humiliation she suffered last time, which left her feeling quite displeased. As the legitimate young lady of the Wang residence, could she truly fear an ugly servant? I shan't be intimidated by her. It's only because her brother is protecting her. Luo Yilan shot another disdainful glance. If it weren't for her brother's protection, that wretched maid would have long been dealt with. Dealing with an ugly servant should pose no challenge. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Zhuang Rou's eyes. Although they had no desire to marry the heir, they also didn't wish for the heir to show any special favor to another woman. Sister Zhuang Rou, do you have a clever plan? Luo Yilan's eyes brightened. She had long found the ugly girl displeasing, and she was curious about Zhuang Rou's scheme. Cool, mate. Let's discuss it over there. Zhuang Rou led a few girls to a different corner. Anu remained oblivious to the fact that they were plotting against her, standing beside the heir and glancing around to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. As more and more people gathered, it became quite entertaining. Even the princesses had arrived. Spotting the distant restroom, Anu felt an urge to relieve herself. Adjusting her path, she headed that way, and Luo Yilan's eyes lit up. Here she comes. Xuanyi quickly removed a bracelet from her wrist and, as Anu passed by, tossed it to the ground. "Are you wretched servant? Why don't you watch where you're walking? What have I done?" Anu was taken aback, glancing at the shattered bracelet. It wasn't even her fault. She touched that woman, so why was she being yelled at? If it wasn't you, then who was it? You shameless maid dare to argue. Zhuang Rou angrily pointed at Anu's nose. Which of your eyes saw me bump into her? Anu retorted, equally incensed. She hadn't even touched the person. How could she have broken the bracelet? You insolent wretch, still arguing. Guards, drag her away. Luo Yilan called out to two attendants in the distance. The two hurried over, just as they were about to seize Anu. Infuriated, Anu kicked out, swiftly knocking both of them to the ground. Why are you grabbing me? You shameless maid. Quickly. Someone, execute her on the spot. Luo Yilan glared at the attendants in the distance. To dare strike someone in front of them was a blatant disregard for her status as the third young lady. Hearing her words, 5 or 6 attendants rushed over, preparing to seize Anu. Just then, the voice of the second madam echoed from afar. What's going on here? The second madam, along with the princess and several other ladies, approached. They had heard the commotion from a distance, curious about what was unfolding. Mother, this wretched maid has shattered Sister Yinran's bracelet, and not only does she show no remorse, but she has also injured others. Lu Yilan, fuming with indignation, pointed an accusing finger at Anu, determined to seek retribution today. The second lady glanced at the broken bracelet on the ground, and then at the servant clutching his backside, her expression darkening instantly. How audacious! This insolent maid has grown exceedingly bold. Bring her here. Before she could finish her command, a voice from behind interrupted. Hold on. Xuanyi approached with a composed demeanor. Observing the shards of the bracelet on the floor and the servant in distress, he turned his gaze toward Anu. What transpired here? My lord, I was merely on my way to the restroom when she accused me of breaking her bracelet. The third young lady even wished for my death. Anu glared discontentedly at Xuanyi and Lu Yilan, taken aback by the unfolding situation, wishing she had consulted her fortune before stepping out. Chapter 55. It wasn't me who knocked it over upon hearing Anu's words. Lu Yilan furiously pointed at her. Brother, she is speaking nonsense. This bracelet was clearly knocked to the ground by her. Just ask everyone. Indeed, my lord, it was this wretched maid who knocked Yinran's bracelet to the floor. We all witnessed it. Just inquire with them. Zhuang Rou chimed in, nodding in agreement and casting a knowing glance at her companion. A flicker of guilt crossed the faces of others present, yet they still nodded in unison. We certainly saw it. Are you all blind? Stop fabricating lies. I did not knock that bracelet at all. I didn't even touch her. Anu, fuming, pointed at Xuanyi, maintaining a distance that made it impossible for her to have made contact with the bracelet. These people truly had a knack for twisting the truth. How dare you speak to us like that, you lowly maid? We all witnessed what happened. Don't even think about arguing. Lu Yilan pointed an accusatory finger at Anu, feeling immensely pleased, thinking of how her brother would defend her this time. How could the bracelet, being worn, possibly fall to the ground? Lu Xian fixed his gaze on Xuanyi. Despite the claims of others, he still believed Anu, as he understood her nature better than anyone else. I took it off just now to show my friends and then she accidentally knocked it to the ground. Xuanyi said, a fleeting look of guilt flashing in her eyes, quickly masked. Is that truly the case? Lu Xianyi's eyes shifted back to the crowd. His icy gaze made the young ladies lower their heads in fear. Indeed, seeing their guilty expressions, Lu Xianyi became even more convinced of Anu's innocence. Brother, this wretched maid not only broke Yanran's bracelet, but also injured a house servant. Such a maid should not be kept. Yes, Xuanyi. There is no need to keep such an unruly maid. We can have your second aunt send you 2 better ones another day. Somewhat. Just as the second madam was about to call for the servants to drag Anu away for punishment, Lu Xianyi intervened. Second aunt, you speak too harshly. It is but a bracelet. I shall compensate Miss Shan. My lord, they are framing me. I did not break that bracelet. Anu vehemently pointed at Shan Yanran and the others. How dare you, a servant, point at your mistress? What disgrace? The second madam feigned outrage. They were the ones who wronged me first. Silence. Lu Xianyi interrupted Anu, then turned his attention to Shan Yanran. How about I compensate Miss Shan with another bracelet? My lord, that bracelet was a treasured heirloom left to me by my mother and I. Name your price. Lu Xianyi cut her off, his tone clearly displeased. Shan Yanran. It seemed the lord was determined to protect this wretched maid. If she disagreed, it would surely displease him. This could tarnish her image in his eyes and potentially affect her prospects of marrying into the royal household. After a moment's hesitation, she adopted an expression of profound heartache. Oh, let it shatter. That display of sorrow and restraint was indeed quite poignant. Miss Shan need not be so troubled. Since it was the heir's actions that caused the damage to your possession, he is naturally obliged to compensate you. Though the bracelet's craftsmanship is rather crude, it remains a cherished relic of your esteemed father, and the heir is willing to offer a generous sum in restitution. With that, he cast a glance at Moin. Moin promptly retrieved a banknote of 10,000 taels from his pocket and presented it to Shan Yanran. Miss Shan, please accept this. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A sum of 10,000 taels. The heir is exceedingly generous. Your Highness, that jade bracelet was not. Anu, I wish to say more, but she was abruptly interrupted by Lu Xuanyi. Silence. He shot her a displeased glare. It was evident that they had conspired together. With so many witnesses attesting to the incident, further words would be futile. Anu's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. How could the heir not believe her? Your Highness, this money is still. Shan Yanran's words were cut short again by Lu Xuanyi. Accept it. I never owe anyone. Miss Shan, since we Xuanyi have this intention, you should graciously accept it. The second lady smiled. She was taken aback by the heir's extravagant gesture. The bracelet hardly valued 100 taels. Yet he offered 10,000. Xuanyi, while you may compensate for the bracelet, this girl's lack of decorum must be addressed. Otherwise, people will say our royal house lacks propriety. I heard from my daughter that the heir scolded her for this lowly maid's sake. Today, we must assert our stance. The second aunt's words were indeed wise. Lu Xuanyi nodded, then turned his gaze toward Anu. From tomorrow onward, you shall be sent to learn proper conduct from a governess. Return only when you have mastered it. Your Highness. Anu wished to protest further, but upon meeting his frigid gaze, she reluctantly fell silent. Very well. Her heart felt an indescribable heaviness. It was utterly unjust to place the blame upon her when she was innocent. Their lack of reason was appalling. Now that this matter is settled, let us proceed to admire the flowers. The princess smiled at the gathered ladies and young misses. Very well. They all responded in unison. Following behind the princess, Lu Xuanyi also took Anu back to his courtyard. After they departed, Lu Ilan turned to Shan Yanran with a smile. Sister Yanran, we have finally avenged ourselves. Although elder brother spared that lowly maid from death, she has been punished. I will inform the governess upon our return. As long as that maid is not in elder brother's courtyard, dealing with her will be quite simple. Indeed, Shan Yanran forced a smile, glancing at the 10,000 taels in her hand, surprised by the heir's regard for that ugly creature. He was willing to compensate her so handsomely. Reflecting on his earlier cold demeanor and words, she sensed his dissatisfaction with her. Had she known, she would have delegated this task to another. Noticing the heir and Anu returning with stern expressions, Chongping hurried to greet them. Your Highness, what has transpired? Why does everyone appear so glum? You should inquire with her. Xuanyi shot Anu a glare, storming into the room. Anu, what trouble have you caused this time? It seems this girl has stirred up quite a storm to incite such ire in His Highness. Your Highness, I truly did not shatter that bracelet. It was a collective mishap on their part. Before Anu could finish her explanation, she was interrupted by Xuanyi. Where has her usual cleverness vanished to? Is your mind filled with naught but water? Xuanyi, in a fit of anger, poked Anu's forehead, lamenting her lack of insight despite her otherwise astute demeanor. Your Highness, I genuinely did not. Anu attempted to clarify once more, but was cut off by Moine. Anu, His Highness is not referencing the bracelet. What then? Anu queried, a look of confusion adorning her face. It is about you speaking out in front of so many people against your masters. Chapter 56. I was wrong upon hearing Mo Yin's words. Anu felt even more perplexed. I do not understand what you mean, she replied. Anu, regardless of whether you are right or wrong, you should not speak to your masters in such a manner, especially not in front of so many outsiders. This alone constitutes a grave error on your part. But they have wronged me. I cannot simply endure it. Anu retorted, still pouting defiantly. Did not the young master say that one could retaliate against being bullied? Yet, her defiance only deepened her misunderstanding. They were clearly accusing her unjustly, and she believed she had every right to voice her objections. Moreover, the young master had previously reassured her not to fear them, but that counsel seemed ineffective now. There are countless ways to resolve this, yet you chose the most foolish one. Lucien poked Anu's forehead in exasperation. With so many witnesses present, you should not have engaged in an argument with them. By doing so, you provided them with an excuse, leaving even the young master unable to defend you. What other options do I have? Anu insisted, her expression still one of defiance. What was wrong with my explanation? Anu, did your lengthy discourse with him yield any results? Montak uin countat. Anu found herself at a loss for words, momentarily silenced. Observing her disgruntled demeanor, Moine sighed. Clearly, they are conspiring against you. Your mistake lies in arguing with them and resorting to violence. When such incidents occur, you should immediately seek witnesses to testify on your behalf. Alternatively, you could approach the young master for assistance. Instead, you chose to bicker with them, leaving the young master without grounds to protect you. But I wasn't thinking clearly at that moment. What about the substantial sum of silver I lost? Anu's head drooped, her fingers anxiously fidgeting. At that moment, she had been solely focused on clarifying her stance, oblivious to the broader implications. Enough, Moine said. Since the matter has been resolved, consider it a lesson learned. Be more discerning next time. Does this mean I will not succeed in my training? Anu questioned, troubled at the thought of having to learn the rules, fearing it might hinder her martial pursuits. The young master has made it clear that you must indeed learn the proper decorum, Moine replied, eyeing Anu. It would be wise for this young girl to acquire such knowledge to avoid future pitfalls. However, Anu wished to say more, but was interrupted by Chongping. What more is there to say? You should be grateful the young master was present. Otherwise, you might not have survived today. From now on, you must dutifully learn the rules. Chongping had come to understand the gravity of Anu's misstep in daring to confront her masters. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced dire consequences. Oh, Anu nodded, her spirit deflated as she returned to her quarters. The memory of being wronged weighed heavily upon her heart, compounded by the loss of 10,000 taels of silver. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, she burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Alas, Moine sighed, listening to Anu's cries from within the room. This girl is still young and has yet to comprehend her place. To the masters, right or wrong, their word is absolute. And it is not for servants like us to contest. Originally, it was thought that Anu would cease her tears after a brief moment. Yet she remained sequestered within her chamber for an entire day, neglecting not only her midday meal, but also her evening repast. Is the young master still lost in thought within? I wonder if something is amiss, Chongping remarked, subtly gesturing towards the adjacent room. Earlier, when he had peered through the door, he observed Anu seated at the table, seemingly in contemplation for quite some time. Surely, she wouldn't entertain any rash thoughts. After all, this girl regarded even a few copper coins as treasures, and the prospect of losing 10,000 taels of silver weighed heavily on his mind. She won't come to any harm, Xuanyi declared, setting aside the scroll he had been reading. Though a flicker of concern stirred within him, he believed that, given her character, she would not succumb to despair, particularly as she was deeply filial towards her parents. Even for their sake, she would not resort to drastic measures. Yet, it was likely that she would remain troubled for a while, as 10,000 taels represented a considerable fortune in her eyes. Just as he surmised, Anu did not harbor suicidal thoughts. Rather, she was simply overwhelmed with emotion. On one hand, she felt wronged and humiliated, and, on the other, the loss of that immense sum of silver caused her considerable distress. Nevertheless, she was not devoid of rationality. Her mind echoed with the words spoken by Mo-in. She meticulously analyzed the sequence of events once more, and despite her grievances, she could not deny the truth. As a servant, it was indeed inappropriate for her to argue with her masters, especially after resorting to violence. This predicament also placed the young master in a difficult position, incurring a significant financial loss and considerable anger, leaving her uncertain if he would ever teach her martial skills again. Without those teachings, earning the 20 copper coins she needed would be impossible, further exacerbating her debt of 10,000 taels. As her thoughts spiraled around this matter, she lost track of time until dawn broke. Listening to the servants outside beginning their daily tasks, she rose to tidy her belongings, aware that she must learn the rules of propriety and should at least have a change of clothes. Chomping, standing by the doorway with his ear pressed to the wall, quickly concealed himself upon hearing movement within. When Anu opened the door, she spotted him lingering at the threshold, but chose not to engage him, instead heading straight to the kitchen. She returned with a portion of breakfast and silently began to eat. Ah, Chomping. It appears she has regained her appetite. Perhaps she has moved past her distress. After finishing her meal, Anu took her bowl back to the kitchen and returned to her room to collect her bundle. Just as she was about to depart, she hesitated, glancing towards the young master's chamber. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to enter. Finding him at breakfast, she approached and knelt before him with a thud. "Young master, I have brought trouble upon you. Rest assured, I shall acknowledge the debt of 10,000 taels. I will repay you when I am able." Bowing her head, she rose. Although repaying such a sum seemed nearly impossible, she understood that this misfortune was of her own making, and thus she accepted her responsibility. As she prepared to leave, a thought struck her, prompting her to turn towards Xuanyi. "Young master, today I intend to learn the rules of propriety. I have heard that the nurturing matron is quite severe in her discipline. Might you, considering my considerable debt to you, kindly request her to temper her blows? Should you inadvertently cause my demise, the prospect of repaying you would vanish." Following the events of yesterday, she has come to realize that this royal residence is devoid of reason, treating those like her, mere servants, as though they were less than human. Without a powerful ally, the intent to extinguish their lives is as effortless as crushing a chick. Thus, she contemplated confiding in the air, hoping that even a single word on her behalf might compel those individuals to spare her, if only for the heir's sake. She had no desire for death. Her parents relied on her for sustenance. I shall send a message. You must also be astute and refrain from further folly. Yes, I shall remember this time. I will not repeat yesterday's mistakes. Anu replied, her head bowed, fidgeting with her fingers, convinced she would indeed remember. As she exited dejected, Xuanyi could no longer contain his smile. Suddenly, he erupted, spewing a mouthful of porridge. Chapter 57. Learning the rules within the royal residence. There exists a designated place for instructing the young masters and mistresses in the proper etiquette. However, maidservants who have erred are also sent here to learn the rules, though their treatment is far less lenient than that afforded to the young nobles. They endure harsh conditions, often facing reprimands and physical punishment. When Anu was sent here, it was not yet time for formal instruction, and the courtyard was eerily quiet. Upon noticing a peculiar-looking, unattractive girl arriving, a matron with a face full of flesh emerged. "Who are you looking for?" "Oh, I am from the heiress courtyard, here to learn the rules," Anu replied with utmost respect. having learned her lesson well from the previous day's events. "Come in," the matron said, eyeing Anu critically. "So, this is the audacious girl who dared to confront the third miss yesterday." Yes, Anu promptly followed her inside, where she discovered several others of similar age already present. "Stand over there," the matron instructed, pointing to a young girl beside her. Yes, Anu quickly moved to stand next to her, clutching her bundle tightly. "Listen carefully, everyone. I am the teaching matron of this courtyard, and I will be instructing you in the rules for the next few days. Let me be clear. If any of you dare to be cunning or sly, do not expect mercy from the rod in my hand." The matron waved the ruler as she spoke. Yes, the group nodded in unison, bowing respectfully, Anu included. "Take her to your quarters." The matron directed the girl next to Anu, then turned to Anu. "You will follow her and deliver your belongings." "Yes," Anu replied, following the girl as they exited. "Sister, what is your name?" "I am Xuanyi. And why were you sent here? Did you also make a mistake?" "Indeed. My master said I was impertinent for frequently looking up at her, hence my punishment," Anu replied. "Is it not permissible to look up?" Anu exclaimed in astonishment. "How can one serve a master without opening one's eyes? It is forbidden. We must not gaze directly at our masters." "What errors did the others commit to be sent here?" Anu inquired, glancing back at the room. "They are likely here for similar reasons. Having made mistakes," Chunlon explained. "Xiaohong was sent here for not regulating the temperature of the foot bath, and Xiaomei for laughing too loudly and disturbing the master." "Anu," she muttered, "such trivial matters are deemed errors. If that is the case, I would have surely been punished for pulling the air into the basin." Following Chunlon into the adjoining courtyard, they entered a large room devoid of beds. Instead, there was a communal sleeping area large enough for about 20 individuals, with some bundles scattered atop it. These likely belonged to the girls in the room. A broken stool sat in one corner, atop which rested a chipped ceramic basin. Aside from these, there was nothing else to be found. "Put down your bundle. We must hurry back, or the matron will be displeased," Chunlon urged. "Oh, very well," Anu replied. Anu hastily placed her bundle on the large shared bed and followed Chunlon back to the courtyard, obediently standing in line. "You are all here because of your misdeeds. From this day forth, you must earnestly learn the rules from me. Do you understand?" "We understand." The crowd nodded in unison, compliant. "Well then, I shall first impart some fundamental principles. Pay heed, for to serve your master well, you must possess keen insight. Do not be like a wooden block, standing idly and waiting for your master's commands. For instance, when your master departs, you must swiftly hold the umbrella or fan. Madame Ma, wielding a ruler in her hand, paced before them, her words flowing like a torrent, leaving Anu utterly bewildered. Such servants must not only obey commands, but also serve as vessels for their master's emotional outbursts. If the master feels displeased, they may strike or scold without reason. As long as it brings them joy, even if it results in death, it is deemed acceptable. This stark realization further cemented Anu's understanding that she was no longer regarded as human. Reflecting on her actions since entering the manor, she realized that had she been in another household, she would have perished numerous times over. Throughout the morning, Madame Ma's monologue never ceased, and it wasn't until she had consumed 2 pots of tea that she finally concluded her discourse on basic rules. "Have you all taken note of what I have said?" "Yes," the others replied, bowing and nodding in agreement. "Very well. You may go and have your lunch now. We shall formally commence lessons in the afternoon." "Understood." They nodded once more and exited the room. Anu followed closely behind them, eventually arriving at the kitchen, where she mimicked their actions, each taking a bowl and standing in line to receive their food. Holding the bowl in her hands, Anu felt perplexed. Why is there only one bowl? One for rice and one for vegetables. Surely there should be 2. However, after hearing Madame Ma's admonitions, she dared not question further. When her turn to receive food arrived, she was once again taken aback by the offering before her. Corn rice, essentially millet, was acceptable in porridge form, but as a standalone dish, it lacked flavor. Furthermore, the color was dull, suggesting it was stale and of the lowest quality. To make matters worse, there were no vegetables. Each bowl contained merely a scant spoonful of pickled vegetables. Had this occurred in her previous life, Anu would have considered it a delightful meal. Yet, after having tasted fine white rice and succulent chicken legs recently, the meager fare before her could scarcely stir any enthusiasm. Nevertheless, having experienced hardship herself, she said nothing and, after receiving her meal, joined the others in seeking a shaded spot to sit. Today, they provided quite a generous helping of pickles, didn't they? Xuanyi remarked cheerfully to the girl beside her, Xiaohong. Today's portion is significantly more than yesterday's, enough to savor several bites. Indeed, there's plenty today, Xiaohong replied with a smile, happily digging into her bowl. Observing their enjoyment, Anu took a mouthful as well, but found it rather unremarkable. Observing their joy as they indulged in their meal, one might be led to believe that the dish was exceptionally delectable. Do you all have a particular fondness for corn rice? Otherwise, how could they savor it so delightfully? As for preferences, one ought to be content simply to feel satiated. But do you not often find yourselves hungry? Surely, they do not struggle even to fill their stomachs. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she noticed that everyone had ceased eating, their gazes fixed upon her. Did I utter something amiss? Why do they all regard her with such expressions? Satiated? What sort of notion is that? Indeed, how could we, the most menial of servants, ever hope to be full? It is a rarity for someone of our station to ever experience true fullness. The murmurs of the crowd echoed her thoughts, asserting that for those of their lowly rank, achieving even an 8/10 fullness was a remarkable feat. Only those who ascended to the ranks of esteemed maidservants might have the chance to truly satisfy their hunger. Ah, how her perceptions diverged from reality. Chapter 58. Feigning dizziness, Anu stared in astonishment at the people before her, utterly at a loss for words. She had presumed that all the servants in the Wangfu lived like her, consuming plain rice and stir-fried dishes with meat daily. To her surprise, their lives were indeed akin to what she had heard from the outside world. Not to say they were worse than pigs or dogs, but they could scarcely fill their bellies and were still required to toil. Just imagining how arduous their existence must be was disheartening. Previously, she had deemed it unfortunate to be assigned to the heir's courtyard, yet now it seemed she was truly fortunate. Observing her bewilderment, Xuanyi wore a puzzled expression. So, you can fill your belly now? Otherwise, why would you be so shocked? Yes, I can eat my fill, Anu nodded. Not only could she satiate her hunger, but she also indulged in large chicken legs, though she refrained from boasting about it to them. Really? Then you must often be beaten, right? I've heard the heir is a merciless tyrant. Surely you must endure frequent punishment. I have never been beaten. How could that be possible? Xiaohong looked incredulous. Each of them had faced the master's wrath at least once, if not more. Given the heir's temper, it was implausible that she had escaped unscathed. Believe it or not, Anu replied, lowering her head to eat. It was no wonder they found it hard to believe, compared to their plight. Her life was akin to that of a celestial being. After their meal, they washed their bowls and returned them to their places, expecting to be granted a short respite. However, as soon as they emerged from the kitchen, they were summoned to the courtyard by Mama Ma. Gather and stand in line. Yes, they all complied, forming a neat row. Bring over the trays, Mama Ma commanded, glancing at the large trays beside a mule. The young women hurried over, each returning with one, and Mama Ma instructed them to place 2 bowls of water on each tray. Make sure everything is in order. Stand up straight. With that, she wielded her ruler, tapping one shoulder and swatting another's behind. After a round, all stood rigid as if they were mere sticks, fearful of incurring the ruleress' wrath, not daring to breathe. Seeing their relative decorum, Mama Ma finally appeared satisfied. No moving about. Just as she was about to seek relief under the eaves, Lu Ilan entered. Third Miss, you've arrived. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with defiance, but now they bowed in submission, their waists nearly bending into a period. Lu Ilan raised her chin and approached Anu directly. Teach this ugly creature some manners, lest she offend me again. Yes, Third Miss, rest assured. This old servant will ensure she is thoroughly taught, Mama Ma assured her. Lu Ilan nodded in satisfaction and exchanged a knowing glance with Mama Ma before departing contentedly. Anu felt a sense of foreboding. This woman was here to exact revenge. Mama Ma had always appeared unkind, and now, who knew what trouble she would stir? As anticipated, after they stood for a good while, Mama Ma finally turned to the others. You may rest now. Upon hearing the news, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief and swiftly sought refuge beneath the eaves. Anu wished to join them, but was immediately intercepted by the stern matron. You will stand still? She commanded. Why can't I take a break? Anu queried. Is that even a question? Your stance is improper. Remain standing. The matroness' visage was marred by excess flesh. How dare this girl challenge the third miss? She must truly be tired of living. Anu recognized the matron's deliberate provocation. In the past, she would have confronted her directly. But circumstances had changed. She was now a voiceless servant, compelled to obey. She adjusted the tray once more, standing in the courtyard, the midday sun relentless in its heat. Sweat soaked her garments, and her hair clung to her face. If she continued to stand, she felt she might soon meet her demise. Suddenly recalling the words of the heir from earlier, she quickly devised a plan. Matron, I'm feeling quite hot. May I rest for a moment? No. You must stand obediently. The matron rolled her eyes dramatically. Having offended the third miss, how could she expect favorable treatment? Very well, old hag. Since you insist that I cannot rest, do not blame me for resorting to cunning. Matron, I am feeling unwell. Even if you are unwell, you must endure. Do you think this is your... The matron's reprimand was abruptly cut short as Anu let the tray slip from her grasp, crashing onto the matron's foot. Ouch! She cried out in pain. Just as she raised her ruler to deliver a harsh punishment, she looked down to find Anu sprawled on the ground. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and stand, she shouted, kicking at Anu. Yet, Anu remained unresponsive. Did you hear me? She kicked again, but still received no reaction. Concerned, the matron bent down to check Anu's breath and was taken aback. Why does it seem like she has no breath? A further check confirmed her fears. It appeared Anu truly had no breath. If it were anyone else, it would not matter, but this girl belonged to the heir's courtyard. As she contemplated whether to summon assistance, Chong Ping entered from outside. Matron, he greeted, what brings you here? The matron quickly positioned herself in front of Anu. Chong Ping seemed oblivious to the figure lying on the ground, smiling as he addressed the matron. Ah, nothing of great importance. I merely came to see how our people are faring with their lessons. Where's she? I do not see our Anu. Anu lay there, fully aware that Chong Ping could not possibly miss her presence. There was only one explanation. He was feigning ignorance. Thus, she resolved to perform her role with utmost diligence. Upon hearing that Chong Ping was there to check on her, the matron began to perspire nervously. Oh, you're looking for her? She's been learning quite well, though her constitution is somewhat frail. What do you mean? Chong Ping inquired, his expression darkening. She fainted after standing for only a short while. Madame Ma forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears and turned her body aside. Upon noticing Anu lying on the ground, Chong Ping's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. Anu, what has happened to you? He rushed forward, checking for her breath, and his expression grew even more tumultuous. She scarcely had any breath left. Quick, someone come here, he shouted, waving frantically at the servants at the door. Then, with gritted teeth, he glared at Madame Ma. Madame Ma, we are here to learn the rules, not to risk our lives. Master Chong, you cannot blame me. I neither struck her nor scolded her. It is merely that this girl is too frail. Madame Ma, now thoroughly frightened, realized the extent of Chong Ping's concern for the girl. I have no time to discuss this further with you. You had better pray that this girl is unharmed. Otherwise, you shall have to explain yourself to the young master. Chong Ping's chest heaved with anger, and after speaking, he beckoned to the housekeeper. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and carry her away. Chapter 59. To go tomorrow morning. Upon hearing Chong Ping's words, Mama Ma's legs immediately weakened. Master Chong, I truly did not treat that girl poorly. She fainted all on her own. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with the others. Your words hold no weight. We have but this one maid in our household, and the young master holds her in great esteem. If anything were to happen to her, given the young master's temperament, you would do well to seek your own fortune. With a sudden flick of his hand, Chong Ping stormed off in frustration. Master Chong, Mama Ma collapsed onto the ground. This is a disaster. Had I known, I would not have made things difficult for that girl. If anything happens to her, the young master's wrath will surely not spare her. Lucien, he stood in the courtyard and witnessed Chong Ping and the others carrying Anu back. What transpired? I must see what has happened to her. Why she was brought back motionless, completely unresponsive. Stop pretending and get up. Chongping rolled his eyes in exasperation. Still lying there, and quite convincingly too. Hey, Brother Chongping, you are truly remarkable. Anu opened her eyes and, sitting up, gave Chongping a thumbs up. Although she could not see, just hearing Mama Ma's trembling voice conveyed her profound fear. She must have been terrified. Enough with the flattery. Chongping shot her a disapproving glance before turning to Xuanyi. When I arrived, Mama Ma was busy weaving her schemes against her. He recounted the events from start to finish, with Anu providing supplementary details, including the remarks made by Lu Yilan during her visit, which caused Xuanyi to furrow his brow. It was evident that this girl would face challenges upon her arrival, but I did not expect them to be so impatient, making things difficult for her on the very first day. Young master, the third miss has taken a disliking to me. If I were to go again, she would certainly make things worse for me. Perhaps you might reconsider allowing me to learn the rules. I promise to practice diligently with you and will not be lazy. The mere thought of Mama Ma's displeasing visage deterred her from wanting to see her again. The living conditions and food there paled in comparison to those of the young master's residence. Do not entertain such thoughts. You shall return only when you have mastered the rules. Xuanyi admonished anew with a sidelong glance. It will be beneficial for you to learn more etiquette to avoid future blunders. Young master. Anu attempted to interject further, but was interrupted by Chongping. Do you think the young master can simply decide against sending you? You have caused a considerable ruckus this time. It is fortunate that the young master has chosen to spare you. Should you refuse to learn the rules, others will find grounds to speak against you. Abandon this notion at once. Oh, so I must go then? I did not realize it was so grave. I shall not trouble the young master any further. As if recalling something, she turned back to Xuanyi. Young master, may I please go tomorrow morning instead? Why is that? The food there is unpalatable, lacking in variety, and the bed is not only hard but devoid of blankets. To my surprise, despite both being royal residences, the conditions there differ vastly from those in the young master's courtyard. Xuanyi gazed at Anu, observing her vibrant demeanor. If she were to return now, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thank you, young master, Anu exclaimed joyfully. Brother Chongping, may I check if there are any chicken legs left for lunch? She dashed off to the kitchen, her mouth watering at the thought of the plump and tender drumsticks. Xuanyi, who had spent the previous night sitting idly as if in a stupor, now appeared utterly unconcerned, displaying remarkable composure. At dinner, Anu not only enjoyed white rice and 2 stir-fried dishes, but also relished the chicken leg she had longed for. When Chongping entered, she was happily devouring the succulent meat. Is it delicious? He inquired. Indeed, it is absolutely delightful. Anu nodded vigorously. She could never get enough of that chicken leg. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Chongping. By the way, Brother Chongping, why is the food in the other courtyards so poor? I had thought the provisions were the same everywhere, but today I realized the disparity is quite significant. Can the other courtyards possibly compare to ours? Chongping replied. The expenses of our courtyard are supplemented not only by the monthly allowance from the palace, but also by the young master's own contributions. Without that, our conditions would hardly be so favorable. If we were to rely solely on the meager sum provided by the estate, our situation would not be much better. Hearing this, Anu inched closer to Chongping, lowering her voice. What does the young master do to earn such money? She had often noticed that he seemed idle, and it puzzled her where the funds for their generous provisions came from. How do you know the young master does nothing? Chongping shot her a disapproving glance. The young master possesses numerous assets, without substantial income. How could the estate maintain such standards? What does he rely on for profit? Anu wondered aloud, realizing that the young master not only had a source of income, but likely a lucrative one at that. That is not your concern. Focus on your own matters. Chongping advised. You are still young, yet your curiosity is rather intense. I was merely asking out of curiosity. I'm just wondering how the young master manages to support so many people here. If possible, I would like to earn a little myself. Then I could repay that debt of 10,000 taels. Brother Chongping, the young master is genuinely quite kind. Is that so? Aren't you afraid of him? The remark from the girl was quite unexpected. I am indeed afraid, but to speak honestly, the young master is rather benevolent. If it were another master, they would never use their money to support us servants. providing us with such fine food. Those savings could amount to quite a fortune if kept for oneself. Anu waved the chicken leg in her hand, affirming that the young master was indeed commendable for allowing them to enjoy such delicacies. Xuanyi next door smiled subtly. At least she possesses some sense of gratitude. Well, it seems your chicken leg was worth it. Chomping nodded in satisfaction. To utter such words is a testament to the grace bestowed upon him by the young master. Brother Chomping, I shall be learning the rules tomorrow, and I find myself somewhat anxious. What troubles you? I fear that Miss San may seek to trouble me once more. Anu's spirits began to dwindle. After all, Miss San is the mistress. One cannot strike her, nor can one scold her, much less engage in retorts. If she truly wishes to torment her, it would seem that only suffering awaits. Should her temper flare, it is entirely conceivable that dire consequences might ensue. Anu, this royal residence is unlike your home. One must tread with utmost caution in every endeavor. However, it is not solely a matter of enduring oppression. There are ways to navigate certain situations. How so? Anu's interest was piqued immediately. Chomping's words hinted at deeper meaning. Well, as long as you do not allow others to find fault, you may indeed conduct yourself as you wish. For instance, if no one witnesses your actions, then they are not attributed to you. Anu's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Is it truly possible to approach it in such a manner? Chapter 60. The Art of Serving Tea Early the next morning after having breakfast. Anu went to learn the proper etiquette. Upon seeing her, Madame Ma was filled with both anger and fear. Stand over there. Yesterday had truly frightened her. Thankfully, she later learned that the girl had awakened. Otherwise, her days of comfort would have come to an abrupt end. Anu obediently positioned herself in line. Yesterday, you learned how to stand. Today, you will learn the art of serving tea. Pay close attention. She held a tray with a cup of tea, demonstrating the technique. When serving tea to the masters, one must not gaze around but maintain a respectful demeanor, with the chin lowered and a serious expression. When placing the teacup down, it must be done silently, without laughter. Anu, the affairs of the wealthy are indeed numerous. Even serving tea appears overly pretentious. Noticing Madame Ma's gaze upon her, she immediately straightened her posture. Did you all understand? A chorus of nods confirmed their comprehension. Then you shall begin. Demonstrate it for me, Madame Ma instructed, pointing to Xuanyi before taking a seat. Xuanyi cautiously approached with the tray, but before she could place the teacup on the table, she received a sharp blow to her leg. Why is your gaze wandering? You wretched girl. Following this, she struck Xuanyi's backside twice with force. I was wrong, Madame Ma. Qinglian cried, trying to dodge. Where do you think you're going? Madame Ma struck her again. Get over there. Next, seeing Qinglian punished, Xiaohong trembled as she picked up the tray. However, as she approached Madame Ma, she was met with a fierce strike from a ruler across her face. Are you a thief? Sneaking around like that? Anyone would be irked by such cowardice. Anu, that old hag strikes hard with such a lengthy ruler. I was wrong, Madame Ma. Xiaohong wiped the blood from her lips, terrified as she knelt. Get over there. Next, Madame Ma's expression remained stern. Her mood had already soured, and the insolence of these girls only fueled her ire. As the next girl made an obvious mistake, her frustration mounted, and the ruler fell relentlessly, bringing the girls to their knees in pleas for mercy. Finally, when it was Anu's turn, she felt the tension in the air. She could sense Madame Ma's desire to smash the tea she presented. Yet, recalling Chomping's words from the previous day, she forced herself to endure. You may go now. Madame Ma took the teacup from her. Reluctantly, she took a sip, feeling helpless. After all, this girl belonged to the young master's household, and she was not one to provoke. Anu felt a sense of relief when Madame Ma did not scold her further and quickly stood by obediently. She glanced around at the others. None had escaped punishment, and it seemed she had once again benefited from the young master's influence. Just then, voices were heard from outside. Madame Ma, who is it? Madame Ma rose to her feet. Before she could step outside, Qinglian entered the room. Oh, Miss Qinglian, what a rare visitor you are. Madame Ma once again donned her sycophantic smile. Madame Ma, I merely came to check on you, Qinglian said, casting a glance at the people in the room. Upon spotting Anu, her eyes brimmed with unabashed hatred. Anu, how did this woman come here? Just by the look she cast at her. It was evident she harbored ill intentions. Miss Qinglian, you are too polite. Please feel free to speak your mind. Madame Ma grinned widely. After all, Anu was a favored maid of the master's, and she dared not provoke her. Indeed, I have something to discuss with you, Qinglian said, discreetly signaling to Madame Ma. The latter immediately understood. Oh, splendid. Let's converse outside. She had anticipated that the girl must have come for a reason. The two women laughed as they stepped out to a secluded corner. Miss Qinglian, if you have any matters to address, do not hesitate. Madame Ma spoke with gravity. I am merely here on behalf of Our Lady Qin to convey a message, urging you to discipline that maid named Anu properly. Qinglian lifted her chin towards the room. Last time, that ugly creature had nearly dealt her a fatal blow. It was imperative that she took action, and ideally, to rid herself of that monstrosity altogether. With that, she produced a tin-tail silver ingot from her bosom and pressed it into Madame Ma's hand. Thank you for your efforts. Gazing at the ingot in her hand, Madame Ma grimaced. Miss Qinglian, it is not that I refuse to assist you. As you know, that maid belongs to the heir's household. Just yesterday, I administered a light punishment, and she fainted. When Steward Chang arrived, he reprimanded me severely. Thankfully, the girl was unharmed. Otherwise, I would not be here speaking with you today. She then returned the tin-tail ingot to Qinglian, asserting that no amount of money was worth risking her life. After yesterday's incident, she truly dared not to provoke that girl again. Qinglian, I did not expect the heir to protect that ugly creature so fervently. If we do not take this opportunity to eliminate her, it will be even more challenging in the future. Observing Madame Ma's trepidation, Qinglian realized that persuading her to assist in this matter would be quite difficult. After much contemplation, she pressed the silver ingot into Madame Ma's hands once more. Madame Ma, would this arrangement suffice? I will send 2 individuals over shortly. Should anything occur, it will not implicate you. Given Madame Ma's timid nature, it seemed prudent to dispatch someone to handle the situation, allowing her to deal with it as she saw fit. Madame Ma hesitated for a moment, gazing at the tin-tail ingot she had received. Very well, but if anything goes awry, I bear no responsibility. Since the girl was intent on this course of action, she might as well allow her to proceed. After all, the sight of Anu was aggravating to her. Agreed, then let us consider this settled. I shall send 2 people over shortly. Qinglian smiled, satisfaction curling her lips. This time, she was determined to eliminate that ugly creature. Anu craned her neck to peer outside. Observing Madame Ma and Qinglian engaged in hushed conversation, it was apparent they were not discussing anything favorable. It seemed highly likely that it pertained to her. Clearly, she needed to be more cautious this time around. When Mama returned, she noticed everyone standing there, and her countenance immediately darkened. What are you all staring at? Focus on your training. If you fail to improve, you shall forfeit your lunch today. She had only been gone for a brief moment, yet they had already begun to slack off. It was truly deserving of reprimand. The crowd nodded in unison, each lifting their tea trays to resume their training. Despite their utmost caution, they could not evade the sting of Mama's ruler. Are your legs too short? You waddle like a duck. Is your head made of gold? Why is it hanging so low? Is your leg glued to the ground that you cannot take a single step? Just as Mama raised her ruler, she recognized Anu and, with great restraint, lowered it again. Take larger steps. I'll spare you for now, but just wait. Someone will soon take care of you. Chapter 61. Fainted again, the individuals within the room occasionally received harsh blows, causing the young ladies to redden around their eyes from the pain. Yet, they dared not utter a word, dutifully carrying their trays while following the training, with Anu being the sole exception. Observing the tears welling in their eyes stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her, yet simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she was situated within the prince's courtyard. Otherwise, she would have suffered as they did. Lost in her thoughts, a commotion arose outside the door. Madame Ma, we have come to learn the rules. 2 identical young ladies entered. Did Miss Qinglian send you? Indeed, they replied, nodding obediently. What are your names? Replying to Madame, I am the elder sister, named Lichuan, and she is my younger sister, Lixia. Very well, stand beside Anu, Madame Ma instructed, casting a meaningful glance at Lichuan and Lixia. The implication clear. This girl is your target. Li Chuan and Li Xia immediately grasped the unspoken message, nodding in agreement before positioning themselves beside Anu. Anu couldn't shake the feeling that the gaze of these two individuals was rather peculiar, seemingly laced with animosity. Observing Li Chuan and Li Xia, who were both taller and sturdier than herself, Madame Ma's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. These two girls obviously possess skills. This time, the troublesome girl is in for it. Continue training. She turned and settled into a chair, her mood evidently improved. The others resumed their tasks, but this time, Li Chuan and Li Xia flanked Anu. Perhaps it was their height and strength, but Anu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. They leaned in closer, as if fearful of colliding with her, prompting Anu to deliberately create distance. However, they soon encroached upon her space once more. Just as Anu intended to step further away, Li Xia abruptly collided with her from behind. As she fell to the ground, her tray tossed aside. Are you blind? Even a flat surface can lead to a fall. Madame Ma shot Anu a fierce glare. Madame Ma, she bumped into me, Anu exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Li Xia as she rose. If it hadn't been for the collision, she would not have found herself sprawled on the floor. Madame Ma, I did not do it intentionally. She was standing still and obstructed my path. Li Xia feigned innocence, her eyes glinting with a smug satisfaction as they met Anu's. Dealing with such an ugly, thin girl is a piece of cake. What are you all staring at? Get back to training. Madame Ma rapped her ruler sharply, causing everyone to jump and hastily resume their tasks. Anu, feeling frustrated and abandoned by the old woman, shot Li Xia another glare before focusing on her tray. This time, she moved to a corner, distancing herself from them to avoid their troublesome entanglements. As the events unfolded, Li Chuan and Li Xia approached, and before Anu could evade them, they collided once more. Alas, she found herself sprawled on the ground again. This time not only did the tray tumble down, but her forehead also struck the leg of a chair, and, as she got up, she furiously pointed at Li Chuan and Li Xia. Madam, they crashed into me. Her forehead throbbed painfully, likely bruised. It's your own clumsiness. What does it have to do with us? They retorted. You fell by yourself. Why are you blaming us? That is not true. It was you who bumped into me. Madam, they did it on purpose. Anu's protest was abruptly interrupted by Madam. Enough. If you can't watch where you're going, why blame others? She shot a fierce glare at Anu. Taking advantage of their status in the young master's courtyard, they believed no one could reprimand them. If Anu were any less perceptive, she would truly be foolish. It was evident they were in cahoots, deliberately seeking to provoke her. With a stern look aimed at Li Chuan and Li Xia, she once again lifted the tray and resumed her training, this time with heightened vigilance. There would be no second or third chances. She was not to be trifled with. Noticing Anu's silence, Li Chuan and Li Xia exchanged smug glances and moved closer again. They intended to knock Anu over as before, but just as they approached, Anu rolled her eyes and fainted. Madam, Anu has fainted, Xuanyi quickly called out. Fainted? Madam's gaze turned towards her, observing Anu lying on the ground. She set down her teacup and approached, checking for her breath. It was as weak as the previous day. She had anticipated the girl's frailty. Although she had someone to take the blame today, if something were to happen to her here, Madam would inevitably be implicated. After a moment of hesitation, she beckoned outside. Someone, take Anu back to the young master's courtyard. At that moment, Xuanyi had just returned from outside, and before he could enter, he noticed Chang Ping looking astonished at the doorway. What's going on? He hurriedly rushed over. This morning, she was full of energy, and now she is being carried back? Master Chang, Miss Anu is too weak. She fainted again after only a short practice. Madam instructed us to bring her back. Oh, set her down here. Yes. As they departed, Chang Ping cast a disdainful glance at Anu, who lay on the board. Everyone's gone. Oh, Anu immediately opened her eyes and sat up with a smile. What happened to you? Xuanyi approached her. Pointing at the red mark on her forehead, he expressed concern, sensing she had sustained an injury. I fell and bumped into the chair. You truly are something else. Chang Ping scoffed, rolling his eyes. At your age, and you've managed to injure your forehead. Indeed, my lord, it was others who pushed me down, and it was deliberate. Anu recounted the events of that morning to Xuanyi, who frowned in response. So you merely endured it? Where's all that skill you learned gone? You learned for so long in vain. I did not endure it. I returned, did I not? To avoid causing trouble for the prince. She could no longer act impulsively as before, yet she had not truly endured. I pretended to faint to return. It allowed me to escape blame while sparing myself from further suffering. Do you still believe yourself capable? Xuanyi shot her another disapproving glance. You should have reacted the first time you were pushed. Then, your forehead would not have been bruised. Yet here you are, seemingly pleased with yourself, believing you gained some advantage. Frustrated, he turned and retreated into the house. Brother Chomping, have I erred once more? Anu gazed at Chomping, bewildered. Have I truly made another mistake? Otherwise, why would the prince be so displeased? Foolish girl, the prince is merely concerned for you. Chapter 62. Tying up hair at lunch. Anu was delighted to savor a large chicken leg. After the meal, she intended to indulge in a refreshing nap, but soon, Chomping arrived. Anu, the young master requests your presence. Oh. Anu reluctantly climbed out of bed and followed Chomping to Xuanyi's chamber. Young master, you summoned me? Indeed. Xuanyi nodded, lazily reclining in his chair. If they bully you again tomorrow, do you intend to feign unconsciousness once more? Yes. Anu nodded decisively, as that was indeed her plan. Foolish girl, have you never considered retaliating? Xuanyi mused, noting her increasing timidity. Whatever happened to her previous fierceness? I have thought about it, but I dare not. I fear it may cause trouble for you, young master, and not only would I have to compensate them, but it would also put you in a difficult position. Anu lowered her head in resignation. She yearned for revenge, yet could not act upon it. After all, if it led to further trouble, it would not only cost the young master money, but also create complications for him. Xuanyi realized that her thoughts were indeed troubled, revealing the impact of the previous incident on her. With a sigh, his tone softened. In truth, you need not be overly cautious. If you continue to tolerate their behavior, it will only embolden them further. What can I do? I cannot confront them directly. Anu nervously fiddled with her fingers. Besides pretending to be faint, she could conceive of no better strategy. In situations where trouble can be avoided, you may strike back appropriately. Have you forgotten what Chomping advised you? What? Anu blinked in confusion. She had indeed forgotten. He suggested that if anyone bullies you again, you need not confront them openly, but can strike subtly. As long as no one witnesses it, their fate is of no concern to you. Is that feasible? Anu gazed intently at Xuanyi. She had never dared to think in such a manner before. Why not? As long as no one sees, it cannot be traced back to you. They won't be able to stir up trouble for you, provided you remain unseen. That does sound plausible. Anu's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. This strategy was quite clever. How had she not thought of it before? Where has her usual cleverness vanished to? Xuanyi shot her a teasing glance. It was evident that she was not foolish. Rather, the previous incident had left her shaken. I was merely concerned about causing you trouble, Anu replied with a shy smile. Since the last incident, she had genuinely been fearful, anxious that any misstep might bring misfortune upon the young master. The thought of the 10,000 taels lost in the famine made her even more apprehensive. Noticing Anu's hair sticking to her forehead, Xuanyi reached out to help her arrange it. Aren't you hot? You have a lovely appearance, yet you insist on obscuring half your face. It's manageable. Anu quickly stepped back. It was undoubtedly warm, but she feared being seen and attracting unwanted attention. Thus, she endured the heat. Go fetch my hair tie, Xuanyi instructed Chomping. He believed that Anu's hair, once styled, would look quite lovely. Yes, young master. Chomping paused for a moment, then turned and entered the inner chamber. Emerging with a box in hand, Xuanyi retrieved a comb and brought Anu forward. Do not move, he instructed, beginning to style her hair. Young master, I do not wish to have my hair tied up, Anu protested, covering her head with her hands. If my hair is tied back, my face will be exposed. What if someone takes notice? With a face like yours, who hasn't seen it? Xuanyi shot her an exasperated glance. Everyone has already seen you in this state. Why bother hiding? But what if someone outside sees me? She queried. And if they do, can they really take you away? Xuanyi pressed, forcefully positioning her in front of him. He violently began to braid her hair, for no one dared to lay a hand on his chosen companion. Anu wanted to protest further, but found merit in Xuanyi's reasoning, so she obediently sat on the ground, remaining still. Chongping, Moi, was this still their aloof young master? The very same who could now braid a girl's hair? While lost in thought, Xuanyi's gaze turned toward them. What are you all standing there for? Come and help, he commanded. It was uncertain if Anu's short hair was the reason for their confusion, as he typically did not struggle with his own hair. Huh? What huh? Hurry up. Xuanyi glared at Chongping and the others. Can't you see I'm struggling with this? Oh. Chongping exchanged a glance with Mayin, and only then did they approach. Observing Anu's short hair, they felt a pang of uncertainty. Young master, I've never styled a girl's hair before. Chongping grimaced. Setting aside the fact that he had no experience with girls' hair, he doubted he could manage Anu's short locks. I haven't either, Mayin shook his head. He had never engaged in such endeavors. Can't you learn? Xuanyi shot them a disdainful look. You can't tell that you're also incapable? Oh. Reluctantly, Mayin and Chongping extended their hands. 3 grown men, with 6 bony fingers, busied themselves atop Anu's head. Anu was utterly bewildered. How had this conversation led to her getting her hair braided? She wished to refuse, but felt intimidated, fearing that if Xuanyi became angry, he might abandon her. If she irritated him, not only would her days turn miserable, but she would also be left unprotected against bullying. After much effort, Anu's hair was finally styled by Xuanyi and his companions. Young master, I feel that Anu does not suit braids, Chongping remarked, eyeing the small braids atop Anu's head. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she seemed less appealing than before. I think so too, Moi nodded in agreement. Why does Anu look so awkward with braids? Xuanyi shared this sentiment. The girl had appealing features, yet somehow, after being braided, she appeared less attractive and somewhat awkward. As they stared blankly at her, Anu rose from the ground. As she approached the copper mirror, her gaze fell upon her hair styled in a lofty topknot, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. Oh dear! She reached up to touch it. There were 6 distinct sections, and, at this moment, they appeared not only unattractive, but also rather foolish, which explained the peculiar looks directed at her. My lord, should I perhaps redo my hair? She suggested, if I were to venture out like this, I would surely become the subject of ridicule, perceived as a simpleton. That could be a good idea. Xuanyi nodded in agreement. Restyling would be beneficial. It is rather unsightly as it stands. Upon hearing his approval, Anu promptly undid the little braids adorning her head. She meticulously combed her hair until it lay smooth, leaving some wispy strands at her forehead, and gathered a section at the crown. With a sky-blue hairband, she secured it, tying it into a large bow that resembled a blue butterfly perched upon her braids. Xuanyi and the others nodded in unison at her newly styled hair. This is splendid. Chapter 63, How delightful it was. As Xuanyi beheld Anu's enchanting features, a smile graced his lips. He had always thought that her delicate brows and eyes would be quite captivating. Otherwise, he would not have whimsically imagined braiding her hair. Unfortunately, his lack of skill rendered the result less than satisfactory. It was evident that such artistry belonged to the deft hands of young women. Even Moin and Chongping shared this sentiment. Anu, you should style your hair like this from now on. It is far more pleasing than that watermelon hairstyle. Indeed, it is quite pleasing to the eye. Anu nodded with glee. She was well aware that her hair looked beautiful when styled, but she had cut it so unflatteringly out of fear of attracting unwanted attention. Just as she contemplated removing the hairband, Xuanyi intervened. What are you doing? I'm taking it off. This hairband belongs to the heir. How could she possibly use something that belongs to him? I am giving it to you. I have plenty of these. Though the hairband was not typically for young ladies, it suited her remarkably well. Thus, there was no need to remove it. After all, it was a trivial matter for him. You are giving it to me. Anu's eyes sparkled. She reached out to touch it. Although she did not know the material, it was evident that it was quite valuable. The heir was actually offering it to her, and she could hardly believe her good fortune. Yes, it is yours. Xuanyi replied with a cheerful nod. One must admit, the way she styled her hair was indeed lovely. If only the hairband were red or pink, it would be even more striking. Thank you, my lord. Anu beamed with joy. She rushed to the copper mirror, marveling at her reflection. Previously, she had only used scraps of cloth to tie her hair, and never had she adorned it with such a beautiful ribbon. Chongping, Can you believe the heir has gifted that hairband to her? Yet, one could not deny that it suited her remarkably well. Throughout the afternoon, Anu scarcely left the copper mirror. After each practice session, she would sit before it, admiring her appearance. She was utterly enamored, gazing at the hairband upon her head. She frequently broke into fits of silly laughter. This incessant mirth even distracted Xuanyi from his reading, causing him to smile at the sound of her joyful giggles. How extraordinary that a mere hairband could bring her such happiness, making her appear so foolishly joyful. The next morning, after enjoying her breakfast, Anu stepped out with a heart full of delight. As she walked, she happily swayed her head, occasionally reaching up to touch the smooth ribbon. The sensation brought her immense joy. She had never dreamed she would one day wear such a lovely hairband. When she returned home at the end of the month, she was determined to show it to her parents. Upon arriving at the academy, she found everyone already engaged in training. The moment they saw her enter, they were momentarily taken aback. You're Anu? The matron stared intently at her. Yes, matron, I am Anu, she replied with a smile. It seemed her beauty was undeniable, as they all gazed at her in astonishment. Oh, come in, please. Madame Ma adjusted her emotions. Previously, she had believed the girl to be exceedingly unattractive, but to her surprise, the girl possessed an extraordinary beauty. At her age, she had never encountered such captivating features. No wonder the young master valued her so highly. Others were equally astonished, their gazes fixed intently on Anu. Anu was simply too beautiful. They had assumed she concealed half her face with her hair due to her lack of looks, but the truth was far from it. Anu, you are truly stunning. Xuanyi beamed at her. She had not anticipated Anu's striking appearance, resembling a fairy from a painting. Anu grinned widely. No girl dislikes hearing compliments about her beauty. However, upon turning her head, she noticed Lichuan and Lixia glaring at her with palpable hostility. They were surprised by Anu's enchanting looks. Yet they knew well that offending Aunt Qin and Sister Qinglian would not bode well for her. Today, you shall learn to sweep the outer courtyard, so pay close attention. Madame Ma instructed, picking up a broom. Cleaning was an art. One must wield the broom neither too gently nor too forcefully, lest dust be kicked up to irritate the masters. As Madame Ma demonstrated, the others listened intently, while Lichuan and Lixia were absorbed in their envy of Anu's perfect profile, their jealousy unmistakable. They could not believe that such a beautiful girl might catch the master's eye and potentially become a favored concubine. If she did rise to such status, she would pose a threat not only to Aunt Qin, but also to their own comfortable lives. They needed to devise a plan to deal with her before she became a liability. Have you all understood? Madame Ma inquired, looking at the group. They all nodded in affirmation. Then come forward and show me. Madame Ma turned and sat down. The first to approach was Xuanyi, perhaps intimidated by the earlier reprimand. As she reached the front, she dropped her broom in fright. Haven't you eaten? Madame Ma's ruler swiftly descended upon her. One blow after another fell upon Xuanyi. Anu clenched her fists. How dare they treat them so callously? Xuanyi had done nothing to deserve such punishment. It was blatant bullying. Madame Ma, I was wrong. Xuanyi cried, collapsing to the ground in pain. Get up this instant. Madame Ma kicked her harshly. You were born to be beaten. Yes, Xuanyi replied, terrified, scrambling to her feet. Her hands trembled as she grasped the broom, but before she could sweep even twice, Madame Ma's ruler was upon her again. Why exert yourself so? Do you wish to choke the masters? Seeing Xuanyi's lip bleed, the others huddled together in fear. What are you all staring at? Come here at once. Madame Ma shouted at the rest of the group. The young ladies trembled in fear, quivering as they approached, each of them inevitably failing to meet the standards, enduring at least a dozen strikes. Only Lichuan, Lixia, and Anu were exceptions, although they themselves were not punished. Anu felt a disquiet in her heart. Observing the wounds on Xuanyi and the others felt as painful as if she were injured herself, causing her great distress. It was not until noon that the matron finally set down the ruler in her hand. After lunch, they were to return and continue their practice. A group of inept girls, unable to grasp even the simplest tasks. Indeed, the others nodded obediently and made their way to the kitchen. Perhaps due to the stinging pain from their beatings, not a single one spoke while collecting their meals. Once they had received their portions, they silently retreated to the adjacent room, their designated dining area. As Anu collected her meal and prepared to follow them into the adjoining room, she suddenly found Li Chuan and Li Xia blocking the doorway, one on each side. Anu, this was a perilous situation. Chapter 64. A grim situation observing Li Chuan and Li Xia blocking the doorway. Anu remained silent, sensing they were intent on confronting her. She noticed an unoccupied room to the west and carried her meal over there. Upon seeing her enter the empty space, Li Chuan and Li Xia exchanged knowing glances. Truly foolish, they thought, for the room held no one, making it an opportune setting for their plans. As they followed Anu into the east room, an elderly maid tugged at Mamawa's sleeve. "Madam, it seems something is amiss. Should you not go take a look?" Observing the fierce glint in the girl's eyes, she sensed they were preparing to act against Anu. Given the girl's frail stature, she could hardly withstand their onslaught. What if it led to dire consequences? Indeed, you ought to check on her, urged another maid, peering curiously. She too felt apprehensive about the girl's intentions and worried for the young one's safety. "Why are you all idle after a meal? You are simply too restless." Mamawa shot them a glare before resuming her meal, indifferent as long as they did not create a disturbance before her. The two maids exchanged glances, realizing that Mamawa had tacitly approved of the situation, perhaps having received some form of compensation for it. Their concern for Anu lingered as they glanced toward the eastern room. Unbeknownst to Anu, the two maids were fretting over her well-being. Once inside the east room, she placed her bowl on the windowsill. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired, glancing at Li Chuan and Li Xia, who had followed her in. "Ah, so you're not entirely dim-witted." Li Chuan and Li Xia smirked, mocking her. It seemed she could perceive their malicious intent. "Did Qinglian send you?" she pressed, determined to clarify the matter and avoid any misunderstandings. "Precisely. Well then, I shall not be so merciful," Li Chuan retorted, her disdain palpable. With a dismissive huff, Anu declared, "Allow me to show you." As her words fell, she executed a sweeping kick. Before Li Chuan and Li Xia could react, they felt a sharp pain shoot through their legs. They were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "This wretched girl has some skills," they muttered angrily, surprised by her unexpected prowess. Regaining their footing, they charged at her, but Anu deftly sidestepped and delivered another swift kick. They tumbled once more. This time, Anu was relentless. She seized their hair and spun them around the room. "Release us." Li Chuan and Li Xia gritted their teeth in frustration. They attempted to grasp Anu, but her grip on their hair was firm, rendering their efforts futile. The pain in their scalps was unbearable, and they felt dizzy from the relentless spinning. Anu exhibited a remarkable ruthlessness, yanking at their hair with relentless vigor, depriving them of any respite. She bewildered them thoroughly, and with a sudden jerk, they collapsed together like a stack of dominoes, upon which she began to rain down slaps with great ferocity. "Stop it! It hurts!" Li Chuan and Li Xia pleaded desperately. Yet, how could Anu heed their cries? Such individuals must be made to remember their lessons. Otherwise, they would never learn to behave. Not only did her hands remain in motion, but the force behind them intensified, her slaps echoing as they cried out in agony. Hearing the wretched screams from the eastern room, two elderly women outside rose to their feet. "Manager Ma, perhaps you should take a look? Let us hope it doesn't lead to something dire." "Indeed, it sounds rather severe from within," they murmured, peering anxiously toward the eastern room. Fearing the child must be suffering terribly. Otherwise, such wails would not escape her lips. What a nuisance. Manager Ma shot them a fierce glare. After all, she had accepted their money and had no intention of intervening, especially since the sight of that girl irked her. It would be best if she were to be beaten to death, thus preventing that beguiling face from ensnaring men. Turning back, she noticed the girls peeking out, and she bellowed, "What are you staring at? Get back inside." The young women trembled in fright, retreating into the room, yet still casting worried glances toward the eastern chamber. Anu must be enduring a terrible beating. Otherwise, her cries would not be so loud. With their appetites lost, they clutched their bowls, eyes fixed on the eastern room. The anguished cries persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour before falling silent. The girls were taken aback. No more cries. Could it be that Anu has been killed? Just as they pondered this grim possibility, Anu emerged from the room, holding a bowl of rice, only to find the two elderly women staring at her intently. She paid them no heed and hurried toward the western room, where Xuanyi eagerly approached her. Anu, are you all right? I thought for sure you had been killed by those screams. Mifine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Anu replied, beginning to eat from her bowl. I still need to train properly. I'm exhausted after just that brief interval. Wasn't he that you screaming just now? Xiaohong chimed in, also approaching. It sounded so dreadful. We all assumed it was you, given how formidable those two seemed. No, it wasn't me. It was Li Chuan and Li Xia who were crying out, Anu clarified, shaking her head before returning her focus to her meal. Upon hearing this, the others understood that she preferred not to discuss it further and refrained from pressing her any further. As Anu made her way to the western room, the two elderly women took a moment to regain their composure. That child is completely unscathed, but who was it that cried out? They glanced once more at the eastern room, now eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. They contemplated checking in, but recalling Manager Ma's demeanor, they decided it was best to refrain from meddling further. Madame Ma furrowed her brow in deep concern. How could that girl possibly emerge unscathed, who had cried out so pitifully just moments ago? After a moment's hesitation, she rose and made her way to the eastern room, only to be struck dumb by the sight before her. There lay two individuals, their faces swollen like those of pigs, entangled in a heap, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were Li Chun or Li Xia. What on earth has happened to you? She exclaimed, rushing to their side. How could such a frail girl have inflicted such harm upon them? The mystery of the incident weighed heavily on her mind. Li Chun and Li Xia stirred weakly, struggling to move. They could not utter a single word, their capacity for speech utterly diminished. Pain coursed through their bodies, and their heads throbbed incessantly. Vaguely aware of someone speaking nearby, Madame Ma's expression turned to one of shock. If they were to perish here, it would be an untenable situation to explain. She quickly called out to the old maid outside. Hurry, summon a few people to come here. Chapter 65. Make the best use of it as the arrival of spring and summer was announced. Li Chun and Li Xia were carried away, leaving Chunlan and her companions wide-eyed in shock. How formidable Anu was! She had managed to reduce the two of them to such a state that they could hardly be distinguished from one another. Did you do this to them? The stern matron Ma directed her gaze toward Anu, realizing that she had underestimated the girl as capabilities. It was no wonder the young master held her in such high regard. Do you really think I could overpower them with my petite frame? Anu feigned innocence. The young master said that as long as he didn't witness it, it wasn't me. But you were the only one with them. If you didn't strike them, then who did? The audacity of the girl to deny infuriated Matron Ma. They fought among themselves. How would I know? Matron Ma gritted her teeth in frustration. This girl seemed determined to deny everything. In the past, she would have dragged her over for a severe reprimand, but now, with the young master backing her, she was not someone to provoke. Turning to the crowd, she barked. What are you all staring at? Have you all mastered the rules? The young ladies trembled, retracting their necks and fleeing the scene. Seeing Anu's calm demeanor, as if nothing had occurred, only fueled Matron Ma's ire further. What are you still doing here? If it weren't for your connection to the young master, I would have dealt with you severely by now. Yes, Anu replied respectfully, sauntering out at a leisurely pace, which only aggravated Matron Ma even more. Upon entering the main hall, Matron Ma vented her frustration. If you all fail to practice properly today, don't expect to eat dinner. The crowd, terrified, dared not lift their heads and began to practice in trepidation. Despite their efforts, they could not escape the ruler in Matron Ma's grasp. Just as panic reigned, voices were heard at the entrance. Madam, please take it easy. Qing Lian supported Qin Yinyang as she walked in. What brings you here, Qin Yinyang? Matron Ma asked, her face breaking into a smile that crinkled with delight. Where is that little wretch? Qin Yinyang's expression was solemn as she scanned the room, surprised to see that the little vixen had reduced her own people to such a state. Today, she was determined to make her pay for it. Hearing this, Matron Ma felt a surge of joy. You must mean that girl, right? She gestured toward Anu, who stood to the side. Following her gaze, Qin Yinyang looked over and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Anu's stunning face. This is that girl? Could it truly be the same ugly child? She was far too captivating. Even Qing Lian beside her was struck dumb. Can you believe this girl is so beautiful? Indeed, she is that girl. Maitre Ma confirmed with a nod, smiling. It was no surprise that Qin Yang was so astonished. She herself had been quite taken aback upon first seeing Anu's visage. Qin Yang was silent, carefully scrutinizing Anu. She had never anticipated that the girl would possess such allure. It was no wonder the young master had chosen to keep her by his side. Originally, I was on the verge of exploding with anger. But upon gazing at Anu's enchanting visage, a smile crept onto my lips. Oh dear, she truly is a stunning beauty. The young master certainly possesses discerning taste. Grasping Anu's hand, I surveyed her once more, my spirits lifting with each glance. With this girl by my side, there was no need for me to rack my brain over sending someone to the young master's courtyard. Is there something you need from me, Aunt Qin? Anu asked, bewildered, as she looked at the imposing figure of Aunt Qin before her. Just moments ago, I had perceived her menacing demeanor, and I had thought she would devour me whole. Yet now, witnessing her smile, I found myself somewhat dazed, unsure of her intentions. I merely came to converse with you, Aunt Qin replied, then turned her attention to Granny Ma. This is not the place for idle chatter. Find me a quiet room. Granny Ma was taken aback. Wasn't Aunt Qin here to confront the girl? Why was she so cheerful now? However, she quickly regained her composure. Yes, she led Aunt Qin and Anu to another room. To speak plainly about what you need, Aunt, Anu inquired eagerly as soon as they entered the room. She had no idea what Aunt Qin wished to discuss. But one thing was certain. She harbored no good intentions. You are of no concern here. You may leave, Aunt Qin instructed Granny Ma, her irritation evident. It was astounding how oblivious she was to the fact that there was something she wished to convey. Yes, Granny Ma cast a glance at Anu before exiting the room. Once they were alone, Aunt Qin clasped Anu's hand once more. Look at that lovely face of yours. It is simply irresistible. Tell me, has the young master shown any interest in you? The sight of Anu stirred her heart. She could hardly believe the young master would remain indifferent. According to what you say, I am merely a lowly maid, Anu retorted, withdrawing her hand. She was well aware that this woman had ulterior motives. And what being a maid? How many of the concubines in this household did not rise from the ranks of maidservants? Aunt Qin continued. Yes, you. With your looks, if you were to apply yourself, you could certainly capture the young master's attention. At present, there is not a single woman in his courtyard. Should you be elevated to the status of a concubine, a life of luxury and splendor awaits you. Aunt Qin seized Anu's hand once again, feeling that fate was on her side. With this girl, she could surely uncover the young master's flaws. You think too highly of me, Aunt. The young master would never look my way, and I have no desire to become a concubine. I merely wish to do my own duties well. Anu pulled her hand back resolutely. You. Aunt Qin was about to say more when Anu interrupted her. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Just as she turned to depart, she was called back by Qinglian. Do not be so ungrateful. Our aunt speaks to you out of respect. Qinglian glared at Anu, initially intending to scold her, but now realizing Aunt Qin had other plans. This stubborn girl was utterly unappreciative. How dare you speak to Miss Anu in such a manner? Aunt Qin shot Qinglian a disapproving glance before turning back to Anu with a smile. Miss Anu is truly ambitious. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further comments. However, there is a matter on which I seek your assistance. This girl appears to be honest and innocent. Even if you speak extensively to her, she may not comprehend. Thus, let us approach the matter differently. Such a valuable piece should not be squandered. What is it? Anu inquired, gazing at Aunt Qin, sensing that the woman had no good intentions. It is as follows. I wish to learn certain matters regarding the young master's courtyard. If you divulge this information, I assure you, you shall not be at a loss. Aunt Qin stated, casting a glance at Qinglian. Qinglian promptly produced a 100-tael silver note from her pocket. Aunt Qin accepted the note and then placed it into Anu's hands. Should you agree, this money shall be yours. She was confident that no one could resist the allure of wealth. As Anu beheld the 100-tael silver note, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. What do you wish to know? Chapter 66. 100 taels of silver. Anu gazed at the 100 taels of silver notes in her hand, her heart brimming with excitement. She had never encountered such a sum before in her life. It remained unclear what Aunt Sheen sought to learn, but as long as it posed no threat to the young master, she could easily deceive her. Observing Anu's eyes sparkle with delight at the sight of the silver notes, Aunt Sheen felt quite pleased. She perceived the girl to be quite simple-minded and easily manipulated, which presented a perfect opportunity to exploit her. In truth, it was a straightforward task. Anu simply needed to keep an eye on the young master's affairs, noting his daily activities and acquaintances, and report back to her faithfully. "Perhaps you should take the money back. I cannot assist you," Anu replied. "To be honest, as a newcomer among the servants, I rarely have the chance to see the young master, let alone discern what he is up to. Look at you, my dear. You are far too naive. If you cannot see him, why not inquire around?" Aunt Sheen pressed, once again attempting to hand her the silver notes. "You could ask those close to the young master. Surely they could enlighten you about his activities," Aunt Sheen suggested. "Still, I must insist you keep the money. I fear I may not gather the information you require." Anu insisted, once more feigning reluctance as she pushed the notes back toward Aunt Sheen, who rejected her gesture. "Do not fret. As long as you put in a little effort, any information you manage to uncover will suffice. I shall not make things difficult for you. Then it follows that regardless of what I learn, you cannot hold me accountable," Anu clarified. "Of course, I shall not blame you," Aunt Sheen assured her. "Very well, then I shall accept the money, but you must ensure that the young master remains oblivious to this arrangement. Otherwise, I shall be in dire straits." "Naturally," Aunt Sheen replied, her heart swelling with joy at having so easily manipulated the simple-minded girl. "All right, I shall take my leave now, lest the old nurse grow suspicious of my absence," Anu said, tucking the silver notes into her bosom and adopting a demeanor of perpetual victimhood, which caused Aunt Sheen to furrow her brow. "Rest assured, she shall no longer bully you," Aunt Sheen proclaimed, knowing full well the girl's newfound significance would shield her from further mistreatment. At that moment, the old nurse was peering over, her neck craned to catch sight of them. Upon seeing Aunt Sheen approach, she grinned and approached them. "Aunt Sheen, have you finished your discussion?" she inquired. "Indeed, old nurse. This child, Anu, is rather frail. I hope you will look after her more attentively in the future," Aunt Sheen replied, patting Anu's hand affectionately, a gesture that might lead one to believe she was her own daughter. "Certainly," the old nurse nodded respectfully, casting Anu an assessing glance. She had expected Aunt Sheen to reprimand the girl, yet the outcome was quite the opposite, revealing Anu's underestimated potential. "Very well, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Do remember to adhere to the proper decorum," Aunt Sheen reminded Anu, giving her another affectionate pat before departing. Seemingly reluctant to part. "What are you all staring at? If you cannot grasp this, none shall dine tonight." The old nurse barked at the onlookers, her authority unyielded. She had anticipated Aunt Sheen would reprimand Anu, yet the girl had unexpectedly gained a powerful ally, complicating matters for the perpetually stern old nurse. Though unable to unleash her frustrations upon Anu, she redirected her ire towards others, wielding her ruler incessantly throughout the afternoon. Whether striking this one or that, she persevered until dusk, when at last tranquility returned. "That will suffice for today. Ensure you rise early tomorrow," she instructed. A chorus of assent followed, as everyone hurried to the kitchen. After dining, just as they were about to return to the courtyard, a young servant entered, shouldering a hefty bundle. It was none other than young Lin from the heir's residence. "Is Anu present?" he inquired. "Young Lin, what brings you here?" Anu exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards him. "Chief Steward Chong sent me with some items for you and asked if you needed anything else." Upon unwrapping the bundle, Anu discovered a brand new set of bedding, atop which rested a large wooden basin filled with various toiletries. "I have everything I need. This is quite sufficient," Anu replied, her heart brimming with delight. She had anticipated making do with little, yet Brother Chong had prepared so much for her, all brand new. Her joy was overwhelming. "Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Yes, please convey my gratitude to Brother Chong," Anu called after him. "He truly is exceptionally kind to you." Spring Orchid and the others gathered around, their eyes filled with envy as they admired the contents of the bundle, all pristine. "Indeed, this bedding is not only new but also filled with cotton," Little Red added, enviously caressing the quilt. Cotton bedding must be so warm. It would certainly be delightful to sleep under. The other girls, too, marveled at the luxurious quilt, for children like them had never known such comfort. At that moment, they genuinely envied Anu, who was radiantly happy. Hee. I once found Brother Chong rather bothersome, but now I see I was merely immature. Not only is he not bothersome, but he's also an incredibly good person, far superior to the likes of my mama and her ilk. Even the heir and Mo-een are exceptional, far beyond anyone else. As they surrounded Anu, making their way out of the courtyard, my mama's eyes burned with jealousy and rage, relying on that beguiling face to charm this one and that. And now even the chief steward has fallen under her spell. Anu remained blissfully unaware of my mama's thoughts as she joyfully accompanied her friends, bringing the items into the house. Just as she was about to spread out the bedding, she noticed the communal sleeping arrangement and turned to the others. By the way, why didn't you bring your bedding? We don't have our own quilts, they replied. No bedding? What do you cover yourselves with at night? Anu asked, astonished at Spring Orchid and the others. How can you not have bedding? Even if it's not cotton, there should be something made of straw or a similar material. Otherwise, how cold must it be in winter? We all share a quilt between two people, and now that we've been punished and brought here, if we had brought our bedding, there would be none left for others, Spring Orchid said, her face downcast. They did not lack bedding. They merely shared a single quilt among two. Thus, one cannot bring their own bedding here. Otherwise, others would be left without covers. Two individuals sharing a single quilt. Anu was taken aback. With her family's modest means, she was accustomed to having her own quilt. Sharing one must be quite uncomfortable. Gazing at the vast communal sleeping area, she hesitated for a moment before unfurling her new quilt. Let us spread this quilt beneath us so that we may all have a place to lie. The hard floor of the communal space was unforgiving, lacking even a straw mat, ensuring a night of discomfort. Since they all lacked bedding, it seemed prudent to lay the quilt down so that everyone could enjoy a semblance of comfort. Fortunately, the weather was mild, and a layer of clothing would suffice. The young women, upon hearing this, were filled with delight. Wonderful, they exclaimed, eagerly assisting in spreading the quilts. They laid out two new quilts across the communal area, and one by one, they joyfully reclined upon them. This cotton quilt is so soft. Chapter 67. Joy. The young ladies tumbled about on the quilt for quite some time before rising. Anu brought over a basin containing fragrant ointment and tooth powder, suggesting that even if they lacked such items, they could certainly make use of these. Given that Brother Chongping had provided so much, it would be prudent to share it among them. Really? We can use it too? Chunlan eagerly inquired, leaning closer. She lifted the fragrant ointment to her nose, inhaling its delightful jasmine aroma. It smells wonderful. This is precisely what our master uses. Xiaohong chimed in, also drawn to the scent, recalling how fragrant their master's quarters were. I want to smell it too. Let me have a whiff. The ladies gathered around, each taking turns to inhale the delightful fragrance, their spirits lifted with joy. They marveled at the intoxicating scent of the ointment, realizing why their masters always bore such pleasant aromas. Despite the rumors that the young lord was a murderous tyrant, serving in his estate seemed perilous. They now questioned the veracity of those claims. If it were true, how could Anu possibly possess such luxurious items? They soon abandoned their sniffing and gathered around a basin of clean water to wash up, delighted by the fragrant bubbles on their hands and faces. They were reluctant to rinse them away, savoring every moment until the bubbles faded. Finally, they splashed their faces with fresh water, inhaling the lingering scent on their skin, momentarily forgetting their earlier fears and smiling genuinely. After washing, they climbed onto the soft bedding, their hearts brimming with joy. Anu, since Chief Chong is so good to you, you must eat well, right? Chunlan nestled closely against Anu, convinced that with such generosity, Anu must be well fed. Of course, not only do I eat well, but I also enjoy large chicken legs. Anu replied cheerfully. Really? What's the taste like? Xiaohong asked, intrigued. She had never tasted chicken in her life and was curious about its flavor. The other girls, though silent, gazed at Anu with eager anticipation, equally unfamiliar with the taste of chicken. Feeling the collective gaze upon her, Anu propped herself up and exclaimed, "Let me tell you, chicken leg meat is absolutely delicious. The meat is so tender that it can be shredded into strips, imbued with both oil and salt, and it has an incredibly fragrant flavor. What else do you eat? Xuanyi asked, swallowing her saliva in longing, wishing she could also savor chicken leg meat and white rice, various stir-fried dishes, and meat in them. Anu excitedly recounted all the delightful foods she had enjoyed recently, detailing each delectable item without omission. Her descriptions left Xuanyi salivating, and the other girls were equally entranced, licking their lips in yearning. Listening to Anu's tales felt like indulging in a storybook, each detail a new delight they had never encountered before. After discussing the food, the conversation shifted to the arduous tasks at hand, with a particular emphasis on the troubles one has caused, which left the young ladies in fits of laughter. By day, they were all lethargic, but at this moment their spirits soared, and the room echoed with their joyous laughter. The following morning, as Anu lay in a state of drowsiness, she felt a vigorous shaking. Anu, rise quickly. If you're late, Madame Ma will punish you. Huh? What time is it? She peered outside into the pitch darkness. It was far too early. We rise at this hour every day, so hurry, otherwise you will be punished. Do you all wake up this early, every day? Anu asked, astonished as she glanced at Xuanyi. Yes, we do. By the time you arrive, we are already resting. Oh, Anu hastily donned her clothing, realizing for the first time that they began their practice so early each day. Drowsily, she got out of bed and washed her face, feeling somewhat revitalized as she followed the others to the adjacent courtyard, where Madame Ma waited them. In a moment, we shall go over the rules, she commanded, brandishing her ruler. At the sight of that implement, fear flickered in the girls' eyes, and they began to practice with utmost caution. Anu, however, could not stave off her yawns. Having never arisen at such an early hour, fatigue enveloped her. In a moment of distraction, the tray in her hand slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. She immediately glanced toward Madame Ma. Oh no, I'm in trouble now, expecting Madame Ma to rush over and deliver a few sharp strikes. She was surprised when the woman merely shouted, "What are you staring at? Pick it up and get back to practicing." Madame Ma esse dit clenched in frustration. Had it been anyone else, they would have received a swift reprimand, but this girl was afforded some leniency. Oh, right, Anu replied, quickly retrieving the tray, relieved to have some backing. Otherwise, she would have been punished by now. Madame Ma wielded her ruler like a farmer would a whip, relentlessly directing the girls until they had practiced all the rules they had learned. Finish your breakfast and hurry over. Don't dawdle. Yes, they all replied obediently, hastening to the kitchen. Perhaps due to the sting of previous punishments, no one spoke during the meal, and their eating pace quickened considerably. After finishing, they rushed back, standing in an orderly manner, waiting for Madame Ma to return from her meal before resuming their training. Not long into the practice, Lu Yilan entered. Madame Ma, how is the teaching of the rules going? She inquired, scanning the crowd. Upon spotting Anu's stunningly beautiful face, she was momentarily taken aback. You were that Anu? The shape of her head resembles it. But wasn't she supposed to be quite plain? How could she be so lovely? Third miss. It is indeed this girl, Madame Ma replied, approaching with a flattering demeanor. Miss Sin held a deep disdain for this girl, and now she had a chance to vent her frustrations. Lu Yilan fixed her gaze intently upon Anu's face. No wonder her elder brother valued her so highly. It turned out that this beguiling visage was truly captivating. Those eyes were so striking that they ignited a simmering anger within her. How could such a lowly servant possess such exquisite beauty? The more she looked, the more her ire grew, and she pointed directly at Anu's nose. Come here. Let me see how well you have learned your manners. What use is beauty when you are still a mere servant, subject to my whims? Anu felt a wave of dread wash over her. This was it. Misfortune awaited her. Just one glance at Miss San's expression revealed her ill intentions. Yet, she was the mistress, and Anu could not confront her openly. She had no choice but to obediently approach. Balancing the tray, she carefully moved forward as instructed by Aunt Ma, but before she could utter a word, Lu Yilan snatched the ruler from Aunt Ma's hand and struck her leg with brutal force. Do you not know how to walk? Chapter 68. The third young lady's punishment. Lu Yilan was indeed ruthless this time, striking Anu until she cried out in pain. She touched her thigh, exclaiming how much it hurt. This wretched woman was too harsh. What are you crying about? Hurry up and continue practicing with me. Luo Ilan gazed triumphantly at Anu, pleased that her elder brother was absent, leaving Anu without protection. Yes, Anu nodded, resuming her task of carrying the tray. Yet, after only a few steps, the ruler in Luo Ilan's hand struck her once more. She cried out in agony, causing the tray to fall and the bowl of water atop it to shatter. Fool! You can't even manage this simple task. Luo Ilan raised the ruler again, ready to strike Anu once more, but Anu quickly scrambled to her feet. Please, third young lady, instruct me on how I should proceed correctly. Despite the urge to strangle her, Anu knew better than to act on it. The last time, because of her, the heir had lost 10,000 taels of silver. She had to endure this. How should I proceed correctly? Very well, today I shall teach you. Luo Ilan turned and sat on a chair, brandishing the ruler while pointing at Anu's legs with her chin raised. Lift your trousers. Why should I lift them? Anu looked down at her own trousers, bewildered by the woman's demand. People of your lowly status do not deserve to wear clothing. You should expose yourselves, allowing everyone to see and trample upon you. Hurry and reveal yourself. Anu's teeth clenched in anger, her fists tightly balled. Were it not for the fear of incurring the heir's wrath, she would have relished the thought of smashing the woman's head with a single punch. Such disdain for their humanity. Are you deaf? Anu, did you not hear the third young lady's command? Hurry and comply. Madame Ma grinned with satisfaction, finally seeing someone capable of disciplining her. Enduring the loathsome expression on Madame Ma's face, Anu reluctantly lifted the hem of her trousers, exposing her slender, fair calves, which made Luo Ilan frown in displeasure. Squeeze those legs together. No gaps allowed. How infuriating that the skin of such a lowly servant could be so fair. Yes. Anu complied, pressing her legs together. What are you standing so straight for? The master is not someone you can gaze upon. Yes, Anu bent at the waist, lowering her head, observing her hunched posture and closed legs. Luo Ilan felt a surge of satisfaction. Good. Proceed like that. Yes, Anu lifted the tray, inching forward while squeezing her legs together, which delighted Luo Ilan immensely. Very well, keep going. This is how a servant ought to behave. Madame Ma, too, wore a smug expression, relishing the sight of Anu's awkward gait. Turning around, she noticed that the others stood by in fright, and she shouted, What are you all so worried about? Practice as the third young lady instructed. Yes, the crowd nodded in unison. Similar to Anu, she revealed a glimpse of her calves, hunched over and arching her back, her legs tightly pressed together, as if her waist could no longer contain her. Balancing a tray, she began to move forward, observing her companions who resembled beggars, which brought immense joy to Luolan. Ha ha, not bad at all. Had I known this place was so amusing, I would have come to play much earlier. As long as the third miss is pleased. Mama Ma stood beside her, grinning obsequiously. Upon lifting her gaze, Lu Ilan noticed the dissatisfaction in Anu's eyes and immediately leaned closer to whisper in her ear, Third miss, see how that wretched girl is displeased. How dare she? Lu Ilan abruptly stood up. How dare she show me such disrespect? She must be tired of living. Gripping the ruler angrily, she approached Anu, who barely had time to react before the ruler struck her face. The tray in Anu's hands clattered to the ground, covering her stinging face. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. Wretched servant, do you dare to throw things? Lu Ilan raised the ruler, about to strike again, when Xiaoyu intervened, grasping her arm. Third miss, we still need to go to the old madam for lunch. You must return to do your makeup. This wretched girl can be dealt with later. All right, I almost forgot about that. Lu Ilan handed the ruler to Mama Ma. You take good care of her, and I'll return after lunch to deal with this wretched girl. Yes, third miss, please take care, Mama Ma said, bowing as she escorted Lu Ilan out of the courtyard. As soon as they entered the house, voices could be heard from outside. Where's Anu? Who's there? Mama Ma stepped outside again. Seeing Chong Ping, her face brightened with a smile. Manager Chong, you've arrived. Yes, I came to find Anu. The young master wants her to return for a while. Oh, Miss Anu is inside. Mama Ma quickly stepped aside to let him in. Upon entering, Chong Ping was taken aback by the sight of Anu's swollen face and the blood at the corner of her mouth. What happened to you? With such a large mark from a ruler on your face, it seems you've been punished. just as he was about to unleash his anger on Mama Ma. She hurriedly began to explain. Manager Chong, this has nothing to do with me. I did not strike Anu. You can ask her. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Chong Ping gritted his teeth. In this academy, she has the final say, and it's evident she was struck with a ruler, as only she carries that wretched ruler around. It seems her authority is unmatched. It was the third miss who struck her. You can ask her. Mama Ma pointed to the blood at the corner of Anu's mouth, feigning concern while feeling immensely pleased within. Don't think that just because she has backing, others won't dare to touch her. It was the third miss who struck you? Chongping looked at Anu in astonishment. Yes, it was the third miss. Anu confirmed with a nod. She glanced at Mama Ma. Although it was the third miss who had struck her, the old woman was not absolved of blame. She had witnessed it all and had incited the third miss to strike her. However, she would have to remain here in the future, so I shall refrain from discussing that matter for now. Chongping, to my astonishment, the third miss had come here to bully Anu. Observing her swollen face and the traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, I suppressed the rising anger within me. Come with me. The young master is looking for you. Anu nodded and hurriedly followed behind. As they departed, Mama Ma unabashedly rolled her eyes. If you have the ability, why not confront the third miss directly? Just as Xuanyi was preparing to exit the room, Chongping entered, fuming, leading Anu along. Young master, the third miss has struck Anu again. When did this happen? Why did she strike you? Xuanyi's expression darkened as he scrutinized Anu's face. Just a moment ago, she claimed that my understanding of the rules was incorrect and hit me. Did you not think to evade her? Surely, you are not so naive as to not know how to escape a beating. I dared not, fearing it would bring trouble upon you. Anu lowered her head. The previous incident had left her with a lasting lesson. She could not afford to provoke the third Mississippi. Xuanyi stifled the anger boiling within him. Let's go, he declared, storming out of the courtyard in a fit of rage. Chapter 69. Punishment of transcribing Buddhist scriptures today. The matriarch summoned everyone to the courtyard for a midday meal. By the time Xuanyi arrived, all had gathered, grandmother, mother, and a second aunt. He took his seat with a somber expression. Xuanyi, what troubles you? The matriarch inquired, her gaze revealing her displeasure, though the cause remained unclear. Xuanyi refrained from responding to her, and instead turned to Lu Ilan. Ilan, I ask you, why did you strike my servant? At that moment, Lu Ilan was engaged in conversation with others, but turned upon hearing his words. Oh, that wretched maid has not learned her manners properly. Allow me to teach her, she retorted, casting a scornful glance at Anu. This insolent maid dared to complain to my elder brother. It seems she's been dealt with too leniently. What her manners have to do with you is beyond me. You are not her tutor, and you have no right to instruct her. Xuanyi struggled to contain his emotions. Were it not for her being the daughter of his second aunt, his temper would have flared by now. Despite this, Lu Ilan was also vexed. Mother, look at how my brother raises his voice at me over a mere servant, she exclaimed, tugging at the second lady's sleeve. Her dissatisfaction was palpable as she glared at Anu. Her brother's public reprimand of a lowly maid was a slight to her dignity. Xuanyi, you too. It is but a servant. Is it worth such fury? The second lady remarked with a smile, though her heart harbored discontent. It was merely a lowly maid, after all. Was it necessary to chastise her daughter before so many witnesses? Yet, when she noticed Anu standing behind Xuanyi, she was momentarily taken aback. Is it the girl who is said to be ugly? To her surprise, Anu's beauty was undeniable, despite her swollen face. Upon her comment, the gazes of others shifted toward Anu, and though a portion of her visage was marred, her exquisite features could not be concealed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Previously, her countenance had been obscured by her hair, leading them to presume her unattractive. Yet, it was evident that she possessed striking allure. No wonder the heir had chosen to keep her close and protect her. Even the princess and the matriarch found themselves gazing intently at Anu. This girl is indeed quite lovely. She possesses an undeniable charm, the second aunt mused, implying that a servant's life held little value. If that is the case, then go to the third Mrs. Quarters and eliminate all the servants there, leaving not a single one alive. Xuanyi turned to Moin, his tone unperturbed, as though discussing a trivial matter. The crowd was taken aback, The heir intended to slay everyone in the third Mrs. household. His anger was genuine. Yes, Moin affirmed, preparing to depart when Lu Yilan obstructed his path. Stop! You must not go, she exclaimed, turning to the second lady. Mother, look at my brother. For the sake of a lowly maid, he is willing to slaughter all the servants in her quarters. He is being utterly unreasonable. Xuanyi, how can you act in such a manner? The second lady's countenance darkened. Even if the daughter had struck that wretched maid, there was no need for him to resort to slaughtering all the servants in her courtyard. That would be an egregious disregard for her. As her second aunt and third sister remarked, there were merely a few worthless lives. What was there to be concerned about? Lu Xuanyi maintained an even tone. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Moin. What are you still doing standing there? Yes, Moin replied with a bow. Just as he was about to leave, he was obstructed by Lu Yilan. I forbid you to go. Brother is quite serious about this. If he were to kill all the people in her courtyard, how could she continue to reside there? The very thought is utterly distressing. Anu, feeling increasingly anxious, thought it unjust for those servants who had committed no wrongdoing to be executed. Yet, in such a situation, she could not voice her concerns and merely tugged at the prince's sleeve discreetly. However, Lu Xuanyi appeared oblivious, noticing that Moin was still standing there. His tone grew colder. What are you still doing standing there? Yes. Just as Moin was about to rush outside, he was halted by the old matriarch. Enough. The old matriarch cast a stern look at Lu Yilan. As a young lady of the royal house, your behavior is utterly unbecoming. Upon your return, reflect upon your actions in seclusion and transcribe the Buddhist scriptures 100 times. Grandmother, what wrong have I done in teaching that maid proper decorum? Lu Yilan retorted, glaring at Anu. As a mistress, is it not my duty to instruct my servants? Is it not right to teach them the rules? Is this how you educate? The old matriarch pointed at Anu's swollen face. Seeing her in this state, it is evident what transpired. Lu Yilan attempted to voice further arguments, but was interrupted by the old matriarch. You will not leave until you have completed 100 transcriptions. She then turned her serious gaze towards Lu Xuanyi. And you, do you not regard the lives of servants as valuable? To speak so casually of their execution is a grave sin. Though aware that the insolent boy was merely trying to intimidate, the constant mention of killing was indeed a transgression. Lu Xuanyi remained silent, yet he did not permit Moin to leave, instead settling back into his chair with a stern demeanor. Once the atmosphere had calmed, the princess turned to Steward Lu. Very well, let us proceed with the meal. Yes, Steward Lu nodded, hastily instructing the staff to begin serving the dishes. Lu Yilan sat there, seething, her eyes fixated on Anu. It is all this wretched maid's fault. Otherwise, grandmother would not have imposed such a punishment upon her. The second lady was equally incensed, perceiving the old matriarch's bias as excessive. Punishing her daughter with 100 transcriptions while offering only a few words to Lu Xuanyi was indeed favoritism. Noticing the second lady's displeasure, concubine 1 offered a reassuring smile. Madam, did you not mention wanting to host another flower-viewing banquet? Indeed, mother. The previous banquet did not go well. I would like to organize another. Now that the children have grown, I wish to see if the young ladies and gentlemen from various families are suitable for one another, to facilitate suitable matches for our children. She then glanced at the princess, recalling how her son had ruined the last banquet, leaving her daughter without a proper match. Contemplating another occasion to select a suitable family for her daughter, it would be ideal if her son's engagement could also be arranged concurrently. The princess tightly clutched the handkerchief in her grasp. Her sister-in-law seemed to be reproaching her for the disruption caused by her son at the previous flower-viewing banquet. Well, you may deliberate on how to handle this matter. The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. At this moment, her mind was elsewhere. The daughter-in-law had been busy organizing things these past few days. The second lady cast another glance at the princess. Her intentions unmistakably clear. She intended to personally oversee the upcoming flower-viewing banquet to prevent any disturbances. The dishes were quickly served, and the matriarch gestured to the gathered guests. Since the dishes are ready, let's not linger any longer. Observing that old Madame Wu had already arranged the dishes for the matriarch, the servants from other courtyards began to bustle about. Anu approached Lu Xuanyi and, mimicking the others, began to arrange the dishes. One must admit that the etiquette learned during this time was not in vain. This time, she did not pile all the food onto Lu Xuanyi's plate as before, but rather took a little of each dish, which made Lu Xuanyi smile. Indeed, this knowledge of etiquette has proven beneficial. Chapter 70. I dare not the second madam fixated her gaze on Anu's chopsticks, pondering that if the girl were to act as thoughtlessly as she had on the previous occasion, she would certainly reprimand her thoroughly to vent the frustration that had built within her. However, to her surprise, this time the girl displayed remarkable decorum. The absence of any misstep on Anu's part only intensified the vexation in her heart. The sight of Anu's delicate visage stirred a furious desire within her to mar that pretty face, so that she might no longer beguile others. The meal had been a source of great irritation for her. Once they returned to the courtyard after dinner, she unleashed a torrent of fury, smashing several valuable items in the process. Upon his return, Lu Xuanyi summoned Anu into the room. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you again, will you not stand your ground? He gazed at Anu's bruised face, the sight of which was unbearable for him. I fear causing trouble for the young master. Trouble? But I am here to shoulder it, he retorted, his brow furrowing in exasperation. Had he known the previous incident had affected her so deeply, he would not have scolded her so harshly at that time. Seeing her now, timid and frightened, filled him with both anger and frustration. Anu, enough of this, he exclaimed. You owe 1,000 taels of silver, and not a single coin has been repaid. You are merely digging a deeper hole for yourself and will have to compensate others. I do not wish to see you suffer any further. Observing Anu's cowardly demeanor, he realized that his words fell on deaf ears, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Should you encounter such troubles again, you may certainly come to me. You are mine, and they have no right to obstruct you. It appeared that the girl was utterly terrified, and restoring her to her former self would not be a simple task. Very well, I can do that, Anu replied decisively. While she dared not confront the third miss and her companions, seeking out the young master was still within her means. This approach allowed her to avoid direct confrontation with her superiors while ensuring her own safety, a strategy she found quite clever. Remember, should you face any bullying in the future, return me immediately, he instructed. Yes, I will remember, she affirmed. Now, you may return. Lu Xuanyi waved his hand dismissively. He felt a sense of disappointment at having nurtured such a fierce little creature into a timid one. Yes, Anu nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she recalled something and hurriedly retrieved 100 taels of silver from her pocket. Young master, here is 100 taels to repay you some what I owe. Though uncertain when she would be able to repay the full 1,000 taels, she felt compelled to return what she could, especially since the lender had generously waived interest. Where did you acquire this money? Lu Xuanyi inquired, astonished to see her return with 100 taels after only a few days. It was given to me by Aunt Qin. Anu recounted the conversation she had with Aunt Qin in detail, causing Lu Xuanyi's brow to furrow even deeper. Does this mean you have agreed to disclose my matters to her? Yes, I have agreed, but what I say will be at my discretion. Rest assured, young master, I will not reveal any crucial information to her. Do not claim ignorance regarding the significance of the heir, even if she were aware. She would not divulge it to outsiders. Well done. Lu Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not entirely foolish. My lord, after deducting this 100 taels, I owe you 9,900 taels. Anu pointed to the banknote of 100 taels. Go take a rest, Lu Xuanyi responded with a nod. Yes. Anu turned and exited. Upon witnessing the heir placing the 100 taels into the drawer, Chongping looked perplexed. My lord, you truly accepted this money? That girl is impoverished, and it took her a great effort to acquire 100 taels. How could you have the heart to take it? Why not accept it? She owes me. Lu Xuanyi shot a glare at Chongping, as if you genuinely care for her. Chongping glanced at Ma Yin, thinking the heir was indeed rather stingy. Ma Yin remained silent, for he had grown accustomed to the heir meticulously counting even 5 copper coins with Anu. Thus, the 100 taels were even less likely to be given to her. The following morning, after having breakfast, Anu went to the academy. As usual, the early risers had already completed their practice. Upon her arrival, Mama Ma cast a disapproving glance her way. Come earlier in the future. Do not act as though you are the mistress. Even if you were summoned by the air, you should at least acknowledge me. It is not as if this academy is under your command." Hearing Mama Ma's irritated tone, Anu quickly nodded respectfully. "Yes," she said, standing obediently in line. "Listen carefully. Today, you will learn." Before Mama Ma could finish, there was a commotion outside. Rising, she stepped out and encountered Aunt One. "Aunt One has arrived," she exclaimed, approaching with a wide grin and bowing respectfully. Mama Ma, where is Anu?" Upon hearing that she was there to see Anu, Mama Ma's face momentarily displayed dissatisfaction, but quickly resumed its composure. "Oh, she is inside. Please come in." "I shall not enter. Please call her out, as I have something to discuss with her." With so many people in the room, it is inconvenient for her to speak. It would be better to bring her out. "Yes, please wait here for a moment." Mama Ma nodded respectfully. Turning, she entered the room and soon led Anu out. "Oh dear, your face is still flushed. It truly tugs at one's heartstrings." Upon seeing Anu, Aunt One affectionately touched her small face, as if she were her own daughter. "Aunt One, did you need something from me?" Anu inquired, for she had no dealings with Aunt One and was unaware of the purpose of this visit. "Oh, it is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to see you." Aunt One smiled. Noticing Mama Ma standing nearby, she dismissively waved her hand. "You may leave. This does not concern you." Truly lacking in awareness, not noticing I have something to discuss with this girl. "Yes, I shall take my leave," Mama Ma replied respectfully, but as she turned, a flicker of discontent crossed her eyes. That girl certainly had a knack for attracting attention. Upon witnessing her departure, Aunt One finally retrieved 200 tael silver notes from her sleeve. "Take this," she insisted. "Purchase whatever your heart desires. Should you find yourself in need of funds in the future, do not hesitate to inform me." The previous day, the heir had openly disregarded the presence of the second madam and the third miss in front of numerous witnesses, a clear testament to his regard for the young girl. It is prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with her, for one can never predict when she may prove advantageous. "Aunt One, I cannot accept this money," Anu exclaimed, attempting to return the notes. "How can I possibly accept such a sum from someone I barely know? Just take it. Why be so polite with me?" Aunt One chuckled, pushing the money back towards her. "Aunt One, please tell me what you wish for me to do. Otherwise, I cannot accept this money," Anu insisted, feeling uneasy about accepting the funds without a clear understanding of her obligations. It was evident that Aunt One was not the only one providing the girl with money. Otherwise, Anu would not have expressed such reservations. Chapter 71. The death of Chunlan. Upon hearing Anu's words, Aunt One quickly grasped the situation. It appeared there were others who acted even sooner than she did. "Since you have mentioned it, I shall not beat around the bush. It is rather simple. Should anything occur in the young master's courtyard, I hope you will inform me." With the girl so forthright, there was no need for pretense. "Aunt One, let me be candid as well. If the young master does not summon me, I hardly ever see him. I'm entirely unaware of his affairs. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to gather information for you, though I cannot guarantee how much I will be able to uncover. After all, it is still a matter of making do, especially since Aunt One is even more generous than Aunt Chin." "Very well. Since you have said so, what more can I add? Rest assured, as long as you do your utmost, I shall not place any undue burdens upon you." It was unexpected that this girl was so astute. Thus there was no need for further circumspection. "Agreed. I accept this arrangement." Anu tucked the 200 taels of silver notes into her bosom. This would help alleviate some of the famine. Seeing the silver notes she had stowed away, the matron in the room felt an overwhelming wave of envy. She, a stewardess of the teaching academy, had never received such bounties, yet this mere servant was bestowed with so much. After bidding Aunt One farewell, Anu entered the room, preparing to carry the tray as she practiced, when the matron's voice rang out. "Haven't you eaten? Straighten your back." Anu gasped, startled. What had this old woman consumed today to possess such vigor? The other girls trembled in fear, hastily straightening their backs, carefully balancing their trays as they moved. Each time they passed by the matron, they would receive a few sharp slaps. Yet when Anu approached, the matron refrained from striking her, though her expression remained sour, particularly upon noticing the bulge in Anu's bosom where the silver notes were concealed. It was disheartening to see such a lowly servant receiving such benefits without showing any gratitude. She was clearly relying on her connections. Though the matron dared not strike Anu, she unleashed her fury upon the others, growing increasingly violent. The girls quaked in fear, some unable to stifle their cries. "What are you shouting about? Am I being too lenient with you?" The matron seized Chunlan by her hair, delivering several resounding slaps that left her bleeding. Yet still unsatisfied, she yanked Chunlan's hair with ferocity, sending her crashing to the ground. Her forehead striking the corner of the table, blood instantly staining half her face. "Chunlan!" Anu gasped in horror, dropping the tray as she beheld Chunlan's bloodied visage. "Matron, Chunlan is gravely injured. We must summon the physician at once. Look at how much blood she has lost. The wound cannot be trivial. We need to get the physician here to stop the bleeding." Summon the physician? Does she even deserve that? A lowly servant like her isn't worth a packet of medicine. Do you think the physician is at your beck and call? Madame Ma cast a derisive glance at Chunlan, asserting that the physicians of the manor were reserved for the esteemed masters of the household. As a mere lowly servant, she was no different from a dog and had no right to summon a physician for her ailments. "Chunlan is gravely injured," Anu interjected, pointing to the wound on Chunlan's head. Only now did she notice that it was still bleeding. If the bleeding did not cease promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. "Continue practicing," Madame Ma commanded, seemingly ignoring Anu's plea, as she turned to sit in her chair and raised her teacup to her lips. Anu, filled with indignation, clenched her teeth. Madame Ma's lack of humanity was appalling. She glanced again at Chunlan's wound, realizing that time was running out to stop the bleeding. "Just hold on a little longer. I have some medicinal ointment. I will fetch it for you right away." Chunlan's eyes brimmed with tears, and though she wished to speak, she lacked the strength. Anu dashed out in haste. In the courtyard, Chongping was conversing with Lu Xian when Anu rushed in like a whirlwind. "Why have you returned? Has that girl caused trouble again?" Chongping inquired. But Anu had no time to respond. She bolted to her room, grabbing a small basket filled with medicine and sprinting out. She did not pause as she exited the courtyard, leaving Chongping in a state of bewilderment. "Follow her and see what is amiss," Lu Xian suggested, observing Anu's hurried departure. Her urgency indicated a matter of great importance. "Understood," Chongping replied, jogging after her. Anu raced back to the academy, and as she stepped into the courtyard, she was met with the sight of two servants carrying a corpse. When she saw Chunlan lying on the board, she was struck dumb. "Chunlan!" She rushed forward to check for a pulse, only to be met with a chilling realization. She was lifeless. "Chunlan!" Anu grasped Chunlan's arm, tears streaming down her face. "I brought the medicine back. Why didn't you wait for me?" She lamented, feeling utterly useless. If only she had run faster, she could have retrieved the medicine sooner. No matter how she shook her, Chunlan's eyes remained tightly shut. Life had departed. Chongping approached, understanding now why Anu had been in such a frenzy. The girl had been grievously injured. "Head Steward Chong has arrived," Madame Ma announced with a smile as she stepped forward. "What has transpired?" Chongping inquired, pointing to Chunlan on the board. "It is likely the doing of this old woman. After all, she has presided over many a life lost," he mused. "Ah, this girl was already doomed. She fell and struck her head on the corner of the table. There's no one else to blame." Madame Ma di Taifun gets the Tawat Chunlan, asserting that her death was a relief, sparing others the sight of her pitiable state. Chongping, realizing it was indeed her doing, felt powerless to intervene and chose not to pursue the matter further. As they prepared to carry Chunlan away, Anu rushed forward to block their path. "Where are you taking her?" "To the pauper's graveyard on the outskirts of the capital." Anu furrowed her brow and turned to Chongping. "Brother Chong, I wish to find her a more dignified resting place. The unmarked graves of the mass burial site are filled with bodies that have been forsaken. Chunlan possesses a gentle disposition. Were she to be interred there, it would surely invite torment from those wandering spirits." Chongping nodded in agreement, observing Anu's demeanor. He surmised that descent might provoke her into unpredictable actions. They ventured to the courtyard, procured a cart, and departed the capital with Anu and Chunlan. Upon finding a relatively flat and elevated spot on a mountain, they dug a sizable pit. Gently, They placed Xuanyi within it and retrieved a small piece of fragrant incense from his pocket, placing it into her hand. Xuanyi, do you not adore this incense? I have cut a piece for you. Xuanyi had an affinity for the scent of incense, often savoring it for an extended time. Thus, he offered her a piece to ensure it would serve her in the afterlife. They covered her with a mat, sealed the earth above, and burned some paper money for her before Chongping and Anu departed in the cart. Anu, shall we return to the residence for the night? He noted her subdued mood, concerned that further incidents might arise. No, Brother Chongping, I prefer to stay at the academy. Anu concealed the hatred in her eyes. This evening, she had a significant task to undertake. Chapter 72. Revenge upon returning to her residence. Anu found that the others had not yet arrived. She sprawled out on the communal bed, her thoughts drifting to the adjacent space, where Xuanyi would usually sleep. Countless memories flooded her mind. She recalled Xuanyi's joyful expression as she lay on her new quilt, her laughter ringing out as she recounted tales from the prince's estate while Anu embraced her. Yet, the image of Xuanyi's terrified and helpless gaze upon seeing old Madame Ma, and the agonizing cries she uttered while being beaten, pierced her heart with an unbearable ache. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she tenderly caressed the spot where Xuanyi used to sleep. Rest assured, Xuanyi, I shall not allow your demise to go unavenged. Lost in her thoughts, a commotion outside interrupted her reverie. The young women had returned from their evening meal. Upon spotting Anu, they rushed towards her, filled with urgency. Anu, you're back. Yes. Where did you bury Xuanyi? I laid her to rest on a hillside outside the capital. The scenery there is quite lovely, Anu replied, wiping her nose. Seeing her in tears, the other girls could no longer contain their own sorrow, their eyes reddening in unison. From a moment they had been sold to the prince's residence, they understood that their lives were no longer their own. Yet, witnessing Xuanyi's fate instilled a profound fear within them, a dread that they too might meet a similar end, beaten to death, and perhaps lacking even Xuanyi's fortune of a proper burial. Instead, they might be discarded into a nameless grave. The more they thought about it, the heavier their hearts grew, transforming silent tears into loud wails as they wept together, embracing one another in despair. They had never envisioned a life of comfort. All they wished for was a full meal, yet now, that seemed a distant dream. In their solitude and helplessness, their cries echoed throughout the room. After what felt like an eternity, their sobs finally subsided, and one by one, they curled up on the communal bed. Their eyes, filled with desolation, stood in stark contrast to the joyful laughter they once shared. As night deepened, the sounds of quiet weeping faded, and the girls, with tear-stained faces, drifted off to sleep. Once she noticed that everyone had succumbed to slumber, Anu quietly rose, carefully slipping on her shoes. She stealthily exited the room, making her way to the wall. With a running start, she vaulted over it and cautiously approached the kitchen. Grabbing a cloth, she hurried to old Madame Ma's room, gently pushing the door open to slip inside. In the dim light, she could see old Madame Ma sprawled across her bed, snoring heavily, likely due to her considerable girth. As Anu approached, she squeezed the cloth tightly and swiftly shoved it into the old woman's mouth. Old Madame Ma jolted awake, her eyes widening in surprise. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Anu's fist, fueled by an overwhelming fury, crashed down upon her nose. Ugh! Old Madame Ma let out a muffled grunt, then lay still. Anu quickly leapt onto the bed, unleashing a flurry of indiscriminate blows, striking her head and kicking her backside with relentless ferocity. Until she had exhausted all her strength, she did not cease her efforts. Sitting on the bed, she gasped for breath, the dim light obscuring whether the old matron was alive or dead. Yet, it mattered little. Having arrived, she feared nothing. After a brief respite, she rose and retraced her steps, leaping over the high wall to return. As soon as she departed, Xuanyi emerged from around the corner, a smirk playing on his lips. He had suspected that this little fierce creature would not easily relent, and indeed, she had not disappointed him. Upon her return, Anu found the girls deep in slumber and carefully climbed onto the communal bedding. Perhaps having released her pent-up emotions, she soon fell into a deep sleep. In a haze of dreams, she was roused once more. Anu, hurry and get up. If you linger, you'll face punishment. Frowning slightly, she opened her eyes to find Xiaohong before her, a pang of disappointment washing over her. Ah, it was always Chunlan who called her before now. She would never again hear that voice. Slipping on her shoes, she washed up and joined the others in the east courtyard, only to find that the old matron was still absent. Why hasn't the matron arrived yet? Xiaohong peered outside. The matron usually came early, and today, having waited so long without her presence, it felt quite strange. Others too leaned out to gaze, curious about the matron's delay. Only Anu remained unfazed, for she understood all too well. Even if the matron were alive, she would be clinging to mere fragments of life, making it impossible for her to come. After waiting for quite some time without sight of the matron, even the two matrons in the kitchen sensed something amiss. Has the matron still not arrived? One approached. The matron was accustomed to checking in at the kitchen daily to specify her meals, and her absence was indeed peculiar. No, the girls shook their heads. The old matron, filled with curiosity, hesitated briefly, then hurried to the matron's quarters. Moments later, she stumbled back out in a rush. There's been a murder. Someone come quickly. The crowd's faces instantly paled. Fear gripped them as they huddled together, their gazes shifting anxiously towards the matron's room, uncertain of what had transpired. Soon, the old matron led several housemen into the room. Before long, they emerged carrying the matron, who was a mere shadow of herself, battered beyond recognition. The sight of her disfigured face sent the girls into a terrified embrace, screaming in horror. How terrifying! Her head is completely unrecognizable. To avoid arousing suspicion, Anu mimicked their expressions of dread. After a considerable time, a slender, middle-aged woman entered. You have all come to learn the rules, I presume? Yes. The girls nodded in unison. You must be aware that the matron is in distress. From today onward, I shall oversee this academy. You may call me Aunt Yun. Aunt Yun, the girls responded, bowing in respect. As the hour grew late, it was time to partake in lunch. After enjoying their meal, they would rest for half an hour before returning. The group enthusiastically agreed and hurried to the kitchen. After receiving their meals, they migrated to the adjacent room. Do you not think that Aunt Yun seems far more agreeable than that frightening Aunt Ma? Xiaohong inquired, glancing at the others. Not only does Aunt Yun lack the terrifying appearance of Aunt Ma, but she also speaks with kindness. Moreover, she allows us to rest for half an hour after our meal, which was unheard of in the past. Thus, it seemed that Aunt Yun could not be as malevolent as Aunt Ma, and perhaps they would endure fewer beatings. I too find Aunt Yun to be quite amiable. I concur, the girls nodded in agreement. They all shared the sentiment that the new Aunt Yun appeared far more benevolent than Aunt Ma, now hoping to endure fewer punishments. Chapter 73. Consider a practice in the days that followed. As everyone had anticipated, there were no further punishments during lessons on etiquette. Furthermore, Aunt Yun treated them quite kindly. Not only did she abolish their morning training, but she also placed no restrictions on their meals, allowing them to eat to their heart's content. This was the first time everyone experienced the sensation of having a full stomach, and Aunt Yun's teachings were indeed beneficial. She instructed them not only on the rules of the outer courtyard, but also on various grooming techniques and the proper etiquette for attending to their masters. They practiced together, often sharing laughter and amusing anecdotes, dispelling the previous atmosphere of fear and gloom within the room. The sound of their cheerful laughter frequently echoed through the space. It could be said that this period marked the happiest days for everyone. Yet, as is often the case, joyful moments pass all too swiftly. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and they had completed their lessons. After lunch, the group reluctantly bid farewell to Aunt Yun before returning to pack their belongings. Xiaohong, these items are for you. Please take them back to your parents. Anu handed over the neatly folded bedding and some essentials to Xiaohong, whose family was the most impoverished among them. With a household of 6 or 7 members and only one quilt made of straw, these items would be of great use to her. Anu, thank you, Xiaohong said, her eyes glistening with tears as she accepted the gifts. She was deeply moved by Anu's generosity. It's nothing. I have plenty more. Although she felt a tinge of reluctance, her own parents still lacked proper cotton quilts. She recognized that Xiaohong's family was in greater need. Fortunately, winter had not yet arrived, granting her time to earn some money and provide her parents with new bedding. After chatting for a while longer, they each returned to their respective quarters. Upon her return, Chongping summoned her into Xuanyi's room. "Have you completed your lessons in etiquette?" Xuanyi inquired, setting down the scroll he had been reading. Observing the girl's healthy complexion, it seemed she had been quite comfortable during this period. "Yes, I have completed them," Anu replied, nodding, and then she pulled out 2 silver notes from her bosom. "Your Highness, this is from Aunt Wan." She recounted Aunt Wan's words in their entirety, causing Xuanyi to smile slightly. "Your gains are quite substantial. Aunt Wan has been generous indeed, gifting you 200 taels of silver. Your Highness, after deducting this 200 taels, I owe you 9,700 taels." Anu stated. "Very well," Xuanyi replied amiably, nodding as he opened his drawer to place the 200 taels inside. "Upon your return from tomorrow's rest, we shall resume our training. With the lessons completed, everything should return to normalcy." "Understood," Anu said, nodding again as she turned to leave. "What do you wish to say?" Xuanyi glared at Chongping and Mayin, immediately sensing their hesitation. "Nothing." Both Mayin and Chongping replied in unison, knowing full well they had little to offer. If the prince was meticulous even about a handful of coins, he would certainly demand repayment for the 200 taels. It is perplexing how generous one can be towards everyone, yet miserly towards Anu. It leaves one to wonder what the young master truly thinks. The following morning, after having her breakfast, Anu prepared to return home. She opened the drawer and took out all the copper coins, exactly 50, along with the 500 large coins she was due to receive shortly. Her total amounted to 550. Although it was slightly less than expected, there was no remedy. This month she had indeed adhered to the rules and had not practiced her skills, so this was all she could gather. Just as she was about to tuck the 50 copper coins into her pocket, Chongping walked in. "Anu, this is your earnings from practicing and your monthly silver, totaling 1 tael and 1 qian," he announced. "Brother Chongping, you must be mistaken. I did not practice last month," she exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she pointed at the silver. Having spent last month learning the rules without any actual practice, how could she possibly have earned silver? And as for this monthly silver, ISNT, it meant to be collected from Steward Liu? The young master said you performed well in your studies. Consider it as if you practiced. You are now under the young master's care. Henceforth, you need not go to the accounting office for your monthly silver. It will be distributed directly from our courtyard," he explained. "Really?" Anu's face lit up with joy, the surprise overwhelming her disbelief. "Of course it is true, for this money is all for you," Chongping replied, handing her a basket. "This smoked chicken and pork knuckle are also rewards for you. Brother Chongping, please convey my thanks to the young master." Anu beamed with happiness, eagerly accepting the basket, knowing her parents would relish these treats. She placed the 50 copper coins back in the drawer and was about to pocket the 1 tael and 1 qian when Chongping stopped her. "Are you really taking all of this home? You should leave some behind," he remarked, noting her reluctance to part with the coins. "Well, we are short on money at home, and besides, keeping more wound tea help," she replied. "But you took quite a bit home last time, didn't you? That should buy a fair amount of grain," he countered, recalling how she had given her mother the few taels of silver previously. "That is not enough. The house needs repairs, and my parents still lack winter clothing," she insisted. The roof of their home was in dire need of fixing, and if they did not attend to it soon, the cold of winter would only worsen. Moreover, her parents' winter garments were inadequate, and without timely preparation, they would suffer in the frigid weather. Just for these 2 necessities, a considerable sum was required. "Oh," Chongping nodded, acknowledging the weight of her burdens. "It is indeed a challenge for you to support such a large family." Yet Anu was elated, carrying the basket out of the estate, her thoughts drifting to Shun and Ernie, who were eagerly awaiting her return. As she passed through the snack street, she spent 10 copper coins to buy a pack of treats, adding it to the basket. Just as she was about to head home, she was stopped by Qinglian. "Stop right there." Qinglian glared at her with discontent. The memories of her own grievances flooded back, igniting her resentment. Yet she was aware of the importance of the matter concerning her aunt. "What do you want?" Anu frowned, finding it quite bothersome to encounter her yet again. "What's what I need to ask? Do you not have any understanding of what you promised our aunt? She has served by her side for many years without receiving even 200 taels of silver as a reward. That wretched creature's fortune is indeed remarkable. Oh, are you referring to that matter? What else could it be? Do you think that money was merely given without cause? Qinglian cast a disdainful glance at her. I never claimed it was unearned. The crux of the matter is that I have just finished learning the rules, and today is a day of rest. I have yet to inquire about it. It is truly astonishing how closely they guard their silver. Do not think I have not informed you. Be attentive regarding our aunt's affairs. As if I needed your reminder, I am well aware of it. Anu shot a glare back at Qinglian, maneuvering past her with a basket in hand. 200 taels of silver to turn her into a traitor? What foolishness! Spotting the home not far ahead, she joyfully rushed towards it. Father, mother, I have returned. Chapter 74. Someone is following at this moment. Ernie was eagerly waiting in the courtyard when she heard her elder sister's call and rushed out excitedly. Elder sister, where are father and mother? They've gone outside the city to gather firewood with second brother. They asked me to wait for you at home. Ernie happily hooked her arm around Anu's. Is there no firewood left at home? Normally, Xuanyi alone would go out to collect firewood, but now that everyone had gone, could it be that they lack firewood? No. Father and mother are going to sell the firewood. Sell it? Anu was even more puzzled. Yes, Zhang San and his brothers have been up to no good, and father hasn't found work for quite some time. He and mother decided to gather firewood from the mountains outside the city to sell. Although it's hard labor, they can earn a few copper coins each day. Oh, Anu nodded, feeling somewhat disheartened. Earning just a few copper coins a day for 3 people was indeed a tough life for father and mother. What did you buy this time, elder sister? Ernie pointed excitedly at the basket in Anu's hand. She had already caught a whiff of something delicious and was curious about what treats her sister had acquired. Oh, these are snacks for you and Xuanyi. The smoked chicken and the pork knuckle are my rewards. Anu lifted the oil paper covering the basket. Thank you, elder sister. You are amazing. Ernie hugged the snacks in her arms, jumping for joy. Every time her sister returned, she brought them delightful treats, and now with such bountiful rewards. She truly felt her sister was remarkable. Let us cook some porridge and wait for father and mother to return for dinner. Chopping wood outside the city is hard work. Just 2 meals, 1 tea be enough to sustain them. All right. Ernie nodded enthusiastically. She pulled Anu into the house, and the 2 sisters busied themselves, simmering a pot of thick millet porridge. Once it was ready, they set it out in the courtyard to cool, slicing half of the pork knuckle and tearing apart half of the chicken. When Daniu and Zhao Shi returned, dragging their weary bodies. The sun had already begun to set. As soon as they entered the courtyard, their eyes lit up at the sight of the pork knuckle and smoked chicken on the table. Has elder sister returned? Xuanyi exclaimed joyfully. It must be elder sister, otherwise there would be so much delicious food. Just as he was about to dash into the house, Anu and Ernie ran out to greet them. You're back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Daughter, have you received rewards again? Dania chuckled, pointing at the table. With so much delicious food, it must be that our daughter received rewards again. Yes, I received reward again. You all hurry and wash your hands for dinner. All right. Dania nodded, eagerly placing the carrying pole aside. After washing his hands, he couldn't wait to sit down at the table, pinching a small piece of pork knuckle into his mouth, grinning foolishly. It's so fragrant. I'm truly fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter. I'm living off her blessings. In this area, no family had ever eaten meat, let alone such delectable pork knuckle and smoked chicken. He truly felt blessed by his daughter's fortune. Indeed, Zhao Shi also sat down in a good mood. A large pork knuckle costs hundreds of copper coins. If it weren't for our daughter bringing it back, how could we afford to eat such delicacies? Upon witnessing her son attempting to grasp the meat without washing his hands, she swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand. Hurry and wash your hands. After a long day of labor, your hands are filthy, and you should be wary of upsetting your stomach. A broad smile spread across Xuanyi's face as he hurried off to cleanse himself. Father, is firewood selling well? Anu inquired as she settled down. It's going decently, though it is rather laborious, Dania replied, picking up his chopsticks. Firewood sells fairly well, although the journey is lengthy, and we can only carry 1 load back each day. If we could transport more, we might earn a few extra coins. Oh, mother, here is what I have earned this month. Please keep it safe. Anu pressed a handful of broken silver and 90 copper coins into Zhao's hands. You've earned so much again? Perhaps you should save some for yourself. Zhao observed the silver in her palm, noting that her daughter had kept none for herself. I have no use for it. You should save it for repairs on our house, Anu suggested, gesturing towards their dwelling, which had developed several gaping holes. It's not only inadequate for warmth, but also fails to shield us from the rain. When the rainy season arrives, it will be uninhabitable. Indeed, the house does need repairs, Yi Dainyu affirmed with a nod. If only we had the means, we would have fixed it long ago. Sister, from now on, you should refrain from buying us snacks, Ernie chimed in, joining the conversation. I've learned that a single packet of snacks costs 10 copper coins, which could provide enough firewood for a day's work. It's far too wasteful. Don't worry, my elder sister can still earn, Anu reassured her, patting Ernie's shoulder. I only buy once a month. There's nothing to lament. What matters most is that I can now earn my own money. Stop staring and eat quickly, Xuanyi exclaimed, eagerly lifting his bowl of rice. His stomach was already empty, and with such a bounty before him, he could hardly resist. Enough talk, let us eat. With that, the family finally lifted their bowls and joyfully began to feast. The previous delights of pork elbow and smoked chicken had left them craving for more, and the mere thought of it made their mouths water. To their surprise, they were soon indulging in these treats again. Savoring the tender meat and thick millet porridge brought them immense happiness. After a satisfying meal and some light conversation, Anu took her leave. Once she exited the impoverished district and entered the bustling marketplace, she sensed something amiss. She glanced back, feeling as though someone was tailing her. Yet she saw no one and felt no imminent danger. Continuing on her path home, she abruptly turned around again. Why does it feel like someone is following me? After scrutinizing her surroundings without discernible cause for alarm, she proceeded homeward. Upon reaching a nearby alley, she swiftly turned into it. However, shortly after entering, a stout woman accompanied by two burly men pursued her. What do you want? She asked, eyeing the trio warily. Her instincts were correct. She felt the unsettling presence of someone trailing her. Not bad looking. The hefty woman appraised Anu with a scrutinizing gaze. Though somewhat slender, her appearance is undeniably striking. If nurtured properly, she could undoubtedly rise to prominence. Should a wealthy patron take a liking to her, she could amass a considerable fortune. It seems that person was not merely toying with her. What are you all planning? Why does it feel as if that woman harbors ill intentions? What are you up to? You will find out once you return with us. The woman grinned, beckoning to the two burly men behind her, who approached without hesitation. Just as they intended to grasp Anu's arms, she dashed towards the imposing wall ahead and leapt effortlessly atop it. Hey, get down here, the woman exclaimed, flustered. To her surprise, the girl possessed such agility, managing to ascend to that height. Do you think I'm foolish? Anu scoffed, rolling her eyes. Did they believe she would simply wait for them to seize her? With a triumphant stride, she ran along the top of the wall. Come back here, the plump woman fumed, stamping her feet. Yet, no matter how loudly she yelled, Anu had vanished from sight. Chapter 75. Rapid advancement. Early the next morning, Anu rose with the sun and made her way to the training grounds, where she found the young lord already seated. Review the forms you have previously learned, he instructed. Yes, Anu replied, stepping forward and assuming the proper stance. With her energy concentrated in her lower abdomen, she executed the movements with remarkable proficiency, much to Lu Xuanyi's satisfaction. He had anticipated that her skills might have diminished during her time away from practice, but to his astonishment, she performed with such finesse. It appeared she had indeed been diligently training in secret. Upon completing the entire set of movements, Anu exhibited neither flushed cheeks nor signs of fatigue, further elevating Lu Xuanyi's approval. Quite commendable. Since you have retained the knowledge, I shall impart to you the principles of internal energy cultivation today. He rose to his feet and continued. If you wish for your martial prowess to possess lethal force, you must harness the true energy within you, the source of which resides here. He gestured to the area 3 fingers' breadth below the navel and began to elucidate in detail. Anu listened intently, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she absorbed the information. No wonder the young lord's skills were so formidable. There were so many intricacies to this art. While she listened to his explanations, she attempted to channel her true energy and surprisingly began to sense something. Young lord, I feel a warmth emanating from this area, she remarked, touching her lower abdomen. Whether it was her imagination or reality, she felt a gentle heat there. Oh, then try it using my method, Xuanyi instructed, pointing to the sandbag behind him. He recalled that it had taken him over 3 months to attain such sensations during his own training. Could this girl truly be that extraordinary? Understood. Anu approached the sandbag, focusing her energy in her lower abdomen as instructed. She slowly guided the true energy to her palm, fixating on the sandbag before her, and then struck out with a powerful punch. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Anu's fist not only shattered the sandbag, but also drove her arm deep within it. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Young lord, Anu has actually destroyed the sandbag, Mo-in exclaimed, staring incredulously at her arm. He had never imagined she could break the sandbag so effortlessly, let alone penetrate it so deeply. Xuanyi was equally taken aback, fixated on Anu's arm lodged within the sandbag. This girl was truly a gem. She had shattered the sandbag on her very first attempt. He recalled how long it had taken him to achieve such a feat. Had she trained in martial arts from a young age like him, she might even surpass his current abilities. Feeling their astonished gazes upon her, Anu awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. I didn't mean to. I just felt a surge of heat in my lower abdomen, and I exerted more force than intended. Who would have thought this sandbag would be so fragile? I hope the young lord isn't displeased. Not at all, Xuanyi replied, a smile forming on his lips as he turned to the bewildered Chongping. Order 2 more to be made, and ensure they are reinforced. Given this girl's current state, such quality cannot withstand her strikes. We must prepare additional ones to avoid running short. Understood, came the response. Chongping returned to his senses and quickly nodded, observing the large hole in the sandbag and then glancing at Anu's hands, which bore no injuries. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. It seemed the young master had an eye for talent. This girl truly possessed remarkable potential for martial arts. In the days that followed, Anu entered a rigorous training regimen. But as the weather grew increasingly warm, Xuanyi instructed her to practice her martial forms only in the early morning, allowing her to focus on internal cultivation techniques in the morning and afternoon within the confines of her room. Unbeknownst to her, another month slipped by, and Anu's skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. She not only mastered several sets of martial techniques, but also became proficient with various weapons. Most gratifying for Xuanyi was the noticeable improvement in her lightness of movement. Where she once needed a point of leverage to scale walls, she could now leap effortlessly. It could be said that she moved as lightly as a swallow, which brought her immense joy and further fueled her dedication to training. The only source of her vexation was the constant visits from Aunt Qin and Aunt Wan's entourage. There was no escaping it. After all, they had paid her quite handsomely, and regardless of her reluctance, she had to comply. After finishing her morning exercises, she made her way to Xuanyi's quarters. Young master, I must pay a visit to Aunt Wan and Aunt Qin's courtyard, she announced. Why? He inquired. I fear they may grow suspicious. I need to appease them. During this time, they had not received any useful information from her, and if this continued, they might become displeased. Thus, she thought it best to pay them a visit and placate them, especially considering she had accepted several hundred taels of silver from them. Go ahead, Xuanyi replied, suppressing a smile at her candidness. She speaks rather bluntly, yet she is correct. They have left each time with a scowl, and I suspect their patience is wearing thin. A perfunctory visit might prevent any trouble. Seemingly recalling something, he glanced at Anu. How about I assist you in this? After all, the reward had been arranged for him as well. How will you assist? Anu's eyes brightened. Come here. When you go over, say it like this. Xuanyi beckoned her closer and whispered in her ear, causing Anu's eyes to sparkle with understanding. All right, I shall heed the young master's advice. With his assistance, her task became much easier. Very well, Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction before turning to Chongping. Fetch the medicine. Understood. Chongping exited and returned with a box in his arms, filled with various bottles and jars. Xuanyi opened one of the jars and smeared the powder inside onto his right hand, preparing to gesture it near Anu's face. Alarmed, Anu jumped aside. What is that, young master? It doesn't seem like anything pleasant, and the smell is awful. Why are you dodging? Do you think I would harm you? Lu Xuanyi furrowed his brow, pulling Anu back towards him and pressing his powdered hand against her face. Ouch! Why does it itch so much? Anu exclaimed, instinctively reaching to scratch, only to have Lu Xuanyi grasp her hand. Don't move. It will pass soon. But young master, it's so itchy. Anu's mouth twitched to one side. She was unsure of what the prince had applied to her face. It was not only intensely itchy, but she also felt an uncontrollable urge to scratch it. Enough. You should take a look. Lu Xuanyi indicated towards a nearby mirror. Anu hurried over, and upon catching sight of the swollen red handprint on her face, her eyes widened in shock. Oh my, it's swollen. The imprint on her face was vividly red and puffy, resembling the aftermath of a fierce slap. While it was somewhat itchy, she couldn't resist the temptation to scratch it. Go on, this time no one will suspect you, Lu Xuanyi remarked, washing his hands with a different box of powder. With this alteration, others would certainly have no reason to cast doubt upon her. All right, I shall go, Anu replied as she stepped out of the room. Indeed, with such a handprint to accompany her, no one would raise any suspicions about her. Chapter 76. Deception one by one. At this moment, Aunt Wan was seated in the courtyard, quite surprised to see Anu. What brings you here? After having given her 200 taels of silver last time without receiving any useful information, her patience was wearing thin. Aunt Wan, I believe I have uncovered something significant, which is why I rushed to inform you. Something significant? Aunt Wan scoffed. I hope it's not yet another triviality about the young master St. or the attire he wears. Qinglian smirked, disdainful of the fact that this wretched girl took Aunt Wan's silver only to relay inconsequential tidbits. It was always about what tea the young master drank or what clothes he donned. Mere drivel. Your words imply that I am merely toying with you. Yet I am but a lowly servant, and it is no easy task to gain an audience with the young master. It is a feat in itself to gather such information. Who do you think you're fooling? Qinglian retorted, eager to say more, but was interrupted by Aunt Wan. Enough. Speak. What is it that you wish to convey? Since the girl had come of her own accord, it was likely she had something of importance to discuss. Anu shot Qinglian a fierce glare before moving closer to Aunt Wan. This morning, I went to the kitchen and noticed Chief Steward Chongping brewing medicine. I took the liberty of inquiring, and you want to believe what happened. What happened? Aunt Wan's interest was piqued. It seemed that what the girl had to say was indeed substantial. The chief steward not only refused to divulge anything, but became so flustered that he slapped me hard across the face and warned me never to ask again. Though he had always been rather strict with us, he had never been this severe. It struck me as odd, which is why I felt compelled to come and inform you. Brewing medicine, could it not be for his own consumption? How could that be? If it were for his own use, he could have simply mentioned it. There would be no need for such fury, nor for him to strike me. Anu touched her swollen face. Aunt Wan's gaze fell upon her face, clearly marked by the slap. So, your implication is, I suspect that the medicine is intended for the young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted with such alarm. Has the young master been ill of late? Not that I have seen. The young master appears healthy, which makes this all the more perplexing. Aunt Wan pondered. The girl's deduction was astute. The medicine was likely for the young master, and since he was not ill, why would he require it? Could it be for a different ailment? One they were handling with utmost caution? A thrill of excitement coursed through her. Anu, return and inquire further about the medicine. Find out for whom it was brewed and what it is intended to treat. I dare not. The chief steward has made it clear that to preserve my life, I should refrain from prying. Anu shook her head vigorously, her expression one of sheer terror. Foolish girl, have you not heard the saying? Fortune favors the bold. With that, she turned to Qinglian. Instantly, Qinglian produced 100 tael silver note from her bosom. Aunt Wan accepted the note and promptly handed it to Anu. It would be best if you could procure some remnants of the medicine for me. Once I have those remnants in hand, I will be able to discern the contents and ascertain whether the heir truly possesses that affliction. Holding the 100 taels of silver note, Anu feigned a conflicted demeanor, hesitating for a long while before finally nodding with difficulty. Very well, I shall make one more attempt, but this shall be my final endeavor. Go ahead and do as you wish. Madame Wan nodded in agreement, watching Anu leave the courtyard. A satisfied smile crept upon her lips. At last, these few 100 taels of silver were not given in vain. As soon as Anu exited Madame Wan's courtyard, She made her way to Madame Qin's quarters, replicating the same approach as before. Upon seeing her, Madame Qin pursed her lips in discontent. What brings you here? It has been quite some time since I heard anything useful regarding the 100 taels I gave you last time, leading me to believe I have been deceived by this girl. Madame Qin, I have come with an important matter to discuss. Anu recounted the same narrative she had shared with Madame Wan, and indeed, upon hearing her words, Madame Qin was convinced. Anu, do your utmost to inquire further about what that medicine is. If possible, it would be best to bring back some remnants. Anu, it is astonishing that she believes they share the same mother, as their words are eerily alike. Madame Qin, I cannot inquire any further. If I am discovered, they will surely kill me. She presented a visage of both grievance and fear. I tell you, fortune favors the bold. If one desires to live well, one must take risks. Madame Qin smiled, producing 100 taels note from her sleeve and placing it into Anu's hand. If you can help me obtain some remnants of medicine, this is all yours. Anu, truly, those who dine at the royal residence share similar desires, and thus she need not alter her approach. Mimicking the conflicted expression she had previously adopted with Madame Wan, she hesitated long before finally appearing resolute. Very well, I shall return and make an attempt, but this is my last chance. I shall not dare again. Very well, I shall abide by your decision. Madame Qin responded with a smile. Once evidence of the heir's inability to procreate is secured, the subsequent matters will be easily managed. Upon exiting Madame Qin's courtyard, Anu's heart soared with joy. Unexpectedly, she had gained an additional 200 taels of silver. With this, she could pay off more debts from the famine. While contemplating this, she was halted by a matron. Are you Anu? Indeed, what do you need with me? Anu inquired, regarding the matron before her. Isn't this the esteemed Granny Chow? Who serves the second madam? I wonder what she desires. Come with me. Our madam wishes to ask you something. Anu hesitated to refuse, but, after a moment's contemplation, decided to follow Granny Chow. She had not offended the second madam, so she should be safe. Following Granny Chow to the second madam's courtyard, she found her admiring the lotus flowers by the pond. Madam, Anu has arrived. Ah, the second madam rose to her feet. Anu, I have heard that you visited the courtyards of Aunt Qin and Aunt Wan. You must be quite astute, so I shall be straightforward with you. Second madam, please speak candidly. Anu replied, her face a mask of respect. It seemed she had been following me. Otherwise, she could not possibly be aware of this matter. Now, recount to me what you conveyed to Aunt Qin and Aunt Wan, and all this money shall be yours. The second madam waved the 500 taels of silver notes in her hand. Since the girl had already visited the courtyards of Aunt Qin and Aunt Wan, it was likely she spoke of the young master's affairs. Thus there was no need for her to be circumspect. Observing the silver notes in her hand, Anu's heart raced. Yet, she feigned composure for a moment before adopting an expression of great resolve. Second madam, since you have laid your cards on the table, I shall not withhold the truth any longer. Chapter 77. 700 taels of silver. Anu recounted the events she had discussed with Aunt Qin and Aunt Wan, her words igniting a spark of excitement in the second madam's eyes. You must bring me some medicinal residue in return. All this money will then belong to you. Fortuitously, the discovery of this girl today prevented a tremendous opportunity from slipping away. If only they could seize the evidence of the heir's inability to procreate. How could he continue to cling to his position? Very well, I shall devise a way to procure some. Anu nodded. Upon departing the second madam's courtyard, her heart raced with exhilaration. 700 taels of silver was an unprecedented sum for her, especially when combined with the previous 200. Having such wealth in her pocket made her feel almost unsteady on her feet. The riches of the affluent seemed astonishingly easy to acquire. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she hurried to Lu Xuanyi's room. Observing her delight, Lu Xuanyi could not help but smile. It appeared that matters had proceeded favorably. Otherwise, Anu would not be so elated. I followed your instructions precisely. They suspected nothing. Anu beamed, retrieving the 700 taels of silver from her bosom. Your Grace, 100 taels were given to me by Aunt Qin, another 100 by Aunt Wan, and the remaining 500 from the second madam. Anu detailed the events to Lu Xuanyi, who smiled in response. He was pleasantly surprised that his second aunt cared for him enough to part with such a substantial sum. Your Grace, after deducting these 700 taels, I now owe you 9,000 taels. Anu pointed to the silver notes, having repaid a portion of her debt. Indeed, Xuanyi nodded in a good mood. As he prepared to place the notes in his drawer, he noticed Chongping and Mo-yin staring intently at him. He could easily guess their thoughts and shot them a disapproving glance before tucking the notes away. You did well. Now return and continue your training. Yes, Anu replied, turning to leave, her heart lightened by the repayment of 700 taels. Once she was gone, Chongping could not restrain himself any longer. Master, Anu's house is leaking, and she lacks the funds to repair it. Shouldn't you leave her some assistance? It seemed unreasonable that the master, who previously wished to banish her, now offered no support for her dire situation. He glanced back at Mo-yin, hoping he would join in advocating for Anu, even if it were just a few dozen taels. Mo-yin shot him a look. Will it be of any use? You would still face reprimand. It is better to remain silent. If you're concerned, why not give her some silver yourself? Xuanyi shot Chongping a scornful glance. It was ironic how he once wished to rid himself of her, and now seemed intent on her protection, as if no one else mattered. Chongping fell silent, realizing he had no grounds to argue. And Mo-yin, knowing the master would not heed his words, resigned himself to a reprimand. After the midday rest, Anu proceeded to the kitchen, dividing the prepared medicinal residue into 3 portions, sending out each portion at intervals. After the second lady and her companions obtained the remnants of the medicine, they eagerly sought someone to examine it. Upon discovering that it was a remedy for impotence, they were filled with uncontainable excitement. This truly confirmed that the heir had sustained a serious injury, and it must be quite grave, as the dosage was substantial. With this newfound certainty, they began to devise their next steps for their sons. Early the next morning, after Anu completed her exercises, she intended to return for breakfast when she was called by Xuanyi. You need not practice today. Accompany me outside. Outside? Where are we going? She inquired. Isn't the heir always accompanied by Mo-yin when he goes out? Why am I going along? Today, the second lady is hosting a flower viewing banquet in the back garden. Chongping interjected. Oh, then I must change into a different outfit. Anu nodded, realizing they were not merely going out. Glancing at her tattered clothes, she decided she needed to don something more presentable, lest she bring shame to the royal residence. Observing her frayed trousers, Xuanyi turned to Chongping beside him. Aren't there several vibrant fabrics in the storeroom? When you have the time, make her a few new garments. He paused before adding, also, craft a few training outfits for her. It is much more comfortable to wear specialized attire while practicing. Indeed, Chongping nodded, acknowledging the heir's generosity. After Anu had breakfast, she accompanied Xuanyi to the back garden, where numerous guests had already gathered. Unlike last time, there were not only the ladies and young misses from prominent families, but also several elegantly dressed young gentlemen. To avoid any impropriety, the ladies were seated in a pavilion on the left, while the young gentlemen were arranged in a pavilion on the right, where Xuanyi led Anu. A few gentlemen were already present, engaging in conversation as Anu stood behind him, observing the lively scene. At that moment, the princess and the second lady were conversing with the other ladies in the opposite pavilion. Seated at a nearby table was Lu Ilan, who was animatedly chatting with other young ladies, including Xuanyi. Amidst the lively chatter, a teasing voice pierced through. Xuanyi, your little maidservant is truly remarkable. The speaker was Geng Xiaohan, the eldest son of Minister Geng, who fanned himself while casting a glance at Anu. It was said that Xuanyi was indifferent to women, but it seemed he merely had high standards. The young girl before him was exquisitely beautiful, and it appeared she had caught Xuanyi's eye. Xuanyi pursed his lips. Though he remained silent, it was evident that his mood was quite pleasant. Would the heir be willing to part with her? I would gladly offer 1,000 taels of gold to acquire this little maid, jested Zhuang Rui, the eldest son of the imperial envoy, as he also cast a playful gaze at Anu. Though spoken in jest, there was a kernel of truth in his words. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, and if she were to gain a little weight, she would surely be a rare beauty. Xuanyi indeed had discerning taste. Xuanyi remained silent, giving a look that implied, you must be joking. However, Anu was less than pleased, glaring at Zhuang Rui with discontent. Upon a glance, one could discern that he was no good, and his words were incredibly irksome. "Oh, look, look, the beauty is displeased. Ha ha ha." Zhuang Rui pointed at Anu's indignant little face. This little girl, when angered, was rather endearing. The crowd burst into laughter, which only intensified Anu's fury. I truly wish I could slap them into oblivion. Not a single decent person among them. As she noticed the tea being served ahead, she turned and walked over. Just as she lifted a tray and was about to return, she heard Xuanyi's voice. "Anu, bring us a pot of tea over here." After speaking, she nudged Lu Yilan with her elbow, indicating that she could take this opportunity to vent her frustrations on the servant. Receiving Xuanyi's gaze, Lu Yilan promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, bring us a pot of tea." Chapter 78. Losing face upon hearing her name called by Lu Yilan, Anu felt a surge of reluctance, fearing that the third miss was up to some mischief. However, with so many people present, she could not feign ignorance. After a moment's hesitation, she approached with the tea tray. Just as she intended to set down the teapot and depart, Lu Yilan summoned her again. "Where do you think you're going? Have you forgotten all the rules I taught you? Hurry and serve tea to the masters." "Indeed, you insolent maid. Are you deaf? Did you not hear the third miss?" Xuanyi chimed in, her tone dripping with disdain. The mere sight of her seductive visage ignited a desire to mar her face. Anu sensed impending trouble. She bent down, rolling her trousers up to her knees, revealing a portion of her fair calves. With her legs tightly squeezed together, she hunched over, lowering her head, and finally took the teapot to serve the young ladies. "Goodness, what are you doing, you wretched maid?" Xuanyi exclaimed, pointing at Anu's exposed calves as if she had encountered some unbelievable monstrosity. Her loud voice drew the attention of others, who furrowed their brows in curiosity at Anu's peculiar posture. "What is that servant still doing? How shameless can you be?" Lu Yilan exclaimed, slapping Anu across the face. "To roll up your trousers in front of so many people. What a disgraceful harlot." "Third miss, is this not what you taught me?" Anu retorted. "How dare you speak such nonsense? When did I ever teach you these things?" Lu Yilan's voice rose in indignation. The audacity of this maid to defame her in front of so many young masters was intolerable. "Third miss, you must remember, you taught me at the academy that a lowly servant like me should be displayed for all to see, that we should not wear clothes, but rather amuse our masters." The crowd was taken aback, staring at Lu Yilan in astonishment, unable to fathom that a legitimate daughter of the royal household could utter such licentious words. Words that could not even be compared to those of common street harlot. Feeling the weight of the peculiar gazes upon her, Lu Yilan was nearly driven to fury. "When did I ever say such things? You insolent maid, how dare you fabricate lies about me in front of everyone?" Her outrage escalated, her voice reaching a fever pitch, resembling a frenzied woman in the eyes of the onlookers. This only served to infuriate Lu Yilan further, who raised her hand to strike Anu once more. But the second madam intervened. "Stop this instant. What kind of behavior is this?" The second madam glared at her daughter, suppressing her own wrath. "Are you willing to ruin your reputation in front of all these people?" "Mother, this wretched maid," Lu Yilan began, but was cut off by the second madam. "Silence." The second madam shot her a stern look. Having already lost face, any further words would only exacerbate the situation. She glanced at Anu. "You may leave. We shall deal with you later." "Yes," Anu replied, bowing respectfully. Turning back to Lu Xuanyi's side, she noticed the prince's face darkening and hurriedly lowered her head. The prince was angry. Had she erred in some way? "Your Highness, second madam, I have a few matters to attend to and shall not intrude any longer." Lady Lin smiled, having come today to assess the third miss for her son, hoping that if she found her suitable, they could finalize the engagement. To her surprise, the third miss exhibited such a temperament. Not only would she not make a fitting bride for her son, but even as a concubine, she would not permit it. She could not allow such a woman to linger by her son's side, and truly wondered how second madam had raised her daughter. "Lady Lin, why not stay a while longer?" Second madam said with a smile, holding her hand. Among the young masters, her son was the only one she had taken a liking to, and she was contemplating discussing the marriage. "No, my mother has not been well these past few days. I must return to keep an eye on her," Lady Lin replied with a smile. She then exchanged a knowing glance with her son, and they departed without looking back. Seeing them leave, the other ladies also rose to their feet. It's getting late. We too shall take our leave. They cast another glance at Lu Ilan. Such a fierce woman would absolutely not be welcomed into their households. As many departed, those who were reluctant to leave also stood up, hurriedly bidding farewell to the princess and second madam. Within a quarter of an hour, the garden was left with only the members of the Wang family. Once all the guests had departed, Lu Ilan could no longer contain herself. It's all because of that vile maid. I shall tear you apart, she shouted as she rushed forward, intending to mar Anu's face, but her wrist was seized by Lu Xuanyi. Elder brother, did you hear how that vile maid spoke of me? The mere thought of the scornful gazes directed at her made her wish for vengeance. Her reputation was in tatters. I ask you, are her words true? If you have been wronged, I shall stand up for you. Lu Xuanyi, suppressing his emotions, had not anticipated her actions toward Anu. Lu Ilan faltered, at a loss for words, for she indeed had spoken such things. The look on her face confirmed the truth of her words. And Lu Xuanyi grew furious. Since you have not been wronged, why then do you allow yourself to feel aggrieved? He then turned to second madam. Second aunt, you ought to teach our third sister properly to prevent further disgrace to the Wang family. With that, he stormed off, and Anu hastened to follow. Second madam was seething with anger. At this moment, her heart felt heavy. Hearing Lu Xuanyi say such things nearly made her blood boil. Mother, it's that vile maid's fault. Lu Ilan's words were cut short by a sharp slap from second madam. This is all you're doing. How dare you speak so? Had she not acted inappropriately, such disgrace would not have occurred. I had intended to secure a good marriage for you. But now your reputation is ruined. Finding a suitable match will surely be a challenge in the future. Mother, you strike me. Lu Ilan gazed at second madam in disbelief. It was clearly that vile maid's fault. How could her mother strike her? It seemed she had no compassion for her at all. Observing Lu Ilan's frenzied demeanor, the princess sighed. Ilan has been spoiled by her younger brother and sister-in-law. Without uttering a word, she turned and retreated to the courtyard. Anu cautiously followed behind Lu Xuanyi, not daring to make a sound. She has landed herself in trouble again. Yet, one cannot place the blame solely on her. Had it not been for the third young lady's bullying, she would not have acted in such a manner. Now, the young master is angry again. One can only speculate on the punishment she might face. Punish her if you must, as long as it does not involve a deduction from her pay. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that Lu Xuanyi had come to a halt and bumped right into him. Ouch! She rubbed her forehead. Why is the young master's body so solid? Her head was spinning from the impact. Observing her grimace, Lu Xuanyi's irritation dissipated significantly. You performed well today. However, do not lift your clothes casually in the future. Anu was taken aback. She was somewhat confused about what this meant. Chapter 79. A rare display of generosity. Observing Anu's bewildered expression, Lu Xuanyi cast her a sidelong glance. What do you mean? Can you not comprehend my words? Just a little, perhaps? Anu remained utterly perplexed. Given the young master's earlier display of anger, she had anticipated a reprimand, if not a punishment. It was evident to Lu Xuanyi that she genuinely did not grasp the meaning behind his words. I am pleased that you did not simply endure indignities today, but your method was somewhat inappropriate. As a young lady, refrain from lifting your garments in front of others. Although Anu had learned to retaliate, Lu Xuanyi disapproved of her approach. Exposing her legs before so many men felt rather indecorous. Oh, I see. Anu finally understood. The young master was not angry with her after all, nor had his ire been directed at her. Young master, since Anu performed well, shouldn't she receive some reward? Chongping grinned. Despite her partial understanding, one thing was clear. Anu had not only avoided trouble this time, but had also pleased the young master. Indeed, you have a knack for handling matters. It was remarkable how much Lu Xuanyi had changed, from being irksome to displaying such protective instincts. Nonetheless, he had to admit that Anu's performance today was commendable and deserved recognition. He gestured towards Chongping, who immediately understood and hastily retrieved a small silver ingot weighing 5 taels from his pocket. Lu Xuanyi, however, noted that he had not a single piece of broken silver or copper coin to spare. He must have done so deliberately. His concern for her was evident, but he was not to be easily deterred. With a casual flick, he snapped the silver ingot in two. Chongping was taken aback by this turn of events. He had deliberately exchanged his change for 5 tael silver ingots to avoid the young master's frugality. He had assumed that any reward would not fall below 5 taels. Yet the young master had other plans in mind. Regardless, Xuanyi was pleased and handed half of the silver ingot to Anu. Your performance has been quite commendable. This silver is for you. Thank you, young master, Anu exclaimed, joyfully accepting the gift. The young master was indeed generous. This piece must weigh over 2 taels. Xuanyi was quite satisfied with Anu's reaction. Now go practice. He cast a triumphant glance at Chongping and merrily returned to his quarters. I told you to stop being so clever. You never listen. Mo-in mockingly glanced at Chongping before turning to enter the room. He had warned him that such tricks were futile. Did he really believe he could outsmart the young master? On the battlefield, tens of thousands of enemies had been led in circles by him. How could Chongping think he could deceive him? Chongping sighed as he gazed at Anu's quarters. He had truly made an effort and wished to assist her, but alas, he could not outwit the young master. Suddenly recalling something, he hurried over. Anu, I'm coming. Anu hurriedly locked the drawer. Brother Chongping, what brings you here? Come with me, I want to show you something. Oh, all right. Anu nodded and quickly followed Chongping to the warehouse in the backyard. Upon seeing the oversized lock, which was almost the size of her head, Anu looked puzzled. Brother Chongping, what could be inside? It seems to hold something valuable given such a large lock. You'll find out once we go in, Chongping said as he unlocked the padlock. Pushing open the heavy door, Anu was instantly taken aback by what lay within. Oh my, these are all treasures, aren't they? The shelves were brimming with boxes of various sizes, their exquisite appearances suggesting that they contained precious items. Indeed, Chongping nodded, heading towards one side, while Anu hurriedly followed. After navigating several turns, they arrived at a shelf filled with fabric of every color, leaving Anu once again astonished. Such an abundance of cloth. She craned her neck to gaze upward. There's more here than in a clothing store, she remarked, running her fingers over the smooth, luxurious material, clearly of high quality. Stop staring and take it. Chongping handed her a piece of black fabric. This color is suitable for your training garments, he added, then passed her several pieces in pink, sky blue, and dark green, along with 2 white ones ideal for undergarments. Brother Chongping, why are you taking so much fabric? Anu questioned, looking at the pile in her arms. These vibrant colors don't seem meant for the young master. This is for your clothing. Huh? Anu was taken aback, immediately grasping Chongping's arm. Brother Chongping, don't. If the young master finds out, he will surely be furious. So much fabric for her garments would certainly provoke his anger. If the young master hasn't given the word, do I have the authority to take this? Chongping shot her an exasperated look. Although he managed everything in the estate, nothing could be done without the young master's consent. Are you saying the young master has approved this? Anu queried, astonished. Can all this fine fabric truly be for her? Of course. If he hadn't agreed, would I have brought you here? Brother Chongping, that is sufficient. Don't take any more. Anu interjected, feeling uneasy despite the young master's approval. If he were to learn about this excess, it could lead to trouble. Just one more. Chongping insisted, pulling out a piece of navy fabric. The young master is being generous this time. We must seize the opportunity. What if the young master becomes displeased? Anu worriedly looked at the fabric in her hands. This is far too much, all exquisite materials. What if he sees it and gets angry? Relax, the young master hasn't specified how many outfits you should have. We might as well make good use of this chance to create a few more sets. Currently, you only have 1 set for washing, and it's already worn out. We must take advantage of this opportunity. The treachery of those who betray their own kind is evident. That girl has only been here a few days, yet has already aligned herself with her. This is unacceptable. Before Anu could finish her words, she caught sight of Xuanyi entering, nearly dropping the fabric in her hands from shock. Your Highness, she exclaimed, her heart racing at the unexpected encounter. Indeed, one fears what one encounters, and now she found herself cornered by the prince. Your Highness, Chongping echoed, equally taken aback by the prince's arrival. Yet he quickly broke into a grin. I have selected only a few bolts for Anu. That should be sufficient for the time being. He must have overheard their previous conversation, for his expression was quite somber. Xuanyi cast a glance at the fabrics, which were undoubtedly the least expensive among them. Then, I shall take her to have it made. Chongping urged the dazed Anu. Hurry and go. Oh, thank you, Your Highness. Anu snapped back to reality, clutching the fabric as she timidly passed by the man. Chongping, intending to follow, received a sharp nudge from Xuanyi. You certainly know how to navigate social situations. Chapter 80. Climbing the bed. Luo Xuanyi's kick was not gentle. It caused Chongping to grimace in pain, yet he dared not utter a word and hurriedly fled, clutching his backside. Brother Chongping, I notice that the heir seems rather displeased. Perhaps we should refrain from taking these fabrics, Anu said anxiously, eyeing the excessive amount of cloth in her hands, which certainly could account for the heir's discontent. Let us depart swiftly. The heir likely does not care for such trivialities. Chongping waved his hand dismissively. The fabrics were insignificant in the heir's eyes. His irritation stemmed more from having overheard Chongping's words. After all, it was evident that he favored Anu. One could hardly blame him, as a bit more generosity from Chongping might have mitigated the situation. Oh, Anu nodded, glancing at the abundant cloth, then back at Chongping. Brother Chongping, may I keep one piece? The last 2 sets of new clothes she had brought home were destroyed by her mother and second sister, while her father and Xuanyi had yet to receive anything. This batch of dark blue fabric was just right for making each of them a garment, and considering the ample amount she possessed, it would suffice. Chongping perceived her intentions. Very well, you may keep one piece. It was clear she intended to take it home. Then I shall keep this batch of dark blue fabric, Anu replied, her face lighting up with joy. She placed the fabric inside the house, and then followed Chongping out of the courtyard. Within the residence, there was a designated area for garment making. Since it was not a festive occasion, the seamstresses had little to occupy their time and were idly waiting. Upon Chongping's entrance, they gathered around him with smiles. Master Chong, what brings you here? Oh, I'm not here for anything in particular. I've come to provide for this girl. This black fabric will be used to make her 2 sets of practice clothes. These 2 pieces are for undergarments, and these several pieces will be fashioned into outer garments, aiming for a more refined appearance. As Chongping spoke, he gestured toward the fabrics, asserting that although Anu was a servant, she was the only maid in the household and deserved garments of elegance. Rest assured, we will take care of it, the head seamstress replied, accepting the fabrics. After taking Anu's measurements and inquiring about her preferences, the 2 departed. Brother Chongping, when will the clothes be ready? As soon as they exited the courtyard, Anu eagerly inquired, her anticipation palpable at the thought of the beautiful garments. They shall be ready soon. With so many seamstresses, you will be able to wear them in no time, Chongping reassured her, amused by her excitement. Oh, Brother Chongping, why is the heir providing me with so many clothes? Because you have behaved well and have listened to the heir's words. Moving forward, you must put more effort into your practice. If the heir is pleased, the rewards will extend far beyond these garments. Chongping recognized Anu's sincerity and felt it necessary to guide her further. Brother Chongping, you need not worry. I will certainly heed the heir's words and practice diligently. I will not disappoint him, Anu declared earnestly, her conviction stemming from a genuine appreciation for the heir's kindness. Very well, as long as you understand. Chongping nodded in satisfaction. The 2 continued their jovial conversation as they made their way back. However, halfway through their journey, they were halted by Granny Wu. Anu, the old matriarch requests your presence. Me? Anu pointed to her own nose and glanced at Chongping, uncertain about the reason the old lady had summoned her. You should go, Chongping said, casting a quick glance her way. Since the old lady had called for her, it was clear she had to comply. Oh, Anu nodded and followed Mama Wu to the old lady's courtyard. Upon arrival, she saw the old lady just emerging from the Buddha hall. I pay my respects to you. My lady, Anu greeted. The old lady nodded, scrutinizing Anu closely. The only flaw she noted was that the girl was a bit too slender. If she were a tad plumper, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty. Xuanyi, that young man, certainly had a discerning eye. Feeling slightly anxious under the old lady's unwavering gaze, Anu asked, My lady, do you have matters to discuss with me? The old lady's intense scrutiny made her feel rather uncomfortable. Oh, there are a few things I wish to share with you, the old lady replied. then turned to Mama Wu. Mama Wu presented 2,000 taels of silver notes that had been prepared in advance. This is for you from the old lady. Accept it. Huh? Anu gasped, her mouth agape as she stared at the 2,000 taels, perplexed by the old lady's intentions. Accept it. I have a task for you. The old lady insisted. My lady, if you have something to ask, there is no need to offer me money, Anu replied, fully aware of her financial struggles, yet understanding the gravity of accepting money from the highest authority in the manner. Unless she wished to court disaster, she would not dare accept such a sum. This task may require some sacrifice on your part. Hence you should accept this money. Sacrifice? Anu looked bewildered at the old lady, sensing that this was not a proposition of good fortune. Indeed, I wish for you to share the bed of the air. This money is your compensation, the old lady stated. Having observed her grandson's apparent affection for this girl over time, she hoped that perhaps Anu's presence might alleviate Xuanyi's ailment. Share a bed? Anu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated the old lady would bring up such a matter. Precisely. Should you succeed in becoming the heir's partner, I will ensure you receive recognition. Despite your humble status, if this endeavor bears fruit, it would be a significant achievement, and you shall be acknowledged. Well, my lady, I fear this may not be feasible. Why is that? Because I do not serve the heir closely, and he harbors aversion to such actions. Even if I attempted it, I would likely fail. My lady, perhaps you should seek another. Anu pushed the silver notes back towards the old lady. Chongping had warned her repeatedly not to entertain such thoughts. She was not ready to jeopardize her life. That is not an insurmountable issue. If you're willing to put in the effort, there are ways to navigate this. Even if it does not succeed, I shall not hold you accountable. After all, I know my grandson's temperament better than anyone. If it fails, the blame cannot lie with you. So, if it does not succeed, you will not blame me? Anu's eyes lit up. If that were the case, she might just consider agreeing to the proposal. That is quite natural, regardless of success or failure. I shall not hold you accountable. Please keep the money. The old lady nodded with a smile. This was merely a test, and the outcome mattered little. Very well. I shall acquiesce to this matter. Anu tucked the banknote into her bosom. With such assurance, her heart felt steadier. Exiting the old lady's courtyard, her heartbeat raced uncontrollably. The thought of carrying 2,000 taels of silver felt surreal. 2,000 taels, indeed, would alleviate a significant portion of the famine. Her pace quickened, as if lingering too long might result in someone snatching it away, and her excitement surged. Just as she was about to dash back to the courtyard to share this monumental news with the heir, someone called out to her from behind. Miss Anu, please wait a moment. Chapter 81. Do you dare to claim this money? Upon hearing her name called, Anu turned around to find it was Mama Xiang, who served beside the princess. Mama Xiang, did you call for me? Miss Anu, the princess has summoned you. Me? Do you know what this is about? Why is she looking for me today? You will find out once you arrive. Matters concerning our masters are not for us servants to discuss casually. Oh, very well. Anu nodded and followed Mama Xiang to the princess's courtyard, where the princess was enjoying tea. Greetings, your highness. You may leave us for now. The princess instructed her attendants. Anu pondered the significance of the matter, as everyone had been dismissed. The princess turned her gaze to Anu. I shall not beat around the bush. I have summoned you to help you become the young master's woman. Anu was taken aback. It was no wonder that people said that a mother-in-law's character often reflected in her daughter-in-law. This was certainly true in her case. Both the princess and the old matriarch had sought her for this very reason. Understanding Anu's astonishment, the princess glanced at Mama Xiang, who promptly handed over 2,000 taels of silver notes that had been prepared. Take this. If you succeed in this endeavor, I will ensure the young master grants you a title. Recently, it had come to her attention that Xuanyi had been particularly protective of this girl, which inspired her to entertain the idea. Perhaps, by allowing the girl to make an attempt, a miracle could occur regarding her son's condition. Anu, the sum of money offered was indeed the same. Your Highness, you know the young master's temperament. I dare not accept this. Please take it back. Do not worry. Pursue this with confidence. If anything goes awry, I will protect you. Even if it does not succeed, I shall not blame you, the princess said in a gentle tone. She understood her son's nature better than anyone else. This was merely a trial. If it were to fail, it would not matter. As for the girl, she could still be safeguarded. The princess implies that if it does not succeed, you will not hold me accountable, correct? I must clarify to avoid any misunderstandings. Of course, the princess nodded. In recent years, many women have been sent to my son's courtyard, yet none have succeeded. I do not harbor great hopes this time. I simply wish to try once more. Very well, I shall accept this money. Since the princess had said so, Anu felt reassured. Yes, as long as you accomplish this, I will ensure Xuanyi grants you a title. Even if the girl holds a lowly status, if she manages to succeed, elevating her to a concubine is certainly feasible. Thank you, Your Highness. Anu bowed respectfully. She had no aspirations to become a concubine. She was content with the 2,000 taels of silver notes. When she finally exited the princess's courtyard, her legs felt somewhat unsteady. The thought of possessing 4,000 taels of silver notes made her heart race. She quickly placed her hand over her chest, fearing her heart might leap out at any moment. Luo Xuanyi was presently standing at the door, attentively listening to Chongping. When he noticed Anu running back, "She has returned," Chongping remarked, turning his gaze towards Anu. "What did the old lady want from you?" It's better to discuss this inside," Anu replied, glancing at the people in the courtyard. "Such matters cannot be spoken of here. If they overheard, it would be disastrous." "Oh, very well." Chongping exchanged a knowing look with Luo Xuanyi. Clearly, there was something significant at hand. The group entered the room, while Anu dashed to the door to ensure no one was outside. Confirming their solitude, she closed the door, leaving Luo Xuanyi and Chongping perplexed. What could be so serious to render her this anxious? "Your Highness, I not only visited the old lady, but also the princess," Anu began. She recounted the events that transpired in both the old lady's and the princess's courtyards, leaving Luo Xuanyi in a state of exasperation. "You have already discussed everything with grandmother and mother, yet you still meddle?" "Your Highness, the old lady and the princess gifted me these banknotes, 4,000 taels in total." Anu placed the notes on the table. "You dare accept this money? Do you truly intend to consort with him?" Luo Xuanyi's expression darkened. "One may fool others, but to deceive grandmother and mother is unacceptable. Why not accept it? Both the old lady and the princess assured me that I would not be blamed if it didn't work out. If you were to strike me afterward, it would merely signify my failure in seduction, and the matter would be settled." Anu pointed to her already swelling face, reasoning that since both the old lady and the princess had absolved her of blame, it would all be forgotten in due time. "Strike you? Do you comprehend the fate of those who have attempted to seduce him?" Luo Xuanyi shot a disapproving glance at Anu. "Do you truly believe that merely being struck after such an encounter would suffice? If that were the case, this courtyard would not be so tranquil. What else could happen?" Anu inquired, puzzled by Luo Xuanyi's response. "It's not as if I committed a grave crime. A mere beating would suffice, wouldn't it? Surely, there is nothing worse than that. Foolish girl, go and inquire. Which of those who have attempted to seduce the prince has survived?" Chongping interjected. "Those who seek to bed the prince harbor ulterior motives, and how could he possibly let them live?" Anu's face registered shock as she glanced at the prince, swallowing nervously. "Surely, they don't all meet such a grim fate. Your Highness, I do not genuinely wish to seduce him. I cannot be treated like those individuals," she protested, merely desiring to earn some silver, with no intention of pursuing the prince in such a manner. "There is but one fate for those who attempt to seduce the prince, and you alone have survived. Do you think the old lady and the princess would believe that?" Chongping poked Anu's forehead, noting her lack of wisdom in this instance. "Then I shall return the money immediately," she exclaimed, realizing that her initial thought of accepting the money to alleviate her hunger had overlooked the complexities involved. "So, this money must be returned," she declared, but before she could act, Luo Xuanyi called her back. "How shall I return it?" "To assert that you deceived them, with no intention of pursuing intimacy. Do you believe you can come back from this? I have never encountered such foolishness. Even if both grandmother and mother possess amiable temperaments, they would not tolerate such deception. What should we do now?" Anu found herself in a quandary. It was neither feasible to return nor to retain the matter. What should be done? "You should return for now." Luo Xuanyi waved his hand. "Regardless of the outcome, this money cannot be returned. We can only proceed with the error." But Anu wished to say more, yet was interrupted by Chongping. "You should return for now. Everything is under the watch of the heir. He cast a knowing glance at Anu. With the heir present, can anything truly go awry? Besides, this is not a matter of life and death. Oh, Anu nodded. Just as she was about to exit, her steps faltered. By the way, my lord, since you have retained this money, I now owe you 5,000 taels of silver. This fortune was indeed earned by me. Chapter 82. On the brink of death after Anu departed, Chongping approached Xuanyi. Your Highness, since Anu has already received the funds, shouldn't we at least make some effort? After all, she has taken money from both the old lady and the princess. It is only right that she does something in return. What do you propose? Xuanyi shot Chongping a glance. Neither my grandmother nor my mother are strangers to her. Besides, I've made it clear that there is no need for any unnecessary gestures. Anu is a sincere girl. Perhaps we could assist her. Chongping's suggestion was abruptly interrupted by Xuanyi. Enough. One might think that she has bestowed upon you some considerable favor, given how you advocate for her. The following morning, when Anu arrived at the training ground, Xuanyi was already waiting there. Remembering the 4,000 taels of silver she had just returned, her heart swelled with joy. She no longer required anyone's support. Upon reaching the training ground, she commenced her practice with utmost seriousness and diligence, her good spirits evidently contributing to her excellent state. She leaped and darted with a grace reminiscent of a young swallow. Your Highness, Anu is in remarkable form today, Moin remarked, nodding toward Anu. Her movements and breath control have noticeably improved. Of course she is doing well. She just returned 4,000 taels. Xuanyi responded, a smirk playing on his lips. Last night, she woke up laughing multiple times. And my grandmother and mother did as well, having given her such a substantial sum. At this rate, she might repay the entire 10,000 taels rather swiftly. Anu shared this sentiment, having previously thought that repaying such a sum would be a lifelong endeavor. She never imagined that money from affluent families could be so easily acquired. Thus, she contemplated how to seek out further opportunities for profit. If she continued at this pace, repaying the remaining 5,000 taels no longer seemed like a distant dream. With her spirits high, everything flowed effortlessly, and she practiced far more than usual, completing 2 additional rounds before finishing for the day. As Anu joyfully made her way home, Xuanyi was about to return to his quarters when Xiao Linzi rushed over. Your Highness, a letter for you. Very well. Xuanyi took the letter and, upon reading its contents, a sardonic smile crept across his face. It seems they are growing impatient. The letter informed him that concubine Qin had summoned a highly skilled sorcerer, clearly intending to target him. Should we take any precautions? Chongping inquired, glancing at the letter. Now that we are aware of this, we cannot merely wait idly. Let's first send someone to observe the situation. We are not yet certain of their intentions. It would be prudent to gather concrete information before making any decisions. Meanwhile, Anu rested in her room for a while before deciding to head to the kitchen for breakfast. However, just as she stepped over the threshold, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a sudden warmth beneath her. Blood soaked through her trousers, leaving her utterly terrified. What could be the matter? Why am I bleeding so profusely? A sharp pain gripped her abdomen, causing her entire body to tremble, while a wave of anxiety washed over her. She feared she must be gravely ill, on the brink of death. Hastily, she opened a drawer and stuffed all her money into her pockets. Clutching her belly and leaning against the door for support, she struggled to step outside. Just as Xuanyi had finished his breakfast and was preparing to leave, he noticed Anu, hunched over and clutching her stomach, entering the room. Brother Chongping, what has happened to you? Chongping exclaimed, astonished. You seemed perfectly fine moments ago. Why you look so pale and sweaty now? What is wrong? Xuanyi's gaze fell in shock upon her trousers, which were stained with an alarming amount of blood. What could have caused this injury? He wondered, horrified. Goodness, why is there so much blood? Chongping echoed, equally shocked. I have no idea where this girl is hurt. How could she be bleeding so profusely? Brother Chongping, I fear I may not survive. If I die, please ensure that this money reaches my parents. And those belongings of mine, they are of no use to you. Please send them to my parents as well. Anu painfully extended her hand, offering her money to Chongping, before clutching her stomach again in agony. Never before had she experienced such a situation. She was certain she was gravely ill and needed to arrange her final affairs before it was too late. No sooner had she spoken than her legs weakened, and she collapsed. Anu, Xuanyi gasped, swiftly catching her. Quickly, summon the physician. Yes. Moine dashed out of the room. Xuanyi carried Anu back to her chamber, with Chongping anxiously following behind. Anu, what on earth has happened to you? You were perfectly fine just a moment ago. How did it come to this? I do not know. My stomach suddenly began to hurt terribly. I think I might be dying. Anu's voice trembled with fear. Having never encountered such a condition in her life, the intense pain in her abdomen made her feel as if death was imminent. Do not speak such nonsense. The physician will arrive shortly to examine you, Xuanyi said, his brow furrowed with concern. He had never seen her in such distress, and his heart was heavy with worry. Indeed, what do you mean by dying? You are still so young. Chongping chimed in, trying to provide some comfort. He glanced outside again, wondering why Moine had not yet returned. Young master, I fear I may not last much longer. The 5,000 taels I owe you can only be repaid in the next life. She had previously hoped to find a way to earn money to repay the debt, but now it seemed impossible. She resigned herself to the thought of repaying him in another life. Be quiet. Xuanyi's brow tightened further, his irritation mounting. He had no desire to hear such talk, and turned to Chongping. Has Moine not returned yet? He is growing increasingly useless. He has been gone far too long. I shall go check. Chongping began to turn, just as Moine burst in, accompanied by the physician. The physician has arrived. Quickly examine her, Xuanyi urged, stepping aside to make way. As the physician approached the bed where Anu lay, he gasped for breath. No, no. Is it not the young master who is ill? Throughout this tumultuous journey, Moine felt as though he might be swept away, believing the young lord to be afflicted by an illness. Enough of this nonsense. You must hasten to examine Anu. Chongping urged the physician of the manor forward. In this critical moment of life and death, there was no time for trivialities. Ah, very well. The physician nodded, breathless, as he approached Anu, placing his hand upon her pulse, his brow immediately furrowing in concern. How is it? Xuanyi asked anxiously, his gaze fixed upon the physician. Observing the deep furrows on his brow, he feared that Anu's condition might indeed be grave. The physician remained silent for a moment longer. He glanced at the blood on Anu's trousers, hesitating before finally inquiring, how long has it been since you last menstruated? This young lady, aside from her frailty and blood stasis, exhibited no signs of any life-threatening ailment. She should be out of immediate danger. Menstruation? I have never had it, Anu replied, looking at the physician with a hint of surprise. She was aware that girls of a certain age would begin to menstruate, yet she had never experienced it herself. You have never had your menstruation? The physician was taken aback. Chapter 83. Something happened upon hearing that Anu had yet to experience her monthly cycle. The physician was genuinely taken aback. At her age, many young women had already given birth. It was astonishing that this girl had not yet had her first menstruation. After carefully examining her pulse, he turned his attention to the visibly anxious Xuanyi and the others. Anu is not in any mortal danger. It appears she has merely begun her monthly cycle, and the profuse bleeding is likely due to it being her first time, he clarified. Has she really not known about this? Xuanyi asked, momentarily stunned as he glanced again at Anu. He had thought she might have contracted a serious illness, only to discover it was a natural occurrence. How could you not be aware of this at your age? Chongping chided, glaring at Anu. To be so uninformed at such an age almost made us believe you were on the brink of death. I've never experienced it before. I didn't know what it was. Anu pouted, feeling a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Having never gone through this herself, she had assumed the severe abdominal pain signaled something far more dire. Then she's all right? Xuanyi inquired of the physician. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of a girl's first menstruation, he sensed that Anu's experience was unusually intense. Anu has been weak since childhood, compounded by poor nutrition and exposure to cold, leading to her late onset. The pain she feels is indeed quite severe, the physician explained. With a few days of herbal treatment, she should begin to feel better. Then please prepare some medicine for her. Xuanyi sighed in relief, grateful that the situation was not as grim as he had feared. Certainly, I shall return shortly with the necessary herbs, the physician replied, departing with his medicine box. Watching the physician leave, Anu turned to Chongping. Brother Chongping, may I have that money now? Since it seems I am not gravely ill. I want Tini to send any to my parents. Absolutely not. Chongping retorted, casting her an exasperated look. The scare she had given them had left him drenched in sweat. Come on, just a little bit of money, please. Anu smiled mischievously. She had not intended to frighten them. Even she was taken aback by the experience. You should seek out an experienced woman to guide her, Xuanyi suggested to Chongping. Since this is Anu's first cycle, she will likely need assistance in understanding it. As she turned to return to her room, noticing the stains on her hands, Anu couldn't help but chuckle as she washed up. Experiencing her first menstruation had certainly kept the men in a flurry, a testament to Anu's resilience. Soon, Aunt Yun was summoned, carrying supplies for her monthly needs. After a thorough explanation, Anu finally understood how to utilize these items. Placing the warm, hot water bottle on her abdomen, she beamed with delight. Aunt Yun, this feels rather comforting, she exclaimed. Initially, she had feared that holding something so warm in the heat of summer would be unbearable, but it turned out to be quite soothing, alleviating her pain significantly. Your body is too cold. You must take care in the future, Aunt Yin advised. Yes, Anu nodded, adjusting the hot water bottle against her belly, pleasantly surprised that it could ease her discomfort. With the onset of her monthly cycle, Anu was advised against engaging in any vigorous activities. Consequently, for the next few days, she refrained from practicing her skills. Other than meals and the occasional trip to the restroom, she seldom ventured outside. After a few days of not seeing her, Xuanyi felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Upon hearing a noise from the adjoining room, he hurriedly rose and stepped outside, only to find Anu hunched over, clutching her abdomen. What are you doing? Why are you bent over like that? Is your stomach still hurting? To the restroom. Anu gestured towards the distant facility. Is your stomach still in pain? It's no longer painful. Then why are you holding your belly? Xuanyi questioned, a frown creasing his forehead. Because I'm afraid I might fall. Anu revealed the hot water bottle she had been safeguarding. This precious gift from Aunt Yun was irreplaceable, and if it were to break, she would be left without it next time. If you're worried about dropping it, then why are you carrying it? Xuanyi's expression darkened further. Since your stomach doesn't hurt anymore, is it really necessary to still be holding onto the hot water bottle? Aren't you feeling excessively warm? Well, I'm still a bit uncomfortable, Anu insisted, tucking the bottle back against her abdomen. Aunt Yun had mentioned that her severe cold constitution was the cause of her discomfort, and the hot water bottle was meant to alleviate the stagnation. Watching her shuffle slowly towards the restroom, Xuanyi could only shake his head in disbelief. Just then, Xiaolin entered with urgency. Anu, your brother is here to see you. Which brother? Anu straightened her posture immediately. Your brother, he's outside. My brother? Where is he? Did something happen at home? Why else would Erzhan come looking for me? At the back door. He says it's urgent, and seems like something's wrong at home. You should go check. Something's wrong. Anu's eyes widened in alarm. The gravity of the situation struck her. She could not afford to delay even a moment longer. She dashed outside, forgetting the hot water bottle, which shattered upon hitting the ground. Yet, there was no time to lament this loss as she sprinted out of the yard. Xuanyi. Now she felt no discomfort. Anu raced to the back gate, where she indeed found Erzhan anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting her, he rushed over, urgency etched across his face. Big sister, something terrible has happened. Mother and Ernie are missing. Missing? When did they disappear? My father and I returned from gathering firewood and found the house in disarray, with no sign of Mother and Ernie. Feeling that something was amiss, I hurried to find you. Urshuin's expression was fraught with worry as he recounted their chaotic return home, the unsettling disorder, and the absence of their mother and sister. Could they have gone to the embroidery shop to deliver their work? Anu's anxiety heightened. Although she voiced this possibility, her heart rejected it. If Mother and Ernie had indeed gone to the shop, the house would not be in such disarray. Something must have gone awry. Father has already visited the embroidery shop and reported that Mother and second sister are not there. It is only now that I hasten to inform you. So, please wait a moment. I must first request a leave of absence. As Anu turned to rush back, she nearly collided with Xuanyi. Your Highness, a calamity has befallen my family, and I wish to request a leave. Mother and second sister must surely be in trouble. She must return home swiftly. Xuanyi nodded, having overheard her earlier words. It seems that her mother and sister are indeed in distress. Thank you, Your Highness, Anu exclaimed, then took hold of Shunzi's hand. Let's go home. The siblings dashed back, their hearts sinking at the sight of the chaotic scene before them. It was evident that someone had intruded, and a fierce struggle must have ensued, for the disorder was beyond comprehension. Upon seeing his daughter return, Yi Daniu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. My child, it appears that something has indeed happened to your mother and sister. Chapter 84. Where are my mother and sister? Upon returning, Anu found Yi Daniu standing foolishly in the courtyard. She rushed into the house, and upon seeing the disarray within, her heart plummeted. Was this a robbery? Yet, their family was not affluent. Why would anyone target them? Could it be an enemy? Having resided here for so long, she had not made any foes unless. Her eyes ignited with fury. It must be Zhang San and his gang. Otherwise, they would not have taken her mother and younger sister. Seeing his sister dash out of the house, Shunzi hurriedly followed. Sister, where are you going? I'm going to find that scoundrel Zhang San. Anu exclaimed as she burst out of the courtyard. She sprinted straight to Zhang San's home, kicking his door open with force. Who the hell is looking for trouble? Zhang Posey, an elderly woman, grimaced as she emerged from the house. Before she could even recognize her visitor, Anu seized her by the throat. Where are my mother and sister? I don't know where they are. A flicker of guilt flashed in Zhang Posey's eyes. Wasn't he that girl sold off? How could she have returned? If you don't tell me, I will wait for your sons to come back and collect your corpse. Anu seethed, her teeth clenched. The old woman, sensing the deception in her words, was dragged inside by Anu, who reached for a nearby heavy shovel. If you do not speak, I shall end you with this shovel. Seeing the murderous intent in Anu's eyes sent a shiver down Zhang Posey's spine. I don't know anything. Where are Zhang San and his cronies? Anu brandished the shovel. They are at the gambling house. They are all at the gambling house. Zhang Posey blurted, retreating in fear. At this moment, her own life took precedence over her son's. The gambling house. Anu's eyes blazed with rage. She discarded the shovel and raced out of the courtyard, sprinting towards the gambling den. Upon entering, she shouted at the top of her lungs, Zhang San, you bastard, come out. The patrons turned, stunned to see Anu. Most were locals who recognized her, and upon witnessing her bloodshot eyes, they readied themselves for a confrontation. Anu had dared to confront Zhang San and his brothers before. They dared not provoke her, stepping aside to clear a path. When she found no sign of Zhang San or his brothers inside, Anu's patience wore thin. Zhang San, come out. She approached the gambling table and, with a swift kick, shattered it to pieces. Following that, she struck another table with a palm, reducing it to rubble. In a mere blink, she had destroyed 4 main tables, leaving the onlookers in shock. This girl is astonishingly powerful. They had only known her for her strength, but little did they realize she possessed martial skills as well. What was happening? Zhang San, bare-chested, entered the scene, having heard the commotion from the back courtyard, utterly perplexed by the chaos unfolding. Upon seeing Zhang San, Anu immediately rushed over. Where have you taken my mother and sister? Zhang San was taken aback. This girl had found him so swiftly. Surveying the room, filled with broken tables, he grinned. Your mother and sister are in the backyard, helping me with some work. He gestured towards the back. Having not dealt with this girl previously, he thought it was an opportune moment to resolve this matter as well, especially since she was far more striking than her sister. Upon hearing that her mother and second sister were indeed there, Anu dashed towards the backyard without a moment's hesitation. Come here. Zhang San signaled to a dozen men. With their numbers, they could surely subdue her. As Anu burst into the backyard, she heard her mother's voice and kicked open one of the doors. Mother, seeing Zhang De and Zhang Er tearing at Zhao's clothing, her eyes blazed with fury. Beasts! She rushed forward in a single leap. With 2 swift kicks, she knocked Zhang De and Zhang Er away from Zhao. Eldest sister. Zhao's eyes brightened, tears streaming down her face. Eldest sister, they have taken second sister away. Please save her. Previously hearing their intentions to sell her sister, she feared for her safety. Today, no one shall leave. Zhang San entered, wielding a club, accompanied by his men. You wretched girl, you will not escape today. How dare you invade my gambling den? You must be tired of living. Eldest sister, you must flee. Do not worry about me. Zhao stared in terror at Zhang San and his men. Aware of her daughter's strength, she still feared that the sheer number of men would overwhelm her, urging her to run before it was too late. Mother, do not be afraid. Anu pulled Zhao behind her. Zhang San, where have you taken my sister? You mean second sister? By now, she has likely been deflowered. Ha ha ha. Zhang San laughed arrogantly, pointing at Zhao's nose. Unfortunately, your mother is a bit too old to catch anyone's eye. She will serve us instead. Ha! Just as Zhang San was about to laugh again, Anu appeared before him, and before he could react, she delivered a crushing kick to his groin. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the room. Zhang San clutched his groin, rolling on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Get her, kill her. He glared at Anu, seething with rage. He hadn't anticipated that this girl would strike so viciously. It seemed he was on the verge of ruin. Get her. Zhang beckoned to those behind him. A dozen men armed with clubs closed in. Zhao, terrified, instinctively moved to protect her daughter, but Anu pulled her back. Mother, stay behind. Anu's gaze was icy. As Zhang De and his men approached, she pushed Zhao aside and executed a sweeping kick, taking down 4 or 5 of them in one motion. Following that, she unleashed 2 swift spinning kicks, incapacitating a few more. In the blink of an eye, the dozen men lay sprawled on the ground. They either hugged their legs or clutched their arms, each one grimacing and groaning. Zhang San's face was a portrait of astonishment. Wasn't this girl merely strong? When did she acquire such formidable skills? Zhang De and Zhang Er stood there like fools, utterly dumbfounded. With just a few moves, this girl had felled over a dozen individuals. It was simply astonishing. The Zhao family also wore expressions of disbelief. How had their daughter become so capable? As they watched Anu charging towards them, Zhang De and Zhang Er recoiled in fear, contemplating a hasty retreat. Anu leapt forward, blocking their path, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhang De flying, then seized Zhang Er by the throat. Where's my sister? Her once exquisite and beautiful face now radiated an icy menace, particularly her blood-red eyes, which instilled a chilling terror in those who beheld them. She appeared as a demon from hell, causing Zhang Er to tremble uncontrollably. Your sister? She was sold. Chapter 85. No turning back upon hearing Zhang Er's words that Er and I had been sold. Anu felt a surge of fury rise to her head. Sold where? Her grip tightened even more. Sold to the 4th young master of the Guangling Wangfu, Lu Xuanfei. Lu Xuanfei. Where's he? They actually sold Er and I to Lu Xuanfei. At the Yiren courtyard. The Yiren courtyard. Anu gritted her teeth in anger. Isn't that a brothel? They actually sold Er and I there. Looking at Zhang Er in front of her, she kicked him away with a fierce shove. If anything happens to my sister, I'll make your entire family pay for it. After saying that, she pulled the still-dazed Zhao Shi along. Mother, let us go. As they burst out of the gambling house, Anu turned to Zhao Shi. Mother, you go home first. I'll find Er and I. Mother doesn't know martial arts and runs slowly. She feared it would be too late. Oh, all right. Zhao Shi nodded mechanically, her mind in a daze, incapable of thought. Watching Anu head towards the Yiren courtyard, Lu Xuanyi and Mo Yin emerged from the shadows. Send someone to clear the Yiren courtyard. Given her current agitated state, who knows how much trouble she might cause? If she gets recognized, not only will she be in trouble, but I will also be implicated. Yes, Mo Yin replied, leaping away without a trace. Lu Xuanyi also closed his folding fan and swiftly pursued Anu. Meanwhile, Er and I cowered timidly in the corner of the bed, staring fearfully at Lu Xuanfei before her. Please, let me go. Go. You are worth 10 taels of silver to me. How could I possibly let you go? As long as you obediently comply and please me, I promise you a future filled with endless riches and glory. Lu Xuanfei grinned lewdly, finally satisfied with Zhang San's arrangement. This time, the merchandise was indeed exquisite. He had never encountered such tenderness before, and today he intended to indulge thoroughly. He loosened his belt, removed his outer robe, and then his inner garments, revealing his pale body, causing Er and I to tremble in fear and not dare to look up. Please spare me. Don't be afraid. I am quite gentle. He leaned in closer, grabbing Ernie's wrist and yanking her towards him. Ines claimed in fight. Be good. Let me take care of you. Lu Xuanfei pinned Ernie beneath him, his heavy lips descending towards her, when suddenly he received a kick to his rear. He was sent flying into the bed, his head colliding painfully with the wall, and he fell silent, not even letting out a groan. Sister. Upon seeing her sister, Ernie rushed over in fright. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Anu helped Ernie adjust her clothing and checked Lu Xuanfei's breath, relieved to find he was still alive. If he woke up, he would certainly seek trouble with her parents, and she would be implicated as well, dragging the young master into it. Rather than risk such consequences, it would be better to ensure he would never speak again, thus eliminating future troubles. Upon this realization, she leaped onto the bed, poised to strike a blow to Lu Xuanfei's neck. Just then, a voice called from behind her. Stop, young master. Anu turned in surprise to see Lu Xuanyi had arrived as well. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Lu Xuanyi approached, casting a glance at the unconscious Lu Xuanfei. This girl is indeed ruthless, intent on silencing him. If he survives, he will not spare our family. Anu also regarded Lu Xuanfei. Should he awaken, he would undoubtedly cause trouble for them. As commoners without power or influence, how could they possibly contend with those of his stature? You all should leave. I will handle this, Lu Xuanyi stated, eyeing Lu Xuanfei. Regardless of their grievances, he was still his cousin, and while despicable, he did not deserve death. One could not simply turn a blind eye. How will you handle it? Given Lu Xuanfei's nature, once he wakes, he will certainly seek revenge. Anu questioned, apprehensive of the repercussions of a poor resolution. You need not concern yourself with that. Just hurry and leave. But Anu attempted to express her worries, only to be interrupted by Lu Xuanyi. Do not delay. Go now. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Anu took hold of Ernie and exited the courtyard. Once they reached a secluded alley, Ernie finally regained her composure. Elder sister, I am frightened, she sobbed, clutching Anu tightly. Having never encountered such a scene before, she was utterly terrified. Fear not. It is all over now. Anu reassured her, gently patting her back. Let us return home. Our parents are waiting for us. Ernie wiped her tears, gripping her sister's hand tightly as they made their way home. Upon their return, Yi Daniu and Zhao Shi rushed over, visibly relieved. Ernie, are you unharmed? Yi Daniu pulled Ernie close, scrutinizing her for any signs of injury. Father, mother, I am fine. Thankfully, elder sister arrived just in time to save me, Ernie cried, throwing herself into Zhao Shi's embrace. It's good to hear you're safe. Thank goodness. Yi Daniu said, his eyes red with emotion. It is my failure. I could not protect my daughter and wife. I am but a useless man. Father, mother, please do not cry. I have returned safely. Yes, we shall not cry anymore, Zhao Shi said, dabbing her tears. Father, mother, I have taken a leave of absence. Since Ernie is unharmed, I shall return now. Very well. Return swiftly. There's no need to worry about home. Yi Daniu nodded. Their daughter was now someone else's, and it was not appropriate for her to return frequently. Anu offered a few final instructions before stepping out. However, after only a few steps, she halted. If she were to return as is, Zhang San and his gang would surely come looking for trouble, leaving her parents to suffer. After contemplating for a moment, she resolved to head towards the gambling den. Therefore, it was decided she would eliminate this menace entirely to spare her parents from any danger. At worst, this life of mine is but a mere trifle. After all, I am but a servant, and I can no longer expect to see brighter days ahead. Resolute in my determination, my steps quickened, yet upon arriving at the gambling den, I found it eerily deserted. Where have all the people gone? I scoured both the front and back courtyards, only to find an empty expanse. Not a soul was present, and even the belongings had been cleared away. Exiting the gambling house, I ventured to Zhang San's residence, only to encounter a similar fate. Not only was it devoid of life, but even the usual items had been removed, suggesting they had fled. Fortune favored them this time. Otherwise, their entire family would have faced annihilation. Their departure indicates a palpable fear, which likely means they shall not trouble my parents any further. Having left the premises, I returned to the Wang residence, only to be halted by Chang Ping upon entering the courtyard. Anu, the young master requests your presence. Oh, Anu nodded. Her curiosity piqued regarding the young master's subsequent actions. As she stepped into the room, she found the young master seated, sipping tea. Before she could utter a word, Lei Xian, he spoke first. Consider today's events as if they never transpired. Chapter 86. Reassurance upon hearing the young master's words. Anu displayed a look of bewilderment. How could such a significant commotion simply be disregarded? How could there possibly be no one there? She pondered. Xuanyi shot her a glance of exasperation. That minuscule advantage has clearly gone to your head. You're being utterly foolish. I was seen by so many people at the Iran courtyard today. Anu's voice trailed off abruptly. As she recalled her visit to the Iran courtyard, it struck her that she had not encountered anyone there. Wasn't that supposed to be the peak hour for business? How could it possibly be deserted? Foolish girl, the young master has already taken care of everything. No one witnessed anything. Just act as though nothing occurred. Changping interjected with a smug smile, confident that with the young master involved, no problem remained insurmountable. You handled it, young master? Anu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. If the Iran courtyard had indeed been empty, could it be that the young master had received word in advance? How could he have acted so swiftly? This is not something you need to inquire about. Simply assume that nothing transpired, Xuanyi replied, rolling his eyes at her. If he couldn't manage something so trivial, then the people he employed were truly useless. Oh, very well. Thank you, young master. Anu expressed her gratitude sincerely, touched by how much assistance he had provided her. Yet, a flicker of concern remained in her heart, especially given that Zhang San and his cohorts had fled. Speak your mind, Xuanyi urged, observing her sigh as if she bore the weight of the world. It's nothing, Anu replied, tugging at the corners of her mouth. After all, he had already done her such a great service. It felt inappropriate to voice any other concerns. Speak up, don't end up causing me more trouble. Changping encouraged her, insisting that she articulate any worries she had, for the young master was quite capable of resolving them. I am just worried because I haven't found Zhang San and his group. I fear they might trouble my parents, Anu confessed, lowering her gaze. The more she thought about it on her way back, the more anxious she became, fearing that in her absence, they might harass her family. With their ruthless disposition, her parents would certainly be in peril. You need not worry. They will not trouble your parents again, Xuanyi assured her, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. Why? Anu looked intently at him, unsure how he could speak with such certainty. How could the dead speak? Xuanyi replied in a calm manner, as if stating the most ordinary fact. Young master, did you kill them all? Anu ventured, interpreting his words to mean that they had indeed been eliminated. Zhang San and his brothers had wreaked havoc upon innocent women, and even their mother had been complicit. Such malefactors were best rid of. Mo-in took over the conversation, remarking that there was no need for leniency towards such vile creatures. Thank you, young master, Anu exclaimed, exhilarated as she clutched Xuanyi's sleeve. You are truly wonderful. Now I am completely at ease. Well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave, Xuanyi said, suppressing a smile. Laughing like a fool, she truly does a disservice to her beauty. Yes, the maid shall return at once. With a light heart, Anu exited the room, her worries dissipated. After her departure, Xuanyi turned his attention to Changping. How is the fourth young master faring? In response to the air, he should be awakening soon, Changping replied with a smile, nodding his head. Anu's kick was certainly forceful, but it is likely he will regain consciousness shortly. At that moment, Xuanfei had just regained awareness, staring blankly at the second madam. Mother, how did I return? He remembered being in Iran courtyard, ready to enjoy the company of a lovely maiden, when someone had kicked him, and then everything went dark. You still question it? I have told you countless times. Stay away from such places. The second madam wiped away her tears, having been terrified when he was carried back. Mother, how exactly did I come back? Xuanfei rubbed his foggy forehead, utterly clueless. It is truly thanks to your elder brother. Today, Iran courtyard was attacked by robbers. Your brother happened to pass by, and, upon hearing you were inside, brought you back. Robbers? Were they apprehended? He had visited Iran courtyard many times, and had never heard of such a thing. No, They say the robbers were quite fierce, taking what they wanted and leaving. You were knocked unconscious by them. Fortunately, your brother arrived in time to bring you back. Otherwise, you may not have returned alive. The second madam sniffled again, acknowledging that it was indeed her son's life that was saved by the heir. Oh, Lu Xuanfei nodded. He had not anticipated becoming embroiled in such an affair. You are forbidden for going to such places again. Do you hear me? Had it not been for the heir bringing you back, the consequences are too dreadful to contemplate. You are my only son. Understood. Lu Xuanfei frowned. Since robbers had come, the lovely maiden must have been taken as well. It was indeed a pity he had not enjoyed her company. He touched his painfully sore backside and gasped. That really hurts. One kick knocked me out. It seems the robbers possess some skill. The following morning, when Lu Xuanyi arrived at the training grounds, Anu was already practicing. She seemed particularly diligent today. Typically, she arrived only after completing her own training. Yet today, she had outpaced him, having already practiced for some time. Emoine nodded towards Anu, signaling her determination. Likely fueled by the gratitude she felt towards the heir for his assistance the previous day. Lu Xuanyi remained silent, his thoughts aligning with her motivations, recognizing that her hardworking spirit was a reflection of her appreciation for his help. Just as he intended to stretch and begin his own practice, Chongping approached. My lord, Aunt Qin has invited that esteemed monk, and he is currently in the old matriarch's courtyard. Oh, it seems I have more tasks ahead of me. Meanwhile, the masters of each courtyard had gathered in the old matriarch's quarters. Matriarch, I visited Lingyan Temple yesterday to pay my respects and happened to encounter Master Xiankong. Upon observing my countenance, it has been foretold that calamity looms over my household, and I am greatly troubled in my heart. Thus, I took the liberty of summoning the esteemed master. Lady Qin gazed at the venerable monk clad in robes beside her. With Master Xiankong present, disbelief was not an option. Good day, esteemed matron and all honorable guests. Master Xiankong joined his palms in greeting. Ah, Master Xiankong, please be seated. The matron respectfully mirrored his gesture. Pray tell, what misfortunes does Master Xiankong perceive to befall the house of Guangling? Were it anyone else, I would harbor skepticism. However, Master Xiankong is a revered monk of Lingyan Temple, possessing a certain credibility that others acknowledge as well. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Master Xiankong, hearts tense with apprehension, fearing calamity might befall the estate. Aware of the scrutiny upon him, Master Xiankong once again joined his palms. To speak candidly, esteemed matron, the house of Guangling is beset with a heavy malevolence that has already begun to affect its fortune. Chapter 87. The heavy malevolence. Upon hearing that the Wang residence was plagued by malevolence, the expressions of all present darkened. Master, what consequences arise from such heavy malevolence? Lady Wan gazed at Master Xiankong in terror. The esteemed monk's words carried weight. If he spoke of calamity, then indeed, the Wang residence was in dire straits. Though others remained silent, their anxious glances toward Master Xiankong spoke volumes, revealing their shared apprehension. The presence of heavy malevolence not only jeopardizes the fortune of the Wang residence, but also invites misfortune. While the prince and the heir fought valiantly for their homeland, the innocent souls perished by their swords, transformed into vengeful spirits, manifesting as malevolence. If this continues, the residents of the Wang residence would inevitably suffer a backlash. What form might this backlash take? The old matriarch felt a surge of anxiety. This had been her lingering concern. Her son and grandson had slain countless enemies over the years. If those vengeful spirits sought retribution, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. The first to suffer would likely be her descendants, leading not only to a dwindling lineage, but potentially to the extinction of the Wang family. Upon hearing Master Xiankong's words, Lady Wan grew increasingly anxious. Master, is there any remedy for this? If the backlash affects my descendants, will my son not be implicated? He is destined to become the heir. Nothing must befall him. Indeed, Master, is there a way to alleviate this? The princess echoed her concern, her face etched with worry. If the backlash were to strike her sons, what would become of her as a mother? Seeing their distress, Lady Qin felt a twinge of satisfaction and signaled to Master Xiankong, who clasped his hands in prayer. Matriarch, Princess, there is no need to despair excessively. The situation is not beyond remedy. Then, please enlighten us, Master. The old matriarch's eyes gleamed with hope. As long as a solution existed, there was respite. Currently, the prince is engaged in warfare, and it is unrealistic to ask him to cease his bloodshed. However, we can focus on the heir. If he abandons martial pursuits in favor of scholarly endeavors and refrains from further violence, the accumulation of malevolence can be halted. Additionally, I must conduct a ritual for the heir to guide those lost souls to peace, which will naturally dissipate the malevolence in the residence. Yet, what is it? The princess inquired impatiently, her anxiety mounting, fearing the master might utter something disheartening. The delay may have rendered some matters irreparable. I implore you, Master, to clarify. The old matriarch urged, her unease palpable. Due to the extensive bloodshed caused by the heir, his vitality has been severely compromised. It is likely that he will struggle to father offspring in the future. If the Wang residence wishes to ensure its continuity, it must select a successor brimming with vitality to subdue the malevolence and ensure the family's prosperity. Shock enveloped the assembly. Master Xian Kong's implication was that the heir might be unable to bear children. It seemed the rumors circulating outside held a grain of truth. Master, is there truly no solution? A flicker of despair crossed the princess's eyes. Despite being aware of her son's infertility, a glimmer of hope lingered in her heart. Hearing the master speak thus was akin to a death sentence. It was an unbearable anguish. Indeed, Master, is there truly no alternative? The matriarch's brow was furrowed with concern. Xuanyi, the child, possessed both intellect and martial prowess, making him the unequivocal choice for the heir of the royal house. If he were not to assume the mantle of leadership, one could scarcely imagine who else could bear such a burden. It was an insurmountable dilemma. Master Xian Kong shook his head. The princess wore a visage of despair, and the matriarch sighed heavily. However, the second lady and Aunt One were quite pleased. Mother, sister-in-law, since Master Xian Kong has spoken, we must make our plans sooner rather than later, the second lady remarked, feigning a troubled expression, though her heart was elated. How fortuitous! Should the heir be deposed, her son would have a significant opportunity. Indeed, for the prosperity of the royal house, I implore the matriarch and the princess to decide promptly. Aunt One added, adopting a sorrowful demeanor while secretly reveling in the prospect that, should the heir be ousted, her son would undoubtedly ascend to his position. As they contemplated, the matriarch sighed once more. Summon the heir. Regardless of what lies ahead, we must first dispel the imminent threat. Yes, responded Granny Wu as she turned to leave. At that moment, Lu Xianyi sat in the courtyard. Can you foresee what event will transpire today? He inquired of Anu. This girl had some skill in such matters, and he was curious to hear her insights. How would I know? I am no seer, she replied. But you used to be quite adept, did you not? He pressed. That was in the past. Now, I cannot predict. Anu shook her head. In former times, significant events would provoke a twitch in my eyelids or offer me other signs. But this time, with mother and second sister in trouble, I felt no indication at all. Thus, I find myself uncertain and reluctant to boast. Xuanyi, it seems you once possessed considerable prowess, he mused. Why not divine my fate for today? I suspect my grandmother will soon send someone. So let us see if your divination skills hold true. The prospect of the heir seeking guidance surprised her. She hadn't anticipated such belief from him. Very well, I shall perform a divination for you. What would you like to inquire? Anu produced 3 copper coins from her pocket. I wish to know if anything significant will occur today. All right, she nodded in agreement. With the coins in hand, she closed her eyes and began to chant softly. When she reopened her eyes, she cast the coins aside. Oh my, heir, it appears you will not find peace today. It is no wonder you sought a divination. There is indeed something afoot. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Xianyi leaned in, though he could not decipher her words. The hexagram indicates caution, my lord. Today, you must be vigilant in all your dealings to avoid calamity. Is that so? What specific action should I take? He asked, crossing his legs. It seemed that the girl's divination bore a measure of credibility. Wait a moment. Let me consult the oracle once more. Anu picked up the coin again, closed her eyes, and murmured a few incantations before casting the coin once more. It foretold a lawsuit. The young master should refrain from reckless actions today and allow events to unfold naturally. Allow things to unfold naturally. Xuanyi furrowed his brow. He had intended to expose the secrets of Master Xiankong before the crowd, yet it seemed this girl was advising him to refrain from any actions. Indeed, the young master merely needed to let things transpire as they would, avoiding any potential calamities. Anu glanced again at the coin. Indeed, the divination indicated that should the young master act too impulsively, he might invite scandalous gossip. Xuanyi pondered this. If that were the case, all the preparations would be rendered unnecessary. Just then, Chongping approached. Young master, Granny Wu has sent word. The old matriarch requests your presence. Very well, Xuanyi nodded. That was rather prompt. He turned to Anu. Come with me. Chapter 88. The rooster lives. When Lord Xuanyi arrived at the old lady's courtyard, he noticed the unwavering gazes of everyone present. His grandmother, mother, and his second aunt, all fixated upon him. With a smile, he took a seat beside the old lady. Sensing that today's gathering was of considerable significance. Xuanyi, this is Master Xiankong from Lingyan Temple, the old lady introduced. Oh, Master Xiankong. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Xuanyi nodded politely. Your Highness, Master Xiankong responded with palms pressed together in greeting. Xuanyi, I have something to discuss with you, the old lady said, holding his hand. Master Xiankong has indicated that the bloodshed you and your father have caused has resulted in an overwhelming malevolence surrounding her household. A ritual must be performed to alleviate this. Oh, Xuanyi nodded, refraining from further comment. Now that your father is absent from the residence, your cooperation in this ritual is essential, the old lady continued, fully aware of her grandson's skepticism towards such matters. Yet, for the sake of the family's prosperity, she felt it imperative to secure his compliance. Very well. I will defer to your judgment, grandmother. Since that girl had advised him to go with the flow, he decided to heed her counsel just this once and see what transpires. The old lady was taken aback. Today, this young man appeared surprisingly obedient. She had anticipated a vehement opposition from him. Yet, this spared her the need for lengthy persuasion. Excellent. I shall make the necessary arrangements. She then turned to Granny Wu. Please prepare everything. With the young man's consent, matters became far simpler. Noticing the old lady had not mentioned Xuanyi's inability to bear children, concubine Wan grew anxious. Old lady, didn't Team Master Xiankong say the heir? Silence. This is not your place to speak. The old lady interrupted, casting a stern glare at concubine Wan. This was not an affair for a mere concubine to meddle in, especially since such matters were beyond their purview. The stakes were high, and decisions would have to wait until her son returned. Yes, concubine Wan promptly fell silent, realizing her impatience. Soon, Granny Wu had all the items for the ritual prepared, setting the location in the front courtyard. By the time everyone arrived, the table was laden with ritualistic implements and offerings. In addition to various fruits, a freshly slaughtered chicken was presented, leaving Anu in a state of bewilderment. I have never heard of the Buddhist practice of offering a chicken for the souls of the departed. Isn't that a form of further killing? Even Xuanyi found it rather peculiar. Your Highness may not be aware, but the malevolence in the residence is primarily due to the vengeful spirits of soldiers from the borders. The offering of a chicken is meant to appease their souls. Master Xiankong explained, his expression serene, giving no indication of deceit. However, an offering of chicken was not intended to soothe the spirits. Rather, it was precisely the opposite. He aimed to summon those souls back. Oh, I see, Xuanyi remarked, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Though he lacked expertise in these matters, it was evident that Master Xiankong was spinning tales, since the girl has encouraged him to follow the flow. Today he shall comply and observe what tricks he can conjure. The others, upon hearing this, dispelled their doubts. However, Anu remained unconvinced. Though somewhat inexperienced, she grasped certain theoretical foundations, understanding that this chicken was not merely for appeasing spirits. Noticing that the time was nigh, Master Xiankong instructed someone to light the candlestick on the table. Approaching, he picked up the peachwood sword, closed his eyes, and began to recite with conviction. The sword in his hand was brandished vigorously, leaving Anu even more perplexed. What exactly is this master, monk or Taoist? How can a monk use a Taoist artifact to exorcise souls? Others harbored similar uncertainties, but recalling that Master Xiankong was an enlightened monk, they refrained from further contemplation. After murmuring for a considerable time, Master Xiankong slowly opened his eyes. "Young lord, please come forth and let your blood drip into this bowl." He gestured towards the water bowl in his hand. "Must I really shed blood?" Xuanyi raised an eyebrow. How intriguing. This exorcism differed from previous ones. The heavy malevolence within the royal residence necessitated the prince's blood to pacify the spirits. Master Xiankong maintained a serene expression, betraying no hint of a flaw. "Very well." Xuanyi complied, moving towards the table. As he grasped the dagger, poised to pierce his fingertip, Anu approached. "Master, allow me to handle this," she said, taking the water bowl from Master Xiankong's hands. Positioning herself beside Xuanyi and using her body for concealment, she placed the bowl beneath the chicken's neck, collecting several drops of crimson blood. Then, she picked up the medicinal cloth, feigning diligence as she wrapped Xuanyi's finger. "Xuanyi, this girl is rather clever." By the time Master Xiankong glanced over, Anu had already tended to Xuanyi's finger, and the water in the bowl had turned a deep red. Observing the blood within the bowl, Master Xiankong's eyes flickered with satisfaction. "Young lord, please stand over here." He indicated a nearby position. "Very well." Xuanyi obediently moved to the designated spot. "Young lord, during the ritual, the souls of those who perished at your hands may become rather restless. There is no need for alarm. I shall handle everything." "Master, what do you mean by that?" The princess cast a worried glance at Xuanyi, unsure of the implications and whether there was any danger to him. "What I mean is, during the pacification of the spirits, those who once fell by the young lord's blade might seek to attach themselves to him. However, dear princess, rest assured, as long as I am present, I will ensure the young lord remains unharmed." "Are you suggesting that those souls wish to seek revenge against me?" Xuanyi smirked. "Indeed. However, you need not worry. I shall guide their spirits to reincarnation swiftly. Then I must thank Master Xiankong for your efforts." The princess was exceedingly anxious, casting another glance at her son, hoping there would be no unforeseen mishaps. "I will do my utmost," and I kindly asked the princess to step aside. Master Xiankong joined his hands in prayer and turned his gaze back to Xuanyi. "Young lord, prepare yourself. I am about to commence the ritual." Master Xiankong cast another glance at Aunt Qin, a flicker of triumph gleaming in his eyes. Soon he would cast a spell, and countless souls would attach themselves to the young master, sealing his fate. Aunt Qin felt a surge of secret joy within her. At last, the young master would be toppled. "I am ready," she thought. He curled his lips into a smirk, anticipation bubbling within him. "Very well," nodded Master Xiankong. He closed his eyes and began to chant fervently, the tension palpable among the onlookers, as if something monumental were about to transpire. Just as their gazes were fixed upon him, he suddenly opened his eyes, directing the peach-wood sword straight at Xuanyi. "Gather." In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped everyone. Before they could comprehend the moment, the chicken on the table sprang to life. The chicken was alive. Chapter 89. The deep sin of the chicken. All eyes were fixated on Xuanyi, as onlookers believed that the vengeful spirits possessing him would manifest in a state of profound agony. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, redirecting everyone's gaze to the table. To their utter astonishment, they beheld the thoroughly cleaned chicken rise to its feet. How could this creature still be alive? Concubine 1 retreated in fright, while others followed suit. Terrified, the chicken's entrails had already been removed. How could it possibly still live? Such an occurrence was unprecedented in their experience. Even Master Xiankong appeared utterly perplexed. What was happening? Wasn't it expected that the spirits would attach themselves to the young lord? How had they ended up in this chicken instead? As he pondered, the featherless bird flapped its wings and began to struggle painfully on the table. It knocked over the candlestick and overturned the offerings, all the while emitting sounds of distress that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Although they could not comprehend the nature of those sounds, it was evident that the chicken was undergoing unimaginable torment. "Master, what does this mean?" The princess ventured, her courage bolstered as she pointed at the struggling chicken. "Wasn't it said that the vengeful spirits would attach themselves to my son? How could this happen? Indeed, master, what is going on? Concubine Qin approached, her dissatisfaction evident as she scrutinized Master Xiankong, uncertain of his competence, as the situation deviated from expectations. It seemed that the spirits were not connected to the young lord. Rather, it was the chicken that had committed sins, hence the attachment of the spirits to it. Xuanyi gestured towards the chicken still writhing on the table, relieved that Anu had exchanged the blood. Otherwise, it would have been he who was suffering in agony at this moment. This Master Xiankong was quite ruthless, seemingly intent on ensuring his demise. Ah, the young lord makes a valid point. Had this chicken not been steeped in sin, it would not be facing such a backlash. Master Xiankong clasped his hands together, maintaining his usual serene demeanor, though his palms were now slick with sweat. The reasoning was tenuous at best, yet he found himself devoid of any better explanation. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, clearly struggling to grasp Master Xuankong's words. Yet, given his esteemed status as an enlightened monk, they felt compelled to accept his assertion. Since this chicken is indeed sinful, may I trouble you, master, to exorcise the wrong spirits? Xuanyi remarked nonchalantly, his expression betraying no emotion, though internally he simmered with anger. Today, the chicken had inadvertently shielded him from disaster. In the past, he would have surely sought its suffering, but today he chose restraint at the behest of that girl, sparing the creature. Unbeknownst to Master Xiankong, Xuanyi's discontent remained unnoticed as he continued with his hands clasped. This is a matter that falls within my purview, and I shall do my utmost. Very well, I shall not disturb you further, Xuanyi replied, turning away without a backward glance, observing the chicken still struggling on the table. Master Xiankong formed a gesture with his hands and retrieved the peachwood sword once more. After a series of gestures, the chicken surprisingly became completely still. He turned and sat down on the cushion, feigning a recitation of the sutra for the deceased. Internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger. He was acutely aware that the young master must have exchanged blood. Otherwise, those spirits would not have attached themselves to this chicken. However, now that the situation had escalated to this point, words were of no avail. Watching Master Xiankong with his eyes closed, chanting the sutra, the onlookers were lost in their own thoughts. Was it not said that the young master was heavily involved in bloodshed? How could he have transformed into this chicken? Even the old lady began to harbor doubts. Logically, Master Xiankong, a revered monk from Lingyan Temple, should not be as she had imagined. Yet the earlier scene left her bewildered. Seeing that Master Xiankong had begun the ritual, she turned back to the courtyard, closely followed by the princess. Once the old lady and the princess had departed, the others soon followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, only the steward and the chanting Master Xiankong remained in the courtyard. The weather was sweltering, with the sun's rays beating down mercilessly on Master Xuankong's bald head. Before long, not only was sweat pouring from his forehead, but his robes were also soaked through. Yet he persevered, burdened by an even greater sense of gloom. However, Xuanyi was quite pleased. Upon returning to the courtyard, he called for Anu to come closer. You performed admirably today. Fortunately, this clever girl substituted the chicken's blood. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It seems that allowing him to act according to the circumstances was indeed the right choice. He chuckled softly. It was precisely because the servant sensed something amiss about offering a chicken that she had the sudden inspiration to use chicken blood. Anu smiled broadly, admitting that the idea had come to her spontaneously. Young master, I feel that Master Xiankong is somewhat suspicious. What seems amiss? Xuanyi raised an eyebrow, curious as to what the girl had discerned. I sense that Master Xiankong is not a genuine monk. He possesses knowledge of sorcery and should be regarded as a demonic monk. A true monk embodies compassion. How could he offer a chicken as a tribute, and further employ Taoist tools for incantations? It is evident that he intends to use that chicken to summon spirits. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that Master Xiankong possesses considerable skill. Xuanyi grew serious. Master Xiankong was indeed a renowned monk from Lingyan Temple, revered by many. He pondered what benefits Aunt Qin must have provided to persuade him to exert such effort. Just then, Chomping's large face leaned in. Young master, does this mean Anu performed well this time? From the young master's tone, it appeared that Anu had once again earned merit. Indeed, Xuanyi replied with an exasperated glance. Recognizing the expression on Changping's face, he extended his hand. Give Anu the piece of silver from last time as a reward. Changping, eager to advocate for Anu and grant her further rewards, found himself at a loss for words given the young master's decree. Reluctantly, he retrieved the remaining piece of silver from his pocket and handed it to Anu. This is a reward from the young master. He cast another glance at Xuanyi. How could the young master be so miserly? However, Anu held a different perspective. Upon receiving the half-silver ingot from Changping, her eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, young master, she exclaimed joyfully, cradling it in her hands like a treasured gem before tucking it into her pocket. It must weigh over 2 taels. Combined with the previous 2 taels, that makes 5 taels of silver. Well, you may step back now, Xuanyi said with a smirk, casting a satisfied glance at Changping. Just 2 taels of silver would surely bring immense joy to that girl. Thus there was no need to offer her more. Changping, I never truly noticed before, but now I realize that the young master's demeanor is rather unappealing. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Mo-in hurriedly entered the room. Young master, news from Wonton Pavilion. Oh, Xuanyi replied, taking the letter. As he unfolded it and read its contents, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. To his surprise, so many people were thinking of him. Chapter 90. The Crown Prince's inadequacy. Early the next morning, after finishing her breakfast, the old matriarch was visited by the second madam. Mother, she began. What brings you here so early today? The old matriarch wiped her mouth, noting that the second madam usually took a while longer before coming to pay her respects. Today, as early arrival suggested, she had matters of significance to discuss. Mother, I have something I wish to convey to you, the second madam stated. What is it? The old matriarch sensed there was indeed an important issue at hand. After returning home yesterday, I pondered over the events, and, despite Master Xiankong being a revered monk, I found yesterday's occurrences rather peculiar. Thus, I sought out Doctor. Want to have another thorough examination of Xuanyi. What is there to examine? The old matriarch appeared somewhat distracted. To ascertain whether Xuanyi's illness is genuine. If it is indeed true, it would validate Master Xuankong's words. Anyone with a modicum of sense could detect the oddities of yesterday's events. Given your astuteness, you would undoubtedly harbor some doubts. However, this opportunity is rare. If we could confirm the authenticity of the Crown Prince's ailment, subsequent matters would be easier to address. And if it is genuine, what difference does it make? If it is not, what then? The old matriarch's tone was laced with dissatisfaction, revealing her thoughts. Mother, should Xuanyi truly be afflicted with that ailment, it would imply that Master Xiankong's assertions hold merit. I understand your affection for Xuanyi, but he is not your only grandson. Should this affect Xianfeng and the others, it could jeopardize the century-old legacy of our Wang family. You cannot prioritize Xuanyi to the detriment of our other grandsons. If you are so concerned, perhaps it would be better for your branch to separate. Even if there are issues, you would not be implicated, the old matriarch replied sternly. She was thoroughly exasperated with this petty and calculating daughter-in-law, who displayed no sense of family unity, fixating solely on her own interests, fearful of losing out. Mother, how can you say such things? I have only Xianfeng as a son. I hope you can understand my position as a mother, the second madam said, her eyes reddening as she pretended to wipe away tears. All grandsons are equal, yet this old woman favors the crown prince as if he were her only grandson. Enough. You need not concern yourself with this matter. When the eldest returns, I shall discuss it with him. You may leave now. The old matriarch waved dismissively. Mother, the second madam attempted to voice further objections, but was cut off by the old matriarch's gesture. I am tired. You may go back now. The old matriarch turned away, clearly indicating her desire to end the conversation. Very well, mother, you should rest. I shall take my leave now, the second madam replied, biting her teeth in resentment. This old woman is exceedingly biased. After her departure, the old matriarch sighed. How could she not be worried about this situation? However, if Xuanyi were not to be made crown prince, with her strong-willed nature, how could she possibly endure it? Just then, Mama Wu entered. Old madam, a letter from the prince. Oh, bring it to me. The old matriarch's eyes brightened. She took the letter and, upon reading its contents, Her expression transformed into one of delight. The battle has finally come to an end. After more than 3 years, I am finally returning. It seems as if a memory has surfaced, prompting me to glance towards Madame Wu. By the way, has there been any news of that girl? Madame Wu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Replying to the old lady, there is no news for the time being. Could it be that she has not taken this matter to heart? Go fetch that girl. Yesterday, I observed her approach and noticed no discernible change. She cannot possibly have dismissed her words as mere whispers in the wind. Indeed, Madame Wu nodded, turning to leave. It wasn't long before she returned with Anu in tow. The servant greets the old lady. How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you? The old lady set aside her prayer beads. Replying to the old lady, I couldn't accomplish it. Anu's hands clenched nervously into fists. She had not anticipated the old lady's swift inquiry. What do you mean by couldn't? Please elaborate, the old lady inquired, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Anu. Although she posed the question, she already harbored an answer in her heart. Last night, the young master had indulged in drink, and seizing the opportunity, the servant had slipped into his chambers. However, after much effort, she had been unceremoniously kicked off the bed. Anu, terrified, dared not raise her gaze. This was her premeditated excuse for the journey, for she knew the old lady would not relent otherwise. At this moment, she fervently wished the old lady would refrain from further questioning, especially since she lacked experience in matters of intimacy, understanding only the rudiments. Any further elaboration would reveal her ignorance. The old lady remained silent. Though she had anticipated this outcome, hearing it still cast a shadow of disappointment upon her. Observing Anu kneeling before her, she waved her hand dismissively, devoid of spirit. In that case, let it be. You may leave. The flicker of hope in her heart was utterly extinguished. Yes. Anu hastily rose and exited the room. Once outside the courtyard, she let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that hurdle has been crossed. Thankfully, the old lady had not discovered the truth. Otherwise, her life would be in jeopardy. Just as she intended to return to the courtyard, she paused upon passing the princess's residence. Perhaps it would be wise to pay the princess a visit. Who knows when she might seek her out again? After a moment's hesitation, she chose to enter. Luo Xuanyi had just returned from his errands when he spotted Anu entering the courtyard with a cheerful demeanor. Where have you been? You seem remarkably happy. Could it be that something joyful has transpired? Young master, I went to the old lady's quarters. To grandmother's? Did she summon you? Yes. It was Madame Wu who came to fetch me, inquiring about the last time. Before Anu could complete her sentence, she was interrupted by Luo Xuanyi. Come inside and speak. It was likely regarding the matter the grandmother had previously mentioned. With so many people outside, it was not suitable to discuss it here. Yes. Anu nodded and followed Luo Xuanyi into the room. As soon as he settled down, Anu eagerly began to recount, Young master, the issue with the old lady has been resolved. Oh, how did you manage it? Luo Xuanyi poured himself a cup of tea. To have convinced grandmother. This girl truly possesses remarkable skill. I merely informed the matriarch that I had already shared a bed, and that the air was lacking. Lu Xuanyi spat out his tea. Who prompted you to utter such words? His prowess is no less formidable than that of any skilled martial artist. How could this girl dare to declare otherwise? If I had not said so, the matriarch would remain relentless. If she were to claim otherwise, she would surely press her further. By saying this, the matriarch is now disheartened, which is quite advantageous, wouldn't you agree? Yet, such statements should not be made. Lu Xuanyi's expression grew increasingly somber. No man can tolerate such remarks. Wasn't I merely attempting to placate the matriarch? Moreover, Master Xiankong has already proclaimed such sentiments. What is there that cannot be said? She only spoke thus to appease the matriarch, especially since Master Xiankong voiced it in front of so many witnesses. Furthermore, it has already circulated outside. What more cannot be expressed? Yet, it should still not be uttered. Lu Xuanyi's countenance darkened further. Chapter 91. The secret of Aunt Qin. Noticing that the young master was genuinely angered, Chongping furrowed his brows and turned to Anu. The matters outside are theirs to handle. You cannot express it that way. It is no wonder the young master is displeased. No man wishes to hear such words. As if recalling something, he glanced at Anu again. Should the princess inquire about this matter in the future, Please refrain from speaking so bluntly. But I have already spoken my piece, Anu replied. Her head bowed. What? You have already said it? Chongping was taken aback and cast another glance at the young master, fearing that he would be even more incensed now. Well, I thought the princess might come to find me one day, so I took the liberty to mention it during my visit. Anu fidgeted with her fingers. This news has already spread outside. What is there to conceal? Withdraw. Xuanyi pinched the bridge of his nose, his heart filled with frustration. Though he had been the one to leak the information, hearing it from her lips only fueled his ire. Understood. Anu exited the room. Upon looking up, Xuanyi noticed that Mo-in appeared to be on the verge of internal injury from stifled laughter and kicked him lightly. What are you laughing at? Do you not have matters to attend to? All right. Young master, the letter from Wantong Pavilion. Mo-in quickly produced the letter from his pocket. Xuanyi took the letter, opened it, and, after reading its contents, he let out a long sigh of relief. His father would finally be returning. Just as he had anticipated, the northern frontier must be running out of supplies. Otherwise, they would not have made such concessions. As if recalling something, he turned to Mo-in. Keep a close watch on Xiankong. If the esteemed Master Xiankong has taken action, I suspect Aunt Qin has employed some peculiar means. Indeed, Mo-in nodded and hurried out to relay the orders. At that moment, Aunt Qin was at Lingyan Temple, offering incense and bowing 3 times before rising. I wonder if Master Xiankong is present? She inquired of the young monk beside her. Mistress Qin, our abbot is in the back courtyard's meditation room. I shall take you there. Very well, Aunt Qin nodded. Following the young monk to the back courtyard, they entered the largest meditation room, where they found Master Xiankong sitting in tranquility. Mistress Qin has arrived, he said, bringing his palms together. I wish to seek your counsel on certain matters. Aunt Qin mirrored his gesture, displaying utmost respect. Good. You may leave now, Master Xiankong instructed the young monks by his side. Yes, the monks respectfully retreated. Aunt Qin then exchanged glances with Qinglian and her companions, who also exited the room. Once the room was devoid of outsiders, a look of dissatisfaction immediately crossed Aunt Qin's face. How could you have managed this? You could not even handle such a trivial matter. She plopped down onto a seat. We had previously agreed on everything, yet when it came to the crucial moment, things went awry, resulting in a wasted effort. This time I was careless. Master Xiankong stood up. The young master must have tampered with the blood. Otherwise, there would not have been any mishaps. Then tell me, what should we do now? Aunt Qin glared at Master Xiankong with discontent. After this incident, the old lady and the others have begun to harbor doubts. If he were to appear again, it is uncertain whether they would believe him. There is no need for excessive worry. Although we did not achieve the desired outcome this time, it was not entirely without effect. Master Xiankong approached and took a seat beside us. Despite the slight mishap, given the devotion these women exhibited towards the Buddha and their expressions that day, there remains a degree of belief among them. Thus, this cannot be deemed a complete failure. It simply fell short of expectations. What effect? I see only failure, Aunt Qin said, glaring at Master Xiankong. You have yet to incapacitate the heir and are merely arguing for the sake of it. Do not rush. I shall devise another plan in due time. Master Xiankong, with a swift motion, pulled Aunt Qin into his embrace, leaning in to kiss her, only to be pushed away again. At such a time, you still have this thought. She was currently troubled, and he still dared to entertain such desires. The beauty is no longer angry. I have already devised a countermeasure, Master Xiankong said, leaning in once more, only to be thwarted by Aunt Wan. What is your plan? Why the haste? Let's finish the task at hand first. He then forcefully pinned Aunt Qin beneath him, beginning to tear at her garments. Though she attempted to resist, she could not withstand his overwhelming advances. Before long, the room was filled with seductive gasps that lasted for nearly half an hour before it finally subsided. You rogue, now you must speak. Aunt Qin looked at Master Xiankong with dissatisfaction. After all these years, you still act like a ravenous wolf. Fear not, Xuanguang is my son. Can I not think for him? Master Xiankong leaned in again, planting a kiss on her cheek. Cousin, what do you intend to do? Aunt Qin playfully leaned into Master Xuankong's embrace, feeling pleased that he had some semblance of a caring father, though she then regarded him with a more serious expression. I have already disseminated the news of the heir's impotence. It won't be long before the entire capital is aware. At that point, Xuanyi will surely feel utterly humiliated, and the Wang family will no longer allow him to remain the heir. Master Xuankong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. In no time, the whole city will know of his condition. And I cannot believe the Wang family would continue to keep a man with such a curse as the heir. That is more like it. Aunt Qin smiled, satisfied. He bears the semblance of father. Yet what the future? After all, the Wang family has more than just your son. The second young master and the second branch's Lu Xuanfei are also formidable adversaries. Do not worry about that. I will arrange everything accordingly. Then we shall wait. Aunt Qin said, now pleased. Observing the rosy glow on her cousin's face, Master Xiankong felt a surge of heat within him. Flipping over once more to pin her beneath him. Cousin, shall we indulge once more? Soon, the room was once again filled with sounds that would make one blush. Meanwhile, atop the roof, a figure lay quietly, observing. After finishing her lunch, Anu was contemplating a brief nap when a knock resonated at the door. Anu, the young master wishes to take you out. Take me out? Where to? Anu approached the entrance. You'll find out when you get there. Chongping glanced at the young master, standing in the courtyard. Anu intended to inquire further, but upon noticing the young master waiting patiently, she followed him out of the house. Young master, where are we going? You'll discover it along the way. Lu Xuanyi did not even glance at her, merely walking out of the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly still preoccupied with prior matters. Anu refrained from speaking further and obediently trailed behind as they departed the estate in a carriage. They soon arrived at a wooded area outside the capital, where the carriage finally came to a halt. Stepping down, Anu was met with the sight of a magnificent steed before her, and, filled with curiosity, she pointed and exclaimed, Young master, why is there a horse here? Chapter 92. Learning to ride, gazing at the imposing figure of Black Wind before him. Lu Xuanyi patted the horse's back. Come on, today I shall teach you how to ride. The girl had already grasped her martial arts quite well, leaving little need to squander more time on it. It was time to venture into new territories. Teach me to ride? Anu looked up at the man in astonishment. She then glanced at the magnificent steed before her, realizing that the young lord intended to instruct her in the art of horsemanship. Yes, once you master riding, it will greatly facilitate your endeavors in the future. Who among those skilled in martial arts does not know how to ride? Besides, your skills are commendable. Can I really do it? Anu reached out to stroke Black Wind. Despite her words, a sense of joy blossomed within her. She had always admired the gallant sight of riders in the streets and never imagined she would have the opportunity to learn herself. What is stopping you? Lu Xuanyi wrapped his arm around Anu's waist and effortlessly lifted her onto the horse. Ah! Anu yelped in surprise, instinctively clutching the horse's neck. Anu, Black Wind is our Lord's horse. He is quite gentle and understanding. There's no need to be afraid. And Moyin approached. The young lord truly treated Anu well, even allowing her to ride Black Wind. Oh! Anu finally settled herself properly, her fingers gliding over the horse's sleek coat, a broad smile spreading across her face. What a magnificent horse! This steed not only towered above those she had seen before, but also gleamed with a lustrous sheen, clearly a fine creature. Indeed, Lu Xuanyi replied, stroking Black Wind's head. The horse had accompanied him through countless battles, and to him, it was more than just a mount. How wonderful! Anu marveled, her fingers tracing the horse's back. If only I had a horse like this, I would feel so grand riding it. When riding, you must hold the reins firmly, and your legs need to be strong. If you wish to increase speed, lean forward slightly. Lu Xuanyi began to explain the essentials, and Anu listened intently, nodding eagerly. Do you understand everything? He asked. I do. Anu affirmed with a nod. Then give a try. Okay. Anu responded, gripping the reins as instructed, her legs tightening around the horse. Giddy up. Black Wind paused briefly, glancing back at his master. Seeing no reaction, he slowly began to move forward, much to Anu's delight. My lord, the horse is moving. She had thought the horse would be reluctant to heed her commands, yet it responded so readily. Go faster. All right, Anu nodded, squeezing the horse's belly again. Giddy up. However, the horse showed little response, maintaining its leisurely pace. Giddy up. Anu squeezed once more. But Black Wind continued at the same slow speed. Noticing the horse's lack of cooperation, Xuanyi furrowed his brow and approached. With a swift slap to the horse's rear, he exclaimed, "Are you deaf? This creature does not wish to be ridden today." At that, Black Wind, seemingly chastened, reared up and galloped away. "I'll slow down, please," Anu exclaimed in fright. Yet, despite her cries, the black horse continued its rapid gallop, circling around Xuanyi, picking up speed with each passing moment. Observing the horse's body tremble incessantly, Xuanyi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He whistled, and the black horse immediately turned back, halting before him. "My lord, this horse is exceedingly difficult to ride," Anu said, sitting up and wiping the sweat from her forehead, shaken by the experience. Noticing the clumps of horsehair in her hands, Xuanyi raised an eyebrow. "What on earth are you doing pulling its hair? No wonder the horse is quivering so much. You've taken quite a bit of its fur." Anu blinked in surprise, realizing the amount of horsehair she had gathered. "I didn't mean to. The horse was running so fast that I didn't know what to grasp." "You silly girl." Xuanyi shot her an exasperated glare. He swiftly mounted the horse, firmly grasping the reins. "Stop pulling its hair. If you keep that up, it'll be bald." Luckily, Black Wind has a good temperament. If it were another horse, it would have kicked you off by now. "Oh," Anu nodded. Before she could say more, Xuanyi tightened the reins. With a sudden burst, Black Wind galloped forward, causing Anu to scream again. Just as she was about to reach for the horse's hair, she recalled Xuanyi's words and retracted her hand. Yet, without something to hold on to, she felt an unsettling lack of security. She instinctively reached back to grasp Xuanyi's clothing, but as soon as her hand brushed against him, he scolded her. "Grab the reins." He was not a substitute for the reins, and her touch had made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Oh." Anu nodded and finally grasped the reins. With something to hold on to, her confidence surged, especially with Xuanyi behind her, easing her nerves. She quickly adapted and began to enjoy the ride, feeling more at ease as she tightened her grip. Noticing her newfound strength, Xuanyi discreetly loosened his hold. Anu, oblivious to this, found the ride increasingly exhilarating, her speed picking up as she began to let loose. Black Wind seemed to either be honoring its master or accepting Anu, galloping through the forest with vigor, which brought a slight smile to Xuanyi's lips. She truly is a clever girl. He had anticipated it would take her at least 2 days to learn. Yet here she was, mastering it in no time. Watching her large eyes fixed ahead, he noticed a hint of tension in her demeanor. As he observed, he found himself momentarily entranced. Her long, thick eyelashes were striking, and her gently arched brows added to her charm. Her nose and small mouth were appealing, though her petite frame was slightly lacking. He extended his arm, attempting to embrace her effortlessly. Despite his frequent efforts to nourish her, she remained surprisingly slender. Testing with his arm once more, he noted a slight improvement in her condition, realizing that he must continue to provide her with ample nourishment in the future. Lost in thought, the steed, Black Wind, suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Why has it stopped? Anu grasped the reins tightly, attempting to urge Black Wind forward. He only found the horse stubbornly retreating, emitting a series of bewildering sounds as it did so, leaving Anu utterly perplexed. "My lord, what is happening with Black Wind?" She turned to inquire, but before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the lord's icy gaze fixed intently on the thicket ahead. "Exercise caution. There are ambushers ahead." Xuanyi's eyes narrowed. No wonder Black Wind refused to advance. The woods concealed a significant number of hidden foes. Ambushers? Anu was taken aback. Before she could articulate her thoughts further, figures began to descend from the towering trees. Attack! Chapter 93. Wait for me, as a dozen figures rushed towards them. Anu grasped the reins of her horse, ready to turn and flee, only to be unceremoniously thrown aside by Xuanyi. "Eliminate them all," he commanded. Anu cried out in terror. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself on the ground, watching the approaching figures clad in black. With a swift leap, she bounded back. "My lord, I cannot do this. We must flee at once." Just as she reached for the reins again, Xuanyi tossed her aside once more. "Flee? Take care of them. It's merely a dozen men, and you are frightened to this extent." "My lord, Anu's words were cut short as the black-clad assailants surrounded her, their swords thrusting towards her in unison. She leapt in fright and sought refuge behind a large tree. "My lord, I cannot fight them," she exclaimed. The assailants were formidable, with their skills and weapons. How could she possibly contend with them? The black-clad figures, taken aback by her agility, redirected their charge towards Xuanyi, for he was their true target. She was merely an inconsequential distraction. As the attackers approached, Xuanyi narrowed his eyes and struck out with a palm, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. "Ah, ugh, Anu, my lord is indeed formidable," she marveled, witnessing several opponents being sent flying from a distance. "If you continue to hide, do not expect my assistance." Xuanyi glared at her in displeasure. "You have trained with me for so long, yet you are so easily frightened by a handful of men." "My lord, I truly cannot," Anu protested. "Then you may as well wait here to perish." Xuanyi turned his horse and began to ride away. He believed that, given her current abilities, dispatching those dozen adversaries should pose no challenge. He intended to use this opportunity to train her, but her cowardice was disheartening. As Xuanyi rode off, the black-clad figures prepared to pursue him, but suddenly Anu dashed out from the thicket, calling after him, "My lord, wait for me." Xuanyi glanced back and saw her hastily catching up, which darkened his expression. "Do not return until they are dealt with," he urged, quickening his pace. "My lord, I truly cannot," Anu cried desperately behind him. Though she had fought many battles throughout her life, she had never fought to kill. The only instance she had resorted to such measures was against the old matron, and that had been a moment of sheer panic. Moreover, it had been under the cover of night, obscuring her actions. These foes clearly possessed significant skills, and she was unarmed. Engaging them would result in her being overwhelmed. In an instant, her life could be snuffed out. Only a fool would choose to fight them. Hearing her lack of resolve only fueled Xuanyi's anger further. "Then you shall be left behind," he said, accelerating his horse's speed. Anu, now frantic, called out, "My lord, do not abandon me." She summoned her strength and sprinted forward, her feet barely touching the ground. As she was about to catch up, Xuanyi's temper flared, compelling him to accelerate once more. The hooves of his steed, Black Wind, seemed to emit smoke from the exertion. However, Anu was undeterred, employing her lightness skills to pursue relentlessly. Initially, the cloaked figures intended to chase after Xuanyi, yet they found themselves unable to even keep pace with Anu, leaving them profoundly astonished. They had grossly underestimated her prowess. Mo-in, languidly seated in the carriage, was jolted by Anu's piercing voice. Curiously, he leaned out of the window, noticing the young master riding Black Wind emerging from the forest. Yet he saw no sign of Anu. Just as he pondered this, Anu burst forth from the trees, closely trailing Black Wind, followed by a dozen cloaked figures. "Young master, wait for me. What is happening? Has the young master been ambushed again?" Mo-in mused, noting the attackers were merely a handful, questioning the necessity of such a frantic escape. Xuanyi, having reached the front, glared at Anu, his face tinged with irritation. Coward! He had intended for her to handle these foes, viewing it as an opportunity for her training, only to be dismayed by her retreat. Seeing the pursuing figures only fueled his anger further. Concentrating his internal energy, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending 4 or 5 of the assailants flying. The remaining 7 or 8 leaped toward him, swords drawn. Mo-in swiftly drew his own sword, engaging in a fierce skirmish with them. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched 2 or 3, while the remaining few, realizing their defeat, fled back into the forest. Mo-in, refusing to let them escape, leaped forward, and with a sweeping motion of his sword, 2 more fell, leaving only one at his mercy, the blade poised against the man's throat. "Speak. Who sent you?" "I will tell you." The cloaked figure, terrified, dropped his weapon and was about to kneel before Mo-in. But suddenly his demeanor shifted to one of cold defiance as he grabbed his fallen sword and lunged at Mo-in's chest. With a deft sidestep, Mo-in thrust his sword into the man's abdomen. The assailant collapsed, lifeless. "What is the meaning of this?" Mo-in inquired, surveying the body strewn about. The attackers possessed little skill. The young master could have dealt with them effortlessly, leaving him perplexed as to why they had pursued him here. Xuanyi shot a fierce glare at Anu, who was hiding behind the carriage, before dismounting and boarding the vehicle. Was it not because of this cowardice? I had hoped to allow her the opportunity to practice, yet here we are, with her trailing back to me. Anu, what transpired? Mo-in turned his gaze towards her, sensing her had once again displeased the young master. It was like this. Anu recounted the events leading up to this moment, eliciting laughter from Mo-in that made his whole body tremble. It was so amusing. Anu shot a glare at him. The mere recollection of past perils sends a tremor through my heart. It is unclear what there is to find amusing. All that training seems futile. Could we not handle just a handful of adversaries? With so many of them, how could I possibly prevail? Moreover, they wield weapons. Anu held her head high, yet those foes exuded formidable prowess, brandishing their armaments. How could she, with her limited skills, hope to match them? You underestimate yourself far too much. Mo-in stifled a smile. Realizing that Anu's abilities had grown to rival his own, she remained oblivious to her own strength. You cannot fathom how perilous it was before. With swords from numerous hands aimed at you, would you not flee if you were in my position? You could. Before Mo-in could finish his sentence, a vexed voice emerged from the carriage, belonging to Xuanyi. Stop wasting time with her. Hurry and take care of it. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. There is no reasoning with such a timid individual. Chapter 94. Piercing ears. Mo-in produced a signal flare and shot it into the sky. It was not long before officials arrived. After explaining a few matters, Xuanyi boarded a carriage back to the capital, noticing the heir's long face while Anu cowered in the corner, too afraid to speak. Yet, she felt quite aggrieved internally. It was no wonder that people labeled him a formidable tyrant. His heart was indeed ruthless. He could have easily resolved the matters at hand, but chose to make things difficult for her, a mere novice. Recalling the earlier peril, her heart raced. Unsure if it was from fear or fatigue, her legs still trembled, and she struggled to catch her breath. As Xuanyi caught her stealing glances at him, he frowned in annoyance. He hadn't anticipated her to be so timid in the face of adversity. Where had her usual bravado gone? The silence between them was palpable, and Anu dared not utter a word, the atmosphere within the carriage heavy with tension. Upon reaching the bustling streets of the capital, the clamorous sounds from outside began to fill the air. Xuanyi hesitated as he spotted a jewelry shop in the distance. He ordered the carriage to stop and disembarked, with Anu hesitantly following suit. Seeing the heir enter the jewelry shop, she hurried after him, hoping to find something suitable for herself. Xuanyi pointed at Anu, not intending to acknowledge her, but noticing that she had worn the same hairband for quite some time. He decided to let it slide. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he regarded Anu, his excitement palpable. Indeed, this girl is truly stunning. He pulled Anu closer for a better look. Though his flattery was somewhat exaggerated, it was not entirely unfounded. She was indeed quite striking. I don't need to wear anything, Anu remarked as she glanced at the jewelry displayed on the counter. Each piece appeared exorbitantly priced, far beyond what a servant could afford. Enough with the nonsense. Xuanyi shot her a glare before turning to the shopkeeper. You choose something for her. Of course, young master, rest assured. The shopkeeper was elated. This young gentleman clearly hailed from wealth, and he would ensure Anu received the best service possible, guiding her to the counter. He began to present various pieces, but most fell from her grasp. Why is her hair so short? He wondered, baffled by the unusual length. What were her parents thinking? I still don't want to wear anything, Anu replied, looking at Xuanyi. What servant wears such beautiful jewelry? Xuanyi remained silent, seemingly ignoring her words as the shopkeeper continued to fuss over her. The shopkeeper was perspiring from the effort, yet still could not adorn Anu with any of the jewelry. Dear sir, this girl's hair is too short. Perhaps she should wear a hairband instead? We have just received some lovely silk ribbons that would suit her well. He pushed a box of ribbons toward Anu, lamenting the unfortunate reality that her hair was too short for the jewelry. Xuanyi approached, assessed Anu's hair, and conceded that it was indeed too short. Then I shall take this box, he decided, casting her a discontented glance. Having cut her hair so short, she felt utterly unattractive, unable even to adorn herself with jewelry. Upon hearing that the entire box of hairbands was desired, The shopkeeper's expression brightened instantaneously. "Very well, I shall wrap it up for you." Although no jewelry had been sold, that box of hairbands was still worth several pieces of silver. Just as Anu contemplated declining the purchase, she caught sight of the young master's disapproving gaze and promptly fell silent. "Do not fear the expenditure. She has no funds to contribute anyway." "Shopkeeper, have you received any new arrivals lately?" As Xun Yinran entered, her eyes fell upon Anu, and her demeanor instantly turned frosty. "What is this lowly maid doing here? This was not a place for someone of her status." "You are the lowly one," Anu retorted, irritation flaring within her. Even if she were a servant, she was not of their household. Why should she endure such insults? "You filthy wretch! How dare you?" Xin Yinran's words faltered as she noticed Lu Xuanyi standing across from her. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly donned a charming smile. "Young master, I did not realize you were here." She strolled over gracefully. The shopkeeper paused in astonishment. No wonder this young gentleman appeared so affluent. He was indeed a master, though which noble house he hailed from remained unknown. "I would kindly ask Miss Xun to be more mindful of her language in the future and refrain from using such derogatory terms." Lu Xuanyi's face bore an unmistakable disdain. Had she not been a woman, she would have already been cast aside. "Yes, I acknowledge my mistake," Xun Yinran replied, her lips pressed tightly together. She had not anticipated the young master's presence and wished to avoid leaving a negative impression. "May I inquire what the young master wishes to purchase?" "I can." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xuanyi moved past her, handing the box of ribbons to Anu. Just as he intended to leave, his attention was drawn to a pair of white gemstone earrings displayed on the counter, prompting him to pause. "What are these?" he inquired, captivated by their crystalline clarity and refreshing elegance. "Young master, those are earrings, but this young lady does not have pierced ears and cannot wear them." The shopkeeper chuckled. She wished to make the sale, yet the girl lacked the means to wear them. How can one obtain pierced ears? Lu Xuanyi turned his gaze to Anu's delicate lobes, imagining how lovely they would appear adorned. "If the young lady wishes to have her ears pierced, we can certainly assist with that. Then let us proceed with the piercing. You needn't trouble yourself." Anu glanced at the exquisite earrings, recognizing their value and deeming them unsuitable for a servant like herself. Enough with the objections. Lu Xuanyi shot her a disapproving look. "Girls love beauty. Do not be so dismissive. Dear lady, with your striking appearance, I assure you that these earrings would suit you splendidly. Allow me to pierce your ears." The shopkeeper took Anu by the hand and led her to the counter. Retrieving the ear-piercing apparatus and marking her earlobes, he produced two round objects resembling small metallic spheres, clamping them onto the designated spots of her earlobes, preparing to proceed swiftly. As the thin area for the marking became increasingly apparent, the boss retrieved a silver needle and dipped it into the liquor. In Anu's bewildered gaze, he swiftly pierced it through. "Oh my!" Anu winced in pain. It was firmly embedded. "Don't move." The boss hastily grasped the earring and affixed it onto her ear. Without giving Anu a moment to collect herself, he proceeded to twist her other ear, and another sharp pang shot through her. The boss swiftly adorned her ear with the earring once more. Observing the elegant accessory gracing Anu's ears, Lu Xuanyi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He had indeed anticipated that the girl would look exquisite. His intuition had proven accurate. The white gem encased in intricately designed gold, resting upon her delicate ears, resembled a lotus blooming amidst a snowy mountain. It not only appeared refreshingly unique, but also exuded an air of noble elegance, truly a sight to behold. Chapter 95. The Unfathomable Passage of Time. Xun Yinran had lived 2 lifetimes and had never witnessed Lu Xuanyi bestow such a tender gaze upon any woman, let alone a lowly servant. Her heart brimmed with both anger and frustration. This wretched maid, relying on her bewitching beauty, had the audacity to entice the heir. It was utterly detestable. Xun Yinran longed to confront her, to mar her face so she could no longer wreak havoc upon others. Yet she understood the folly of such actions. She must maintain her image as a refined lady in Lu Xuanyi's presence while devising a way to deal with this insufferable woman. As she pondered, the jovial laughter of the shopkeeper rang in her ears. "Ah, this girl is truly remarkable." With merely a pair of earrings, she transforms into a figure of elegance. If she were to adorn herself like the daughters of affluent families, she would undoubtedly be hailed as the most beautiful woman in the capital. After years of conducting business, the shopkeeper had never encountered a maiden so exquisite. No one had ever praised her in such a manner, and Anu beamed with delight. "It's not as splendid as you say," she chuckled, glancing into the mirror. She had never envisioned a day when she could don such beautiful earrings. Yinran had come to select earrings herself. "How about you assist me in choosing a pair, my lord?" She approached the man, her demeanor shy and demure, making one think he was her betrothed. Having spoken so boldly, she believed the heir would surely acquiesce. After all, she was the daughter of a high-ranking official, far surpassing this maid. "My knowledge in this area is rather limited, Miss Shun. Perhaps you should consult the shopkeeper," Xuanyi remarked, then turned his gaze towards Anu. "Let us go." He signaled to Mo-in to settle the bill. Shen Yinran was taken aback. The heir had publicly rejected her. What did that wretched maid possess that she lacked? "Wait a moment," Anu halted, turning back to the shopkeeper. "How much for this item?" She felt it was imperative to know the price. "Oh, this pair of earrings costs 100 taels of silver, while that box of ribbons is 50 taels. The shopkeeper replied. Anu's expression transformed to one of astonishment. 150 taels of silver, just like that. Such a sum could have resolved significant issues. She glanced at the heir, wishing to inquire if she could forego the purchase in favor of silver. However, upon meeting his displeased gaze, her words died in her throat. 100 taels for earrings is excessively extravagant, she thought, reaching out to touch them, only to be stopped by the shopkeeper. Do not touch them for the next 2 days. Wear them for a few hours each day to prevent any damage, and they should be fine in a few days. Oh, Anu nodded. Watching as Mo-in handed over the 150 taels, her heart ached at the thought of such a wasteful expenditure. Once the heir and that insufferable maid departed, Shen Yinran's face contorted in fury. Wretched maid, I shall not let you go unpunished. Anu and Xuanyi boarded the carriage, initially believing they were returning to the royal residence. However, midway through their journey, the carriage came to a halt. Observing the young master entering a tavern, Anu hurriedly followed suit. Young master, what brings us here? This is a dining establishment. I wonder what purpose you have in mind. Naturally, to dine, he replied. But we have a chef at home, and I imagine the meal is nearly ready by now. The dishes prepared by the household chef are exquisite. I cannot fathom why the young master would choose to eat here. Must you prattle on so? Xuanyi shot her a glance. Your chatter is becoming increasingly tiresome. Anu pouted. Such extravagance. What could possibly be so elusive that our chef cannot prepare? It seems you have little regard for the value of money. Following Xuanyi upstairs, they entered an elegantly adorned room. This place is truly magnificent, Anu exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. To think a dining venue could be so splendid. What a fortune must have been spent. This is a private room, reserved for distinguished guests, Mo-in remarked with a smile. The design is personally curated by our master, hence its beauty. Serve the dishes, Xuanyi instructed as he took a seat. At once, Mo-in nodded and stepped out. In a short while, a waiter entered, bringing an array of dishes that left Anu utterly astounded. Young master, how many guests have you invited for this meal? This is an astonishing number of dishes. I have not invited anyone else. Not invited anyone. Then why the excessive number of dishes? Anu's astonishment grew. Surely, you cannot consume all this alone. Enough with the questions. Let us eat, he urged. Anu nodded and hurried to Xuanyi's side, intending to serve him as she had done before. However, Xuanyi stopped her. What do you intend to do? Serve the dishes, she replied, bewildered, recalling how she had always assisted him during their outings. There are no outsiders present, so it is unnecessary. You all may sit and eat, he insisted. Isn't that inappropriate? Anu shook her head. I am merely a servant. How can I dine at the same table as the young master? I said to sit, so do so. Xuanyi glanced at Mo-in, who was the first to take a seat. Thank you, young master. Seeing Mo-in seated, Anu reluctantly pulled out a chair and sat down. Although she encountered Xuanyi daily, sharing a table with him felt rather awkward. She hesitated to reach for the food, focusing instead on quickly consuming her rice. Are you planning to eat only? Xuanyi shot her a look of disbelief. Typically, she would speak freely in his presence. Yet now she seemed timid. Noticing the smoked chicken on the plate, he plucked a drumstick and placed it in her bowl. "Thank you, young master." Anu took the drumstick and bit into it, her eyes lighting up in delight. Young master, this smoked chicken tastes exactly like the one our chef prepares at home. I thought it looked familiar. It seems the flavor is indeed the same. There is truly no necessity to dine out. It is a waste of money. The flavors are, of course, identical, for this establishment is also a property of the young master, and the cooks are uniformly trained. If it pleases you, indulge yourself further. Xuanyi once again placed a piece of braised fish onto Anu's plate. After such a long time, she had only gained a slight amount of weight. It seems she still does not eat enough. "Thank you, young master." Anu promptly stuffed the piece of braised fish in her mouth, her eyes squinting joyfully. "This fish is truly delectable. Previously, I had caught fish from the river outside the capital, but the taste pales in comparison to this. This fish is exceptionally delicious. Then do indulge yourself more." Xuanyi offered her another piece. Anu wished to adhere to decorum, yet the allure of the exquisite cuisine was irresistible, especially with the young master continuously serving her. Ultimately, her last line of defense crumbled, and she began to eat heartily. Regardless of whether it was fish or meat that the young master offered, she accepted it all, and before long, her mouth was glistening with grease, prompting a satisfied smile to play upon Xuanyi's lips. This is much better. Chapter 96. Such a delight, this meal can undoubtedly be regarded as the finest that Anu has ever experienced in her life. She felt as though her belly might burst from indulgence. "Are you satisfied?" Xuanyi asked with a playful smile, observing how much she had consumed today. "Yes, I'm quite full. I feel as if I might explode." Anu shyly patted her stomach. Never before had she felt so stuffed. It seemed as though her belly was on the verge of bursting. "Shall we depart?" Xuanyi rose to his feet. "Young master, what about the remaining dishes?" Anu pointed to the leftovers on the table, some of which had hardly been touched. "What is the matter? Are you still hungry?" "I am full, but it seems a pity to waste this food. I would like to take it to the beggars outside. They surely have never tasted